Chapter 51. Due to Ji Jiuxiao's unexpected victory, half of the bets in the prize pool belonged to her, and the other half belonged to the Colosseum. Those who won money by placing bets cursed loudly, and those who had enough money to watch the fun gave Ji Jiuxia tips, and the whole place was boiling because of her. The phrase "that's it" was said in silence, which made everyone even more crazy. The words "arrogant" and "newcomer" put together made the topic full. The fanatical atmosphere was so contagious. When you were the center of everyone's attention, the feeling of being sought after was intoxicating. This was one of the reasons why the players were addicted to the Colosseum. Ordinary people who might go to jail for violent incidents outside could become stars in the spotlight here. Ji Jiuxia was very calm and explained to the man, "I don't mean to belittle you." The man smiled bitterly. "I know, congratulations on winning the first game, and you have a beautiful start. There is always no shortage of geniuses in the world, and it is normal to have winners and losers." Ji Jiuxia left the scene and returned to the clinic to repair the mecha. She has no problem controlling the mecha now, but she will feel a little dizzy after a long battle. Hard work is still rewarded. At the beginning, she couldn't even control the mecha. One game made her nearly 100,000 yuan. The speed of making money is amazing. It's time to allocate time and go to the Colosseum to play games. Darula always couldn't catch anyone on weekends. During lunch, she complained, "What are you busy with every day?" Ji Jiuxiao, working part-time. Darula cut the steak on the plate. "If you need money, ask Rong Tianjiang. He has too much money, and has nowhere to spend it." "Don't talk about my money as your money. Don't you have no money as a princess?" Rong Tianjiang was very dissatisfied. Darula pursed her lips. "That's not my money, it's pocket money given by my father. If there is no special reason, the amount I can use is limited. You can earn it yourself and start a company like me," Rong Tianjiang said proudly. Darula glanced at him. "Are you talking about Chongshengjiangxiu Company, which didn't make a penny but invested tens of millions, and caused your pocket money to be stopped?" Rong Tianjiang was annoyed. "The initial investment is necessary. I will definitely make it back." Hearing the conversation between the two, Ji Jiuxia was a little surprised. "You have no money?" During this period, the company found her a variety show to shoot on the weekend, but she refused it because she was too busy. The company's only artists are her and Hua. Hua has paid a lot of liquidated damages, and this part of the money has not been earned back. It can be said that the company's finances have always been in a deficit state, and it can only operate thanks to Rong Tianjiang's money. Think about it carefully. Now he doesn't post pictures of eating, drinking and having fun on weekends, but he has never said that he is short of money. Ji Jiuxiao thought for a moment and said, "I put other things aside, and take on a variety show first. Any money you can earn is a little money. Since the company has been opened and the money has been invested, try to run it." "Darula, I invest in you. The company's shares are a legitimate reason to spend money." The three discussed the future development of the company. Jiang Ju and Fusong listened silently. They talked more and more outrageously, and imagined the scene after the company became the first in the industry. "Fusong, the company will go bankrupt sooner or later in your hands." Jiang Ju suggested, "Hire a professional manager." "I go to my mother's company and get someone over," Rong Tianjiang suggested. "Jiang Ju, you can try. It's impossible to get it." Ji Jiuxia is more sober than Rong Tianjiang. He knows that the truly capable people don't look down on their small and broken company on the verge of bankruptcy, so he decided to temporarily select one of the 5 of them to train. Managers don't have to stay in the company every day. They just need to use the light computer to process important documents and make decisions. Ji Jiuxiao, "I'm too busy and don't have time." Darula, "The housekeeper won't let me do such a thing." Fusong, "I'm lazy." Rong Tianjiang, "I do it." The 3 of them ignored Rong Tianjiang tacitly, so only the last person was left. Jiang Ju, "I've never done it." Ji Jiuxiao made the final decision, "You can learn." At this point, the matter was settled. Ji Jiuxiao put aside the clinic's affairs, and studied with his teammates at night how to run a company, and went to shoot variety shows on weekends. Rong Tianjiang said, at the beginning, that he wanted to find professionals to set up the company. He didn't understand the company's structure, and he only found people in the film and television industry. There was no finance, legal affairs, etc. It was simply a mess. Half of the people in the company were just empty names and waited for death, and the other half wanted to work seriously, but the chaotic management made it impossible to move forward. Jiang Ju directly cut half of the people, added other departments, and started recruiting again. Many of the people who were fired were those who got in, by relying on Rong Tianjiang's thighs, and went to him to complain. Rong Tianjiang found Jiangju to plead, saying that he could support them, but was finally scared away by Jiangju's cold face. The boss was not Rong Tianjiang, who wanted to do whatever he wanted, nor was he Ji Jiuxiu, who didn't care about things. He became Jiangju, who was strict and domineering everywhere, and the atmosphere of the company was completely new. A month later, the company gradually became serious. Although it was still short of people, there were few artists and not much work, so it could take its time. After Ji Jiuxiu's variety show was finished, everyone gathered together to celebrate. Ji Jiuxiu praised, "Jiangju, you did a great job. The company can't do without you." After all, he was forced to work for free. He couldn't give material rewards, so he had to maximize his emotional value. She kicked Rong Tianjiang, and Rong Tianjiang said reluctantly, "I admit that you are better than me in managing the company." Jiangju lowered his eyes, and the heat from the rice blurred his eyebrows. He said, "The company is short of people. It's too slow to recover the economy by relying on 2 artists. Starting tomorrow, Fusang will also join the company to work." Fusang, who was drinking milk tea, almost choked. "Are you a devil?" The team of 5 people contributed money and labor, and arrested all the laborers. "Jiangju, I have planned to create a variety show for you about identifying alien plants, filmed in a documentary style, 1 episode per week, and you will go to Walker with me next week. Walker is not far from Theseus, and it takes about 5 hours to get there by spaceship. It is a tourist planet, and the main things shown to tourists are various strange alien plants with low lethality. I can't go too far on the weekend, so I can only make a compromise. When I have a long vacation, I can go to a farther place to film some dangerous alien plants." Fusang protested, but the protest was ineffective. Ji Jiuxiu took jobs outside to make money, and Fusang did internal work to activate the company's resources. Jiangju was the main decision maker, and Rong Tianjiang and Dairula tried to throw money into the company, and everyone had a clear division of labor. After the variety show was finished, Ji Jiuxiu was temporarily free, and went to the clinic to open for business. She didn't open the clinic this month. When she had time to come at night, she went straight to the Coliseum. Now her points have reached 32 points, with both losses and wins. She was able to defeat the bearded man in the first game, partly because he was really bad. He didn't know how many games he had to play to accumulate 99 points. He was about to go to the next level of the game to earn more money, but she bumped into him. The bearded man didn't win 7 or 8 games since he met her. There was a shadow squatting by the door. Ji Jiuxiu walked over to open the door of the clinic, started the cleaning robot to clean up the dust, and said casually, "If it doesn't work, find a proper job. You can't win in a fight, and you won't make money if you lose." The shadow stood up and followed him into the house. There was a cut on his head, and blood was flowing down. It was the bearded man. He asked Ji Jiuxiu in advance and knew that the clinic was open, so he came here to wait. He said bitterly, "It's hard to find a job. No company wants me. What did you do before?" Ji Jiuxiu skillfully cleaned his wound. "Bearded man, I used to run a game company, and it was doing pretty well. Later, my partner ran away with the money. I was deceived, and went to jail for him for 5 years. After I got out, I couldn't find a job, so I started fighting in the underworld." He came to Ji Jiuxiu's clinic for treatment when he was injured several times. After a while, they became familiar with each other, and could talk about topics other than injuries. "You are not suitable for the Coliseum. You have neither strength nor bloodiness," Ji Jiuxiu said, and his words were a bit harsh because they were too objective. The bearded man stammered, "I know. Ji Jiuxiu, you have a wound on your face. Can I shave your beard?" The bearded man nodded. Perhaps Ji Jiuxiu was too calm, or the clinic made him feel safe for the first time in a long time, so he couldn't help but continue. "My partner is doing well now. He banned me in the industry, and other companies that are not suitable for me think I have no experience. I also have an 8-year-old daughter who will go to school in 2 years. I have to save more money." Ji Jiuxiu shaved off his beard neatly. There was a wound as long as his index finger on his chin, deep enough to see the bone, and the blood gushed out and clotted on his beard. Without the beard, his face was completely exposed. Unlike the rough image when he had a beard, his facial features were slightly delicate. The hardships of life made him look gloomy and haggard. Scanning him with a scanner, he had multiple fractures. She didn't have a medical cabin here, so she could only use other machines to repair it. The repair time was quite long. Ji Jiuxiu chatted with him. "Tell me what you did in the past. You can't just do it casually according to your heart, right? Combined with his experience of being cheated by his friends, it feels that he is a bit stupid like Rong Tianjiang. Of course not. The bearded man denied. Every decision I made was carefully considered. From having nothing to the company's listing, I have put in countless efforts. The person who betrayed me is my best friend. I never thought he would cheat me. The bearded man choked up when he thought of the past. Ji Jiuxiu, then have you ever thought about opening another company? The bearded man wiped his tears. I'm in debt now, and I can't open a company because my credit report doesn't pass. It's hard to imagine that a bearded tough guy who fights in black boxing can be so sentimental. Tears welled up in his eyes. It's okay, no strenuous exercise for 10 days. If you can go to the medical cabin and lie down, the recuperation time can be halved. Ji Jiuxiu put down the instrument. The bearded man, thank you. It's obvious that he doesn't follow the doctor's advice. If he can be honest and obedient every time, he won't have new injuries on his body and never heal. Ji Jiuxiu handed him a business card. If you need a job, this company is very short of people. It only looks at ability, not experience. You can give it a try. The company is very busy. Jiangju can't always focus on the company. He needs to find a manager to share his burden. She gave the bearded man a chance. If he did well, both sides would be happy. If not, he would be fired. The bearded man was stunned. After taking the business card, he choked up and said, Thank you so much, Ms. Guai. I really don't know how to repay you. Ji Jiuxiu, the invincible little sweetheart of the universe, said calmly, You should thank yourself. It's you who got this opportunity. Bearded man, myself? Ji Jiuxiu, you kindly reminded Xiao Tian. This is a reward for kindness. Besides, it's not up to me to decide whether it works or not. Whether you pass the interview depends on your ability. Bearded man thought of the invincible little sweetheart of the universe, who he had only met once, and said gratefully, I know. I also thank Ms. Tian for guiding me to the clinic. I will cherish this opportunity. The other party left with many thanks. Ji Jiuxiu returned to his seat and sat down, thinking whether to continue to use the vest of Xiao Guiguai to treat people, or to use the vest of Xiao Tian to beat people, or to use the vest of Xiao Xinxin to repair the mecha. She turned on the machine, and the electronic plaque above the door lit up the 7 words The Invincible Little Clinic of the Universe. Ji Jiuxiu was just about to change his face and tinker with the machinery when the automatic announcement at the door sounded. He looked up and saw 3 tall men walking in. The man in the front had a black crew cut, sharp features, and a well-cut suit that couldn't suppress his banditry. There was a black diamond on his right earlobe. She habitually said, The mechanic is not here today. If you want to repair the mecha or weapons, you can leave the things and come back another day. If you need treatment, please explain the situation. After she finished speaking, she saw the golden lightning brooch on the other person's chest, paused for a moment, and reached out to touch the sign behind him, not seeing a doctor. Man, name a price. Ji Jiuxiu sat on the chair, crossed his legs and looked at the other person. If you want me to treat you, you should at least follow my rules. Name a price. The man repeated. He had a gloomy face. His thick eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and his wolf-like eyes when he looked at people could scare children to tears, but there were no children here. Ji Jiuxiu looked at his brooch again. People in the Storm organization would wear brooches of different colors according to their status, increasing from green, orange, purple and gold. The other person was a senior figure in the Storm organization. She tapped the table with her fingertips. Judging from the man's suppressed emotions, he was in a bad mood, and should not have the patience to visit him 3 times. Let's go. She stood up. My price is that you don't bother me again after the treatment. The arm can't twist the thigh, not to mention that she is not as thick as the arm, and most it is a chopstick. If the Storm organization wants to target her, it will be difficult for her clinic to continue. The black market is a good place, allowing her to open a 3-no clinic, earn a considerable income and practice skills. She wants to run the small clinic well. A man of insight is a hero, and she chooses to bow to the black evil force. Entering the aircraft, the other 2 men sat in the front, Ji Jiuxiu, and the short-haired man sat in the back. The aircraft has been modified and has a strong privacy. The front and back are separated by metal partitions, so the conversation in the back will not be heard by the front. Ji Jiuxiu looked out the window. The window is also made of a material that cannot be seen from the outside. The colors outside are like frames of pictures that quickly pass by in front of his eyes. The buzz-cut man stared at her, but she didn't move her eyes and asked, Does it look good? Buzz-cut man, aren't you afraid? Ji Jiuxiu asked back. Is it interesting to ask when you know the answer? Her clinic has been open for a while, and it is impossible for the storm organization to not do any preparation before coming to her. Since they have investigated her clearly, why bother to test her repeatedly? My name is Shuang Yunfei, the buzz cut man said. Oh, Ji Jiushi responded. You are not a resident in the black market, so I don't know your real identity. Shuang Yunfei pinched his eyebrows and explained patiently. I don't mean to embarrass you. I will thank you after we get through this difficult time. Ji Jiushi, the best way for you to repay me is to never come to me again. Her tone was very bad, and she stepped on Shuang Yunfei's bottom line to test and observe his reaction. He looked very angry, but he held back his temper. He said some humble words in a stiff and rigid manner to try to ease the atmosphere, explaining that the person who needed treatment was in a serious condition and had a high status, so he didn't dare to threaten her too harshly. The aircraft drove to a wider avenue, heading to the central area. The tallest building in the black market was where the storm organization was located. There was a noise outside. Ji Jiushi looked out the window and saw a man holding a cannon and attacking the energy source of the aircraft. The fire pierced the darkness. Ji Jiushi, it seems that you are in a lot of trouble. Will it involve me? Her beautiful life has just begun. If it ends here, she will explode. We were very careful when we went out. We were not tracked. These bugs will only guard at the door of other people's houses. Shuang Yunfei opened the car door and went out. He said, wait a moment, it will be done soon. The road design of the black market is wider than that of normal blocks, perhaps to facilitate the movement of mechas. Shuang Yunfei entered the mecha and punched one of them. The bullets banged randomly, some of which hit the windows of the aircraft and fell in front of Ji Jiushi. The translucent windows were of very good quality, without even a crack. The melee outside ended quickly, and the robot came over to skillfully clean up the bodies and bloodstains. Shuang Yunfei stood outside the aircraft and sprayed himself with spray before entering the door. When he opened the door, the wind brought his breath in. It was very clean, without the smell of blood, and there was no other strange fragrance to cover the smell. The aircraft started again and arrived at the destination safely 10 minutes later. Ji Jiushi followed Shuang Yunfei down the aircraft. The layout inside the building was clean and simple, and it seemed a bit empty. Shuang Yunfei scanned the iris, and the elevator went up all the way, showing that it went to the top floor. You also need to confirm your identity before entering the room. This room should be a personal room. The floor is carpeted, there are decorative paintings on the wall, and the overall style is a cold gray and white tone. Going all the way inside, pushing open the bedroom door, Ji Jiushi saw the woman lying on the bed. Her facial features are somewhat similar to Shuang Yunfei. Her eyebrows are tightly twisted together, her skin is so white that the blood vessels are clearly visible, and her arms are pressed on the gray quilt, like broken moonlight. Ji Jiushi walked over and noticed that Shuang Yunfei's breathing had changed. She said, go out and wait. Why? Shuang Yunfei immediately said, I just need you to give her spiritual counseling. You can do it if I am here. Ji Jiushi, I'm afraid you can't bear it. Shuang Yunfei, what do you mean? Ji Jiushi, it will hurt if I do spiritual counseling. Shuang Yunfei stared at her without saying anything. She suppressed her anger and walked forward. I can't explain it to you clearly. If you insist on staying, you'd better restrain your behavior. She pulled the chair outside and placed it beside the bed, sat down and held the woman's hand. The other's hand was very cold, and even the pulse became weak. The mental power was released, and the woman's mental picture entered through the touching hand. The woman's originally calm face suddenly wrinkled together, and her body curled up subconsciously. She bit her lower lip tightly to prevent herself from making any painful groans. Moan. Shuang Yunfei, who was originally standing at the end of the bed, took a step forward and stretched out his hand to grab Ji Jiushi's wrist. He hit it with great force. Ji Jiushi hissed, and subconsciously fought back. The mental power was transferred to Shuang Yunfei. His shocked and angry face immediately became distorted, and he let go of her hand as if he was electrocuted. Ji Jiushi looked at him coldly. He was sitting and looking up, but his aura was like looking down from a height. I told you to get out. She hated being interrupted when she was doing something. The cold breath of her mental power spread like a substance. Shuang Yunfei returned to the end of the bed, with his slightly twitching hands behind his back. You continue, I won't disturb you. Ji Jiushi was too lazy to care about him. He wanted to finish the work quickly, and leave the work quickly. He continued to input mental power, and did not talk about the gentle means of slowly combing. He just did it with a big move. Shuang Yunfei clenched the bed sheet, the veins of her blood vessels became clearer, a layer of sweat appeared on her forehead, and she suddenly opened her eyes. She gasped, her eyes were unfocused, and she glanced at Ji Jiuxiu blankly, and then moved to Shuang Yunfei at the end of the bed. 10 minutes later, Ji Jiuxiao's mental power was almost at its limit, so he withdrew his hand. The mental damage could not be completely cured at once, and he could only recover slowly. The cold made Shuang Yuebai tremble uncontrollably. After Ji Jiuxiu stopped, she slowly calmed down and regained focus. Shuang Yunfei shouted, "Sister, how do you feel?" "Much better, you've worked hard." Shuang Yuebai replied, looking at Ji Jiuxiao, "Who is this?" Ji Jiuxiao answered quickly, "A kidnapped therapist, don't worry about it." Shuang Yuebai was stunned at first, then realized it, and forced herself to sit up. Shuang Yunfei hurried forward to support her. Shuang Yuebai smiled, "Thank you." Her smile was gentle, without a trace of aggression, and very friendly. "Ji Jiuxiao, you're welcome. I have a question that I'm curious about. Your organization is so big, but you don't have a therapist?" "There were some before, but most of them died in the power struggle, the other half ran away, and there are a few who are too low-level to provide me with spiritual counseling." Shuang Yuebai's voice was gentle. "It's not convenient for me to go out, so I can only trouble you to come over. If Yunfei does anything offensive, I apologize to you on his behalf." Not looking for other clinics in the black market, nor going to the hospital south of Theseus, it means that they are in big trouble, and Ji Jiuxiu doesn't want to get involved. "Ji Jiuxiu, your mental picture is basically stable, and it's okay for a low-level therapist to have a short contact. If it doesn't work once, then twice. Anyway, don't come to me again. I have broken the rule of not seeing patients once." She stood up. "I'm going back." "Shuang Yuebai, Yunfei, you see me off." Ji Jiuxiu added, "The invincible little darling of the universe." Shuang Yuebai replied naturally, "See you off, dear lady. Don't neglect the guests." Shuang Yunfei sent Ji Jiuxiu downstairs, and took the aircraft with her to send her back. Ji Jiuxiu was a little tired from using too much mental power. She supported her face with her hands and looked out the window. She was not interested in talking. It was late at night, and the streets were even more lively. The driver took a quieter path, and the lights passed through her eyes. Shuang Yunfei said, "I hope we can continue to cooperate before my sister gets better." Ji Jiuxiu was impatient. "Don't you understand what I said?" 1 million. Shuang Yunfei handed over a card with a chip in the middle of the card. "This is the consultation fee for a visit." Ji Jiuxiu couldn't say the rest of the words, and asked, "I said that a C-level therapist can slowly sort out her current situation. Why do you have to find me?" Shuang Yunfei looked directly into her eyes. "Because other people are not trustworthy." "Don't you doubt me?" Ji Jiuxiu asked. Shuang Yunfei, "I can only gamble." The newly opened clinic has become famous in 2 months, which naturally attracted his attention. The arbitrary opening hours, friendly attitude to accept orders, and miraculous treatment skills all indicate that she is from the south of Theseus. After being rejected by her once, he did try other methods, but he was really in a desperate situation. The timing of her appearance was so coincidental that her sister was injured just 1 month after her appearance. It was like a tailor-made trap. He repeatedly watched everything she did after appearing in the black market. His sister's condition was getting worse, so he had to take a risk. Fortunately, he won the bet. Ji Jiuxiu accepted the money reluctantly. A normal mental counseling session in the clinic costs about 5,000 yuan. Shuang Yunfei saw her accept the money and asked, "What about the next visit?" "Ji Jiuxiu, let's talk about it later." The money made her feel happy, but she was unhappy about being forced to work. The two emotions could not offset each other. She was still unhappy. Shuang Yunfei looked at her quietly. People in the black market generally had 2 reactions when they saw him. One was flattery, and the other was rejection and disgust. This was normal. But Ji Jiuxiu was different. She was not afraid of his threats before, and now she was not happy about his friendship. Her dark pupils reflected the scene outside the window, and she played with the cards in her hands casually. She was neither humble nor arrogant. You could not see the emotions in her eyes. She was as light as a mountain. The mountain would naturally not make a big fuss because of a small movement. She was quiet and determined. Back to the clinic, before parting, Shuang Yunfei took out a box and handed it to Ji Jiuxiu. "Shuang Yunfei, personal gift, sorry for interrupting me." Ji Jiuxiu was tired and sleepy, so he put his hand in his pocket and walked towards the clinic with his back to Shuang Yunfei, waving as he walked, "Goodbye." When the aircraft completely disappeared from sight, she drove her own motorcycle, circled around the perimeter, and drove to the south of Theseus after making sure no one was following her. Back in the dormitory, She was so sleepy that she quickly washed up and threw her old clothes aside for the robot to pick up. She collapsed on the bed and fell asleep almost as soon as she closed her eyes. Chapter 52. Ji Jioshio entered the classroom on time and found a seat to sit down. The first class today was a political class, and the lecturer was a serious middle-aged male teacher. She listened very carefully and took notes, but no matter how hard she listened, she couldn't beat the boring theory class. The teacher's words were like chanting scriptures, going in one ear and out the other. The handwriting under the pen gradually floated, and her eyes were dizzy, and her head nodded again and again. This kind of elective course is not taken seriously by students. Some students in the audience secretly played with their laptops, some slept, and some studied other courses on their own. The seats in the classroom are not fixed, and it doesn't matter which seat you sit in. During class, you need to insert the student information card, and the desktop will display the student's name and student number. Ji Jioshio, Ji Jioshio. Ji Jioshio woke up from her dream, and when she opened her eyes, she met the teacher's gaze. Others also looked over, and the student, who was sleeping next to her, raised his head and sat up straight. She cleared her head, cleared her throat, and asked, "Teacher, you called me?" "Teacher, tell me what to choose for this question." Ji Jioshio glanced at the question on the screen and answered, "Choose A." The interstellar space has suffered 3 devastating blows. The most recent one was 500 years ago. The tactics proposed by General Luo Mu were rejected by the commander at the time because the commander's faction was different from hers. In the end, it was her determination to go to war that prevented the annihilation of the human army. What about this question? The teacher continued to ask, and the screen showed the next question. Ji Jioshio, choose C. The emergence of the Federation was due to the initial management incompetence of the Empire and the division of the people. The current Federation is tending to be unified in the long-term integration. This one? Choose C. This one? Choose D. Ji Jioshio was able to choose the correct answer for each of the 10 questions in a row. The teacher held his breath and turned the tables, calling on others to answer the questions. The 2 students who were called up could only answer 5 questions correctly in a row at most. The teacher scolded them. "Is the optical computer fun? Do you sleep well? Don't think my class is not important. You will regret it in the future. You don't have the ability, and you still learn from others. I don't want to deduct your usual points. You forced me to do it." Ji Jioshio sat down in the eyes of everyone who was surprised or envious. She was relieved and quietly replied to Tianji. The earring-style communication tool was brought out when she left Blue Star. It was modified so that it could be activated by interstellar energy, which facilitated her secret communication with Tianji. It would not be used unless it was absolutely necessary. She was taken away by Shuang Yunfei last night, and she didn't activate it. She didn't expect that the first time she used it was to answer questions in class. Political science class is a big class. Everyone attends it together. Next to her are Fusong and Darula. She came a little late this morning. They helped her to reserve a seat. The bell rang. Fusong handed breakfast to Ji Jioshio. She was so hungry that her chest pressed against her back. She grabbed the bun and ate it. Darula, what do you do at night? Ji Jioshio, I do a side job to make money. Darula, are you so short of money? It's not just for money. Ji Jioshio took a sip of warm soy milk. It can also exercise, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Fusong pinched Ji Jioshio's right upper arm. People are troublesome. They need to run around for survival. Wouldn't it be better if they don't need to eat like plants? Ji Jioshio hissed, and hurriedly broke free from Fusong's hand. People make money not just for food. People have endless desires. They want to eat delicious food, live in a good house, wear beautiful clothes, and have dreams to realize. These are the reasons that drive people to work hard. What's wrong with your hand? What kind of side job can hurt you? Darula stared at Ji Jioshio, feeling full of pressure. It's just a small accident, don't worry. Ji Jioshio changed the subject. Instead of discussing my affairs, why not think about yourselves? Have you learned all the knowledge in class? Can you answer the teacher's questions? I never forget to study no matter how busy I am. How are you doing? The 2 were speechless after a series of questions. They didn't know that behind Ji Jioshio's excellence there was a robot who worked silently and hard. Fusong doesn't care about grades, just don't get expelled. Darula has a personality burden, so grades can't be too low, but she also has her own rules. Just keep your grades in the top 5. Not everyone is as perverted as you. So, she brought back the previous topic. What did you do at night? Ji Jioshio, The class bell rang, interrupting Ji Jioshio. She immediately said, First go to class, we talk later. Her companions have a strong curiosity about new things, and the black market is obviously not a fun place. There are countless people who die silently every day. She can ensure her own safety, but she can't protect others. The next class is divided into majors. Fusong goes to the anatomy class, and Ji Jiuxiu and Dairola go to the psychoanalysis class. Ji Jiuxiu ran away after class, fearing that Dairola would continue to pester her. The potato peeling task she was punished for last semester has not been completed. She must peel potatoes for the whole day at noon before she can go out at night. On the way to the cafeteria, she saw Jiang Xian, who was walking with two school teachers to the faculty office building. When she arrived at the back kitchen, Jiang Ju was already waiting. She couldn't peel all the potatoes by herself, so she squeezed the labor and pulled Jiang Ju to work together. She picked up the potatoes and said, "I just saw your brother, and I have a bad feeling." Jiang Ju replied, "Don't worry. Ji Jiuxiu, what should I worry about? You should be the one who is worried, right?" The last time Jiang Ju made the choice to go to Blue Star with her on Deco Star, although I don't know how he communicated with Jiang Xian, but judging from Jiang Xian's excessive desire for control, the two of them obviously wouldn't have a very pleasant chat. Jiang Ju, it's okay. Ji Jiuxiu, he cares too much. If you need, I can put a sack on him. The description of putting a sack on him has become one of the team's secret codes. Jiang Ju said in a gentle tone, "It's okay. I'm not a child anymore." Then don't listen to your family's words everywhere. If their demands make you uncomfortable, speak up. Ji Jiuxiu threw the peeled potatoes into the bucket. Jiang Ju looked up at her. "You seem to think I'm too fragile?" People around him never think that he will be wronged. He was born at the top. His wealthy family meets all his material needs. His too strong mental strength makes the Federation need him. Even if he is not as famous as his brother, many people know him. There is never a lack of praise and applause around him. Ji Jiuxiu asked back, "Isn't it?" She counted the times his mental strength was unstable since she met him. The too frequent half-dead appearance became a label on his forehead. "Jiang Ju, I have the right to speak at home. I am not the poor little person you imagine to be controlled." Ji Jiuxiu sighed and looked at him with more pity. Being held high in the clouds, people would listen to what he said, but he rarely spoke. He had no desires, so he let his family arrange everything. He went to many places and saw many scenery, but he could not really feel the beauty of them. He seemed normal, but the degree of confusion in his mental picture was more serious than Song Xuedong, which was manifested in a serious self-destructive tendency. Every time he went to solve the army's problems, he tried his best, and could not see the desire to survive. His mental picture was the sea, above the sea was calm waves, infinite sky, and under the sea was endless darkness and abyss. Perhaps Jiang Ju himself did not realize his own problems. He listened to people's wishes like a god, satisfied people's desires, and lost his 7 emotions and 6 desires like a god. Heart disease needs heart medicine. She regularly did spiritual counseling, which could cure his mental confusion, but could not arouse his thoughts about life. Ji Jiuxiu didn't go into the conversation and talked about other topics. "Has anyone applied for the company recently?" Jiang Ju followed her words and answered. "A man came to apply for a management position. He came from the Black Market Coliseum and said that Ms. Guai introduced him. Is he stupid? Should he tell me where he came from?" Ji Jiuxiu complained. "Can this brain really do a good job?" Jiang Ju, "I give him a chance, a 1-month probation period, and let him go if he doesn't do well." Ji Jiuxiu, "You decide." "There's another question." Jiang Ju asked, "Who is the Ms. Guai of the Coliseum?" Ji Jiuxiu, "Remember to keep it a secret for me. I take you to see it tonight." Although she occasionally failed, Ji Jiuxiu's disguised image of a well-behaved and smart student still fooled many teachers. Compared with her, Jiang Ju was a truly good and obedient student who never worried the teachers. And today, Ji Jiuxiu kidnapped the good student, climbed over the wall, and sneaked out of the campus, and took her second-hand flying motorcycle to the forbidden area that ordinary parents would never allow their children to set foot in. Before approaching the clinic, Ji Jiuxiu saw the low-key and luxurious aircraft parked at the door from a distance. She knew who it was with her toes. She drove the motorcycle over and parked it in the small warehouse next to the clinic. The aircraft in front of the clinic opened. Shuang Yunfei walked out, smiled and greeted her. "Good lady, good evening." "Hello." Ji Jiuxiu greeted perfunctorily. The subordinate took out a box from the aircraft and gave it to Shuang Yunfei. This box was bigger than yesterday. He took it and handed it to Ji Jiuxiu. "This is a gift." Ji Jiuxiu, "No need." Yesterday's gift was an apology. One thing is one thing. Today, I have today's medical fee, so I don't need anything extra. Shuang Yunfei, this is a complete gift. I thought this part was lost, but I didn't expect to find it today. The matching things should be together to look good. Matched? Ji Jiushi was puzzled. She touched her pocket, and the box was still in her pocket. Yesterday, she didn't open it to look, and threw it with the clothes directly. The naughty robot was really considerate, and put the box back in her pocket after washing the clothes. She thought it was a bank card without a password before, but it turned out not to be. She took out the small box and opened it. There was a bracelet inside. The surface of the bracelet was inlaid with various gems. The colors were well matched, and it didn't look tacky at all. Shuang Yunfei opened the big box and handed it forward. It was a necklace. The style and pattern showed that it was indeed a set with the bracelet. Beautiful, expensive, very valuable when bought, but half the price when sold secondhand, suitable for ladies who appear in evening dresses and smile elegantly at banquets. Ji Jiushi was not interested, closed the box and threw it back to Shuang Yunfei. Thank you, I don't need it. Any questions? Shuang Yunfei asked. Ji Jiushi, the item is fine, but I just don't like it. Shuang Yunfei, why? Ji Jiushi was puzzled. Do you need a reason if you don't like it? The atmosphere cooled down for a while, and Jiangju spoke. Are you in trouble? He had been quietly acting as a background board, and when he spoke, no one would ignore him. Ji Jiushi patted his arm and comforted him. It's not a trouble. Shuang Yunfei and Jiangju looked at each other, and their powerful mental power would automatically look for opponents. The former was wearing a suit and was wild and unruly, while the latter was wearing a white shirt and had a cold temperament. Shuang Yunfei was the first to ask, "Who is this?" Ji Jiushi introduced. "This is my bodyguard. You can call him Universe Invincible Little Handsome." He emphasized the word bodyguard to remind the other party that she had not forgotten that she was forcibly taken away last night. Achieving a short-term cooperation does not mean that the contradiction is written off. Shuang Yunfei followed suit and said politely, "So it's Mr. Handsome. Please rest assured. I promise that something like yesterday will not happen again. Of course, you also need to cooperate with my sister's follow-up treatment." The implication is that he still asked Ji Jiushi to continue to do mental counseling. This is probably the purpose of his coming today. No matter how polite he was, his attitude was still firm. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. Ji Jiushi took Jiangju into the aircraft and drove to the location of the storm organization. It was still early after the treatment tonight. Ji Jiushi refused Shuang Yuebai's invitation to have a midnight snack. He didn't want to stay here for a second. Jiangju and Shuang Yunfei passed by each other. Their eyes met in the air, and then calmly staggered. Jiangju, I seem to have seen him somewhere. Ji Jiushi, people here don't show their true faces. Maybe you have seen a similar face simulated by a mask? Maybe. Jiangju didn't go into it further. Where are we going? Ji Jiushi, take you for a walk. It's very lively here at night. You can see a lot of strange and interesting things. The streets of the black market are similar to the normal streets in the south of Theseus Star. They are also full of shops and stalls. The difference is that there is no music playing all over the streets, and there is no broadcast to attract customers. Both the shop owners and customers are very quiet. The market was prosperous but silent. Ji Jiushi took Jiangju to a shabby weapons store. The goods listed in the store were all weapons that were not allowed to be privately owned. Theseus has a long history. When the Theseus Military Academy was built, a black market appeared in the north of the planet. The Federation had thought about eliminating the black market but failed. The black market itself is powerful. There are many antisocial elements with high IQ living here. They once said they wanted to blow up the entire planet. In order to avoid driving these lunatics crazy, the Federation had to shell the elimination plan. At the same time, unregulated areas can do a lot of things. Perhaps some high-ranking officials of the Federation do not want to see the black market disappear. After the game between various forces, the black market was finally retained. Theseus was divided into two. The south is where Theseus Military Academy is located, where ordinary people live normally, and the north is the black market. The two sides do not interfere with each other. The historic Theseus is very prosperous both in the north and south. The planet is large enough so that the two sides do not interfere with each other. However, there is a fast passage from north to south, which is the road that Ji Jiushi usually takes. The usual 10-hour journey can be shortened to 2 hours. This passage, which should be relatively secret, is printed on a cheap advertisement for renting a house, and no one takes it seriously except Ji Jiushi, who even rents a house to open a clinic. Jiangju followed Ji Jiuxiu along the way, watching her greet people she knew freely and deal with malicious inquiries skillfully. She can appear in a brightly lit banquet in the film and television industry in a dress, and can communicate with all kinds of people in a dark and dirty alley. No matter where she is, she can live well. When the time is about right, Ji Jiuxiu takes Jiangju back to the clinic to show him the mecha she built herself. She is satisfied with her work, but unfortunately, she can't find anyone to share this joy with. Jiangju is one of the people who knows that she can use two kinds of mental power, and she can be unscrupulous in front of him. Ji Jiuxiu smiled. Isn't it great? Jiangju saw another layer of content. There is damage on the mecha. The wounds on the fuselage are continuous and inconsistent in time. You used it to fight? Ji Jiuxiu said, this is another secret. I didn't intend to tell you. How come it was seen through? Jiangju, I can pretend not to know. Ji Jiuxiu thought about it, took the mecha, and took Jiangju to the Colosseum. After briefly explaining the rules of the Colosseum, she registered an ID for him. She said, go try it on the field. Jiangju was surprised, and his fingertips that were naturally hanging down curled up, shaking his head and said, my mental power is unstable. Ji Jiuxiu, that was the normal time. Can it be the same now that I am here? Only when he has no choice on the battlefield, the Federation and Jiangju's parents will let him take action. At other times, he is not allowed to use his mental power at will, because once he is mentally confused, no one can suppress him. For this reason, they did not let him choose the individual soldier major that he wanted to go to, but let him be a commander. He is an excellent student and can learn the command major very well. But if a person cannot live according to his own wishes, what is the meaning of life? Go, don't worry. Ji Jiuxiu urged, don't you like fighting? Jiangju, how do you know? Ji Jiuxiu applied for a battle on the system, interrupted him and pushed him forward. I bet on you to win, don't let me lose money. Jiangju swallowed all his words and drove Ji Jiuxiu's broken mecha to the stage. The hearty battle made people's blood boil. Jiangju on the stage was full of vigor and showed the youthful spirit that he should have at his age. Ji Jiuxiu sat in the audience and watched him, recording the scene. After he left the stage, he stretched out his hand to him. Are you happy today? Jiangju held her hand. His boiling blood had not yet calmed down, and his cold mental power soothed the pain in his body. He stared at Ji Jiuxiu, grabbed her hand and clenched it. His eyes were extremely aggressive, like a large beast staring at its prey. Are you okay? Ji Jiuxiu frowned slightly and observed his condition. Jiangju lowered his eyes, took his hand back, and restrained himself. No, thank you. Ji Jiuxiu took out a wet towel to wipe his hands, and replied, you're welcome. Since opening the clinic, wiping hands has become a daily necessity. Jiangju's eyes swept over the wet towel without speaking. On the way back, Ji Jiuxiu talked about the clinic. Although her mental counseling was very effective, generally no customers would come to her repeatedly unless it was absolutely necessary. The high price was one of the reasons. She was very busy, and would not take on some jobs that anyone could do. Another reason was her special mental power side effect. She had never met another person like Jiangju who did not feel pain when doing mental counseling. Before, Song Xuedong would try every means to avoid mental counseling, and Rong Tianjian avoided her even more. Even Shuang Yuebai's pretended calmness would be revealed by occasional tremors. Jiangju, it's a good thing to have fewer, but better customers. You can free up more time to do things. If you need help, you can always tell me. The aircraft arrived at the station, and Ji Jiuxiu got off the car. You managed the company well, which is a great help to me. The two climbed over the wall again. At this time, many students who had sneaked out also came back. Everyone climbed over the wall tacitly, and did not disturb each other. After landing on the ground, Ji Jiuxiu clapped his hands and stood up. After seeing the row of people in front of him clearly, his body froze. The person standing in front is Jiang Xian. He is not the focus. The focus is on the teacher next to him, whose eyes are about to spit fire. This disciplined teacher has a bad temper and hair, and is affectionately called the explosive teacher by his classmates. The explosive teacher just stared, but did not curse. This is obviously not a good thing, because students are still climbing over the other side of the wall. She and Jiangju were taken aside by other teachers, and stood in a row with other students who sneaked out. Everyone did not dare to speak, and exchanged glances, wondering why the teachers took the wrong medicine today and suddenly started arresting people. Ji Jiuxiu whispered to Jiangju, I'm sorry, you're going to be punished. It's not your fault. Jiangju glanced at the light computer, which had 3 communication reminders, all from Jiang Xian. His light computer was in Do Not Disturb mode, so he didn't hear the reminder. His brother went to great lengths to find him, and even came here in the middle of the night to block people. Everyone stood there in awe, not daring to move. The teachers didn't say what they were going to do, but only asked them to stand quietly in a row and wait. During the period, a student wanted to sneak away in the dark, but was discovered by the explosive teacher and kicked hard. He screamed in pain, so miserable that it made people cry. Ji Jiuxiu stood there bored, whispering to Jiang Ju next to him. Jiang Xian looked over and asked someone to pull them apart and put them in different positions. She took the opportunity to blend into the crowd, and with the cover of others, she secretly looked at the light computer. She was so fascinated that she didn't even notice someone approaching. Jiang Xian pinched Ji Jiuxiao's arm to prevent her from setting up the light computer, and quickly projected the screen on her light computer to the air for others to see, and asked with a smile, "What are you playing? Let everyone see it together." Everyone was playing secretly. Why did they catch her alone? Ji Jiuxiu was a little confused at first, but then she realized that this wave was aimed at her. "You have already done it. Why do you ask my opinion?" She said it neither softly nor hard, and then apologized calmly. "I deeply realize my mistake. I shouldn't look at the light computer while standing in the punishment, but you privately projected the content of my light computer and violated my privacy. Shouldn't you apologize too?" Jiang Xian's smile did not change, and he said slowly, "Violating school rules and leaving school without permission, standing in the punishment to secretly play with the light computer, and not admitting the mistake with the correct attitude, the crime is aggravated. Is it wrong for me to study?" Ji Jiuxiu sighed and said aggrievedly, "I have realized my mistake and regretted the time that has passed, so I raced against time to read books. Isn't this attitude correct?" Jiang Xian, "What are you talking about?" Ji Jiuxiu, "Why don't you turn around and look at my light brain before you speak?" Jiang Xian turned around, and the light brain projected content was densely packed with words. There was a line of small words in the upper right corner of the page, selected current affairs, required course 2. Everyone who saw the light brain screen had a constipated look on their faces. In such an occasion, she could actually read a book. The bottom of the page showed the time for reading. She read for 18 minutes and 20 pages. The result of the small test was full of marks. This is real reading, not acting at all. Today, in class during the day, I answered all the questions asked by the teacher. The reason why I surprised everyone was that I gritted my teeth and worked hard behind the scenes. Ji Jiuxiu sniffed, and tears welled up in his eyes. Jiang Xian's smile became brighter. "Really? Then what did you do when you went out tonight?" Jiang Ju came over and grabbed Jiang Xian's hand, freeing Ji Jiuxiu's arm. The place where Jiang Xian pinched it showed red marks. "Jiang Xian, did I ask you to move?" "Jiang Ju, you pinched her hand and hurt it." The two brothers confronted each other, and the teacher who knew the inside story stopped exploding and tried to smooth things over. "It's normal for students to make mistakes occasionally. We should guide them well." Jiang Xian ignored him. "I told you to stay away from her, but it seems you didn't remember it." "Jiang Ju, I put a knife on her neck and forced her to take me out to experience the nightlife of Theseus." Puff. Ji Jiuxiu couldn't help laughing out loud, and the play of a grieved little white flower could no longer be performed. What Jiang Ju said was what she had said to him before when she was joking. She didn't expect that he would copy it as an excuse. This sentence came out of his mouth with a kind of cold humor. It can't be blamed for her low sense of laughter. Seeing everyone looking at her, she tried to keep her expression tight and said, "You guys continue. Don't pay attention to me." Chapter 53. Finally, the arrest ended with punishment and writing a self-criticism. All the people were disqualified from the evaluation and were criticized by the whole school. Ji Jiuxiu still felt a little regretful about this. The scholarship of Theseus Military Academy was very considerable. It was hard to lose this money. Fortunately, the income from the clinic could make up for it. What made her most dissatisfied was that Jiang Xian became the new teacher of the school, which was why he blocked the door with the explosion teacher to arrest people. He couldn't contact Jiang Ju and couldn't find him in the school. He guessed that Jiang Ju sneaked out of the school. Ji Jiuxiu guessed with a narrow mind that he suspected that the reason he had such a guess was because he had violated school rules and sneaked out. Jiang Xian graduated from the Imperial Star Military Academy. Jiang Ju once said that his family hoped that he would follow his brother's footsteps to the Imperial Star Military Academy, and he insisted on coming to Theseus Military Academy. Jiang Xian believed that Jiang Ju was simple and innocent and regarded Ji Jiuxiu as a rebellious student who led his brother astray, and stared at her closely. She hadn't been able to find a chance to sneak out of the school for a week, and her computer was about to be blown up by Shuang Yunfei. She explained impatiently. There was an accident in the past few days. I will go to the clinic in 2 days. You'd better keep your word. If you run away, I will let you know the consequences of offending Baofeng. Shuang Yunfei sat on the chair with a gloomy face. I've said it many times, you must respect the good lady. A soft female voice came, and Shuang Yuebai's face appeared on the screen. Her complexion improved, no longer the exhausted look before. Ji Jiuxiu sneered, do you think I don't want to go? If you have the ability, rescue me from here, I will be grateful to you. Shuang Yunfei pinched her brows. I'm sorry, I was too anxious. Shuang Yuebai noticed her slightly rapid breathing. The dim light showed that she was not indoors, and the slightly shaking camera showed that she was moving. Shuang Yuebai, where are you? You don't need to know where I am. Anyway, I'm being targeted by Jiang Xian, and I can't get away for the time being. Please wait patiently. Ji Jiuxiu said. She was running with weights on the training ground, and she had to adjust her breathing before speaking. A subtle emotion flashed across the faces of the brother and sister, and Shuang Yuebai asked, do you need help? You can't help. Ji Jiuxiu answered casually, not missing the changes in their expressions, and asked, why, do you have a grudge against him? Shuang Yuebai smiled. In our position, it is normal to have some friction with the people of the Federation. I hope you can solve the trouble as soon as possible. There is a little trouble, but it's not a big problem. Ji Jiuxiu's attitude toward Shuang Yuebai is much better than that toward Shuang Yunfei. If you have nothing to do, you can discipline Shuang Yunfei. It's better to give him a couple of beatings, so that he knows how to talk to me next time. Shuang Yunfei, who was listening quietly, frowned. You. That's it. Contact me if you have anything else. Ji Jiuxiu didn't want to listen to his chatter, so he hung up the call immediately. In the white room, the crisp and decisive female voice disappeared, and the air fell into silence. Shuang Yunfei and Shuang Yuebai didn't speak. Ms. Guai turned on the background elimination mode, so they couldn't see the environment she was in. From what she said, it was Jiang Xian who forced her to keep moving, and she was still at ease in this situation, without panic. Frost Moon White, she is not as simple as we thought. Frost Cloud Fei, no matter what her identity is, your illness must be cured. Jiang Xian has come to Theseus. Let everyone be careful. Frost Moon White rubbed his eyebrows. As for Ms. Guai, have you found out her background? Frost Cloud Fei shook his head. Her optical brain anti-tracking technology is very strong and cannot be broken for the time being. There are countless people coming and going in the black market, and no one will use their real identity, so it is difficult to check. We can only rely on the information of the optical brain to locate, but the other party's network technology is not inferior to them. Frost Moon White, no need to continue to check, it is not good for us to annoy her. Frost Cloud Fei had a smile on his lips. I know, but I really want to see what she looks like under the mask. Be polite to her, don't really make her angry. Frost Moon White reminded. Frost Cloud Fei, I know the limit. She must be extraordinary to be targeted by Jiang Xian. Tianji, who moved to the black market clinic, was posting Ji Jiuxiao's film and television drama clips on the Star Network, and at the same time drew the appearance of the former Blue Star in the database. It paused and found that the unknown Trojan that had been tracking Ji Jiuxiao's optical brain had withdrawn. It immediately started tracking. The other party noticed its movement, and the two sides pulled each other. In the end, Tianji was better. When it was about to catch up with the other party's true position, the Trojan turned on the self-destruct mode. Tianji quickly put a virus in the data fragments to spread it out. The broken data touched the source code a little, and all the electronic equipment of the Storm organization went out in an instant when Shuang Yunfei's voice fell. The coincidental darkness made the room fall into silence. Shuang Yunfei received a message from his subordinates that the Trojans self-destructed and they were being tracked. The other party's virus was very strong and even the intelligently controlled lights were turned off. The corners of his mouth rose. Sister, I am more interested in her now. Ji Jiuxiao, who was considered to have an unfathomable background, was still running, and she didn't know that the siblings were teasing her behind her back. In addition to the punishment and cancellation of the evaluation, there was another punishment proposed by Jiang Xian, that is, running with weights every night, which was simply not something a human could do. Jiang Xian treated everyone equally, regardless of their majors. Everyone had to run 50 kilometers. He held an electric baton and counted the laps one by one. Those who didn't run enough ran until they ran enough, and those who didn't move were shocked. His smiling face was like a devil. He followed everyone on the hoverboard and said slowly, "The school is still too gentle to you. If you go to the battlefield like you will be delivering food to the enemy. Some people were dissatisfied. I am a freshman. When I first entered the military academy, I was not as incompetent as you. The electric baton in Jiangxian school was crackling. If you dare to escape to play, you have to think about the consequences. Everyone kept silent and ran under the threat of electric shock. Ji Jiuxiu just hung up the call with Shuang Yunfei. Jiangxian appeared behind her like a ghost. What are you doing? Ji Jiuxiu, we are discussing cooperation. There is no rule that you can't communicate with others while running, right? There is indeed no such rule. Jiangxian thought for a while, but students should focus on learning. It seems that the school rules need to be improved. Ji Jiuxiu showed a hypocritical smile and talked about other topics. Teacher Jiang seems to be very dissatisfied with Theseus Military Academy. Why did you come here instead of working at the Imperial Star Military Academy? What do you think? Jiangxian asked instead of answering. The two people's eyes collided in the air. Jiangxian was the first to avoid it, and looked at Jiangju next to Ji Jiuxiu, saying meaningfully, "You are extraordinary." Ji Jiuxiu, I am not as powerful as teacher Jiangxian, who can be a teacher just because he says he will be a teacher. Jiangxian, sharp-tongued. Teacher Jiang. Jiangju interrupted Jiangxian, you disturbed our normal running. The smile on Jiangxian's face disappeared in an instant, and his expression changed faster than turning a page. He glanced at Ji Jiuxiu coldly, and controlled the hoverboard under his feet to leave. Ji Jiuxiu, ? She is not the one who said that he was. Why are you staring at her? On weekends, students can finally go out openly. Ji Jiuxiu is not in a hurry to go to the clinic, and keep an eye on Jiangxian's movements. Jiangxian is doing well in the army. He will not come to Theseus Military Academy to be a teacher for no reason. Even if it is for Jiangju, his motivation is not sufficient. Jiangxian got on the aircraft, and went to the port of Theseus. She followed him all the way, and watched him check the goods to be shipped. He checked very carefully, opened every box and looked carefully. The driver of the goods stood aside, and dared not say anything. There are time limits for delivery. If the delivery is delayed for too long, the entire production line will suffer losses. The driver argued with him for a few words, and then opened the light computer to contact other people, but he failed to stop Jiangxian. Ji Jiuxiu turned around to buy a cup of hot drink, and met Jiangxian when she was leaving the store. Jiangxian stared at her with a smile. Are you here to buy a drink? The hot cocoa series of drinks in this store is delicious. Ji Jiuxiu remained calm and naturally replied, do you want to drink? I treat you. Jiangxian, why are you going out alone today? I'm not a child who can get lost. Ji Jiuxiu said speechlessly. Jiangxian looked her up and down, staring into her eyes. What are you doing here? I'm not a prisoner. Don't talk to me in such an interrogative tone. Ji Jiuxiu asked back, what are you doing here again? Jiangxian suddenly stretched out his hand to grab Ji Jiuxiu. She stepped back with her right foot and dodged sideways, raised her palm and chopped on his arm to push him away. He failed to attack once, turned around and grabbed her again. Ji Jiuxiu was as flexible as a loach, slipping through his hands again and again. The movement attracted the attention of passers-by. Jiangxian stopped and said, good skills. Ji Jiuxiu, thank you. After all, I am the first in my profession. Jiangxian took a deep look at Ji Jiuxiu, stopped talking, and turned around and left. From the attack to the departure, every move was unexpected. On the way to the clinic, Ji Jiuxiu was still thinking about Jiangxian's intention to come to Theseus Military Academy. Jiangxian thought she had ulterior motives. This idea was simply inexplicable. She did nothing. Did he have such a suspicious mentality towards anyone who appeared around Jiangju? A shampoo advertisement shot by Ji Jiuxiu was broadcasted. Her face flashed on the big screen next to her. She walked on the street, her eyes swept across the advertisement screen, and her steps never stopped. A new week began. After the communication after the last treatment, Shuang Yunfei did not disturb her again. However, Jiangxian was like a ghost hidden in the dark, floating behind her from time to time. Is your brother sick? Why is he always staring at me? Ji Jiuxiu couldn't help complaining. The people eating at the same table with Jiangju were Dairula, Rong Tianjiang and Fusong. Why did he stare at her alone? Dairula was surprised. Jiangxian followed you. Ji Jiuxiu was even more surprised. Didn't you notice? He followed all the way. There are too many people in this school. I can't tell if someone is following me. Fusong fiddled with the ends of her green hair. Ji Jiuxiu realized something. She thought Jiangxian was staring at her because she found out about it. If they didn't notice Jiangxian following other people, Then they wouldn't think there was anything wrong. Jiang Xian arrested people in the middle of the night, and then kept doing this and that. Was he targeting her alone, or was he observing all the students who ran out in the middle of the night indiscriminately? Among those who didn't return home at night, there was one person who had worked with Ji Jiuxiao during the entrance examination. He was Yan Pei, a mechanical major. Ji Jiuxiao was impressed by this lucky naive person. She found the other person to inquire about the news. What do you do when you go out at night? Jiang Xian asked this question when he arrested people, and everyone's answer was playing games. Even she and Jiang Ju were no exception. Playing games requires a game cabin. Many students who are addicted to games sneak to the game hall in the middle of the night to play. This reason is very normal. Yan Pei did not lie in front of Ji Jiuxiao, and said honestly, "I'm going to do a part-time job." Ji Jiuxiao, "What part-time job?" "I'm mixing drinks and cleaning cups in the bar." Yan Pei scratched his head. His voice was as low as a mosquito, and it was almost inaudible if you didn't listen carefully. As one of the trading bases for trade, the south of Theseus is very prosperous, with countless local residents and businessmen, and various entertainment venues such as bars have emerged. Working part-time in a bar is obviously not a glorious thing for a good kid. Yan Pei lowered his head. Ji Jiuxiao shifted the focus. "Are you short of money?" She remembered that Yan Pei's family was not too rich, but not to the point where he needed to go out to work part-time in the middle of the night. Yan Pei smiled bitterly. 2 months ago, my parents both got seriously ill and needed a lot of money for treatment. The various subsidies from the federal government and the school combined were not enough. Ji Jiuxiao, how much is your account? I transfer some to you. No. Yan Pei refused again and again. No need to bother you. The bar has a good income. I'm doing okay now. Ji Jiuxiao, now the school is watching you. You can't go out to work part-time, right? Where can you get a new source of income? Yan Pei said nothing. Ji Jiuxiao, just think of it as you borrowed it. Write me an IOU like before. I won't charge interest. Yan Pei's eyes were red. Thank you. Do you know what other people do when they go out? Ji Jiuxiao asked. Are there many people who work part-time like you? When Yan Pei was caught, he was a few steps behind her. She saw him climbing over the wall with another boy. Yan Pei shook his head. I'm not sure, but several of my classmates did go out to play games. I occasionally meet students from the school in the bar. They don't play games or work part-time. They just go out to have fun. Students have all kinds of personalities. They can do anything when they go out. Ji Jiuxiao nodded. Okay, I understand. Life passed peacefully. She stayed in school every day. After the weighted running punishment was over, she had nothing to do at night, so she borrowed Jiang Ju's information card to log into the virtual cabin for training. The shampoo advertisement she shot received a good response. The shampoo company continued to increase its publicity efforts and put the advertisements in more places. Her face could often be seen in the streets and alleys outside the school. When the new month came, the school rules suddenly added a trial rule. In order to let students study with peace of mind, the military academy prohibited students from acting as stars, appearing on TV shows, and filming commercials. This school rule is just short of posting Ji Jiuxiao's name. She knew at a glance that it was Jiang Xian's handiwork. He really didn't give up targeting her. The 5 members of the team gathered, and Rong Tianjiang said indignantly, "Why can't I be a star? Being a star doesn't prevent the first place in grades. The company has just been put on the right track. Ji Jiuxiao is the pillar of the company. Most of the income depends on her taking jobs. What's more, the company was established because of her. If she doesn't do it, what's the point of the company?" Dairula was also annoyed. Is Jiang Xian too much? I go find my father. As Fu Song, who was about to be pulled to work on the documentary, had very contradictory feelings about the company. On the one hand, she relied on Ji Jiuxiao for support, and on the other hand, she was too lazy to work. Seeing that her teammates were so angry, she said with a common hatred, "It's simply not something a human can do." And Jiang Ju, Jiang Xian's younger brother, did not express his opinion. Dairula insisted. Jiang Ju, you also have a share in the company. What do you think? Jiang Ju said calmly, the school rules are only on trial, not officially implemented, and there is still a chance to revoke them. Dairula, I call home now. No need for them to come forward. Ji Jiuxiao stopped her. School affairs don't need the royal family to intervene. We can solve them ourselves. Jiang Ju, I go talk to my brother. Ji Jiuxiao, since he is targeting me, of course I will fight back. Using pressure from the upper level to coerce is effective, but it is more satisfying to win by yourself. If it doesn't work, then ask for help. You have to try first. Darula, what do you want to do? Ji Jiuxiu held his chin and smiled. Fine, Tianji. The trial period of the school rules is 1 week. During this week, the school will collect opinions from students and teachers. If there is no objection, the new school rules will be issued as a formal document. 2 weeks later is the anniversary of Theseus Military Academy. The school invites outstanding graduates to visit the school and hold a party in the evening. There will be special people performing. As the first freshman in the medical major, Ji Jiuxiu is one of the student representatives who will speak. Wei Hingji came to her to discuss the speech that night. She didn't have time to carefully polish the manuscript, so she asked Tianji to draft the first draft directly. She could write 10 copies in 1 minute, and Wei Hingji could choose any one. She was very busy this week. She went to the teacher who developed the school rules to raise objections. The teacher said that he would ask the superiors for instructions after writing down the opinions, and then give her a reply. However, a week passed without any feedback, and the matter was left unresolved. She asked again, and got the same perfunctory answer. Direct feedback didn't work. She went to Yanpei to ask him if he minded his experience being told in public. Yanpei gave a negative answer. Many people knew about his affairs, and he was not ashamed of it. Ji Jiuxiu organized many poor students to write personal opinions on going out at night, asking the school to open up so that students can go out freely every night. One person's affairs are small matters, and her voice is too small, so her affairs must be integrated with everyone's affairs to become a big matter. As expected, they received a flat rejection without causing any splash. The teachers were busy with the school anniversary, and were very impatient with the troublesome requests of the freshmen. They asked Ji Jiuxiu not to be fanciful, saying that the school rules have always been like this, effective, and will not be changed. Ji Jiuxiu left the teacher's office without saying much. Jiang Xian could add school rules at will, but it was difficult for her to change one of them. The gap between their status was like a natural moat. There is no pure utopia in the world. Where there are people, there are disputes. You can only fight hard for what you want. Privately, Jiang Ju went to see Jiang Xian and said straight to the point, "What do you want to do at Theseus Military Academy?" Jiang Xian sat on the office chair with his hands crossed. "I have my reasons." Jiang Ju stood and looked down at him. "What does your reason have to do with the school rules? This place is different from the Imperial Star Military Academy. Many students survive by this. After I leave, the school rules can be abolished." Jiang Xian did not give in. "So you didn't come here today to see me, your brother, but for Ji Jiuxiu?" "Jiang Ju, I don't understand why you are targeting her." "Jiang Xian, isn't she worthy of suspicion? Violating school rules and staying out all night, deliberately approaching Jiang Ju. Every point is a reason for suspicion." "Jiang Ju, can't I have friends?" "Jiang Xian, making friends requires screening. If it is finally confirmed that I am wrong, I can apologize to her." "Jiang Ju, does it have to be like this?" Jiang Xian leaned back and looked up at the ceiling. "I would rather kill 1,000 people by mistake than let one go." The two brothers parted unhappily. 2 weeks later, the school anniversary was held as scheduled. During the day, the school senior leaders led people from all walks of life to understand the latest research results of the military academy, and watched the performance together in the evening. Before the performance, the principal of the military academy came on stage to speak. She was a thin woman, and the wrinkles at the end of her eyes revealed the message of time. She had a kind expression and smiled as she recited the speech. She didn't speak for long, and then the student representatives of various majors came on stage to speak. Because of some things that are not so well known, Jiang Ju, as the first in the command major, did not go on stage. He was replaced by the second in the major, a heroic girl. The second one was a soldier, the third one was a mechanic, and Ji Jiuxiu was the last one. She walked to the podium without holding a manuscript in her hand. The light shone on her and she smiled. "Good evening, everyone. My name is Ji Jiuxiu, and I come from a planet forgotten by the stars." She said she came from Blue Star, telling her own story, Yanpei's story, and the stories of countless poor students. Wei Hingji's eyelids jumped. Ji Jiuxiu's words were the same as the previous manuscript except for the first 5 words. The rest was completely unrelated. She had a premonition that Ji Jiuxiu was going to do something. Sure enough, the child was quietly making trouble. She had just been severely criticized for Ji Jiuxiu climbing over the wall and leaving the school. Before she could rest for 2 weeks, the other party started to make trouble again. She got up stealthily, ready to leave first, so as not to be caught and scolded for Ji Jiuxiu. She couldn't control it. She couldn't control this child. Whoever wants to control it can control it. On the stage, Ji Jiuxiao's voice continued, "We are all in trouble for various reasons, but no one chooses to give up. We firmly believe in the excellence of Theseus Military Academy, so we study hard just to get admitted, but the military academy seems to be a cage that traps us in it. Turn off the sound. Turn off the sound. Who told her to say that? Take her down first, don't let her say it again. Didn't I turn off the sound? Why is it still there? This is not our microphone, her voice is on the other end." Various voices came from the audience. Ji Jiuxiao laughed in her heart. Stupid, there's a mechanic in her team. The microphone is connected with another wire, and a new large speaker is placed. It is easy to spread the sound. The volume is even louder than the previous sound, ensuring that everyone can hear it clearly. Those who play with light computers and those who doze off, all look up to her. Ji Jiuxiao's speech speed gradually increased, and her expression and actions matched her tone. "I film and take advertisements because I am poor, and they go out to work part-time at night because they are poor. Why do school rules prohibit our practices? Are poor people born guilty?" Her questioning continued, and her voice became hoarse, as if she was crying blood, and tears rolled in her red eyes, stubbornly refusing to fall. The noise below gradually decreased, and if you listen carefully, there are faint sobs. This is the sound of a student with a similar situation to Yan Pei. Such a sound is very weak. There are not many poor students who can be admitted to Theseus Military Academy, but should it not be heard if the volume is low? She summarized the experiences of all the poor students in Theseus Military Academy, and the real data proved that what she said was not fabricated. The speech was initially drafted by Tianji. Ji Jiuxiao dragged Dairula and Jiangju to study it for 3 days. At this moment, the stubborn expression on her face was adjusted under the guidance of the whole company to ensure that it was miserable and beautiful enough. As for why it has to look good, the live broadcast room flashed with bullet comments, all of which were sympathetic to Ji Jiuxiao. "Xiao, don't cry, it breaks my heart. You said it so well, it made me cry. What's wrong with being poor? What's wrong with working hard? Why treat them so harshly? No one wants to be struck by misfortune, have some compassion. If you can't earn money by working part-time in school, do you have to force students to drop out? It turns out that Xiao has such a hard life. There are so many people like her, I want to donate more money to charity organizations. It's not enough for the school to see it, the adults are the best at covering up the news and making a big deal out of it. She just wants to make a big deal out of it and force them to give an answer." Someone tried to go on stage to catch Ji Jiuxiao, but there were people guarding both exits. Dairula and Fuso stood on the left, looking down at the newcomer. "You dare to touch me." The other party was sweating profusely. "Your Highness, please move aside." "Dairula, if you don't, I will stand here. If you have the ability, use a cannon to blow me away." The other party's face wrinkled into a bitter gourd, but he didn't dare to force his way in. Rong Tianjiang and Jiangju stood on the right, and their lines were similar to Dairula's. Rong Tianjiang stood in front with his nose up. "Everyone, step back, or I will go back and tell my dad that you beat me." The other party wiped his sweat. "Mr. Rong, we didn't fight." Rong Tianjiang, "Seeing you dirty my eyes, isn't this considered fighting? Stay away from me." In the chaos, Jiangju met Jiangxian's gaze, and he stared at the other party's black eyes that were the same as his. "You see," I said, "she is different." Chapter 54. Jiangxian and Jiangju were facing each other from a distance. The former slowly approached, and his mental power quietly pushed away the person blocking him, clearing a path. He walked in front of Jiangju, and before he spoke, Rong Tianjiang shouted, "Even if it was you, I wouldn't move." Jiangxian ignored Rong Tianjiang and said to Jiangju, "You accompany her to make trouble like this. Do you really understand all her experiences, and know what kind of person she is?" Jiangju, "I know what I'm doing." Jiangxian smiled, "Good, very good, very good, I want to see how far you can go." The audience was too noisy, and the school's senior management began to evacuate the crowd. Ji Jiuxiao's speech came to an end, and a bunch of fireworks suddenly exploded on the stage. Everyone was panicked, and those who didn't see clearly thought it was a gunshot. Ji Jiuxiao's breath sank into her dantian, and she raised her voice and shouted, "Don't be nervous, this bunch of fireworks is a gift to celebrate the school anniversary. I have finished what I want to say. Don't leave in a hurry, there will be performances to watch later." The crowd was too noisy, and she didn't control her voice well. It was almost as loud as thunder and lightning before a rainstorm. The whole auditorium rumbled and almost deafened people's ears. The teachers' faces turned green. What kind of performance was there to watch? What performance could be more exciting than what she did? The auditorium had no roof, and there was a dark sky above. Large and small fireworks bloomed in the air, and some small fireworks erupted on the stage, colorful and gorgeous. A set of silky little combos shocked all the teachers and students, and Ji Jioshu quietly left the stage. Before leaving, she looked at the principal in the middle of the crowd. It happened that the other party also looked at her. She blinked her eyes, raised her hand, and waved to make a farewell gesture. The troublemakers left, and the rest looked at each other. The principal organized everyone to continue watching the performance, and the explosive teacher, who was in charge of discipline, hurriedly took people to catch Ji Jioshu. Ji Jioshu didn't go far, waiting outside the auditorium. When he saw Teacher Explosion, he said politely, "Don't worry, I don't want to run away, but I'm afraid that staying inside will disturb everyone watching the performance." Teacher Explosion raised his eyebrows and scolded, "Do you think you are very powerful? Doing these things is great, and you are very proud of making a scene at the school celebration? I have never thought so." "I can't help it if you insist on thinking so," Ji Jioshu replied. She was too calm, neither excited about the success of the prank, nor angry or nervous, as quiet as if nothing had happened. She had a brain, and knew how to consider the consequences before doing things. She just didn't want to be a dumb person, who was arranged. If she couldn't speak in other places, she would find a stage for herself. Her calmness was like a basin of cold water, extinguishing Teacher Explosion's anger. He shouted you for a few words, but he didn't curse at all in the end. The live broadcast was closed, but the matter was far from over. The video caused an uproar on Star Network. Theseus Military Academy Ji Jioshu, poor students. Each word can arouse people's nerves. When they are combined, this matter is simply wonderful. There are two voices on the internet. One firmly supports the school rules of Theseus Military Academy, and the other supports Ji Jioshu, believing that the school rules are too rigid. A slight change can change the fate of countless students. Why not do it? The two parties argued endlessly, and the senior management of the military academy was also arguing about it. The performance on the stage was perfect, but no one paid attention. Everyone was whispering about what had just happened. The performance ended hastily. Ji Jioshu was temporarily locked in the office, and the school leaders discussed how to deal with this matter in the conference room. Since a public opinion storm has formed, it cannot be ignored. There are 9 senior school officials, including several teachers related to Ji Jioshu and school rules, Wei Hingji and Jiang Xian. I think this matter must be dealt with seriously, and the student who made trouble should be expelled to maintain the dignity of the military academy. A thin man spoke. Not appropriate. Another person raised an objection. A performance is not a big deal, and expulsion will ruin the student's life. Adults should consider the consequences before doing things. Such a hot-headed student should not be kept. Her courage is worthy of praise. Do you think it is a good thing for students to be lifeless? This is not courage. This is a lack of discipline. Everyone focused on Ji Jioshu herself, arguing about the outcome of her treatment. One of them looked at the principal sitting in the middle and asked, "What do you think?" The kind-looking old lady smiled slightly. "I want to know what Teacher Wei thinks about this matter." Wei Hingji, who had been quietly eating melons and listening to others occasionally scolding her, was suddenly called. She raised her head and spoke slowly under the gaze of everyone. Why are they all discussing how to punish Ji Jioshu and her request to amend the school rules? Why did she make such a request? Is there a problem with the channel we listen to students' opinions? The thin man interrupted her unhappily. We are now going to make a judgment on the daring students. Why are you talking about these useless things? It's ridiculous. Do you think this is an insignificant matter? Wei Hingji retorted. You don't know this student. I can kindly tell you that she has excellent grades and a promising future. At the same time, she is a serious and dedicated star with countless fans. You can't cover her mouth when she speaks. Her tone was cold. If you think she is empty-headed and did not think before doing today, then I can only say that your brain is worthless and might as well be given to the beasts for a meal. You are as undisciplined as your students. The thin man slammed the table. Wei Hingji, I am just on the side of fairness and think that my students' suggestions make sense. You are making a fuss and confusing the key points. You are simply wasting everyone's time. Another person agreed. School rules are dead things. Do we want to restrict students' development with emotionless rules? I disagree. If school rules can be changed at will, then won't everyone be able to do this in the future? Someone objected. The two sides argued endlessly, and the excitement in the conference room never stopped. In the office next door, the bored Ji Jioshu turned on the light computer to read a book. The teacher sent to guard Ji Jioshu was Chi Yunjia. After the subdivision of the major, he still managed Ji Jiuxiao's class as Wei Hingji's assistant and taught the mental control class. Ji Jiuxiao, is the level of mental power fixed? Qi Yunjia answered her, yes, many times people find that they can do things that they couldn't do before, not because of the growth of mental power, but because of the improvement of the precision of mental power control. Is it really impossible for people to have two mental powers? Ji Jiuxia asked. When she first came into contact with mental power, the answer to this question was no, but the standard answer was incorrect. After all, she was the best example, and she wanted to hear Qi Yunjia's thoughts. Qi Yunjia patiently said, the awakening of mental power is not random. It is related to the genes in the human body. Some people have high activity of healing genes. Some people have high activity of attacking genes, and some people have neither. So far, no one has been found with high activity of both genes. There are countless potentials in human genes, but no one can perfectly bring them out. With the current genetic technology of StarCraft, it is impossible to activate all potentials. The two asked and answered each other, and the atmosphere was harmonious, like learning in class, rather than being locked up in an office waiting for trial. Ji Jiuxiu approached Qi Yunjia. Is A-level mental power more valuable than B-level? There are 5,431 students in this medical major, and there are 5 with A-level mental power, a probability of 1 in 1,000. Qi Yunjia, although everyone has their own unique value, in a secular sense, it is true. Ji Jiuxiao, I want to do a mental power test. Do you think your mental power has increased? Qi Yunjia quickly understood what she meant. Ji Jiuxiao, maybe? Qi Yunjia didn't say anything. He had made his words very clear before. Ji Jiuxiao didn't understand, but didn't care at all. He stood up and opened the door to look out. The corridor was empty. The instrument for testing mental power was in the school clinic. It took at least half an hour to walk from here. Let's go, he said to Ji Jiuxiao. Ji Jiuxiao followed him out and asked curiously, if I say I want to go, you can take me with you? He was so easy to talk to that she felt like he was bullying an honest person. Qi Yunjia had a very good temper. If it was Wei Hingji, he might have cut her with a knife. Qi Yunjia said gently, I believe in my own judgment. Ji Jiuxiao, what do you mean? Qi Yunjia, it means that I know you won't do something for no reason. She is lively and courageous. She dares to break the rules, and do things that others dare not do. She is right whether she is right or not. She always has a way to achieve her goals. Ji Jiuxiu had done 2 mental power tests. One when she just started filming, and the second time for the entrance examination. She was not sure whether her mental power level had increased, but since she could control 2 mental powers, it was possible that her mental power had increased, right? She put on a helmet and entered the machine to release her mental power. 5 minutes later, she walked out of the machine and asked impatiently, how is it? Qi Yunjia looked at her and nodded. Your mental power level is between A and B. Generally, it will be judged as A in this case. Congratulations. But you don't look surprised at all. Ji Jiuxia complained. She had never seen an expression other than lighthearted on Qi Yunjia's face. Even the growth of mental power could not make him change color. Qi Yunjia, the world is wonderful, everything is possible, can I test your genes? Ji Jiuxia was speechless. Let's do it another day, you don't even look at the current situation, if you go back later, you will be charged with the same crime as me. From the time Wei Hingji called him over to now, he was simply too calm, as if he had read too much philosophy and his brain was damaged. If Theseus exploded now, he might not care. Back to the office again, the meeting room next door still hadn't discussed the results. Ji Jiuxia yawned and fell asleep on the table. When she was about to fall asleep, she was woken up by someone. Wei Hingji knocked on her head. Sleep, sleep. You can still sleep at this time? Have you discussed the results? Ji Jiuxia rubbed his head. Wei Hingji, no, that group of people are tired of arguing, and now I'm calling you to question. Ji Jiuxiu stood up and said pitifully, Instructor Wei, I'm nervous. You weren't nervous when you were doing big things. What's the use of being nervous now? Wei Hingji said unhappily. She met Ji Jiuxiu's eyes, paused for a while, and said stiffly, I can only make sure you won't be expelled. As for how to deal with it, you have to take care of yourself. Ji Jiuxiu's face changed immediately. Instructor Wei, you're too good to me, hee. Wei Hingji waved her hand to drive him away. Go away. I'm annoyed when I see you. Asterisk. In the meeting room, Ji Jiuxiu sat alone on one side, and the others surrounded her in a 3-court trial. The thin man spoke first. Do you know how bad the consequences of your behavior will be? Ji Jiuxiu said calmly. I am just fighting for my rights. Before that, I tried to give feedback through legitimate channels, but the school did not give me a satisfactory answer. She found the record of giving feedback to the school at that time. For a whole week, she continued to track the progress, but the response she got was always ambiguous and made her wait. Then you shouldn't use such extreme means, a teacher reprimanded. I used to think that Theseus Military Academy was a fair school that would listen to students' opinions, so I wanted to make suggestions after discovering that the school regulations had drawbacks. Ji Joshi was calm throughout the whole process, in sharp contrast to the emotional teachers. She looked at everyone present fearlessly. I admit that the method used is not quite right, but should you reflect on it like me? She asked, since the implementation of the new school rules has a 1-week trial period for students to give their opinions. Why did no one reply to me or communicate with me, but directly reject it? Because your opinion is not reasonable at all. The ringtone interrupted the other party's words. Ji Joshio glanced at the message on the light brain, turned off the sound, and replied a sentence before looking up again. The thin man said unhappily, "You are still in the mood to play with the light brain at this time, and you don't realize that you have done something wrong." Ji Joshio smiled. "Sorry, it was a teacher from the admissions office of another military academy who called me." "How is it possible? Not only do you like to make trouble, but you also like to lie. Theseus Military Academy does not welcome students like you," the thin man said angrily. The ringtone rang again, and Ji Joshio took a look. This time it's a new school. The thin man stared at her and slammed the table. "Are you still acting? Before expressing your opinion, you might as well pay attention to the latest information to avoid saying too many stupid things." Wei Hingji interrupted. She projected the light brain screen in the air. The screen showed the most popular social software in the galaxy, and many schools have official accounts on it. Sliding the screen, you can see that a military school posted that their school can work part-time, and welcomes Ji Joshio to change schools. Not only 1 or 2 military schools posted, but even the 2 of the 7 major military schools, Menksai Military School and Sardin Military School, joined in the fun. The thin man couldn't believe it. How is it possible? Wei Hingji slid his finger, and the hot search list was occupied by Ji Joshio. In addition to the related entries of the speech at the party, the first one was Ji Joshio A-level mental power. The original post came from Ji Joshio's official account, which is currently operated by the company. Half an hour ago, a mental power test result and all her assessment results in the military school were released. Anyone with eyes can't deny her excellence. Everyone's eyes fell on the mental test results, and Wei Hingji was very considerate and clicked it to enlarge it. Ji Joshio had taken a mental test during the previous entrance examination. Everyone knew that the result at that time was B-level, but now it has become A-level. It's not that no one suspected that this picture was forged, but such means were too clumsy. It only took one more test to know that it was fake. The conference room fell into a dead silence, and everyone stared at Ji Joshio. "Don't look at me, I don't know why," she suggested. "If you don't believe it, why don't you follow me to take another test?" The thin man said angrily, "What about A-level mental power? It still can't change the fact that you have no discipline." Ji Joshi nodded. "Indeed, I have no objection if you expel me." She didn't have any special feelings about Theseus Military Academy at first. She applied for it purely because it was more powerful. After studying for a semester, she liked the atmosphere here. But after this incident, she had no good impression of Theseus Military Academy. It would not be impossible to change to another school. Thin man, expel. Must expel. Okay. The principal, who had been stern and silent, said, "It's too late today, everyone go back and rest, and discuss it tomorrow." After the principal spoke, other people could not say anything more, and the meeting that lasted a night of arguing did not come to a conclusion. Ji Joshio returned to the dormitory unscathed, and her companions who cooperated with her were scolded by the teacher and waited for their fate, but they were not restricted. The school forum exploded because of what happened tonight. A group of people clamored for all poor students to get out, while poor students angrily scolded the other party for being rich and unkind. The two sides with the largest gap between the rich and the poor started a war of words on the forum. When Ji Joshio returned to the dormitory, the rest of the team was waiting in her dormitory. They didn't communicate, but played with their own computers. When Rong Tianjiang saw her coming back, he immediately jumped up and asked, "What did they say? Didn't they embarrass you? You should ask her if she made things difficult for the teacher, and which teacher was pissed off to death?" Fusang cracked melon seeds. "What's wrong with your mental power?" Darula looked serious. Jiangju handed over a cup of warm water. Ji Joshio talked too much in the conference room and was a little thirsty. She took the water and drank it all in one gulp, answering everyone's questions one by one. Ji Jiuxiu, a sharp-nosed and monkey-faced teacher, made things difficult for me, but it doesn't matter. No one was pissed off to death by me. As for my mental power, it fluctuated between B and A. Maybe the instrument was inaccurate before. This is also what most people think. I don't know how many people will have to retest their mental power tomorrow. The gap between A and B is very large. 2/3 of the freshmen in the medical profession have B-level mental power. A-level therapists can provide spiritual counseling without physical contact, and S-level Diarella can provide spiritual counseling to hundreds of people at a time through singing. However, Ji Jiuxiu tried it, and found that she still had to contact people to provide spiritual counseling, which was not completely A-level. This storm continued to ferment, and the voices on the Star Network that said Theseus Military Academy was inhumane gradually increased. Yanpei found Ji Jiuxiu and worriedly said, "Will you be expelled?" They did do a big thing. He saw the school leader's furious look before. Before worrying about whether the goal could be achieved, he was more worried about what kind of punishment Ji Jiuxiu would receive. "No," Ji Jiuxiu replied, "let everyone calm down and don't really make trouble." Yanpei nodded and said, "I watch it." He has a part-time job group, which is full of poor students. Ji Jiuxiu discussed with them before doing anything. If she succeeds, countless people will benefit. Will we win? He was a little frustrated. Ji Jiuxiu comforted, there must be one party to retreat in this matter, and the one who retreats will never be us. Theseus Military Academy has never convicted Ji Jiuxiu. As time goes by, the popularity on the Star Network disappears, and the previous posts and comments are deleted by the software administrator. Things seem to be turned over like this. No one asked Ji Jiuxiu to punish her, and she did not respond to her suggestions. They ignored her, and didn't seem to mind her actions. This indifference was more unbearable than the fierce accusations in the conference room before, and contained condescending contempt. The team gathered again. Rong Tianjiang slammed the table angrily. "I'm going to tell my dad that they bullied me. Fuso. Then they will look down on you even more." A child who only goes home to complain when something happens is indeed not worthy of the attention of the school's top management. Darula swallowed the word she wanted to complain, crossed her hands in front of her chest, and raised her chin. "I will go to the principal to discuss and ask her to change the school rules." Ji Jiuxiu shook his head. Using power to force will never last long. After you graduate and leave, things will return to the same state. Moreover, this is a battle between poor students. If you intervene, the nature of the matter will change. Rong Tianjiang, this is not okay, that is not okay, what should I do? Look at this. Ji Jiuxiu took out an application for withdrawal. Rong Tianjiang widened his eyes. You want to withdraw from school? Ji Jiuxiu, this is just a threat. At this critical moment, they shouldn't let me drop out. Jiangju, this is not to fight for your rights alone, let others come forward together. The joint letter of withdrawal was sent to the school. As expected, every student was warned and asked not to fool around with Ji Jiuxiu. Yanpei told Ji Jiuxiu that several students with good grades were called away by the school alone. As long as they admitted that they were bewitched by Ji Jiuxiu and came out to oppose her, they would be able to get scholarships. Everyone knew what they were fighting for, and no one agreed to the school's conditions. To be honest, Ji Jiuxiu was very disappointed with Theseus Military Academy. She thought it would be a place that was not affected by too many dark rules from the outside world. Now it seems that she was wrong. The students did not have other stressful behaviors. They went to class, but the withdrawal applications would not disappear. The two sides were deadlocked, and the teachers were busy comforting the students. The night was quiet. Ji Jiuxiu and Jiangju walked out of the virtual cabin training room and met an unexpected person at the door. The principal asked politely, "Is it convenient to chat?" Ji Jiuxiu, I thought Jiang Xian or Perrin would come to me first. Perrin was the thin male teacher who disliked her the most. He had the strongest reaction in the meeting room last time. "Are you surprised to see me?" The principal walked forward, heading towards the dormitory. Ji Jiuxiu and Jiangju followed. The latter remained silent, and the former replied, "It's a bit unexpected. Do you have anything to say to me in private?" The principal put his hands behind his back, raised his head slightly, and looked into the dark night. "I have always known you from others, and now I want to chat with you and feel what kind of person you are. What do you want to talk about? Why do I do this?" Ji Jiuxiu was very calm, and did not have any emotional fluctuations due to the arrival of the principal. The principal shook his head. "I am more curious about your mental power." Ji Jiuxiu, it was a machine detection error before, everyone said so. The machine is regularly inspected and will not make mistakes. The principal stopped, tilted his head to look at her, and changed the subject. Do you have to cancel the school rule that prohibits going out at night? Ji Jioshu's eyes curved. It doesn't have to be abolished. It can be modified. Everything has room for negotiation. It's just that the school didn't like her before and didn't pay attention to her requirements, so it didn't want to talk to her. Principal, for example? Ji Jioshu, for example, the rule that students are not allowed to be actors is simply unreasonable. The principal smiled. If the school is firm in its principles, what will you do? If you didn't come to me, I plan to go to other schools. I guess half of those poor students would leave like me, because if they can't continue to work part-time, they will not be able to live. Ji Jioshu said honestly. Some poor students can rely on school and federal subsidies to make ends meet, but some poor students still need to shoulder the burden of their families and have to earn more money. She is not sure about the outcome and is not sure that the school will definitely change the school rules. Poor students are not worried that the school or classmates will target them after they stand up. Now the strict inspection of going out at night is already a great malice. This is a matter of convention. The school turns a blind eye and will not deliberately catch them. Jiang Xian broke the news, embarrassing everyone. Ji Jioshu expressed her thoughts and made it clear that because of the arrival of the principal, her original good impression of the school, which had fallen to the bottom, has slightly warmed up. At least the other party is willing to listen to the views of a student. Principal, so you think the fault lies with Jiang Xian? Ji Jioshu, no, if there is no Jiang Xian, there may be Yi Xian and Hu Xian in the future. The most essential core lies in the school rules. The rule that school rules cannot be easily changed has been around for a long time. The principal smiled faintly. At the beginning, the school's top management formed a party dispute, and the school rules became a tool for some people to make profits, and were changed over and over again. After the struggle ended, the next principal stipulated that if the school rules were to be modified, they must first be voted on by the school board. Ji Jioshu, so you think Jiang Xian's rule prohibiting students from being actors is reasonable, and you voted for him unanimously? The principal had a smile on his face, but the smile did not reach his eyes. For the large amount of investment he made in the school, this request is harmless. When Jiang Xian and the school's top management made the decision, they could not have imagined that a small school rule would cause such a big storm. It doesn't matter what I think now. What matters is what the school thinks. Ji Jioshu put his hands in his pockets. The principal looked directly into her eyes, his tone gentle and powerful. So you need to let me see your value. Chapter 55. On the 5th day after the school celebration, the principal went against all odds and did not punish Ji Jioshu. She revised the school rules. Although she did not allow students to enter and leave the school freely according to Ji Jioshu's request, she opened a special channel for students who needed to work part-time to make money and allowed them to go out at night. This was done to prevent some students from taking advantage of the situation and going out to play games under the guise of part-time jobs. As for the rule that students cannot be actors, it was also cancelled. As long as they do not do anything illegal or disorderly, the school will not restrict student side jobs. Rong Tianjiang asked, what did you say to the principal? Why did she stand on your side? Ji Jioshu, couldn't she be moved by my personality and talent? Do you have such a thing? Rong Tianjiang asked back. Ji Jioshu, don't learn to talk like Fusong. Nothing you say is pleasant. Fusong, I didn't say anything. The principal is not short of status and money. I'm curious about what she wants from you. It can't be that you kidnapped her family, right? Darula took a sip of hot tea. Ji Jioshu, in the joint military school drill next semester, Theseus Military School must take first place. Cough, cough, cough. Darula choked on her tea and coughed repeatedly, while holding her chest in an ungraceful manner. Why does she think you can lead the military school to victory? The joint military school drill is a fixed program every 5 years, organized by the 7 major military schools, and the participants are students selected from the 2nd to 5th grades. The top 2 have basically not changed. The first is the Imperial Star Military School, and the second is Theseus Military School. This has been the case for 5 consecutive sessions. Theseus Military School has been suppressed by the Imperial Star Military School, and is laughed at as the eternal runner-up. She really didn't understand what the principal was thinking. She thought Ji Jioshu would be a chance to turn the tables, and it was more realistic to expect Jiangju. Jiangju, it's not just the joint military school exercise. If the principal is good, it will only benefit Theseus Military School. The school rules that were requested to be changed did not touch the core interests of the military school. It didn't matter whether they were changed or not. The school's top management was dissatisfied that they were humiliated by a student. Rong Tianjiang, why? Where's the benefit? Ji Jiuxiu smiled, because I have A-level mental power. A-level is great, I'm still S-level. Rong Tianjiang couldn't stand her showing off. Ji Jiuxiu, well, in fact, the principal doesn't value me, but us. Everyone in the team is talented, and you are my confidence and capital. Rong Tianjiang touched his nose. I feel that your words are weird. The praise doesn't sound like praise, and the sensationalism doesn't sound like sensationalism. Ji Jiuxiu, it's not long until the next semester. Study hard and try your best to make sure the principal makes the wrong bet. Rong Tianjiang's expression froze. I have something to do. I leave first. Put things aside for a while. Study for an hour first. Ji Jiuxiu grabbed Rong Tianjiang by the collar. The school rules incident happened suddenly, and the ending was handled properly. The military academy's official blog posted an announcement to revise the school rules, saying that the previous regulations were indeed too rigid. Ji Jiuxiu forwarded it and admitted his mistakes, saying that he was too impulsive to speak in public. Both sides were very decent, and each took a step back, and everyone was happy. Ji Jiuxiu's original goal was to cancel the new school rules proposed by Jiang Xian. Now that the goal has been achieved, he has also helped poor students. They don't have to sneak around when they go out in the future. The principal's office is next to the playground. Through the window, you can see people running below. At 7 o'clock in the afternoon, the light in the sky began to dim. Jiang Xian looked at Ji Jiuxiu, who was running. Do you like her very much? I believe in my own judgment. Maybe you can try to get in touch with her. She is not as bad as you think. The cup in the principal's hand was emitting white steam, making the figure below more blurred. Jiang Xian. Xiao Ju was such an obedient child before. What has he become since he got in touch with her? Jiang Ju is not a child. He has grown up, but you haven't yet. The principal took a sip of coffee. The aroma of coffee diffused. Many students were training on the playground. The soundproofing in the office was very good. They could see them shouting, but could not hear the sound. Jiang Xian raised his hand and put it on the window. He almost died several times because of mental power out of control. Principal, the crying child gets candy. You have been making trouble since you were a child, but he is different from you. You can't think that he doesn't need friends just because he didn't make any comments. She and Jiang Xian's mother are good friends. It can be said that she watched Jiang Xian and Jiang Ju grow up. Jiang Xian is smart and clever, has clear likes and dislikes, and his emotions are very obvious. Jiang Ju is like a bottomless pond. When he was a child, the water was shallow, and you could see the fish swimming in it. As he grew up, the water turned into a dark black abyss. No one knew what he was thinking. Jiang Xian, his safety is more important than anything else. Those who approach Jiang Ju, who knows that they have other thoughts? The principal did not comment, looking into the distance. The spoiled princess, the willful Rong family's only son, the poor orphan girl, and your lonely Jiang Ju. This is really an interesting team. On the playground, there were 4 figures around Ji Jiuxiu, one of whom was slow and kicked from time to time, and the other 2 ran honestly, neither fast nor slow, adjusting the speed according to the status of others. Occasionally one of them stopped, and the others followed suit. They seemed to be bickering, but they started running again after a while. Jiang Xian, she is indeed quite capable. Let's not talk about that. The principal talked about another topic. How is your investigation going, and how long will you stay? Jiang Xian, there is no new progress at the moment, and I will not leave Theseus in the near future. The conversation did not last long. After Jiang Xian left, the office fell into silence. The principal held the gradually cooling coffee, and the light outside the window was too dim to see clearly. After a long time, she sighed. Jiang Miao's 2 children were more irritable than each other. They also asked her to take care of Jiang Ju, but the other party did not seem to need her care at all. Ji Jiuxiu went to the black market. As a student who was not too poor, she did not get the privilege of going out, so she used the old method of climbing over the wall. Jiang Xian was not in school recently, and I don't know what she was busy with. No one was watching her, and she could happily do a side job again. There are many machines piled up in the warehouse of the clinic, all bought by Tianji, and ready to be moved to Blue Star. The current primary goal is to connect the network of Blue Star and the Federation. Ji Jiuxiu is tossed by it, and Song Xuedong. Less than 10 minutes after the door was opened, the first customer came in. The other party staggered in, his eyes were full of bloodshot, and he grabbed Ji Jiuxiu's arm and screamed, "Help me! I'm in so much pain, give me mental counseling. Ji Jioshio helped the other party sit on the chair, and his mental power probed into the other party's mental picture. She felt it dark, and before she could release more mental power, she was repelled by the other party's mental picture. She was stunned. This was the first time she encountered such a situation. The other party was attacking her mental power, so he shouldn't reject her mental power. She tried again, but got the same result. The other party's mental picture seemed to be wrapped in thick ink, shaking and chaotic. He covered his head with one hand, and held her arm tightly with the other hand, shouting "Save me," and other words randomly. It seems that his mind is not very clear. Is he mentally broken? Ji Jioshio has never seen the appearance of a mentally broken patient with his own eyes. The other party's almost crazy appearance is somewhat consistent with the description in the book. The man held too tightly, and her arm was strangled with red marks, and felt a little painful. Please let go first. She tried to communicate with the other party, and wanted to break free from his hand but failed. The man's whole eyeball was red, his eyes were widened to the extreme, and a blood mark flowed down from his nostrils. Ji Jioshio grabbed his arm and bit it, wanting the man to let go in pain. She heard the man's arm make a click, but the other party seemed to feel no pain, and the force holding her hand did not relax at all. She kicked the man in the waist, where there was an acupuncture point with a much higher pain value than other places, but the other party still did not let go. Save me, give me the flowing light, I want the flowing light. The other party kept muttering, his voice was hoarse. Ji Jioshio had difficulty identifying the words the other party said, and did not understand what he wanted, so he simply asked directly, "What is the flowing light?" "Flowing light! I want flowing light!" The man responded after hearing the key words, suddenly increased the volume, and the whole person's state became more crazy. After that, no matter what Ji Jioshio said, he ignored it, and only heard flowing light. Only when she hears two words will she repeat them excitedly. It seems that she can only take some unconventional measures. She called Tianji, and Tianji, who was studying network technology in the warehouse, came out and took a tube of tranquilizer and stabbed the man's neck. Tianji scanned the man's body. He has multiple injuries, the most serious of which is a fracture in his right arm. I didn't mean to break his hand. He was the first to hold me tightly. Ji Jioshio touched his nose. What is a streamer? Have you heard of it? Tianji searched the data on the Star Network. I found some works of art and explanations of terms with this name, but it doesn't seem to be the answer you want. Ji Jioshio rubbed his temples, not knowing how to deal with the unconscious man for a while, so she left him here first, hoping that he would retain some rationality after waking up, otherwise she could only take him to the south of the planet to call the police. Shuang Yunfei and Shuang Yuebai came to the clinic. Shuang Yuebai's condition is much better now, and he can go out and walk. The man lay flat at the door of the clinic. Shuang Yunfei stopped and looked down, and Shuang Yuebai stepped over without hesitation. Ji Jioshio was reading a book on the table. He looked up after hearing the noise. It's not good for you to have mental counseling too frequently. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. I know that this visit is not for medical treatment, but for gifts. Yunfei said you don't like gems, so I prepared a new gift. I don't know if you like it. Shuang Yuebai took out a folding space and put it on the table. This is a mecha. The style is different from the military mecha. The color is low-key and restrained black. It reflects light under the light, and is very beautiful. Ji Jioshio, what do I, a healer, need a mecha for? Shuang Yuebai pushed the mecha forward. If you don't need it, you can give it to someone else. There's no reason to take back the gift I gave. This gift touched Ji Jioshio's heart. She said I'm so sorry, but took the gift honestly. Is someone bothering you? Shuang Yunfei approached. He was referring to the person lying at the door. Ji Jioshio replied, it's not a problem. He is a patient with a serious condition. The doorbell rang, and a man in a black windbreaker walked into the clinic, squatted in front of the man who fell to the ground, stretched out his hand to pry open the unconscious man's eyelids, and asked coldly, what's wrong with him? Ji Jioshio looked at the new windbreaker man. As you can see, he is sleeping. The windbreaker man carried the man and turned to leave. Ji Jioshio called him, who are you to him? The windbreaker man stopped. I am his friend. Ji Jioshio, really? Then what's his name? The windbreaker man, Taman. Ji Jioshio, no, his name is not that. The two looked at each other, and the windbreaker man looked out from under the broken hair that almost covered his eyes, and the air was stagnant. The windbreaker man moved his black broken hair, and his eyes swept over Shuang Yunfei and Shuang Yuebai who were sitting quietly beside him. He met Ji Jioshio's eyes again and said calmly, that's his name. Ji Jioshio nodded calmly, maybe I remembered it wrong. The man in the windbreaker said nothing more, carried the man and walked out the door. He was tall and straight, and walked slowly, and soon disappeared around the corner. Ji Jiuxiao leaned against the back of the chair, watching the other person go away, his fingertips tapping on the armrest from time to time. Shuang Yunfei saw that she was looking at him intently, and asked, "Any questions?" "He looks good," Ji Jiuxiu said casually. Shuang Yunfei, Ji Jiuxiu retracted her gaze. She was sure that the man in the windbreaker and the unconscious man did not know each other, but she was just an ordinary therapist, and the right and wrong of the world had nothing to do with her. The unconscious man's condition made her a little curious. She had thought that if he was still unconscious before she finished work, she would take him to the hospital, but now there was no need. She changed the subject and said, "Don't you have anything to do?" One or two of them were so idle that they didn't leave after giving gifts, which hindered her business. Shuang Yuebai heard her implication and stood up to say goodbye. As soon as the two left, Ji Jiuxiu immediately went to the maintenance room and took out the mecha that Shuang Yuebai gave her to disassemble. She didn't understand some of the mecha accessories very well. The 3D teaching video was still not as good as the real feel. The only broken mecha was modified by her own hands. She was reluctant to dismantle it for fear that it would be useless if she couldn't put it back together. The gift from Shuang Yuebai was very timely. It was unexpected money anyway, so it was bad. For several days, Ji Jiuxiu was immersed in the study of mechas. The clinic was temporarily closed. She read books and pondered at school during the day, and came back to do experiments at night. After she finally analyzed every part of the mecha, she decided to take a break. The knowledge was about to burst her brain, and she needed to digest it. She opened the door of the clinic with dark circles under her eyes, and a customer appeared before the door was completely opened. The other party shouted anxiously, "You finally opened the door. My head is about to die. You opened the door 3 days out of 7. Is there a way to do business like you? Ji Jiuxiao, you can go to another clinic." The customer walked into the clinic with ease, and lay on the bed in the medical room. "Do you think I haven't been there, that group? The profiteers never heal people, just waiting to make the next fortune." He cursed, put the mecha and weapons on the ground, and asked Ji Jiuxiu to fix them together. "Why didn't I think of doing this?" Ji Jiuxiu was thoughtful, and pressed his hand on his forehead to input mental power. The other party couldn't help but curl up his body, gasping in pain, unable to make a sound. Ji Jiuxiu took back his hand, and adjusted the machine to check his body. He said intermittently, "With the side effect of your mental counseling, if you dare to water down the treatment effect, you will go bankrupt sooner or later." Ji Jiuxiao, This is a personal attack. How can it not hurt you to death? The man was still chattering. "When can my mecha be repaired? The mechanic is mysterious, and has been gone for several times." Ji Jiuxiu calmly ignored the man's words, and turned on the instrument for testing. The man was very talkative, and never stopped talking. She couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Can you be quiet? You were beaten so badly because of this broken mouth." The man not only kept talking, but also became more excited. He said proudly, "My loss this time was an accident. Don't think I don't know that man secretly drank Liuguang. I just got a bottle. Next time, I must make him kneel down and beg for mercy." "What is Liuguang?" Ji Jiuxiu caught the key words. "That's it." The man turned over and took out a thumb-sized glass bottle from his coat pocket. The bottle contained a liquid like water, but it was more viscous than water, and flowed slowly when turned upside down. The man raised 4 fingers and gestured, showing off, "A bottle at this price. Most people can't buy it even if they want to." He shook the glass bottle back and forth quickly, and many tiny lights appeared in the transparent liquid. As the liquid continued to collide, the color of the broken light gradually increased, showing the color of the galaxy. Subconsciously, Ji Jiuxia thought of the man, who was in an abnormal state before. She asked, "Does the Colosseum not ban drugs?" The man, "You don't understand this. The audience is watching excitement. The more intense the better. How can drugs be banned? In general, the players in the Colosseum will not take drugs casually. This is certainly not out of morality or fairness, but the drugs are very dangerous. In the flesh, drugs that work on the body are useless, and drugs that act on mental power will kill people if the dose is a little bit higher. Different degrees of mental power stimulation will lead to different drug effects. Sometimes taking less does not mean safety. The effect of Liuguang is very stable. As soon as it was released, it was sought after by players, resulting in high prices and a drug that is hard to find." Ji Jiuxiao, "Will there be no side effects?" "The side effects are headaches and mental confusion, which are similar to overuse of mental power," the man said indifferently. After Ji Jioshu treated the other party's injuries and agreed to the time to pick up the mecha, the man left humming a song. There were no new customers for the time being, so she went into the maintenance room to repair the man's weapon. She didn't know if it was because of her improved mental strength, but she gradually became more adept at doing these jobs. The doorbell interrupted her work. She washed her hands, walked from another door in the maintenance room to the medical room, and then went out to the hall. The person standing in the hall was not unfamiliar to her. It was the man in the windbreaker from before. Ji Jioshu asked in a formal way, "Treatment or repair? I want to ask a few questions." The man in the windbreaker took out a card and put it on the table. Ji Jioshu didn't look at the card, but took a cup of warm water and drank it to moisten his throat. "My store has just opened not long ago, and I don't have the answer you want. Go ask somewhere else. She only does medical treatment and repair business. Information is likely to involve secrets. She has no curiosity about secrets. The more she knows, the faster she will die." The man in the windbreaker said to himself, "Did you detect any abnormality in the person I took away last time?" "Ji Jioshu, I didn't test him. He laid down as soon as he came. I thought he was going to blackmail me." The two looked at each other, and the man in the windbreaker said meaningfully, "You are the best person in this area in spiritual counseling." Ji Jioshu walked to the chair and sat down, blowing a mouthful of the hot air rising from the cup, and replied indifferently, "It's all thanks to my peers. What do you want?" The man in the windbreaker pointed at the bank card on the table. Ji Jioshu lowered his eyes. "I want to live a stable life." The man in the windbreaker, "There will be more and more people like last time, and you can't live a stable life." Ji Jioshu suppressed his curiosity and said nothing. "He's dead?" the man in the windbreaker said. Ji Jioshu didn't want to listen to his riddles, so she simply said, "I don't know anything. I had my first contact with that person last time. If you want to get information from me, I'm afraid I disappoint you." This was the truth. She really didn't know the man's situation. It was nothing, but the attitude of the man in the windbreaker made her pay attention. The man in the windbreaker said no more and nodded and left. He left, but not completely. Ji Jioshu found someone staring at the clinic for several consecutive days. She knew who it was with her toes. The only abnormal thing recently was the man in the windbreaker. She closed the clinic and decided to stay out of the limelight for the next few days to avoid being involved in the storm. Before leaving, she asked Shuang Yunfei to take her to the storm organization. The silver aircraft stopped in front of the clinic, the car window opened, and Shuang Yunfei, wearing a suit, sat in the back seat with his legs crossed, which made his legs look particularly slender and strong. Ji Jioshu sat next to him, couldn't help but glance at him, and reminded him, "Crossing your legs can easily cause scoliosis." There was another sentence she held back from saying, whether the people of the storm organization had some problems. They all wore suits when they went out, and they couldn't move in case of an attack. Shuang Yunfei, He maintained this posture and said lightly, "I am really flattered that you took the initiative to find me. I didn't expect you to come to pick me up in person. It seems that I am really important." Ji Jioshu joked. "Shuang Yunfei, it seems that you have encountered a little trouble." He glanced at the rearview mirror. The street scenery was left behind by the moving aircraft, and one of the black shadows flashed by. Ji Jioshu said half-truthfully, "Yes, so go out to avoid the limelight." She didn't ask for help, so Shuang Yunfei didn't ask, and the closed space became quiet. Ji Jioshu looked out the window, still thinking about the man in the windbreaker. She caught a glimpse of a faint light from time to time behind her, but she looked carefully and saw nothing. She stared at the rearview mirror intently, and the faint light flashed as if it appeared out of thin air. She released her mental power, and the invisible mental power touched the huge object behind her, which looked like an aircraft. The words "new color invisibility technology" flashed quickly in her mind. The aircraft she was riding was always on the right route. Didn't Shuang Yunfei notice that someone was following her? Her eyes shifted to Shuang Yunfei, who turned his head to look at her, raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong?" "Ji Jioshu, someone is following me." Shuang Yunfei looked back, frowned, and saw nothing. X09 stealth paint is suitable for night tracking, and it will partially reflect light under neon lights. Ji Jioshu's posture was relaxed and his tone was casual. "Do you think the person is coming for me or for you?" Shuang Yunfei pressed a button, and the partition between the front and the back was evacuated. He repeated Ji Jioshu's words. The driver clicked a few times on the control panel, and a fierce light shot out from the rear of the aircraft, and the aircraft tracking behind it appeared. "Shuang Yunfei, don't bother, get rid of it." The driver accelerated and got into a narrow alley. The alley was just wide enough to accommodate the width of the aircraft. It couldn't get through if it was a little bigger. After a sharp turn, the aircraft suddenly rushed to the left, turning left and right in the alley. The alley was large, and the densely packed forks were like a maze. Ji Jiuxia asked, "Do you know Liu Guang?" Shuang Yunfei's eyes narrowed. "Why are you asking this?" "It seems that I know." Ji Jiuxia noticed that his reaction was a bit exaggerated, and said with some amusement, "You are running a coliseum, and are still worried about the contestants taking medicine?" Shuang Yunfei adjusted his expression. "If you want to know, you can ask my sister." "I'm afraid I can't go to see your sister tonight for the time being," Ji Jiuxia said regretfully. The aircraft that was tracking them from behind ran in front of them at some point. There were dead ends on both sides, and they were blocked. The person in the co-pilot immediately fired, opened the door, and rushed out and rolled on the ground. The driver controlled the aircraft, and a gun muzzle rose on the top and aimed at the enemy. A person got off the aircraft on the opposite side. As Ji Jiuxia expected, it was the man in the windbreaker. The other party took out a mecha to block all the shells and approached them. The mecha was made of high-quality materials, which meant that this person was very rich and fought alone, like an agent carrying out a secret mission. Ji Jiuxia thought endlessly. Neither the co-pilot nor the driver could beat him, so Shuang Yunfei went out personally, and asked the driver to send Ji Jiuxia over first. Ji Jiuxia stuck her head out to look outside. The windbreaker man was slightly stronger than Shuang Yunfei, but this was Shuang Yunfei's territory after all. He could still run away if he couldn't beat him, so she wasn't worried. The characteristics of the black market house were reflected at this time, and it still stood firm in the fight between the two. She watched the two people fighting, staring at the windbreaker man until he disappeared from her sight. Shuang Yuebai soon got the news that on the way Ji Jiuxia passed by, countless flying motorcycles and aircraft passed by her and rushed in the direction of Shuang Yunfei. When Ji Jiuxia entered the door, Shuang Yuebai stood at the window and looked out. From this position, she could overlook the night view of the entire black market. Shuang Yuebai turned around with a faint smile on her face. "You're here?" Ji Jiuxia asked. "What exactly is Liu Guang?" She didn't want to get involved, but a strange guess caused her to be targeted, and she would not have peace after tonight. She needed to know more information. Chapter 56. Liu Guang is a new banned drug that appeared this year. It can improve people's mental strength, and its effect is more stable than other drugs. Its fatal flaw is addictiveness. People who have tried it will basically become stable repeat customers of Liu Guang. When the dosage exceeds the human body's tolerance, it will cause mental breakdown. It is not uncommon for people to die in the Colosseum. If Liu Guang is only circulated on the black market, it will not attract much attention, but the problem is that it spreads too widely. It is very concealed, and will not be discovered during drug testing in some professional competitions, so it is sought after. Once used once, people who have tasted the sweetness will become addicted. After Shuang Yuebai finished the mental counseling, she laid down for a long time before she recovered from the pain. She said, "The Federation has always believed that Liu Guang was circulated from the black market, but I also want to know where it came from." When she noticed the existence of Liu Guang, she conducted an investigation, but found nothing. The injuries on her body were caused by the conflict with the Federation. The Federation's blockade made her afraid to go out for medical treatment, and she couldn't let too many people know that she was injured, so she went to Ji Jiuxia. "Ji Jiuxia, is it impossible to provide mental counseling for people who have mental breakdowns due to taking Liu Guang? Have you seen such people?" Shuang Yuebai frowned. "They are very dangerous, and will attack everyone around them. They lose their minds and feel no pain. Their mental strength and force values skyrocket. They will fight until death. They are very difficult to deal with." Ji Jiuxia, "Then I'm lucky. He just had an attack and didn't cause any damage to the clinic." It seems that the man in the windbreaker is investigating Liu Guang, and he knows that Shuang Yuebai is injured. He has been squatting next to the clinic waiting for the people from the Storm organization. While the two were talking, rows of lights flashed below, and Shuang Yunfei came back. He was seriously injured, and as a therapist, Ji Jiuxia naturally took over the patient and prepared to treat him. The optical brain sounded at an inopportune time, and the ethereal and melodious singing voice was produced by a princess, domineeringly asking everyone to change the ringtone to her song. Ordinary telephone optical brains will not ring. This is an emergency version of communication. When Ji Jiuxia was about to answer, the ringtone suddenly stopped, and a message popped up immediately. "Emergency assembly." Quick reply. Ji Jiuxia turned off the optical brain and glanced at Shuang Yunfei with his eyes closed. "I have something urgent. He won't die for the time being, and others can treat him." Shuang Yuebai, "Do you need someone to send you?" Ji Jiuxia's refusal turned around and changed his words. I want to borrow the aircraft. She had to get back to school as quickly as possible. The time for the emergency assembly was very short. If she was caught again, she would have no place to complain. Ji Jiuxiu drove the aircraft like a spaceship, speeding all the way. When approaching the school, she parked the aircraft in a parking lot far away and ran forward with her legs. She was grateful for every day of running exercise. 5 kilometers was easy for her. As she got closer, she could faintly hear the harsh emergency assembly reminder from the military academy. She ran to the wall and ran into someone who was also wandering outside the military academy. Before she could say anything, she saw that the electric grid was turned on outside the wall. Now she knew why the other party didn't go in, and she couldn't go in now. What happened to make such a big scene? The other party was wearing a black cloak and a hat that covered most of his face. If it weren't for the clothes that occasionally showed that it was a military academy combat uniform, she would have suspected that the other party was a thief. Ji Jiuxiu sent a message to Dairula, but the message was delayed in getting a reply, and the signal was intermittent, and in the end it couldn't even be sent out. After a while, another person ran over, looked at the power grid above, and then looked at the silent 2 people, and began to scratch his hair anxiously. Is there any way to get over it? Ji Jiuxiu. The power grid of the military academy can't even get through a mosquito. The power grid is not only electric, but also infrared and thermal imaging. It is impossible to get over it with bare hands. If there were no other people here, Ji Jiuxiu could still enter the mecha and try to climb over the wall, but she had taken off her mask and changed into a military uniform on the way here, revealing her true face, and she couldn't expose her strength again. What should I do? The new student was so anxious that he turned back and forth. The cloaked student took out the mecha. I can only give it a try. The school had just caught a round of students who illegally climbed over the wall, and it hadn't been long since the incident. If they were caught again at this time, you can imagine how serious the consequences would be. As soon as the cloaked student entered the mecha, the power grid in a certain area suddenly failed. Ji Jiuxiu was the fastest. He immediately took a few steps back, then rushed forward, stepped on the wall with one foot, followed by the other foot, grabbed the top of the wall with both hands, and flipped over in a few seconds. Oh my! You are quite skilled. The new student followed closely behind and climbed over the wall. The last cloaked student put away his mecha, and seeing that the power grid was about to be restored, he quickly jumped over the top of the wall. When his feet landed on the ground, the 2 people in front of him had already run away. On the playground, Jiang Xian walked to Wei Hingji's team. Are all your people here? Wei Hingji's face was not very good. No. Ji Jiuxiu was still missing, so she couldn't cover it up. Jiang Xian had always disliked Ji Jiuxia, so he came here to ask, maybe because he saw that Ji Jiuxiu was not there. Jiang Xian narrowed his eyes. Students are so lazy and have no respect for discipline. Is this how you educate them? She is sick. I allow her to take a day off. Wei Hingji lied without changing his expression. Jiang Xian opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, a loud voice on the other side shouted first, Jiang Ju? Where is Jiang Ju? The attention of the 2 was attracted, and Wei Hingji stabbed. It seems that the teachers of the conducting major are also not good at educating students like me. It seems to be talking about school teachers, but it is actually secretly referring to the Jiang family. Jiang Xian didn't say anything and went to the next class to count the number of people. Wei Hingji caught up with him and asked, why is there a sudden curfew tonight? Jiang Xian warned, don't say anything about things that don't concern you. Things related to my students are related to me. Wei Hingji stared into his eyes and didn't give in. Tonight, the students were told that it was an emergency assembly, but anyone who saw the electric grid rising in the school would not think that this was an ordinary drill. As for Jiang Xian, who was parachuted in to be a teacher, she always suspected that he had other purposes. He had a bright future in the army and had not made any mistakes. He would not come to the military academy to be a little teacher for no reason. She looked up at the building in the north. The 17th floor was the principal's office. Would the principal be there watching at this time? A person hurried over and whispered to Jiang Xian, the power grid was shut down for half a minute at one location. Jiang Xian's face was stern. Check and see who did it. The other party left, and Jiang Xian continued to call people. All the students crowded the playground. The teachers did not ask them to train, and they just stood there like standing still. Although the well-trained students were confused, they obeyed the order and did not ask any more questions. Among all the people, a total of 9 were late and 1 was absent. The only person who was not present was Ji Jiuxiu. Jiang Xian asked the students to go back to sleep, and the 9 latecomers were left behind. Before asking for punishment, Jiang Xian had to confirm Ji Jiuxiao's situation first. Wei Hingji had no reason to continue to shirk responsibility, so he took Jiang Xian to the student dormitory. When Ji Jiuxiu arrived downstairs of the dormitory building, she happened to see Wei Hingji and Jiang Xian walking into the dormitory elevator. She immediately rushed up the stairs and ran all the way up. The stairs were very clean, and the robot would clean them regularly. The cold metal smell rushed into her nose, and her legs seemed to be out of the control of her brain, and they followed the fixed movement of climbing up. Damn it! Why is her dormitory on the 22nd floor? Hurry up! Hurry up! Don't let Jiang Xian catch you again. Jiang Xian and Wei Hingji stood at the door and knocked. The robot opened the door and led the guest to the living room according to the instructions. Jiang Xian pushed open the bedroom door. The room was dark. He pressed the switch. On the bed, Ji Jiuxiu was wrapped tightly. The glaring light attracted his attention. He looked over from under the quilt and squeezed out a hoarse voice from his throat. I'm really sorry, cough cough cough. I feel so uncomfortable. Jiang Xian looked at Ji Jiuxiu. What's wrong with you? I don't know. I felt uncomfortable during the day. I took some medicine, but it was like this at night. My hands and feet were weak, and I couldn't even stand up. Ji Jiuxiu's breathing was loud, his cheeks were red, and beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Jiang Xian, get up, I take you to the school infirmary. Thank you, teacher. Please wait for me outside for a while. I need to change clothes. Ji Jiuxiu's voice was shaky. Jiang Xian, I know you have good acting skills. Ji Jiuxiu, you are the first person to praise my acting skills. Thank you very much. Jiang Xian's face showed no joy or anger. Get up. Ji Jiuxiu did not move. My pajamas are a suspender skirt, which is not convenient to show. Jiang Xian grabbed a corner of the quilt and pretended to lift it up. Ji Jiuxiu held the quilt tightly, and the two of them were in a stalemate for a while. Jiang Xian raised the corner of his mouth, revealing his white teeth. Let go. Teacher Jiang, this is really inappropriate, right? Ji Jiuxiu took a breath after saying a word. Wei Hingji frowned, put the back of his hand on Ji Jiuxiu's forehead, and felt the heat from his hand, and his face gradually became ugly. No matter how many years have passed, when the human immune system is attacked, the body temperature will rise. She said, her condition is a bit serious. No matter what you want to do, the health of the students is the most important. You go out and wait, I watch her. If I don't watch her, how can I know whether she just came back from school or is really sick? Jiang Xian did not give in. Wei Hingji was angry and raised his voice. Are you questioning my professional ethics? Jiang Xian, your professional ethics is to indulge students, and you may even cover for her. His eyes shifted to Wei Hingji, staring at her coldly. If I remember correctly, you came to Theseus Military Academy as a teacher because you were seriously injured and could no longer go to the battlefield. You are very likely to transfer your feelings for your comrades to the students and protect them. I don't know what you are looking for, but your behavior of biting like a mad dog is ridiculous. Wei Hingji grabbed Jiang Xian's arm, pried his hand off the quilt, and pulled the quilt with the other hand. The quilt became a tool for the game, and it was about to break under the competition between the two. Ji Jiuxiu could no longer bear it. She lifted the quilt. Look, let me show you, okay? Can you send me to the school clinic quickly? I feel like I'm dying. The body under the quilt was not wearing a suspender pajamas, but it was not a military school combat uniform or other regular uniforms, but a very cartoon nightgown with yellow pig heads painted on it. Jiang Xian let go of his hand and searched Ji Jiuxiu's room by himself. Ji Jiuxiu rolled his eyes. Do you want to use an instrument to scan it? A student is equipped with 4 sets of school uniforms. 2 sets are in Ji Jiuxiu's closet, and 2 sets are hung outside to dry. The clothes only smell of laundry detergent, without any other smell. Ji Jiuxiu put on his coat with the help of Wei Hingji, walked out of the bedroom, and said sarcastically, Have you found the place where I was framed? Otherwise, I will go out first, and you can look for it slowly. Jiang Xian stopped and walked out the door first. Ji Jiuxiu was helped out by Wei Hingji. She was not pretending, but she was really weak and powerless. No matter how good she pretended, there would be a risk of being exposed, but it was true. She curled up her 4 fingers to hide the red marks on her palms when she climbed with the metal rope. Passing by Darula's dormitory, she could hear the sound of the washing machine faintly coming from inside. It seemed that her clothes would be washed soon. The fragrance of the washing powder turned into the bitter taste of disinfectant. The school clinic confirmed that Ji Jiuxiu's high fever was not fake. The reason was pneumonia. The spontaneous problems inside the body were not like external injuries. The medical cabin could not effectively solve them. It could only slowly give injections to reduce inflammation. Jiang Xian left after getting the answer, and no longer spent time with Ji Jiuxiu. The school doctor asked Ji Jiuxiu to rest in the school clinic for one night, and Wei Hingji stayed to take care of her. The cold medicine was injected into her body, and her mouth tasted bitter. You should have said you were uncomfortable earlier. It will be more serious if you delay it later. Wei Hingji opened the medicine prescribed by the school doctor, and handed it to Ji Jiuxiu. When the other party sent her a message saying that he was sick, she thought Ji Jiuxiu was not in the school and wanted to ask her for cover, but she didn't expect that he was really sick. Ji Jiuxiu took the medicine and drank it. The bitter taste instantly invaded her entire mouth. Her whole face wrinkled like a bitter gourd. I didn't expect it to be so serious. Guso brand poison is really strong. It takes effect within 5 minutes after taking it. It is not adulterated at all. She asked, aren't you going to practice tonight? What is the purpose of the gathering? I don't know. Wei Hingji frowned and helped Ji Jiuxiu to lie on the bed. The 9 people who were late for the assembly were questioned by Jiang Xian one by one, and even checked the surveillance. Everyone's activity traces were reasonable and complete, and finally they were punished for being late for the assembly. Jiang Ju, one of the 9 people, went to Ji Jiuxiu's dormitory to visit her. The other 3 partners were also there, talking about this inexplicable emergency assembly. Rong Tianjiang asked Jiang Ju, what exactly does your brother want to do? It can't be pure torture, right? Jiang Ju, I don't know. Jiang Xian never told him anything. Others were let go after finding out that there was no problem, but Jiang Xian knew him too well, and kept him to continue to ask why he was late. Thank you, classmate Jiang, for sacrificing yourself to protect my safety. Ji Jiuxiu couldn't stop coughing. The disease was gone like a thread, and she was not fully recovered. An answer to Rong Tianjiang's question came to her mind. When she passed by Jiang Xian last night, she smelled a trace of blood, very faint, as if it was there but not there, but it was real. Ji Jiuxiu, the midterm test for the individual soldier major will be in 2 days. Darula, I need your help to do something that doesn't fit your Loki style. Okay. Darula, who was playing with the ends of her hair, was called. She looked up, and a smile spread in her blue eyes. Life is boring, and you always need to find some fun. When the news came out that Darula would personally do post-war mental combing for the top 5 in the midterm test of the individual soldier major, the whole Theseus Military Academy was boiling. Mental counseling is a rigorous and in-depth treatment, while mental combing is more superficial, and its main function is to adjust the other party's state, so that they can be calm and energetic. The homepage of the Military Academy forum was flooded with this matter, and related posts overwhelmed the previous emergency assembly. I will definitely take the first place. Goddess, my goddess. If I can get in touch with her once, I will have no regrets in my life. Don't compete with me, I want to be in the top 5. Why is it a single soldier major? We commanders also need it. Mechanical major +1. Although I am a healer with mental power, I also want to get close to His Highness. I have been on the battlefield and as a teacher, but I have never received such treatment. Why do these bastards deserve it? There seemed to be some strange people mixed in the post, but there were quite a few teachers who made such a voice. Ji Jiuxiu was amazed as she read the comments on the forum. She knew that Darula was very attractive, but she didn't expect it to be so popular. Darula kept a low profile in the military academy, rarely appeared in crowded places, and usually kept silent, but caused a sensation when she appeared. She met everyone's fantasy of a princess, beautiful and elegant, noble and friendly. She was like a symbol of the royal family, and those who usually accepted her spiritual grooming were officers and soldiers who contributed to the battlefield. Ji Jiuxiu, everyone's reaction is very intense. Isn't this condition a bit embarrassing? Why don't you refuse? Everyone refers not only to the teachers and students of the military academy, but also to the housekeeper who came to the door. The housekeeper had a stern face as always, and said something that Ji Jiuxiu could guess, which was nothing more than paying attention to one's own identity and discussing decisions with His Majesty and the Queen first. Darula couldn't fool him, so she simply ordered the other party to leave with a cold face. Hearing Ji Jiuxiu's words, she leaned back and looked up at the ceiling. This does not affect the reputation of the royal family. My parents will not stop the small fights in the school. Ji Jiuxiu, but they don't approve, otherwise they wouldn't arrange such a butler for you. The meaning of butler comes from His Majesty's will. As the person who chooses the butler, how could His Majesty not know what kind of person the butler is? He just picked such a butler for Darula. Darula was speechless for a moment, raised her hand to the ceiling, and held it in vain, grabbing only nothingness. The midterm test of the individual soldier major began. Their exams were very simple and rough. After the theoretical exam, it was a practical battle. 2 people fought one-on-one, and the winner advanced to the next round. The battle took place in the virtual cabin, and other students could watch. Ji Jioshu didn't pay attention to the process, she only cared about the result. Darula occasionally went to watch the battle, adding fuel to the already heated test. The school did not respond to this. As long as it did not involve violations, students were free to do what they wanted. 3 days later, the test ended, and the top 5 were selected on the spot. Darula fulfilled her promise on the same day. The school organized to take people to an empty classroom without any items. Jiang Xian came to the scene on behalf of the school. Ji Jiuxiao met Jiang Xian and greeted him with a smile. Teacher Jiang is so busy, and you still have time to watch the students play? Jiang Xian also smiled. I rarely see Her Highness Darula giving people spiritual combing, so I came here to learn more. While the two were talking, Darula's spiritual combing had already begun. She did not touch the person's hand, but stood directly in front of the other person and sang. Her voice was like the sound of nature, and her spiritual power swept through the other person's spiritual picture. The first person to receive spiritual combing was the 5th person. Her eyes were shining, and she looked particularly excited. Your singing voice is so beautiful. You are worthy of being the only old human who survived in the ruins. Your genes are too perfect. Only you can do this. The smile on Darula's face froze for a moment, and soon recovered. After thanking the other party for the compliment, she stood in front of the next person. With her ability, it is not a problem to do mental combing for 5 people at a time, but she still did it one by one to show her importance. The mental combing of the 4th person was also smooth, and the other party spoke a lot of praise passionately. The next one was the 3rd person. Before Darula spoke, he said, I don't need to do mental combing. Can I get a reward in exchange for a handshake with you? His cheeks were red, and his voice was a little loud, as if he was trying to suppress his excitement. Fearing that Darula would be disgusted, he hurriedly explained, I like your singing very much. I have been intoxicated by it since you recorded your first song when you were a child. Darula reached out to interrupt his chattering, and said politely and reservedly, Of course. The fingers touched, and the other party took a step closer to hold Darula's palm. She frowned, paused for 2 seconds, and then took her hand back. She walked to the next person. The 2nd person's request was the same as the 3rd person's. They refused the singing and changed to a handshake. The 1st person was different from the others. He was very calm and calmly accepted Darula's mental adjustment. Ji Jioshu observed the expressions on the faces of the 5 people, and could not see anything abnormal. Today, Darula was asked to play the scene because she suspected that Liu Guang might have circulated in the military academy. Jiang Xian was most likely here to investigate Liu Guang. Shuang Yuebai said that the Federation suspected that Liu Guang came from the black market, and Jiang Xian was a member of the Federation. The appearance of Liu Guang in the military academy is definitely not a good thing. The lethality is easy to say, but the key is the addictiveness. People who lose their minds when drug addiction attacks can do anything. It seems that her purpose is the same as Jiang Xian's. She looked at Jiang Xian and thought in her heart. Jiang Xian noticed her gaze. Today is really a good show. Ji Jioshu smiled. It's all for the sake of making the school better. Your knowledge seems to be beyond the scope of an ordinary student. Jiang Xian's eyes scanned Ji Jioshu's face like a scanner. Ji Jioshu smiled. Thanks to you, I learned it by accident. She changed the subject and asked, Do you still doubt me now? To be honest, you are the most suspicious, and it is not ruled out that you will take the initiative to sacrifice others to save yourself. Jiang Xian's tone was not as aggressive as at the beginning. That makes sense, then you can investigate slowly. Ji Jioshu nodded. There is one thing I am very curious about. Why did you target me in particular from the beginning? When he first came to school, his strong attitude and ruthless actions were a deterrent, and the change of school rules was to better observe the sellers in the military academy. These are understandable, but his initial aggression towards her was much stronger than that towards others. Jiang Xian did not hide it. Since Liu Guang appeared, I have been investigating. Liu Guang organization must know about this matter. You are close to Jiangju. How do I know if you are using him to get my information? No wonder you didn't even tell him what you were doing. Ji Jioshu understood, but when we became teammates last semester, we didn't know each other's identity. Restrictions are only useful for ordinary students. Not only you, but Fusong and your team is also my focus of observation. Jiang Xian paused before continuing. But she is not as noteworthy as you. Fusong eats, attends classes, and sleeps every day. Every day in school, he also deliberately targeted and approached her, but Fusong was unaware, not as sharp as Ji Jiuxiu. Ji Jiuxiu, I also want to check it out. Can we share the progress? This is not a trivial matter. As a student, you should study hard and not get involved in dangerous things. Jiang Xian refused. Ji Jiuxiu, okay. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. She will check it out herself. Ji Jiuxiao's angle is to find a buyer. The test of the single soldier major just provides her with this opportunity. The seller needs to consider a lot of things, and the buyer only needs to buy it and take it. The medicinal properties of Liu Guang will not be metabolized too quickly. As long as Darula releases her mental power, she can find clues. Among the 5 people in the single soldier major, the 2 who did not receive mental combing are the most suspicious. Check if there are any of the 5 people whose grades suddenly soared, and it should be possible to lock in the buyer. Jiang Xian locked in 10 people, and she found 5 of them. Everyone got about the same information, but she had a little more than Jiang Xian. She had seen 2 other students, who climbed over the wall, and came back on the night of the emergency assembly. After the mental combing was over, Jiang Xian left first, followed by 5 students majoring in individual soldiers, and Darula and Ji Jiuxiu walked in the end. The mental power of the first place is a bit confused, the other 2 are normal, and the situation of the 2 who shook hands is unclear. Darula talked about the 5 people. Did you see anything? Mental combing can be replaced by handshakes, but she can't take the initiative to do another mental combing for the other party. The reward is set, and can't appear too worthless. Ji Jiuxiu shook his head. It's hard to say. I checked their grades again. There was no problem with the grades. The 5 people's previous grades have always been in the upper reaches. It's not impossible to get the top 5 if they work hard. This side is temporarily deadlocked, and the other side is progressing smoothly. Ji Jiuxiu asked Tianji to hack into the military school system to check the pictures in every student's information. She looked at them one by one, and found the information of the boy who came later. He was a student majoring in command, but not a freshman, but a student 1 year older than her, named Du Chung, and the disciplinary record column was empty. As for the other person, it was too dark at the time, and the other person's cloak covered his face, so she couldn't see his appearance clearly. If you can catch one, it counts. Ji Jiuxiu asked Rong Tianjiang to get close to the other person, and it would be best to show that he was troubled by mental power to see if he could get some information from him. Tianji sent her a picture. The camera showed a business card and a small bottle of medicine. On the business card was printed a string of contact numbers and a line of small words. Do you want to make more money? At the end, the word Aiden was written in artistic font. The things were thrown at the door of the clinic. After checking the surveillance, it was found that the person who put the things there was a drunkard who was often seen on this street. He was drunk on the roadside every day. He could be ordered to do anything by paying him. Ji Jiuxiu asked Tianji to shake the potion, and as expected, he saw the flowing light in the medicine bottle. The other party put the flowing light at the door of the clinic and left such a business card. Did he want to cooperate with her to sell flowing light? This is really a pillow for a sleepy person. Ji Jiuxiu was not sure whether the potion placed at the door was really flowing light, so he asked Shuang Yuebai to help test it. The Storm organization has its own testing channels, and the results confirmed that the potion at the door of the clinic was indeed flowing light. Shuang Yuebai asked, do you suspect that the flowing light in your hand is fake? Ji Jiuxiu told the clinic about the medicine received, and tried Shuang Yuebai's thoughts. Flowing light can bring endless wealth, and you were injured because of the flowing light, and you took the blame for no reason. What do you think? Shuang Yuebai said frankly, it was the Federation that hurt people, and the money is very attractive to me. The implication is that if the flowing light can be controlled by her, she will not stop its circulation, not to mention that the black market and the Federation are not on good terms. Ji Jiuxiu, you can find the flowing light sample, but you can't copy it. Her meaning is very clear. The day the technology is not in Shuang Yuebai's hands, Shuang Yuebai will be controlled by others. Aiden on the business card wants to get in touch with her, and the probability of looking at small and medium-sized clinics is not high. She guessed that the other party found out that she knew Shuang Yuebai's siblings, and came to her specifically. Aiden did not contact Shuang Yuebai directly but came to her in a roundabout way. Maybe the other party had found Shuang Yuebai, but Shuang Yuebai was still hesitating. The fact that things passed through her meant that she had something to gain, and she was tempted to be Shuang Yuebai's lobbyist with this benefit. If she understood Aiden's meaning, They could reach a win-win situation by cooperating. If she didn't understand Aiden's meaning, the other party would not suffer any loss. Shuang Yue by poured tea. You don't support the sale of Liu Guang? Ji Jiuxiu simply said, yes. Shuang Yue by handed over the tea. There are countless drugs that can temporarily enhance mental power. Do you want to destroy them all? Liu Guang is different. Ji Jiuxiu took a sip of the teacup. It is said to be a banned drug, which is similar to the poison of the old human era to some extent. It is addictive and deadly, and will lose reason when it is high. She has read history, and really doesn't like this kind of drug. If Liu Guang enters the military academy, or even the army, the consequences will be even more unimaginable. Ji Jiuxiu said goodbye to Shuang Yue Bai, and asked Tianji to create a new account to add the person on the business card. The other party has not approved the friend for the time being, so she is not in a hurry. There is new progress on Rong Tianxiang's side. The result of the investigation is that there is nothing unusual. The student sneaked out of the school gate just because he likes to play games. He feels itchy all over if he doesn't play games for a day. He can even run out to play, at the risk of violating discipline. After learning that Rong Tianjiang is also a game enthusiast, he also dragged Rong Tianjiang to sneak out together. Rong Tianjiang, he is really good at playing games. There is a recognized difficult game that he has reached the highest level. I don't think he is lying. He stayed up late to play games for several days in a row, and he had dark circles under his eyes. He yawned repeatedly when he spoke. Ji Jiuxiu, you should have a good rest first, and put this matter aside for the time being. When I climbed over the wall at night and came back, I saw a very strange person downstairs of the dormitory building. I felt that he was sneaking around and was very suspicious. Rong Tianjiang clicked on the picture in the light brain. The background of the picture was night, and the boy was standing in the shadow of the corner. In the first picture, he lowered his head, and in the second picture, he seemed to notice something unusual and looked towards the camera. Ji Jiuxiu stretched out her hand to cover the upper half of the other person's face, looked at his chin, and her eyes fixed. This was the cloaked man she met that night. She sent the photo to Tianji and found out that the other person was a student of the command major. She immediately asked Rong Tianjiang to change his target and approach this person. Rong Tianjiang suppressed his excitement. I suspect he is the seller in the school. Finally, he was going to catch someone. It was worth it for him to climb over the wall every night to play games. Ji Jiuxiu grabbed it with both hands, and also focused on the top 5 personnel of the single soldier major. She took out the streamer that Aiden gifted as a friendship and decided to go fishing. She sent anonymous messages to all 5 people, saying that she had a first-hand source of goods, which was 10% cheaper than the streamer sold by others, and asked if they were interested. Less than an hour after the message was sent, someone immediately replied. The third person replied. His eagerness could be felt from the text he sent. He didn't even wonder how Ji Jiuxiu knew his contact information. He only questioned the authenticity of Liu Guang. Ji Jiuxiu, tomorrow at 7 p.m., next to the trash can on the left side of the 9th dormitory building, you can check the goods first. The first customer will get a 50% discount. The third person agreed immediately. The remaining 4 people didn't respond. Ji Jiuxiu kept a close eye on the third person. During this period, Aiden accepted Ji Jiuxiu's friend request. When Ji Jiuxiu proposed to buy a batch of Liu Guang, Aiden said that the situation was tense recently, and he would not ship it for the time being. The tension was probably caused by Jiang Xian. When Ji Jiuxiu checked down, Jiang Xian was not idle either. Ji Jiuxiu patiently chatted with Aiden about future development plans, trying to get information from him, but Aiden was very cautious and didn't say anything he shouldn't say. She guided the other party to talk about Theseus Military Academy, hinting that she had someone in the military academy who could sell Liu Guang to the school. Aiden asked her not to interfere in the business of the military academy, but didn't say the specific reason. She dug out some information from Aiden's vague words. There were not only sellers in the military academy, but also Aiden's superiors. The sale of Liu Guang formed a complete industrial chain. Aiden was in the middle position, wholesale the drugs to the downline, and let the downline find someone to sell it. More information could not be obtained. If Ji Jiuxiu hadn't claimed that he was unwilling to give up the blue ocean of the military academy, Aiden would not have told her so much. Continuing to inquire would easily alert the enemy. 2 days later, the other 4 people in the single soldier major still did not respond, and the third one found Ji Jiuxiu again and said he wanted to buy Liu Guang. The addiction to Liu Guang will become more frequent as the dosage increases. He asked to buy Liu Guang in just 2 days, so he is already addicted. Ji Jiuxiu, the latest batch of goods is sold out, and it will be available in half a month. The third person can't get Liuguang from her, so he will naturally go to the previous seller. She secretly followed the third person, and wanted to find the seller in the school. However, the seller's approach was the same as hers. He didn't buy and sell Liuguang in person, but put it in a place, and then notified the third person to pick it up. She continued to communicate with the third person, guiding him to bargain with another seller based on her 90% discount on Liuguang. She wanted to make the seller sit still. On the other side, Rong Tianjiang, who was trying to build a relationship with a cloak classmate, made some progress, but it was not good news. The cloak classmate was indeed selling things, but not Liuguang, but game equipment. Rong Tianjiang couldn't believe it. He tried many times, spent a lot of money, and tried all kinds of methods. The result was that the other party was selling game equipment. His sneaky movements and wearing a cloak were purely autistic, and he didn't want to see anyone. He was helpless and furious. Both of them left the school to play games. Are games so fun? Ji Jiuxiao gave the flowing light he got from Shuang Yuebai to Rong Tianjiang, and asked him to approach the two people who climbed over the wall to leave the school, and at the same time find a chance to spy on the other 8 people who were late for the emergency meeting. Jiang Ju was not included. Jiang Xian would not do things without a purpose. Since he suddenly made an emergency meeting, it means that he was sure that the seller of the flowing light was not in the school at that time. She used the internet communication to guide the third person in the dark, and Rong Tianjiang used the flowing light to test the 8 late people in the open. I don't know if the seller can still keep his composure. After arranging everything, she realized that she was at the black market on the night of the emergency meeting. Would Jiang Xian be targeting her? No matter what, her overall idea was right. There were indeed sellers of Liuguang in the school. Rong Tianjiang acted according to Ji Jiuxiu's instructions. Since Dairula and Jiang Ju were not convenient to come forward, Ji Jiuxiu also pulled Fusong to work. She was also not idle. While approaching the 8 latecomers, she got information from the third place and Aiden. After she bought a batch of goods from Aiden and sold part of it to the third place, she got a new news. The side effect of not being able to accept mental counseling after drinking Liuguang before has been improved. Now it can be suppressed by other drugs. As long as the mental counseling is not too deep, the human body will not reject mental power during the drug effect period. This is not a new drug, but a refurbished drug with stable effects, but it is a bit expensive and most people cannot afford it. In this way, the 3 people who received mental calming among the 5 single soldier professionals cannot be completely ruled out as suspects. Thinking of what Dairula said about the first place's slightly chaotic mental power, Ji Jiuxiu decided to take a gamble and trick the other party. Before taking action, she first went to the principal, pointed out the purpose of Jiang Xian's coming to Theseus Military Academy, and then told the results of her investigation during this period, asking the principal to give her some help. A trace of surprise flashed across the principal's face. You always surprise me. Ji Jiuxiu shrugged. Every time an accident comes to me, I am helpless. She is smart now, and she will hug her thighs before looking for trouble. The principal's approach in the school rules incident won her trust. Principal, have you ever thought that you are just an ordinary student, and should not be involved in such a complicated incident? I am showing my value to you. Ji Jiuxiu smiled. The principal stared at Ji Jiuxiu for a long time, with a smile in her eyes. Why do I feel that you are fighting with Jiang Xian instead of helping the school? Ah. Ji Jiuxiu responded, his eyes curved with a smile full of cunning. You saw through me. The principal laughed, and her eyes, which had been polished by time, showed tenderness. She asked, so what do you need me to do for you? Chapter 57. The first one was Julian. He looked calm when he was taken to the office by the teacher. He looked disdainful when he saw Ji Jiuxiu. His face tightened slightly when he saw Delilah. When the principal walked in, his eyes narrowed. He pulled a chair over and sat down, crossed his legs and asked, what's the matter with calling me here? The office light was very bright, shining from the top of his head, and all the subtle expressions on his face could be seen clearly. The principal sat in the chair opposite him, looking at him silently without answering. Ji Jiuxiu and Delilah stood on her left and right. Ji Jiuxiu took a step forward, stood in front of him and looked down. Don't you know what you have done? I don't know what I have done to deserve being treated like this by you. Julian looked calm. Ji Jiuxiu, I won't waste my time. The school already knows about Liuguang and has developed a testing instrument. The school clinic will extract your blood at the end of the midterm test. Do you think there is anything wrong with your blood? It is common to see blood in the competition of individual professional. The school doctor will immediately deal with minor injuries that are not serious. After the test, The school doctor bandaged the wound on Julian's arm. As for the testing instrument, she made up the blood extraction. The instrument cannot detect Liuguang, which is one of the reasons why Liuguang spreads so widely. Julian looked ugly and said with a hard mouth, "I don't know what you are talking about. Do you want me to take out the report?" Ji Jioshu said slowly. "You have to think clearly. You actively admit, and I show evidence to prove, that there are two different results." Julian pursed his lips tightly, lowered his head and said nothing. "Ji Jioshu, I give you a minute." The office was quiet, all sounds were isolated, even the sound of breathing was inaudible, all eyes were focused on Julian. He lowered his head, a few strands of hair on his forehead trembled slightly. 10 seconds left, 9, 8, 7. Ji Jioshu began to count down. The extremely oppressive countdown added a bit of pressure, the air seemed to become sticky and difficult to breathe. "I think we can give him more time, he is an excellent military student." Darilla suddenly interrupted Ji Jioshu. Her voice was gentle and powerful, like a cool breeze blowing past, and her blue eyes were full of encouragement. "We all know the characteristics of Liuguang addiction. I believe you must not make mistakes on your own initiative. It doesn't matter if you take the wrong path, but you can't make the same mistake again and again." Julian raised his head and looked at her. She smiled lightly and looked at him firmly and gently. Julian stammered and finally confessed, "Yes, I took Liuguang. I wanted to win too much. I couldn't control myself when I thought about meeting His Highness." The calm mood disappeared, and his face was full of regret. "This is my first time taking it. I was confused for a moment. Can you please not expel me? I don't want to leave the place where His Highness is." He became more and more excited, his eyes were fixed on Darula, his eyes were obsessed, and he was completely different from his previous cold appearance. The Theseus Military Academy is very strict about cheating, and once it is discovered, it will be expelled. Ji Jioshu took a step forward and blocked Darula behind him, not quite believing it. "Since you like her, why are you so calm when you are doing mental combing?" At that time, the other four people were very excited, only his expression looked like someone owed him 8 million and didn't pay it back. Julian moved aside, determined not to let Darula out of his sight. Only by being different can you attract the attention of Her Highness. She has seen so many flattering people. She will definitely be impressed by my indifference. Ji Jioshu, After the mental combing was over, when they analyzed him, Darula's evaluation of him was arrogant, neurotic, and dead pretending. How can this not be a deep impression? Ji Jioshu, who did you buy the stream from? How many people are buying and selling? Julian, I don't know. The sellers never meet when they do transactions. They always put the items in a fixed place. This statement is consistent with what Ji Jioshu knew. She continued to ask, "Tell me how you came into contact with the stream, the time and frequency of buying the stream, and where you usually trade. Your information may be able to help us. Be as detailed as possible," Darula added. She still had a reserved smile, which was a bit aloof and distant to Ji Jioshu, but just right for Julian. His ears turned red, and he spoke with a slight stutter about all the experiences he had with Liuguang. He knew only one seller in the school. A month ago, the other party took the initiative to find him, and gave him a bottle of Liuguang, but he never used it. Until this competition, with his usual performance, it was impossible for him to enter the top 5. He drank Liuguang with the mentality that there was no loss in trying, but he was caught by the school. The seller restocked goods about once every 2 weeks, because 2 weeks ago, the seller came to ask him if he wanted Liuguang. Ji Jioshu, you contact the seller and tell him that you want to buy Liuguang. He will take as many as he has on hand, and the price is 10% higher than usual. It was perfectly appropriate for Julian to buy it, and the reason he wanted to continue using Liuguang after tasting the sweetness of the first place was that he wanted to continue using Liuguang. You need to pay a deposit to buy Liuguang. Julian spread his hands. I just spent all my money this month, and I don't have that much money on hand. Ji Jioshu looked at the principal. She did have money, but she couldn't pay for it. The principal understood what she meant, and nodded slightly to her. The seller didn't sell it casually. Before contacting Julian, he must have done an investigation in advance, and thought he was a potential customer. The seller probably also knew that Julian had no money now, and he had to find a reason to win the lottery to make Julian rich and rationalize his behavior. The arrest of Julian was done secretly, and not many people knew about it. After the interrogation, he was allowed to go back to class as usual, and he would be dealt with after the matter was over. The principal asked, "What do you want to do?" Ji Jioshu, use myself as bait and catch the fish. In fact, she could have left this matter to the principal. She was just an ordinary military school student, and was not suitable to get involved in such things. But the principal didn't mention it, and she didn't say it either. It was the end of the month, and Julian got Liu Guang smoothly. The principal couldn't use the school's money, and could only take it out of his own pocket. Ji Jiuxiu was a little worried, and asked the principal, "This money may not be recovered. If you can find the person out, will you get a bonus or reward?" If she had to pay the money, she would rather not do it. "Principal, are you short of money?" Like a little money grubber who was obsessed with money, he couldn't stop talking about money. Ji Jiuxiu nodded heavily. "I am short of money. Principal, if you can really find the person before Jiang Xian, I will apply for a bonus for you." Ji Jiuxiu's eyes lit up. "It's a deal." The first thing she did after getting the stream was to contact the third person, and tell him that there was enough supply recently, and asked him to ask the previous seller. If the seller said there was no stock, he must be trying to raise the price. After a period of chatting and tracking, she analyzed that the third person was a person with a bad temper and no brains, so she deliberately provoked the relationship between him and the seller. She posted a post on the forum, implicitly mentioning the stream, and people who knew the stream would definitely understand that she wanted to act like a fool who didn't know the rules and muddy the waters of the military academy. Soon, someone privately chatted with her anonymously and asked to buy the stream. Ji Jiuxiu put the stream in a place on campus without surveillance, turned around and reported to the principal, and installed 2 invisible cameras where the things were placed. The camera stared at the place where the stream was placed without blind spots. Ji Jiuxiu notified the other party to come and take it. Half an hour later, a boy appeared in the range of the camera and took the things away. The team members gathered in front of the camera to observe. When Rong Tianjiang saw that someone was about to leave, he immediately stood up and wanted to chase him, but Ji Jiuxiu stopped him. Rong Tianjiang said anxiously, "If you don't hurry up, everyone will leave." Ji Jiuxiu, "The person you catch now is probably a paid errand boy who may not know Liu Guang." "What do you mean?" Rong Tianjiang asked. "Fuso, the seller won't really show up. Dirila, there is suddenly an inexplicable seller in the military academy. The other party is not a fool, so of course he will be treated with caution." Rong Tianjiang, "So Liu Guang was just given to him like that. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child." Ji Jiuxiu looked at the figure that disappeared in the camera range, waiting for the other party to contact her next time. Her streamer was sold at a 10% discount. I don't know how long the only seller in the military academy can endure. The place where the streamer was placed was a small pond. In the evening, people occasionally came here to paint or practice music. Art cultivation is a necessary skill for some family disciples. After class, people came here and there, and the quiet pond gradually became lively. Rong Tianjiang passed by the pond on his way back to the dormitory and met Guy, who was once a friend and later an enemy. The other party was feeding fish by the pond. Various fish squeezed in front of him to compete for food. Guy raised his head when he heard the movement and met Rong Tianjiang's eyes. Both of them were stunned. Rong Tianjiang spoke first and said in a yin-yang tone, "These fish are really bold. They dare to eat anything given by anyone. Guy, why are you here? This is not your home. I can be here if I want. I want to ask you what you are doing here." Rong Tianjiang retorted. He walked straight ahead, bumping into Guy's shoulder as he passed by. He snorted coldly and walked forward without looking back. Behind him, Guy stared at his back until he disappeared, then turned around and dumped all the fish food into the pond. The fish scrambled for it, and water splashed. Ji Jiuxiu waited patiently for the fish to take the bait, while Rong Tianjiang got the first catch. He had always maintained friendly social relations with the students, who climbed over the wall to return to school. Although the results he got before were that the two of them went out to play games, he never gave up. His efforts finally paid off, and one of them told him the news about Liu Guang. Ji Jiuxiu asked Rong Tianjiang to reveal her identity as a seller. She was really annoyed by waiting for the fish to take the bait for too long. "There are so many things to do. How can I just sit there and watch the fishing rod every day? You can't be too deliberate about exposing your identity, and you have to show an expression of "I regret accidentally letting the cat out of the bag." Ji Jiuxiu gave Rong Tianjiang a training on acting that was solid in theory but sparse in practice. After Rong Tianjiang's carelessness and the other party's soft and hard persuasion, Ji Jiuxiu finally met the other party. He was not an autistic classmate with a cloak, but a cheerful man with a sunny smile. However, when they met, the other party was not cheerful and looked at Ji Jiuxiu with a wooden face. "Ji Jiuxiu, how much goods do you want?" "Cheerful man, where are you from? Do you know the rules?" There is already someone in charge of the military academy. Didn't your superior tell you? The school is so big, you can't sell it all by yourself. I'm sharing the burden for you. Ji Jioshio's attitude was arrogant. If you don't know me, it means our products are not the same. I can sell them wherever I want. If I am happy, I can even do a 20% or 70% discount. Can you? The cheerful man couldn't be cheerful. He said with a dark face, "You are ruining the market." "I am happy to do so." Ji Jioshio was arrogant. "If you don't buy, don't waste my time. Oh, by the way, there is no discount if you buy." The cheerful man said gloomily, "You don't follow the rules, and sooner or later something will happen. Don't worry about it." Ji Jioshio sneered sarcastically, "Your acting skills are not bad. If you can't do this business, you can still debut as an actor in the future." The cheerful man spit and left angrily. Ji Jioshio shook her head. As a matter of fact, she really praised his acting skills. She looked at the other person's leading figure and lowered her eyelashes. A cheerful man alone would not have such great power to buy and sell contraband in a military academy. This was just an appetizer. On weekends, Ji Jioshio went out alone. It took about 3 kilometers from the military academy to the station. The greening around the school was well done, with all kinds of tall trees planted. The camera interspersed between the trees made 2 beeps and stopped. The road was very quiet. She went out in the afternoon to avoid people. It was the time with the highest traffic, and she walked forward leisurely. The breeze blew, the leaves swayed and rustled, and low sounds were mixed in. She suddenly turned her head to the left to dodge, avoiding a flying bullet. The gun slipped out of her sleeve and fell into her palm. She rolled on the ground and raised her gun to fight back. The bullet sank into the jungle and hit a tree trunk. The person behind her showed his figure. He was wearing a black coat without any markings, and his identity could not be identified. Ji Jioshio continued to attack and approached. There was more than one opponent. The attack came from behind. She was as flexible as a monkey. She grabbed the tree trunk next to her with both hands and swung. She climbed up the tree in a few seconds and disappeared into the dense tree canopy. Gunshots continued, aimed at the treetops. Large green leaves and branches were broken and fell down in small and dense pieces. Their guns were deliberately silenced. The forest was not far from the military academy, and the noise was too loud and might attract the attention of the school teachers. The treetops were shot into a sieve, and the green juice on the ground did not have the red color they wanted. One of them looked forward cautiously, but the person he wanted to find was no longer in the treetops. Ji Jioshio suddenly appeared on his right side, hanging upside down on the tree with his feet hooked on the branches, aiming the gun at the man in black and pulling the trigger. Bang! The other party did not react in time, and the bullet hit the back of his head. Another person hurriedly fired, and Ji Jioshio pulled up his waist and abdomen and disappeared from his sight in the blink of an eye. The forest was quiet, even the animals stopped making sounds, and the prey became the hunter. There was a noise, and the man in black quickly turned the gun. There was no target in the camera, so he turned back urgently, but there was no one on the other side. He looked around and backed away a little bit, and his palm holding the gun was a little sweaty. A hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, and his hair stood up in an instant. He struggled frantically to fight back, but the hand kept holding his shoulder tightly. The next second, he felt unbearable pain all over his body, and he couldn't even stand. His feet softened and fell to the ground, and his body couldn't stop shaking. Ji Jioshio confiscated the gun and broke his hands and feet. How is the effect of mental counseling? Do you feel comfortable all over? Usually, this outside charges 4 figures. The man in black trembled with his lips, and he couldn't speak because of the pain. I don't know if he feels comfortable or not, but it's quite heartbreaking. Ji Jioshio contacted the team members to come over as laborers, and prepared to take the man back for interrogation. The man in black who was shot in the head did not die. This gun was specially made, and at most, he had a concussion. Vegetables have their advantages. If he is too strong, she can only use a real gun to blow his head off. The people were taken back and interrogated for an afternoon. They knew nothing. They claimed to be mercenaries. The assassination of Ji Jioshio was ordered by a customer, but they didn't know who the customer was. Everyone took turns to fight, but couldn't get any information. Their identities were probably real. The people were temporarily handed over to the principal. The sky was gloomy, and everyone went back to the dormitory. Ji Jioshio received the news from Wei Hingji and separated from everyone to go to a tulip garden on the left side of the teaching building. There were machines to control the temperature and humidity. The tulips were blooming well, and the flowers of various colors were blooming slightly. Classmate, What are you doing here? A voice came from behind. Ji Jiuxiu turned around and saw a male teacher in teacher's clothes. Ji Jiuxiu, I'm waiting for someone. The male teacher approached. You can't pick the flowers here. If your boyfriend doesn't even want to spend money to buy a flower, then you'd better break up early. I'm not waiting for my boyfriend. Ji Jiuxiu answered. Male teacher, then who are you waiting for? Ji Jiuxiu, I'm waiting for. The warm yellow light of the tulip garden reflected on the cold metal, turning into a cold knife light, and the dagger stabbed Ji Jiuxiu's abdomen. Ji Jiuxiu reacted very quickly, holding the male teacher's wrist with one hand, kicking his knee, and finishing the rest of the sentence. I'm waiting for you. The male teacher moved to the left and dodged, grabbing Ji Jiuxiu's arm with his backhand and throwing her to the ground. She tightened her core and stood firmly on the ground. Physical contact is very beneficial to her. Her mental power is released, but she cannot enter the other party's mental picture, but she can feel his mental power. It seems that the other party has just taken Liu Guang. I don't know if he deliberately avoided her mental power that made people feel severe pain all over, or he was too timid to come to see her without taking drugs. Ji Jiuxiu shouted loudly. There was no need to fight with the other party in school. It would be more convenient to make a big noise to attract others. After shouting several times in a row, there was no movement. Logically, even if people didn't come, the robot should come to check after hearing it. It seems that the other party was well prepared. The male teacher attacked again. She gave up shouting and swept over with a high leg, forcing the male teacher to retreat a few steps. Then she stepped forward and kicked him in the abdomen. He bent down to dodge, his fingers clasped her shoulders, and his other hand tried to lock her throat. She kicked forward, and her toes hit the male teacher's nose heavily. The nose was more fragile than other parts. He groaned, and blood immediately gushed out of both nostrils. She broke free from the male teacher's control, stood 2 or 3 meters away from him, and asked, Maybe we can cooperate, there is no need to rush to attack me. At this time, only people related to Liu Guang would attack her. The male teacher covered his nose with his hand, looking unkind. We know every seller, you are not one of us. I am not now, but I may be in the future. Ji Jiuxiu said slowly. Why are you pretending? The male teacher looked sinister. You are so close to Jiangju, I can tell at a glance that you are Jiang Xian's man. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey and picking the soft persimmon, what a coward. Ji Jiuxiu laughed angrily. He knew what Jiang Xian was doing, but he didn't attack Jiang Xian, and he looked down on her strength so much that he chose to attack her in the military academy. The male teacher gritted his teeth and took out the mecha to continue fighting. Using the mecha to deal with a freshman in the medical field was a bit like using a cannon to shoot at a mosquito, but this woman was really evil, so he had to fight quickly. Ji Jiuxiu carried a mecha with him, but it was not suitable for this occasion, and it was not the time to force it. She moved as fast as a gust of wind, and appeared in front of the male teacher in the blink of an eye, slashing his wrist with her palm, and the bead-shaped folding space in his hand fell to the ground. Both of them reached out to grab it, and the male teacher was one step faster and grabbed the folding space in his palm. Before he had time to be happy, Ji Jiuxiu curled his lips, bit his knees, and hit him in the abdomen, snatched the dagger he had at the beginning, and stabbed him from behind continuously. He stabbed him 10 times. Thanks to his solid basic knowledge of human anatomy, every cut was not fatal, and then he dislocated the opponent's hands and feet, and put the mecha in his pocket. As a trophy. It was completely dark, and the lights of the tulip garden illuminated the night. Ji Jiuxiu grabbed the back of the male teacher's collar and dragged him out. When she passed the gate of the garden, she saw a warning sign outside the gate that said under maintenance, Do not enter. It was not there when she came, so it should have been put by the male teacher. She wanted to send a communication to the principal, but found that the optical computer had no signal. She stepped on the male teacher's palm. Where is the instrument that separates the sound and signal? The male teacher stiffened his neck and refused to cooperate. With a strong step, the hard-soled boots specially made for the military academy were immediately stained with blood. The male teacher's face was pale, and there was a little more fear in his eyes when he looked at Ji Jiuxiu. Ji Jiuxiu, I don't have that much patience. I give you 3 seconds, 3, 2. The soul stepped on the bloody back of his hand again, and the male teacher shuddered with fear. It's on the stone steps behind. Ji Jiuxiu dragged the person over. When he bent down to take the instrument, the male teacher suddenly exploded, grabbed her waist tightly, and pushed her out, and the two rolled down the steps together. He brought a gun with him when he came. The gun was hanging on Ji Jiuxiu's waist. He grabbed it, and pointed the gun at himself instead of Ji Jiuxiu. The gunshot rang out, and warm blood splashed on Ji Jiuxia's face. The strong smell of blood came to his face. She closed her eyes and held back the feeling of retching. The male teacher was dead. This was the first dead person she had come into close contact with. She didn't think of killing him. He didn't want to live. He wouldn't necessarily die if he was caught, but he chose to give up his life on his own initiative. Perhaps he knew that he couldn't stand the torture, and he didn't dare to betray the organization, so he chose to die. It seems that he knows a lot, but unfortunately the clues are interrupted. The principal came quickly. The male teacher was still excited. His identity was confirmed. He was indeed a teacher at Theseus Military Academy. The principal frowned and shared a message with Ji Jiuxiao. Jiang Xian found out that some of the board members were related to Liu Guang. The school was infiltrated like a sieve. From students to teachers, anyone could be involved. The person behind the scenes hid too deep. Jiang Xian couldn't catch the other party's tail. After the male teacher's incident, the other party would definitely be more vigilant. The principal patted Ji Jiuxiao on the shoulder. Your situation is too dangerous. Don't leave the school in the near future. The school will conduct a comprehensive investigation. When she was transferred from the army to the principal 5 years ago, the structure of the board of directors had been formed and the foundation was solid. They could barely tolerate some selfish desires, but it was too much to be so crazy. After rounds of iterations, the Theseus ship is no longer as pure as it was before. Liu Guang's incident is a good opportunity to clean up the dirty military academy board of directors. Ji Jiuxiao, since we need to rest, we might as well rest thoroughly. The two looked at each other, and Ji Jiuxiao told them his plan. The news that a student and a teacher in the military academy had a conflict and both died after the fight spread quickly. Although the teacher tried to suppress and deny the matter, the news still spread everywhere. In an office on a high floor, two people were talking. The cheerful man who climbed over the wall and left the school reported, I saw her body, but I couldn't go forward to confirm. She was covered in blood and should not survive. The person sitting on the soft chair lit a cigar. She is not simple. The cheerful man disdainfully said, she is just a freshman in the medical department. Even if she is from the Federation, so what? We have lost one person, which is already a great achievement for her. The assassination was a warning to the Federation to stop the investigation, otherwise Ji Jiuxia's fate would be the same as that of all the pursuers. Cigar Man, the military academy will conduct a strict investigation recently, and the transaction will be suspended for a while. Cheerful Man, okay. After the cheerful man left, another person appeared from the office. Can this person still be used? Cigar Man, Oliver is very useful, but if you are worried, you can change him at any time. The other party, be thorough in doing things, change the person, and pay more attention to Jiang Xian. He is not a character to be messed with. Cigar Man exhaled a puff of smoke. Originally, Jiang Xian's eyes were on the black market because of that woman, so he is now targeting us, and we can't do business. The business of the military academy can't be very big. The focus is on the black market. What's the situation in the black market? Now we have found the matchmaker. Baofeng is still considering, and Jiang Xian can't reach into the black market. Chapter 58. Oliver left the office building, not knowing that his fate was decided by 2 words. He planned to find Rong Tianjiang. He and Rong Tianjiang met in a game. Rong Tianjiang had poor skills and loved to play. He slowly approached Rong Tianjiang under the pretext of bringing him to play. Rong Tianjiang was a big customer. He was stupid and rich. One person could do 3. He had to take him down. Recently, the situation was tight, and he couldn't sell goods at will. However, he still had some emergency stock and planned to give it to Rong Tianjiang first. The figure in his mind appeared in front of him. He quickly caught up and patted Rong Tianjiang on the shoulder, and his expression became worried. Oliver, I heard that you and Ji Jiuxiao are teammates. I know everything about her. Are you okay? Rong Tianjiang glanced at him and said indifferently, she is still in the hospital. She is just seriously injured and unconscious. She is not dead yet. Not dead? Oliver was surprised and quickly adjusted his tone. That's great. Those rumors misled me. How is the situation now? Do you want to visit her? Take me with you. Rong Tianjiang, why go to see her? It's more interesting to play games. Oliver heard the coldness in his tone and didn't know what expression to make for a moment. Aren't you friends? She used to be very good and worthy of being my friend. Rong Tianjiang was a little impatient. She is only breathing her last breath now. It's a question whether she can wake up. I don't want to bring bad luck. Oliver secretly breathed a sigh of relief and didn't question Rong Tianjiang's attitude. These rich young men are so arrogant and cold. Friends are just toys. They will be thrown aside when they are tired of playing. But he is different. He will be Rong Tianjiang's best friend in the future. He lowered his voice and said, "The medicine I told you about last time is in stock. It is in short supply. I specially left one for you." "Really?" Rong Tianjiang became interested. "Give me the thing. How much does it cost?" "Oliver, with our relationship, why should we talk about money? This is a gift for you. If you are interested, come to me again." "Are you sure there will be no sequelae?" Rong Tianjiang confirmed. "Oliver, of course not. It has only benefits and no harm. As long as you drink it, your professional test will definitely not be a problem." The two chatted for a few more words and then separated, each with a satisfied smile on their faces. Rong Tianjiang walked around the corner. Darula and Jiang Ju were waiting for him. He couldn't suppress his excitement and told the story of what happened just now like pouring beans. "Darula, you acted the arrogant character well, just like the real one. Who can't act a dandy boy? I acted like that in the past few years." Rong Tianjiang straightened his chest and found that someone was missing. "Where's Fuso?" Jiang Ju, following Oliver. "Fuso's tracking skills are top-notch. Even the top scouts in the individual professional subdivision may not be as good as her. She follows people silently, not only without footsteps, but also without breathing. Oliver is a confirmed seller of streamers, and he has superiors above him." After Ji Joshio was seriously injured and hospitalized, they began to target him. As expected, Oliver went to the administrative office building to find someone, which means that there are still hidden people behind the scenes in the school, and their status is higher than that of the male teacher who assassinated Ji Joshio. He went up to the 19th floor of the administrative building, which is the office area of the 6 members of the school board. Unfortunately, he couldn't follow too closely, and didn't know which office he went to. Ji Jioshu sat on a chair in the black market clinic, reading the messages in the small group. She had to avoid it for a while, but she couldn't really go to the hospital, so she just stayed at the clinic and could open the door to earn some pocket money. She sent a message, "Keep an eye on Oliver, I'm afraid something will happen to him." Rong Tianjiang. "What can happen to him? I tell you, my acting skills are very good today. He has already given me the streamer." Ji Jioshu scanned a long string of messages sent by Rong Tianjiang, and her mind drifted to Oliver. His identity was half exposed during the emergency assembly. Now the wind is tight, and the people behind the scenes are ruthless, and will probably not let him go. She was not surprised that someone from the school council was involved in the trade of streamers. The 6 council members flashed through her mind one by one, and she couldn't see who was suspicious. Fusong suddenly sent a message in the group, "East District Back Gate Shulin, come quickly." This message was almost covered by Rong Tianjiang's screen, and Ji Jioshu set a mute for Rong Tianjiang. 5 minutes later, Darila started a video call. She seemed to be running. The screen was shaking violently. In the picture, Fusong was holding her arm, blood was flowing out of her hand, and Oliver was lying on the ground, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Jiang Ju put his hand on Oliver's neck to feel his pulse. "He's not dead. He was shot in the chest, but fortunately it didn't hit the heart. If the bullet had deviated a centimeter to the left, he would never be able to open his eyes again." Jiang Ju notified the doctor in the school clinic. Fusong squatted on the ground and took out a bandage to tie his wound. This injury could not be rescued, so they could only try to stop the bleeding first. Her arm was also bleeding. Oliver was lying flat on the ground, and the bandage could not pass through his back. Rong Tianjiang hurried forward to help, and he retched repeatedly because of the strong smell of blood. Jiang Ju couldn't bear to watch it, so he pulled Rong Tianjiang away, first tore off a long bandage and handed it to Fusong, then helped Oliver up, and used the bandage to pass through his 2 arms to wrap his chest. He lowered his eyes. His expression was still cold, his hands were stained with blood and stained the red and white bandages. His movements were clean and neat. Rong Tianjiang was still retching. The camera shook for a while, and then turned to Rong Tianjiang. It should be Darula bandaging Fusong. Ji Jioshu and Rong Tianjiang on the screen stared at each other. Rong Tianjiang quickly said, "When we came here just now, we saw Fusong fighting with someone, and Oliver was already lying on the ground at that time." Ji Jioshu, "What happened?" Fusong, "Oliver met a man in black here, and was shot by the other party. If she hadn't acted in time, there would be a corpse lying on the ground now." The school doctor hurried over, and took the person to the school clinic for rescue. The operation was over and the bullet was removed, but Oliver was still in a coma. To avoid complications, he needed to be transferred to the hospital for observation. If they didn't succeed this time, they will definitely try again. Watch carefully. Ji Jiuxiu instructed. Rong Tianjiang. The school doctor wants to transfer him to the central hospital. I have been close to him recently, so I can accompany him to the hospital. Ji Jiuxiu. Okay, see you at the hospital. Be careful. She reported Oliver's matter to the principal and explained the plan. If the principal made any move, it would alert the people behind the scenes, so she couldn't send anyone to help. She was watching the movements of the board members at school. Ji Jiuxiu didn't need the principal to send anyone. With her, plus Jiang Ju's assistance, the other party couldn't kill Oliver unless they used a cannon. The school doctor drove the aircraft out of the school. The first part of the journey was smooth and uneventful. When it was about to enter the urban area, the aircraft shook for a while, then slowly stopped and suddenly fell from midair. The school doctor quickly clicked on the console and tried to control the aircraft. The aircraft slowed down its landing speed, and finally bang. It fell to the ground, and everything fell to the ground with a clang. School doctor, I go out and take a look. He was about to check the aircraft, and Rong Tianjiang grabbed him. Don't move, I go. The school doctor was a little surprised, and seeing Rong Tianjiang's serious expression, he nodded. I notified the central hospital to come and pick someone up. Rong Tianjiang walked out of the aircraft. His spirit was highly nervous, holding the gun in his hand tightly and looking around. Behind him, the door of the aircraft closed. The school doctor stood up and adjusted his sleeves, pulled out a gun from under the seat and shot at Oliver. The bullet was so fast that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. When it was about to hit Oliver's head, the bullet miraculously hovered above his head. The school doctor's face changed, and he quickly fired a few more shots. Rong Tianjiang realized something was wrong and knocked on the door of the aircraft. Before the door opened, there was a sound of fighting outside, and bullets hit the aircraft with a dull sound of dong dong dong. In the aircraft, Jiang Ju lifted the white bed sheet, grabbed the black wig and threw it at the school doctor. The bullet hit the school doctor's wrist as his long silver hair fell. The blood fell to the ground before the gun, and the school doctor took out a scalpel and cut his throat. Jiang Ju stepped forward and grabbed his arm, but he cut his palm with a backhand knife. The scalpel was extremely sharp, and a long cut was cut on Jiang Ju's palm, and blood was dripping. He continued to attack as if he didn't feel the pain, and his mental power became his weapon, bending the scalpel. The school doctor let go of the scalpel, and reached out to grab Jiang Ju's neck. Jiang Ju dodged sideways, grabbed the school doctor's arm and pulled forward, tripping him and pressing him to the ground. One hand could not move, and the school doctor used the other hand to take out the gun under the bed frame next to him. Jiang Ju tried to stop him, but he was just making a fake move. He quickly retracted his hand and picked up the curved scalpel that fell on the ground. His hand was so fast that there was an afterimage, and he decisively wiped it on his neck. The blood stained the ground red. Jiang Ju stood up and opened the door of the aircraft. A man in black just rushed forward. Seeing the door of the aircraft open, his eyes flashed with astonishment. Jiang Ju raised his hand and fired. He wanted to leave a survivor and deliberately avoided the heart. Unexpectedly, the other party turned to the left to avoid it, and was killed directly with one shot. A gunshot rang out, and another person fell to the ground. Darula appeared in Jiang Ju's sight with a gun, looking at the body in front of him with complicated eyes. Darula, can't you leave someone alive? Jiang Ju, it happened suddenly, he didn't avoid it. Darula, how's the doctor? Dead. Jiang Ju added, it wasn't me who did it, he just didn't want to live. They guessed that the person behind the scenes would do it when Oliver was transferred, so they asked Fuso to take people to the hospital alone, and Jiang Ju pretended to be Oliver on the spaceship, but they didn't expect that the school doctor would be a member of the Liuguang organization. Rong Tianjiang, let the principal send someone to clean up the mess, and then drive a new aircraft over. I don't want to take this one, There were corpses and blood, it was difficult to deal with, and the smell of blood made him unable to finish a sentence. After sending the message, Jiang Ju put down the light brain. The principal can't show up for the time being, and the person who cleans up the mess will come soon. 10 minutes later, 2 aircraft stopped in front of the 3 people, and one of them bowed slightly to Jiang Ju. Jiang Ju gestured to the 2, let's go. In the hospital, Oliver woke up from a nightmare, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Rong Tianjiang chewing an apple in the ward. He exhaled, his heart thumped violently, his face was pale, and he forced a smile and said, did you save me? Thank you so much. He lifted the quilt and struggled to get up from the bed. This place was not safe and had to be moved as soon as possible. Rong Tianjiang watched his movements, did not say a word, and continued to chew the apple. Why don't you speak? Oliver was keenly aware of the abnormality, but he didn't know what the problem was. Fusong outside the door heard the movement, and pushed the door open and walked in. Oliver's brain reacted for a moment, and recalled the blurred picture. You saved me. Who saved him is not the point now. He left the bed, stepped on the ground with both feet, and said to Rong Tianjiang anxiously, I was attacked at school. It is not safe in the hospital. I need to change places as soon as possible. Please call a flying vehicle for me. They will monitor his movements at all times, and he cannot use his identity to call a car. Rong Tianjiang, tell me about your superiors first. Who wants to kill you? I don't know. It's urgent now. I will discuss it with you later, okay? Oliver's tone was anxious. His eyes kept sweeping across the door and window of the ward, as if a monster outside would suddenly rush in. Rong Tianjiang said calmly, I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious yet. Fuso walked forward, pressed his shoulder with his hand and pushed him hard. He fell back to the bed. The wound on his chest was pulled, and the pain attacked his brain like an explosion. He lay in bed for a long time and couldn't recover. Oliver, you. The door opened again, and Jiang Ju and two strangers walked in. Ji Jioshu, the noodles downstairs in the hospital are delicious. Oliver couldn't be left alone, so they took turns to eat, and now it was Fusong and Rong Tianjiang's turn to eat. Seeing that Rong Tianjiang and Fusong were about to leave, Oliver endured the pain and hurriedly said, Wait! Where are you going? What's going on now? Ji Jioshu walked to the bed and turned on the light computer video. Tell me, when did you start selling Liuguang? Who is your superior? Oliver was stiff. I don't know what you are talking about. Oh, I forgot. Ji Jioshu tapped his eyebrows twice, revealing his true face. She was a little famous, and she might be recognized on the street and cause trouble, not to mention Darula, almost no one didn't know her, and she had to wear a mask when she went out. Oliver's eyes were filled with fear, and his blood seemed to be frozen. You're not dead? You're not dead. They all underestimated Ji Jioshu. The assassin died, so they naturally thought she would not survive. The plan was to assassinate her outside the school first, and if she couldn't be killed, she would be injured, and then activate the nails inside the school, trick her away in the name of Wei Hingji, and kill her while she was injured. Everything went very smoothly, and he even saw Ji Jioshu being carried away for rescue, but now she appeared here in good condition. How could there be any signs of injury? Ji Jioshu, this is not the point. Do you plan to confess yourself or torture her to go through the process first? Oliver stammered, and without Ji Jioshu's interrogation, he directly told the most important news, Perrin. The person who wants to kill me is Perrin. I can be a witness in court to identify him. Please protect me. Since they have already taken action against him, he is a dead man in their eyes whether he speaks or not, so it is better to actively cooperate and strive to get protection here. Maybe he can survive. Perrin is a member of the school council. He is a rigid person, and a thin man who insisted that the school rules cannot be changed in the previous school rules incident. Oliver was caught by Perrin when he was stealing things in the black market. Perrin did not punish him, but secretly allowed him to enter Theseus Military Academy, so that he could sell Liuguang on campus. All express deliveries delivered to the campus must be inspected, so they can only be carried manually, and he usually brings them in on weekends. The night he was caught by Jiang Xian, he received news that a batch of smuggled goods was discovered, and he was urgently called to take Liuguang away and hide it. He went out for entertainment on other nights. He could not go out during the day, and had to work on weekends, so he could only sneak out to play at night. This is why Rong Tianjiang did not find any problems when he first contacted him. All the information Oliver said was logical, and the answers he gave when asking for details were convincing, and were likely to be true. Oliver, I've said everything. They won't let me go. You must help me. Call the police. Hand me over to the police. I'd rather go to jail than die. He was so emotional that the wound on his chest was pulled again. He was in so much pain that he couldn't say the next word. Ji Jioshu recorded everything he said, sent it to the principal, and called the communication. The optical computer was connected. The principal didn't turn on the hidden background mode. She could see the clean and tidy office, and Jiang Xian standing in front of the principal. Her eyes fell on Jiang Xian. It seems I'm a step slower. 2 minutes late. The principal glanced at the schedule. Perrin has a business trip next week, and is preparing to leave Theseus on a spaceship. Ji Jioshu, can I ask where he got the news from? Jiang Xian said indifferently, I caught someone in the black market. She is one of Perrin's subordinates, and will be an undercover agent of the Federation in the future. Why did she agree? Ji Jiuxiu asked curiously. Jiang Xian. Her sister is in the 5th middle school in the East District. She has a strange disease and needs specific medication. I promised to let her sister change her identity and live on other planets and provide free medication for life. Ji Jiuxiu, good trick. Jiang Xian, you are not bad to be able to find this step. Ji Jiuxiu, but I don't think parent is the final answer. What do you mean? The principal asked. Ji Jiuxiu, too easy, too perfect, as if someone had sent the result to me on purpose so that this matter could end as soon as possible. She kept an eye on Oliver's condition. He kept his head down, looking depressed as if he was going to die. After hearing her conversation with the principal, he quickly raised his head to look at her, and lowered his head again when he found that she was looking at him. Principal, I catch Perrin first. No matter what, he is one of the suspects. The communication was hung up, and Jiang Ju's light brain sounded. He walked to Ji Jiuxiu's side. My brother wants to find you. Ji Jiuxiu, what's the matter? Jiang Xian, I know that children of your age are unwilling to admit defeat, but I hope you can recognize the reality as soon as possible and stop struggling. You are already good enough to catch up with my speed. I don't know if this sentence is a compliment. Anyway, Ji Jiuxiu only heard full of arrogance. What does you are already good enough to catch up with my speed mean? People like this are usually cannon fodder in novels of old humans. Ji Jiuxiu looked at Jiang Ju. Has he always been so annoying? Rong Tianjian on the side interrupted. Yes, it has always been like this. Jiang Ju. In fact, he has always been very likable. I know that people of your status are unwilling to admit defeat, but I hope you can use your brain to think carefully. It is not worth being proud of being faster than me. You will get points only if the answer is correct. Ji Jiuxiu turned off the communication. Jiang Ju's optical brain rang again. This time, he did not give it to Ji Jiuxiu, and went to communicate with his brother. Oliver on the bed cried out for himself. I didn't lie to you, it was Perrin who asked me to do this, I really didn't lie. Ji Jiuxiu ignored his words, and sent a message to Aiden in the black market. I heard that the person in charge of the military academy is about to be arrested. You still don't consider me? Aiden, still thinking about the business of the military academy? Don't think about it, Ji Jiuxiu. The original people have been removed. Isn't it just right for me to take over now? She acted like a crazy gambler who fell into the eyes of money, and asked relentlessly. Aiden, you can't fall, you should focus on the black market. Ji Jiuxiu looked at Aiden's reply, thinking, it's not Aiden's fault that she was not vigilant enough. After all, no one would have thought that she would open a clinic in the black market. It seems that her guess is correct. Perrin is not the one behind the scenes. She didn't ask any more questions, but talked about the black market business. She didn't open the door recently. Aiden seemed a little anxious, so he wanted her to give up the idea of the military academy. She comforted Aiden, put the blame for the delay in the cooperation on Shuang Bai, and said that she would try to persuade Shuang Bai and arrange a meeting between the two parties after the storm passed. After drawing a delicious pancake for Aiden, she raised her head and stared at Oliver with a half smile. Oliver's expression became more and more stiff under her gaze. What's wrong? Ji Jiuxiu shook his wrist and narrowed his eyes. You gave the wrong answer. You need to accept a little punishment. She walked forward. Jiang Ju was one step faster than her, grabbed Oliver's palm, and bent his index finger back. His movements were very slow, allowing Oliver to feel the pain more delicately. Oliver's forehead was sweating coldly, and his eyes were full of fear. Oliver, you abuse me. Ji Jiuxiu, our methods are already mild. Wait until you go to the police interrogation room, and you will know what hell is. She had never been to the police interrogation room, and she didn't know whether the suspects would be abused, but it didn't stop her from scaring people. Oliver bit his confession. I really didn't lie, it was Perrin. I don't know where you got the news that it wasn't him. If you don't believe me, you can go and verify whether the person who gave you the news was right or wrong. He spoke a long string of words quickly and hurriedly, click with a slight sound. His index finger was broken. Ah, he wailed, the hospital ward was well soundproofed, and no one came in to check the situation. Jiang Ju took out a tissue to wipe his hands. Don't shout. It's not broken, it's just dislocated. Oliver was so determined that Ji Jiuxiu began to doubt the truth of Aiden's words. She left Oliver alone in the ward and took the others out. The window of the ward faced the back of the hospital, and you could see the wide road and flying vehicles coming and going. There was little greenery in the city, and the huge screen played various advertisements. It was drizzling outside the window. Oliver endured the pain and got up to lock the door, slowly moved to the window and looked out. If he dragged it on and waited for the police to transfer him to prison, It would be too late to escape. Damn Ji Jioxiao, he deliberately left his injury, and didn't let him lie in the medical cabin to speed up his recovery. A black flashed in front of his eyes, and something pierced his eyes. He felt a burning pain and shouted help loudly, attracting the attention of several people outside the door. There was a bang on the door, and he regretted why he had locked the door just now. The door lock was an electronic screen, and he couldn't open the door without seeing it. A bullet passed through his shoulder, and he didn't care about the pain. He rushed to the bed with his memory, praying that Ji Jioxiao could open the door quickly. His brilliant future had just begun. Was it going to end here? Chapter 59. Oliver threw everything he caught in his hand, and did not try to beg for mercy. No matter whether he was telling the truth or not, as long as he was caught, they would not let him go. When he was in despair, the door of the ward finally opened, and Ji Jioxiao's voice was like the sound of nature at this moment. He could not see the things around him, and could only judge the direction by sound. He hurriedly ran towards the door, tripped by something on the ground, and fell hard. He shouted, "Quick! Save me!" After a burst of ping-pong sounds, the ward became quiet. Oliver's eyes were still in unbearable pain, and he couldn't open them. He asked carefully, "Is the person gone?" "Ji Jioxiao, I should come in later, and I can save a few days of rations for the Federation. Anyway, now we know who your superior is, and Jiang Xian also has witnesses who can testify." Oliver was cold all over. These people were more cruel than ordinary people. They could easily break his fingers. They didn't care about his life at all. He didn't believe what they said about dislocation. It was clearly broken, and there was no feeling in the finger. He got away with it this time, but what about the next time, and the next time? He can't escape without seeing, and he can only become a fish on the chopping board and be slaughtered. He gritted his teeth and said, "If I go to court to identify my superior, can I avoid the death penalty?" "Ji Jioxiao, your current behavior is not worthy of the death penalty. If you actively cooperate, you may be able to reduce your sentence." Who knows whether Oliver will be sentenced to death? She is not a judge. In fact, my superior is not Perrin, but Yimingshi. Oliver was determined to overturn his previous confession, and his speech speed gradually increased. "I said Perrin before because I have received training in the organization. If I am caught, I must confess Perrin, and leave the rest to them. If he can escape successfully, he still has a chance to survive. Once he says Yimingshi's name, even if he can escape from the Federation, he will face the organization's pursuit for life. He is blind. If the Federation does not protect him, there is only one way to go in the future. He does not want to die. Death is more terrible than prison. He would rather spend his life in prison than die like this. He wishes he could live in a cell now, without worrying about the organization coming to kill him again." "Ji Jioxiao, you say this and that, how can I believe you? Maybe in 2 days you will say it is another person." "Really? This time it is true. Didn't you just ask someone? Go and find him to verify." "I don't want anything, I just want to keep my life." Oliver was not as calm as before, and his expression was particularly broken. The wound on his arm had not been treated yet, and the blood soaked the light blue hospital gown. After being tripped, he sat on the ground, blood staining the floor red, and his face was pale as if he would fall into eternal sleep in the next second. Seeing that no one responded for a long time, he hurriedly said, "Is there anyone? Are you still there? Ji Jioxiao? Ji Jioxiao. Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you calling for souls?" Ji Jioxiao recorded the video of his conversation and sent it to the principal. "Oliver, I have said everything. You can ask me to do anything you want. Please help me." "Ji Jioxiao, based on your cooperation, I will plead for you to the judge of the military court." She did not inform the police. Military academy matters are under the jurisdiction of the military court. The two do not belong to the same system. After running violently and shouting at the top of his lungs, Oliver's strength was drained out. After hearing Ji Jioxiao's words, he deflated like a deflated balloon. "Thank you. Ji Jioxiao, you're welcome." It is hard to say whether the judge will adopt her suggestion. The principal quickly replied to the message, but it was not good news. Yimingshi escaped capture and fled to the black market in a flying vehicle. The black market is not a place where the Federation can intervene, and they cannot continue to track him. It is a tradition for the Liuguang trafficking organization to treat its members as abandoned pawns. Yimingshi seemed to know that he would be abandoned. He did not even drink tea calmly like ordinary officials when they were arrested, and use personal connections or other means to pull again. He would never admit it until the evidence was solid and the dust settled. Yimingshi ran away as soon as he said he would, without any dragging his feet. Among the members of the Theseus Military Academy Board of Directors, Yimingshi is the most inconspicuous person. When other members quarrel over something, he usually plays the role of peacemaker. He seems to have no temper. He never refutes what others say. He looks like a gentle and kind person. I didn't expect it to be him. The principal made the final summary. Jigyoshio. Since ancient times, people's hearts are separated from their stomachs. You can know a person's face, but not his heart. The principal, I will continue to investigate Perrin. It is possible that Yimingshi is a smoke bomb to cover him. We must be cautious. Jigyoshio has no objection. She has a general impression of Perrin, the old-fashioned person who sticks to the rules. It is good for him to suffer and calm down. The medical staff came to clean up the room. The principal and the hospital director said hello. The nurses worked quietly and asked nothing. Oliver was very uneasy. He sat on the bed and hugged the quilt tightly. The nurses wanted to bandage his wounds, but he pushed them away. Jigyoshio said coldly, "If you want to die early, keep your hands bleeding." Oliver then obediently let the nurses hit him. Half an hour later, Jiang Xian came to the ward and saw Oliver wrapped himself in a quilt, sitting on the bed and mumbling something. He was suspected of mental disorder. Jigyoshio and the other four were playing mahjong. His brother sat next to Jigyoshio, crushing the walnut shells with his mental power, peeling the flesh completely and putting it on the plate next to Jigyoshio. His head was throbbing with pain. Jigyoshio turned over all the cards and shouted, "Hoo-la!" She raised her head happily. "You are finally here. I will leave this person to you. No need to thank me. This is what I should do as a student of the school." Jiang Xian, Jigyoshio picked up the walnut flesh and threw it into his mouth, and asked everyone to go home and eat hot pot. Her target was the person who sold Liuguang in the military academy. Now that Oliver confessed and Yimingshi was exposed, she had done what she should do. Some finishing work should be left to Jiang Xian herself. She was an ordinary student and could not do much. Jiang Xian looked unhappy. Jigyoshio comforted him as he passed by him. "Isn't it just one step less than me? It's good enough to be able to walk to Perrin. Don't rush to win next time, think more." The four walked out of the hospital, and Rong Tian Jiang laughed. "Did you see his expression? Ha ha ha, finally I don't have to see his artificial smile. It's so cool. Darula, how could you come up with such a way to stimulate Oliver? What's going on in your mind?" Jigyoshio, isn't he afraid of death? If he doesn't tell the truth, then let him be more afraid. The one who broke into the ward through the window was not someone from the organization that sold Liuguang, but Fusong. The irritating medicine sprayed into Oliver's eyes would not cause blindness, and he would recover in about a day or two. The matter came to an end, and she had found the person. The follow-up matters were left to the principal and Jiang Xian to deal with. Yimingshi hid in the black market, and Jiang Xian had no choice. The undercover he found was telling the truth. After all, his sister was still among Jiang Xian's players, but the undercover himself was not in a high position, and did not know Yimingshi's true identity. Oliver entered the military academy in secret, and was sentenced to life imprisonment for selling Liuguang. As a seller, he had a list of all buyers. The school found everyone, tested them if necessary, and expelled them if necessary. The school board was completely cleaned up, and everyone was interrogated. Members, who were close to Yimingshi, were almost stripped of their skin. Even if they did not participate in the Liuguang trade, other things were found out. Yimingshi ran away from the board, and two were stripped of their positions for investigation. Even if Perrin, who was innocently blamed and almost went to jail, was proven innocent later, his people were all disbanded and cleaned up, and he could no longer seize power from the principal, who was in control of the overall situation. Jigyoshio resumed his life of studying during the day and seeing a doctor at midnight. Aiden asked about the progress every 2 or 3 days. She mentioned this matter while giving Shuang Yuebai spiritual counseling. "Shuang Yuebai, do you want me to agree to Aiden?" "Jigyoshio, this is your business. What I think is not important." "Shuang Yuebai, I remember you said you didn't like Liuguang." "Yes." Jigyoshio nodded. "The third rule of the clinic is not to do business with Liuguang users." The Liuguang business in the military academy was eliminated, but the black market was booming. Now that Liuguang has been upgraded and can accept mental counseling, there are quite a few Liuguang users coming to the clinic. After she had more contact with them, she was able to tell which people were mentally confused by using Liuguang, and kicked all such people out of the clinic. "Of course, I have to consider your opinion." Shuang Yuebai's mouth curled up. "You are an important talent that I need to win over. I can't afford it. I'm just a black doctor with average skills." Ji Jiushi waved his hands repeatedly, very self-aware. Shuang Yuebai pondered. What do you think of Yunfei? Ji Jiuxiao. I haven't fought him, so I don't know his strength. Shuang Yuebai. Shuang Yuebai. I'm not talking about his strength. What do you think of him as a person? He's not bad looking, and he has muscles. Although he may be a little unromantic, he will always put you first in everything. Ji Jiuxiao. Ji Jiushi was speechless. I haven't even seen what he looks like. Shuang Yuebai. Isn't he just like that? The two of them stared at each other, and Ji Jiushi reacted, You're not wearing masks? No wonder she was surprised that Shuang Yuebai's brother and sister's masks were so outstanding. Generally, the more ordinary the faces, the better. She thought that as the boss, his appearance should also suppress the subordinates. Shuang Yuebai, you are wearing a mask. Ji Jiuxia, I thought everyone wore a mask. Wouldn't it be dangerous to show their real faces? For many people, the black market is a safe home, and you only need to wear a mask when you go out. Shuang Yuebai smiled. What do you look like? Can you let me see it? Ji Jiuxiu touched his face and said seriously, No, I'm afraid you will covet my beauty. Shuang Yuebai chuckled, By the way, don't you really consider my brother? It won't hurt to try. He looks okay, right? It seems that Shuang Yuebai really values her, and even sells out his brother's beauty. Ji Jiuxiao, does Shuang Yunfei know what you said? He knows, he liked you very much, but he is shy and dare not say it to your face. Shuang Yuebai's tone is sincere. Ji Jiuxiu is very curious and asked, What does he like about me? Shuang Yuebai paused and said, Smart and capable, open and honest, smooth and easy to communicate. You still rely on beauty to recruit subordinates? Ji Jiuxiu understood. This description is no problem for recruiting subordinates. They just want to win her over, spend less money to let her do more work. She will not be fooled. Shuang Yuebai, It's really a wink to the blind. Ji Jiuxiu relayed Shuang Yuebai's thoughts to Aiden, and Aiden cursed at her, and accused her of wasting his time. She directly blocked Aiden, out of sight, out of mind. Late at night on the third day of blocking, Aiden came to her store and smashed it. At that time, she was on the way back to the military academy. Tianji hid in the room and connected to the camera in the clinic to broadcast the picture to her. It can be seen that Aiden and his men first used artillery to open the door of the clinic, rushed in and pushed open every room to look for people, and after failing to find Ji Jiuxiao, they madly bombarded the things in the clinic. She had never met Aiden, but Aiden was the only one who had a grudge against her in the black market recently. He had threatened to teach her a lesson before, but she had never taken it seriously. Ji Jiuxiu saw his every move through the camera and said, You didn't dare to come when I was here, and you secretly smashed some machines that didn't work in the middle of the night to vent your anger. I didn't expect you to be such a coward. Her tone was full of sarcasm, and no one could hear her suppressed anger. Every machine in the store was not cheap, and she felt sorry for any bumps and scratches. Now that they were smashed and smashed without restraint, she wanted to rush into the screen and beat them all up. The camera could play sound, and the sudden noise startled Aiden to look up and look around. After seeing the camera, he made a very unfriendly gesture. Ji Jiuxiao, coward, do you dare to come when I'm here? Aiden, why not? I feel sorry for not being able to see you. I'm afraid you hide, and not dare to show up. If you dare to play with me, you must bear the consequences. Ji Jiuxiu, then come back tomorrow, I wait for you. Do you think I'm stupid? Aiden didn't fall for the provocation and sneered, Come back tomorrow, leaving time for you to inform Shuang Yuebai and ambush me in the clinic together? Ji Jiuxiao, I'm not in the clinic now, you can't hurt me at all, is this kind of threat interesting? I heard you love money. Aiden pushed the door into the medical room and fired continuously at the instrument, and the instrument soon emitted white smoke. The treatment equipment is quite expensive, right? He went to the mechanical room and saw the broken mecha inside, and laughed. Did you build a garbage room? You should worry about your life first. Ji Jiuxiao's voice was careless. There was a slight noise behind him. Aiden looked back and saw one of his companions fall down, revealing Tianji standing behind him. The bright red blood flowed to its feet, and the display screen above its head showed a smiling face, 2 dots, and an arc that seemed to have no emotions. Tianji's chest was densely packed with black gun muzzles, holding a huge needle in his left hand, and a kitchen knife in his right hand, smiling at Aiden. Aiden saw this scene as soon as he turned around. His companions all fell down without any movement, and the whole process was silent. A chill came from his back and fixed him in place, his body stiff and unable to move. Ji Jiuxiu said disdainfully, Can you clean it up a bit? Tianji, the place is too small and there are too many people. We have to make a quick decision. How about you do it? Ji Jiuxiao, I don't care. Remember to clean the floor and spray more air freshener. By the way, before they are completely cold, turn on their optical computers to scan their irises and transfer all the money out. The two chatted as if nothing had happened. All the conversations went into Aiden's ears. He quietly put his hands behind his back and prepared to send a message for help. Tianji's movements were faster than his. The gun in his chest fired, accurately hitting the joints of his left and right arms. His hands fell down weakly. It replied to Ji Jiuxiao, I know, I took good care of their optical computers. They were not hurt at all. Aiden's legs softened, and he knelt on his knees and begged for mercy. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I didn't recognize the real man and disturbed you. Please spare my life. You slid down pretty fast. Ji Jiuxiao sneered. Tianji walked forward, took Aiden's optical computer from his wrist, and inserted it into its interface. What's the bank account password? Aiden told him the truth. Tianji entered the password, scanned Aiden's iris and fingerprints, and transferred all the money in it. Tianji, 12,718,723 yuan. It didn't even leave Aiden a fraction. Ji Jiuxiao, not bad. No wonder they say that murder and arson are worth a gold belt. If people like Aiden come a few more times, her debt will be paid off soon. Ji Jiuxiao, but I still feel sad that the machine was broken. Why didn't you sell it earlier? That second-hand broken machine should have been replaced a long time ago. I'm helping you make up your mind. Tianji complained and added another sentence. If you act too quickly, the person will run away, and you will lose a sum of money. Ji Jiuxiao accepted Tianji's reason. It makes sense. Tianji tied up everyone and piled them in a corner. The people who fell to the ground were not dead. They were all knocked unconscious by it before, and now it woke them up again. It took away the light brains one by one and searched for property, busy cleaning the ground. The 7 people huddled together like quails, trembling, looking at Tianji in fear. Anyone with eyes can see that Tianji is not an ordinary robot. Although the Federation does not allow robot modification, it is common to modify robots in black areas, but they have never seen a robot as intelligent and aggressive as it. Tianji played a country tune and cleaned the blood on the ground. The screen on his face showed a happy expression, looking like a murderer in a horror movie. Terrible, too terrible. Ji Jiuxiao temporarily locked the person in the clinic. It was impossible to let him go. Once he was released, she might be harassed by the Liuguang organization endlessly in the future. She needed to think carefully about how to deal with it. When she was distressed, the man in the windbreaker appeared again. This time, he was not here to inquire about the news, but to provide spiritual counseling. As long as the customer did not violate the rules of the clinic, Ji Jiuxiao would work for money, and it didn't matter who came. But this time she took the initiative to talk. Are you checking Liuguang? This sentence broke the window paper, making it clear that she knew Liuguang and the other party's purpose. While speaking, the mental power entered the mental picture of the man in the windbreaker. The sudden pain made him unable to answer for a while. He frowned tightly and gritted his teeth to swallow the muffled groan that was about to come out. A few minutes later, the body had not recovered yet, but the mouth could speak. He asked, What do you want? Ji Jiuxiao, money. Man in windbreaker, how much? Ji Jiuxiao, one price, 10 million. Man in windbreaker, what can I get? Ji Jiuxiao, one person. Man in windbreaker, is he worth that much? Ji Jiuxiao gave a positive answer, worth. Aiden has so much money in his bank account, which means that he is worth 10 million. The other minions are used as thugs. They have no money, and don't know much information, so they are packed together, and sent to the man in windbreaker as a gift. Selling people to the man in windbreaker can make a fortune, and get rid of them at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, very happy. The man in windbreaker wants to check the goods. Ji Jiuxiao takes him to the warehouse, and Aiden's face changes when he sees the man in windbreaker. Ji Jiuxiao knew that the 10 million business could be done when she saw Aiden's reaction. Under Aiden's loud curses, the man in the windbreaker transferred the money to Ji Jiuxiao. His straightforwardness in transferring the money made Ji Jiuxiao's impression of him a little better. As for Aiden's ending, and who the man in the windbreaker was, she didn't care. Such a big thing was not something she could solve alone. Let the Federation worry about the headache. She looked at the long string of numbers in her account. The money was not even warm in her hands, but she transferred it out to pay off the bank debt for the purchase of the atmosphere maintenance machine. As the Liuguang storm passed, Ji Jiuxiao's second semester was about to end. Tianji's hard work paid off. It found a way to connect Blue Star and the interstellar network and decided to build a base station on Blue Star. Who doesn't know how to build a base station? The problem is whether there is money? Jigyoshi was speechless. A base station costs at least tens of billions, and the cost is even more sky-high, plus Blue Star is far away. Tianji, I'm talking about the low-end version of the base station. Some parts can be replaced with cheaper materials, and I will build it myself, saving labor costs. The point is that we don't need to cover the entire Blue Star, just build a small one where we live now. How much does it cost? Jigyoshi had a dead fish face. Tianji would not talk to her about this for no reason. You can figure out its purpose with your toes. Tianji, all the money in your account. Jigyoshi glared. How do you know how much money is in my account? I secretly looked at it while you were sleeping. Tianji said honestly that the purpose of peeking was mainly to prevent Jigyoshi from falsifying the number because he didn't want to pay. Jigyoshi, how can this be? It's Tian Gang. It's a heinous crime. When Jigyoshi was angry and spouting idioms, Tianji calmly transferred her balance and thoughtfully left 500 star coins for her to buy snacks, since she never bought food or cooked. The holiday started, and the teammates went home to work, and Fusang was also dragged by the company to shoot a documentary about alien plants. The company signed many new artists, and Jigyoshi no longer had to work hard to carry the banner, so she focused on the black market, and the clinic's business was tepid. Due to her terrible side effects of mental counseling, there were not many repeat customers, and her main direction of making money was the Coliseum Arena. So the Universe Invincible Little Good Boy Vest left the stage, and the Universe Invincible Little Sweetie Vest came on stage. As for mechanical maintenance, because he was too busy to take care of it, the number of customers became scarce. Jigyoshi's daily life was in the clinic, and his daily schedule was very regular. He got up, ate, repaired the mecha, read books, and went to the Coliseum to fight and make money at night. The house next door had been idle for a long time. One day when she went out for a stroll, she saw the door of the house next door open, and the person busy inside was Yanpei. In her eyes, Yanpei was the synonym of naivety, and had nothing to do with the black market. He didn't even cover his face, and just showed his face openly. Jigyoshi stared at her for too long, and Yanpei noticed her sight and greeted her happily. Hello, I just moved here, and I will open a mechanical repair shop here in the future. Welcome to the store for consultation. His performance was too heartless. Jigyoshi was silent, and asked, do you know where this is? So you come to open a shop? Yanpei, I saw an advertisement on the roadside saying that the shop was for rent, and the rent was very cheap, so I came here. It turned out that she was not the only one who believed in the roadside advertisements, and there were also idiots like Yanpei who would be fooled. Jigyoshi looked at him. This is not a good place for you to open a store. You should contact the seller to get the rent back and open a store in the south of the planet. As soon as she said this, she felt like one of those middle-aged men who claimed to have eaten more salt than young people, but she was really worried about Yanpei's life. The south of the planet is under the jurisdiction of the Federation. No one will come to collect protection fees at any time, and there will be no gun fights on the streets. Yanpei smiled and said, thank you for your advice, but the rent in the south is too expensive for me to afford. It's good here. How can I know if I can do it if I don't try it? I will manage it well, and try not to go bankrupt. Jigyoshi sighed. Going bankrupt is a small matter. What matters is life. Chapter 60. Late at night, Jigyoshi, who was sleeping soundly, heard some noises. When she got up to drink water, she looked outside and saw the noise coming from next door. She put on her coat and went out. The noise became clear instantly. The situation next door could not even be called a battle. It was a completely one-sided situation. Yanpei was lying on the ground, with 2 lines of blood flowing from his nose, a large bruise on the corner of his right eye, and a cut on the corner of his mouth. He was lying on the ground trying to stand up. How miserable it was. People came very quickly. Yanpei had just packed up his things during the day and had not officially opened the business. The hyenas came here by smell. Jigyoshi, you disturbed my sleep. As soon as she spoke, everyone looked over, and the thugs who were holding steel pipes and preparing to smash them down stopped. One of them said, good sister, this store is our property with a license. With a license. The 3 words are sometimes unimportant in the black market, and sometimes very important. Yanpei stammered. I followed the formal procedures and paid the rent. The other party said contemptuously, who knows who you paid the rent to? Anyway, the money hasn't reached us yet. Either you pay another sum or get out. Jigyoshi, just kick him out. There's no need to be so cruel, right? The other party took a look at Ji Jiuxia's face and slowly said, this kid doesn't know what's good for him. If he cooperated a little, he wouldn't have suffered so much. Everyone knows that there are 3 sisters in the Universe Invincible Clinic. One has strong healing ability, one is a popular player in the Coliseum, and the other is low-key and quietly repairs mechas behind the scenes. The clinic has established a foothold in the black market and has established a relationship with the Storm organization. Now no one dares to mess with it. I rented this store. I have already paid 3 months' rent. Why should I pay you more? Yan Pei insisted, his voice hoarse. Ji Jiuxia interrupted him. He doesn't rent this house anymore. Such scams are very common in the black market. The person who rents the house is not the same person as the owner. The former uses the empty house to deceive people, and the latter is happy to see it happen, so that they can squeeze more money from the tenants before driving them away. The leader held a cigarette in his mouth and smiled. Whatever the good sister says, let's go. If this tenant doesn't rent, he can still wait to kill the next tenant, so he won't lose no matter what. Everyone left, and the street became quiet. Ji Jiuxiao held the hot water in his hand and looked down at Yan Pei. Can you get up? Yes. Yan Pei gritted his teeth and climbed up. Ji Jiuxiu walked into the clinic. Come in. Yan Pei limped into the clinic. Thank you. Ji Jiuxiu opened the door of the medical room. Go in, the wound needs to be treated. Tianji poked his head out of the door, and retracted his head after seeing someone. After Ji Jiuxiu cleaned Yan Pei's wound, he walked over with a cup of hot milk and handed it to Yan Pei. Thank you. Yan Pei took the hot milk and held it in his hand without drinking it, lowering his head. Perhaps the milk was too warm, or the medical room gave people a feeling of being too safe, or perhaps the wound on his body was too painful. A tear fell from his eye socket. Ji Jiuxiao, why did you come here to open a store? Is there no other job in the south? He choked up and said, my parents are sick and need to spend money on treatment. The money from part-time jobs is too little. I thought I could earn more by opening a store. Now the rent for 3 months is gone, and the store can't continue to operate. I was too lucky before, so I lacked vigilance. From talking about family situation to reviewing what happened, he spoke in a low voice, like chanting a mantra. Ji Jiuxia yawned. She took off the mask. You are really lucky, just opened a store next to the clinic. If he was farther away from her, Yan Pei would probably be in a worse situation tonight. Yan Pei, woo woo woo. Ji Jiuxiao, Ji Jiuxiao, don't cry. Yan Pei cried even louder, from woo woo to wah wah wah. Ji Jiuxiao, don't cry. She wanted to slap him to quiet him down, but she was afraid that it would make his already weak brain worse. Yan Pei stopped crying, sobbed and looked up at Ji Jiuxiao, and after seeing her face clearly, he immediately forgot to cry, and said blankly, Ji Jiuxiao? His mind was in chaos. Just now she said a word to make those people afraid to leave. She turned out to be Ji Jiuxiao? He looked at Ji Jiuxiu pitifully. His eyes were red, and he dared not speak. Ji Jiuxiu, come and work in my clinic. Whatever you earn is yours. I take 5% as rent. It just so happens that she is short of people now, so it's not bad to have someone working to earn money for her. Yan Pei's eyes widened, which meant that if he earned more, he would get more rent, and if he earned less, he would get less rent. Moreover, 5% rent was very cheap, and he didn't have to worry about rent when he earned less. Ji Jiuxia felt sleepy. Do you want to work? Just one sentence. Yan Pei, yes. Ji Jiuxiu, there is also a small utility room in the clinic. If you don't mind, you can sleep in it. The original room in the clinic was not enough, so she rented the second floor as a place for daily life, with a complete bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom. Yan Pei, no. He moved the things from the neighboring house overnight, and Ji Jiuxiu went back to his room to sleep, put on earplugs, and let him move things. The next day, Ji Jiuxiu got up and walked out of the room, and saw Yan Pei standing at the kitchen door, with 2 big dark circles under his eyes, smoking excitedly, and his expression was intoxicated as if he was smoking something illegal. He saw Ji Jiuxiu and said excitedly, I don't know what Tianji is doing, it smells so good. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva, using his behavior to prove that he was not exaggerating. Tianji, who was making breakfast, heard his words and moved more vigorously. 2 bowls of braised beef noodles came out of the pot, and Yan Pei held the bowl and buried his head in eating, never raising his head throughout the whole process, and ate until his stomach was so full that he couldn't even stand up. After dinner, Ji Jiuxiu declared to Yan Pei, do your job well, talk less and do more. Don't say what you shouldn't say, and don't take off the mask. She was not afraid that Yan Pei would be lazy, but that he could not control his mouth. Last night, when he didn't know her identity, he talked about everything about himself. His mind was so solid that he had no thoughts at all. Yin Pei made a zipper gesture on his mouth and said solemnly, "I know, I will keep it confidential." Ji Jiuxia nodded, "Go and do your own thing. I'm on the second floor. Call me if you have anything. Ask Tianji if you don't know." Yin Pei nodded seriously. The clinic has an extra helper, and the business of mechanical maintenance is gradually getting better. Yin Pei's work is done carefully and meticulously, and he quickly gained a good reputation. Ji Jiuxia has been busy with other things recently. She came into contact with the mercenary market in the black market and tried to take on tasks. She doesn't do assassination, robbery and other jobs. Being a bodyguard or courier is good. It's either escorting people or escorting things, and the remuneration is very considerable. She received a new job, to go to Lure Star to kill alien beasts. It takes 10 hours to take a spaceship from Theseus Star to Lure Star. Lure Star was originally a battlefield planet occupied by alien beasts. The alien beasts on it were mostly cleared by the Federal Army, but there were still some fish that slipped through the net. Lure Star is relatively small in area, and no one lives there. The federal government did not organize the army to continue to clean it up, but opened it to civilian teams that wanted to make money by using the body parts of alien beasts. The mission target issued by the employer is a kind of alien beast called Triceratops, and the 3 horns on their heads need to be collected. The horns of this alien beast can be used for medicinal purposes, and the price in the market is not low. They are social animals, and are extremely ferocious. The remuneration given by the employer is also very considerable. Ji Jiuxia took on this task, asked Tianji to look favorably on Yin Pei, and put on a backpack and followed the team. This task requires 10 people, and the employer will bring 10 people, a total of 20 people, and everyone will take the spaceship provided by the employer to Lure Star together. From the perspective of the universe, Lure is a red planet with rich mineral resources, and the most abundant red ore is the food of the triangular beast. The spacecraft landed on the ground. The land of Lure was dark red, and the soil was soft, which made the legs that had been walking on the hard floor for a long time unable to adapt. The leader sent by the employer was named Chi Mai, a strong man with wheat-colored skin. The muscles on his arms were too big, thicker than Ji Jiuxia's thighs, which made his head look particularly small and uncoordinated. Chi Mai, the horns of the triangular beast must be taken out together with the meat. Once broken, they are worthless. You bring the body here, and I will arrange for people to take the horns. Everyone had no objection to this. The horns of the Triceratops were not easy to remove. If this step could be omitted, the efficiency would be greatly improved. They would stay here for 3 days. In addition to the basic reward of 100,000, they would earn commissions based on the number of Triceratops hunted, 5,000 per head. Shimai's people set up camp on the spot, took out the fine knives for removing horns, and the mercenaries who received the task dispersed to hunt Triceratops. Ji Jiuxia had specially learned where the red, or that Triceratops like tea usually grew. She stood in place to identify the direction and walked southeast. She didn't know much about mineral knowledge, so she crammed a little bit at the last minute, matched the picture she saw with the content in the book, and really found a vein. After walking forward for about half an hour, she encountered a Triceratops chewing ore. Triceratops are 4-hoofed animals, 2 people tall, with a head a bit like a hippopotamus in the old human era. The 3 sharp horns on the top of the head are as long as a human forearm, arranged in a triangle, with tight muscles on the body, and black and white stripes covering the entire back. It has a poison sac on its back, and the toxin will be transmitted to its horns. If you are hit by its horns, you will be poisoned. Ji Jiuxia decided to attack from behind, took out the gun and quietly walked behind it. It has thick skin and flesh, and the particle gun in her hand can't kill it with one shot. It's better to shoot its anus. Anus, kill it with one shot. The seemingly clumsy triangular beast is very sensitive. It stopped chewing and looked accurately in the direction of Ji Jiuxia. Woo! The sound came from its mouth. It raised its front 2 hooves and rushed towards Ji Jiuxia, crushing all the ore under its feet into powder. Ji Jiuxia gave up the particle gun, entered the mecha, grabbed its 2 horns with both hands, and his leg sank 2 centimeters underground due to the huge impact force. The 2 collided, and dust flew. Ji Jiuxia used his mental power to hold its 2 horns tightly. The man and the beast were in a stalemate, and it became a competition of strength. No one took a step back. Her mental counseling was useless to the alien beasts, because their mental power was abnormally chaotic. The metal on the chest of the mecha moved slowly, revealing a large cannon muzzle, and the shells were fired and exploded in the belly of the triangular beast. The explosion was too close, and the mecha was blown away. After retreating 4 or 5 meters, it sat on the ground with its buttocks, and was hurt by a stone. She looked at the 5,000 yuan in front of her, rubbed her buttocks, stood up, and laughed at the sky. Are you stupid? She has more than 2 hands. You still want to compete with her in strength. She is not a stupid alien beast with only a lot of strength. A blood hole was blown open in the belly of the triangular beast, and blood foam splashed, but the rest of the body was still fine. It is indeed a species with thick skin and flesh that can block bullets. Ji Jiuxiu informed Chi Mai and asked him to arrange for someone to take away the bodies of the triangular beasts, or take their horns on the spot. Their people did not need to hunt, but were responsible for logistics. After the others came to take over, she continued to go to find the triangular beasts. Not long after walking, Ji Jiuxiu met a mercenary from the same team, who was fighting with a triangular beast. She stopped and observed for a while to learn the hunting skills of the other party. Triangular beasts are rampant in Lure Star. They are mainly defensive, and have almost no natural enemies. The speed of human hunting is far behind their reproduction speed. She arrived at Lure Star at noon, and when she went back to rest at night, she had killed a total of 5 triangular beasts. After killing more, experience and skills accumulated, and the speed of hunting became faster and faster. The Colosseum was not in vain. Her combat ability was visibly increasing rapidly. The 2 kinds of mental power, attack and healing, were running in her body in turn. Her endurance was stronger than that of ordinary people. The light of Lure Star came from the federal technology creation covering the outer layer of the planet. Due to the long-term lack of maintenance, the light was very dim during the day, and it was dark earlier than normal at night. Ji Jiuxiu was so hungry that his stomach growled due to too much exercise, so he returned to the camp to eat and rest. People came back one after another, and everyone sat in one place, without communicating with each other. The food was pre-prepared dishes prepared in advance, which could be eaten after heating. The taste was not good or bad, but having hot food in such an environment was already a blessing, and everyone ate it very happily. Chi Mai and his subordinates had eaten in advance, and were busy harvesting the horns of triangular beasts. She watched them work while eating. The signal of Lure Star was not good. No matter what the optical brain did, it was very stuck. It took a long time to send messages, so it was impossible to play. The bloody scene did not affect her appetite. She watched how they removed the horns of triangular beasts. After watching for a long time, I found that they not only wanted the horns, but also dug out the poison sacs on the back of the tridents and stored them. There were only 3 people working. Chi Mai was watching from the side, and the other 6 people were missing. There were also some corpses of other strange beasts next to them. They were more careful with the poison sacs than the horns. The strange beasts on the ground were all species with special toxins, some of which were hallucinogenic, some were lethal, and some were stimulating. Ji Jiuxiu slowed down his chewing. It was normal for them to attract some attacks from strange beasts when they set up camp here, but it was a bit unreasonable that all the strange beasts were poisonous. Chi Mai noticed that she had been staring at them for too long, so she turned her head and looked over. She looked away as if nothing had happened. Not all the beasts on Lure Star are poisonous. When she was looking for triangular beasts, she encountered many non-toxic beasts. They might be collecting toxins for medicine, which is normal. She lowered her head and continued to eat. After eating, she took a rest and continued to set out on the road to find triangular beasts. 5,000 per head, the more money she could make, the better. She was used to staying up late. When she was in school, she ran out to open a clinic at night. After the holidays, the Colosseum was only open at night, so she never slept before 12 o'clock. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Ji Jiuxiu returned to the camp. Only half of the people were resting in the camp. The others were more busy than her, and were still working. She couldn't move anymore, and rest was more important. She yawned and found an ownerless tent to go in and sleep. The next day, in order to save time, she took her breakfast and ate it while walking, striving to hunt more triangular beasts. Triceratops are too strong. She kept fighting with them last night, which caused her backache today. She even had no appetite for breakfast. Chi Mai provided bread and milk. She still missed the fragrant powder made by Tianji. It was another day of fighting with Triceratops. Ji Jiuxiu's hands were almost numb. After finally killing one, she accidentally broke into the Triceratops' lair. She was chased out of the lair by more than a dozen Triceratops, and her legs were almost sparking. At night, the tired Ji Jiuxiu's eyes were dull. She counted the number of Triceratops hunted today. There were a total of 26. Unfortunately, One was crushed into mud by the running Triceratops, which was a big loss. She crawled back to the tent, not wanting to eat even the meal. She drank a special nutrient solution and lay down. She fell asleep as soon as she closed her eyes. On the morning of the third day, Jijioshu was about to set out to hunt the Triceratops when he was stopped by Chi Mai. Chi Mai gathered everyone together and said, "We have detected a snowmelt beast in the west. Whoever goes with us to hunt it will be rewarded with 200,000 yuan regardless of whether they succeed or not." The snowmelt beast, whose name sounds romantic, is actually an extremely powerful A-level alien beast. Its form presents a jelly-like gelatinous texture when in motion, and when it is still, it looks like a pool of clear and transparent water. People are often deceived by its still state and think it is ordinary water. Once they get close, they will be swallowed by it. Among the A-level alien beasts, it is at the top of the food chain. 3 A-level humans may not be able to beat a snowmelt beast. The number of snowmelt beasts is very small, and the relevant information is limited to some pictures and vague text records. Few people have seen what it looks like with their own eyes. There must be a brave man under a big reward. 200,000 is equivalent to the price of 40 triangular beasts. Besides, the condition is to follow, and there is no requirement to kill the snow-melting beast. Go over and try to fish. If there is danger, run away. There is no better job than this. Chi Mai gave generous money, and almost everyone chose to try the snow-melting beast. Jijioshu did not express his opinion and followed the crowd silently. Everyone took the flying vehicle to the west. Everyone in the car had their own thoughts, and the atmosphere in the car was quiet. An hour later, Chi Mai said, "It's just in front." Everyone put their heads against the window and looked out. There was a pond with a diameter of about 10 meters below. The water was clear, and you could see every small stone protruding from the bottom. Ripples were rippling on the water's surface, sparkling. It looks no different from a normal pond. If you don't know in advance that it is a snowmelt beast, you will be easily confused. The appearance of the snowmelt beast makes the aircraft lively. Everyone sees the snowmelt beast for the first time and chatters about how to deal with it. This kind of weird thing can only be smashed with the cannon with the largest range. Large weapons are unlucky, and they are useless after being smashed. The heart of the snowmelt beast is in the white area at the bottom. If you can rush in and smash its heart directly, it will not survive. Easy to say, who can penetrate its body to break its heart? I'm afraid it will be digested into slag as soon as it enters. Throw something in, and see how it attacks. Everyone talked a lot, and the proposal to throw something in to test it was unanimously agreed. One of them threw a bottle of water in. The water sank into the seemingly transparent liquid and slowly fell. When it was about to fall to the bottom, it slowly melted away. The water surface was calm, as if nothing had happened. The water bottle disappeared too quickly, so the man tried again, taking a bottle of water and tying it with a rope and throwing it down again. After the bottle sank into the water, he pulled the rope. The rope created ripples on the water surface, and the bottle below was motionless. "What's going on?" someone asked. The man said, "I can't pull it." It was obvious that the man was trying very hard, with veins popping out of his neck and his face flushed. The rope was tightened under his pull. The water bottle was still under the water, motionless under the man's strong pull. Others helped pull the rope, and everyone worked together, but it was completely unmovable. The bottle and the knot melted, leaving only a section of the rope. The 5 people pulling the rope gritted their teeth and tried hard, but the rope was slipping out of their hands little by little. The snowmelt beast did not break the rope, but pulled it down with a strong suction force, which humans could not compete with. The man gave up the rope, opened the door. I tried to get into the mecha. The door of the aircraft opened, and he jumped directly, entered the mecha in midair, and raised a cloud of dust when he landed. His legs stood firmly on the ground, and he was very impressive. The action was cool, but the ability was not satisfactory. He tried to bombard the snowmelt beast with various hot weapons, but no matter what it was, the snowmelt beast was like a real pond, silently bearing and digesting all attacks. Everyone's eyes were focused on the man. He was frustrated and angry for a while. His mental power attached to the mecha, soared into the air, clenched his fists, and smashed into the water. This trick had some effect, and the water splashed everywhere, and the entire water surface was rippled. The accident happened quickly, and the transparent water droplets turned into a glue-like substance that stuck to his hands tightly, and pulled him under the water like pulling the rope before. He didn't even have time to call for help, only 2 legs were left outside, and the thick blood spread, muddying the clear water. This scene was too weird and gloomy. The snow-melting beast didn't make any sound throughout the whole process, and even the man's death was silent. Some people were scared and decided to quit. I'd better go fight the Triceratops. I don't want this 200,000. Compared with the snow-melting beast, the originally fierce Triceratops looked particularly cute. Gee my, wait a moment, the snow-melting beast is rare. I take some photos and information back. The aircraft circled around the snow-melting beast. Chima was afraid that everyone would be bored waiting, so he sent someone to make coffee and bring it over. The rich aroma of coffee was overflowing, and it was obvious that it was not ordinary frozen coffee powder. Ji Jioshu took the coffee and held it in his hand without drinking it. The person who served the coffee smiled and said, "Try it. This is the top-grade freshly ground coffee beans from Bay & Star. Please wait patiently." Everyone's attention immediately shifted from the snow-melting beast to the coffee. People who were not interested in coffee couldn't help but lower their heads to taste it. Bay & Star is rich in coffee beans and has a rich coffee culture. The top-grade freshly ground coffee can be sold for 100,000 yuan per kilogram. The employer of this mission is really generous. Ji Jioshu took a sip of coffee. It was smooth and delicate, with a rich and pure taste. The aroma filled the whole mouth. The taste was indeed the top of all the coffee she had ever drunk. She was choked by the coffee, coughed twice, took out a tissue from her bag to wipe her mouth, and drank the rest of the coffee in one breath. Half an hour later, Chi Mai finally finished filming and said, "Okay." Someone muttered, "Finally, we're leaving. I'm a little sleepy after not moving for so long." Chi Mai opened the door of the aircraft and waved to everyone, "Come and have a look." "What's there?" The sleepy person walked over. The aircraft hovered over the snow-melt beast, and Chi Mai pushed the person who was close to him down. The person was not careful, and fell into the snow-melt beast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The others retreated, and said in fear and anger, "What are you doing?" Chi Mai snapped his fingers, and the person who was smiling and pouring coffee just now changed his face in a second, grabbed a person and dragged him to the door of the aircraft. The captured person wanted to resist, but felt weak all over and dizzy, and was pushed down the aircraft, and became the food of the snow-melt beast. Another subordinate poured down the collected alien beast poison sacks, and then turned to look at everyone. His eyes were no different from looking at the poison sacks. Chi Mai took a deep breath, sniffed the coffee aroma that had not yet dissipated in the aircraft, and asked, "Is the coffee delicious?" Chapter 61. Everyone drank the coffee with added drugs. The drug made people's limbs weak and let Chi Mai control them. The subordinates moved smoothly, grabbing the next person and throwing him down, as if they had done this countless times. Most mercenaries are desperate people. Death is commonplace. The work that can get amazing rewards is inherently risky. Their lives are like a few drops of seawater evaporated from the ocean. No one cares. The next person is Ji Jioshu. The man dragged her forward roughly. When she approached the door of the aircraft, she grabbed the man's arm with her backhand and kicked him down under the man's astonished eyes. The aircraft has a small space, and it is easy to cause stray bullets when shooting, but it doesn't matter. Her hands and feet are also weapons. She was so fast that she left a shadow on the spot. Before others could react, she rushed in front of Chi Mai and grabbed his neck. Chi Mai avoided the hand with the breath of death at the critical moment. Ji Jioshu missed the attack and immediately raised his foot to kick the other's leg. The two men were entangled in a fight in the blink of an eye, their positions changing back and forth. Chi Mai's subordinates held guns in their hands, hesitating and not daring to fire. In the end, Ji Jioshu was the better one. She stepped on Chi Mai's calf and forced him to kneel down. Her hand was stuck on his neck. As long as he dared to resist, she could break his neck in a second, no slower than a bullet. Chi Mai was forced to look up, with a look of surprise. "You didn't drink coffee?" "Ji Jioshu, you are too generous, I am worried." There are employers who pay money quickly, but Chi Mai is like a rush to pay, spending a lot of money. For a group of mercenaries rolling at the bottom, he politely treated them with top-grade coffee, as if he was afraid that they would not want to drink it, and specifically stated that it was Bangsing's coffee, tempting them to have a taste. Be on guard against others. This is what Tianji has reminded her countless times. Since she set foot in the interstellar space, this principle has been deeply imprinted in her mind. Moreover, in this situation of going to a strange place with unfamiliar people, she would not be naive enough to think that all the people she met were good people. Even the food she ate yesterday was replaced by the food made by Tianji that she brought with her. The situation is reversed, and now the home court is in Ji Jioshu's hands. She threatened, "Throw down all your guns." The men did not move, and her gun was against Chi Mai's head. "It seems that your people are not very obedient. Do as she says." Chi Mai's face was dark, and he shouted loudly. His face was swollen, and he spoke too hard, and 2 drops of bloody saliva flew out. His voice was unclear, but it did not prevent his subordinates from understanding what he meant. The gun was thrown out of the aircraft, and sank into the body of the snow-melting beast, and was also digested by it. After Jijioshu confirmed that there were no fish that had escaped, he shot Chi-mai in both hands. Now, he was not afraid of him doing something tricky. Ah! Chi-mai screamed sharply, and bit his body in pain, but his hair was firmly grasped by Jijioshu. Now not only his hands hurt, but also his scalp. No one sympathized with him. One of the mercenaries shouted, "Antidote! Give us the antidote!" Jijioshu patted Chi-mai's head twice. "Antidote. This is a medicine to soften the muscles. There is no antidote." Chi-mai squeezed out these words from his teeth, because he was afraid that Jijioshu would shoot him again. Seeing Jijioshu take out a dagger from the interlayer of his boots, he hurriedly said, "There is really no antidote. This is not a toxin. The body will naturally metabolize the drug after 2 hours." Jijioshu asked, "Why do you feed people to the snow-melting beast?" She said, "Feed." Even if some of the mercenaries had a grudge against Chi-mai, he would not let all of them die. If he wanted to kill one of them, he could just do it directly. The other mercenaries would not seek revenge on him. Chi-mai kept his mouth shut. Jijioshu stepped on his bleeding palm that was shot. He gritted his teeth and said nothing. Jijioshu pulled Chi-mai to the door. "Do you choose to answer my questions or enter the belly of this snow-melting beast?" Chi-mai sneered while enduring the pain. "If I tell you, will you let me go?" Most mercenaries do things that are not allowed to be seen in the light. They are always licking blood on the tip of the knife. There is no one who is merciful. "Jijioshu, I can let you go." "Chi-mai, do you think I will believe it? Do you still have a choice now? If you don't cooperate, you can go down and have close contact with this snow-melting beast," Jijioshu said impatiently. Chi-mai took a breath and said, "Let's make a deal." He knelt at Jijioshu's feet, the wound on his wrist still bleeding, hanging on both sides of his body. He raised his neck and spoke in a hoarse and low voice. "What deal?" Jijioshu bent down and approached him. The moment she lowered her head, a man 2 meters away from her suddenly rushed over, hugged her waist, and pushed her towards the door. She subconsciously took a step back to stabilize her body. Half of her left foot could not touch the ground. The man's strength did not decrease. She was directly knocked out of the aircraft. Before her body was about to be thrown out, she reached out and firmly grasped Chi-mai's wrist. Chi-mai fell down, her 2 intact legs entangled in the seat, and she groaned under the violent pull. There was a slight sound from his arm. With such a strong pull, his arm was probably broken. The falling movement stopped, and Jijioshu and the person who pushed her out of the aircraft were completely suspended in the air. The man was at the bottom, and she was in the middle. Chi-mai's arm became their last support. Chi-mai's palm wound was torn, and a large amount of blood gushed out again. He was in pain, and his facial features were hideous. The blood made Jijioshu's palm sticky, and he could not hold Chi-mai's wrist steadily. She always held the gun in her hand tightly, pulled the trigger without saying a word, and blew up the head of the man who was pulling her. The other party's strength slackened, and finally let go of his hands and fell down. Chi-mai's weight was reduced by half, and his almost blue face eased a little. He exhaled and said, "Get her down for me." His arms were powerless, and he passively became Jijioshu's rope. She caused him so much loss, she must die today. "Do you want to die with me?" The muzzle of the gun was pointed at Chi-mai's head. Compared with Chi-mai's tortured look, Jijioshu seemed to be at ease. The men stopped immediately, and dared not to approach further. Jijioshu grabbed Chi-mai's arm with both hands, and climbed up quickly. He returned to the door of the aircraft in a few steps, punched the man who rushed over in the face, and pulled Chi-mai's collar with the other hand to lift him up to block the gun. The bullet shot into Chi-mai's body, and the men stopped. Jijioshu showed up and broke all the men's legs first. She reflected, "I should have done this earlier. I was too nice to you, but you thought I was stupid." She stepped on Chi-mai's feet, forced him to let go of the seat, and pulled the back of his clothes to lift him up and push him out. Chi-mai said in a panic, "Don't you want to know why we do this? Put down your gun first, and I tell you everything. I asked you just now, but you didn't tell me. I don't want to hear it now." Jijioshu let go of his hand, and kicked Chi-mai down. Chi-mai, who enjoyed the death of others, ended up with the same fate as the people he killed. Jijioshu's heart was calm. She had seen countless lives and deaths in the black market. The evil and desire of human nature were fully reflected in front of money. People like Chi-mai who set people to death for no reason were no longer considered human beings in her eyes. She witnessed the tragedy of this group of people, the previous group. I don't know how many people died at the hands of Chimai. The Federation doesn't care about the black market. The black market has no legal constraints, and grudges can only be settled privately. There are 10 mercenaries in total. Chimai plans to push 10 people down to be the rations of the snow-melting beast. She wants to see what he wants to do. She threw all of Chimai's men into the water, and the calm water surface absorbed one person after another. After the 10 condition was met, huge waves rose on the water surface. The clear pond was surging without wind, like the sea in a storm, with waves sweeping up and water hitting each other, like the roar of the snow-melting beast. Pop! The sound of a bottle opening was heard, and a pile of black semi-solids suddenly appeared on the transparent water surface, and the water flow pushed it to the edge. Half an hour later, the snow-melting beast returned to calm, and the black semi-solids piled up into a small hill by the water, and it was still flowing slowly. After a long time, no new changes occurred. Ji Jioshu drove the aircraft to the ground and approached the black semi-solids to check. The remaining mercenaries recovered some strength and followed her out to check. What is this? It's not the shit that the snow-melt beast excreted after eating. It looks disgusting, but it doesn't smell bad. It looks like secretions. They kill people just for this? The discussion continued, and no one knew what it was. Look, it's not pure black. Someone suddenly spoke up. The water on the surface of the black semi-solid evaporated and gradually condensed into a solid, with tiny flashes of light shining in the black. Everyone was silent. It was difficult for people who had seen Liu Guang not to associate this pile of unknown substances, except that Liu Guang was a transparent liquid, and what they saw was a black solid. Ji Jioshu looked at the things that could almost be confirmed as the raw materials of Liu Guang, and her eyes were very complicated. Why did she always associate it with Liu Guang? This is not something we can get involved with. Some people whispered. Some greedy eyes gradually disappeared. Everyone knew that Liu Guang made money, but in contrast, there was a powerful organization behind Liu Guang. No one knew who the owner of Liu Guang's organization was, and those who dared to inquire were already silent. They were the chosen sacrifices. If they wanted to live well, they must not only not touch this pile of black things, but also keep this matter in their hearts forever. Let's go, Ji Jioshu said. Everyone present was not a good person, and naturally knew what to do when facing a big or bad thing, without her reminder. Everyone entered the aircraft with mixed feelings. When they returned to the camp, Ji Jioshu suddenly shouted, startling everyone to look over. What's wrong? Is there any danger? Where is it? Ji Jioshu's face was gloomy. I forgot to ask them for money. Everyone, Ji Jioshu was getting angrier and angrier as he thought about it. Chimai's promise to give him so many thousands of dollars was just empty promises. He never thought of letting them go back alive. She only had the 50,000 yuan mission deposit she paid in advance in her pocket. Just now, she was only focused on killing people and forgot to rob money. What a loss. One of them hesitated and said, I give you 20,000 yuan as a thank you for saving my life. This universe invincible little sweetie. Lady is very cruel. She kills people without blinking an eye. She has a weird and unpredictable temper. She also values money as her life. She was particularly aggressive when she killed the triangular beast yesterday. What if she gets angry and wants to kill people and rob money? His physical strength has not recovered yet. He has no power to fight back. It's better to be soft and beg her to let him go. Ji Jioshu was a little surprised. She didn't expect there would be such a surprise. She smiled. I'm so embarrassed. Don't be polite. The man took out his light brain to transfer money, and he was so anxious that he seemed to lose his life if he was a step slower. There were 20 people when they came. Chimai and his people stayed on Lure Star forever. 2 mercenaries died, and 8 people were left on the way back. The remaining 6 looked at the man who breathed a sigh of relief after paying the money, and then looked at Ji Jioshu who smiled and cast his eyes. At this moment, they took turns to pay the money in a tacit understanding. Life is more important than money, and it is more important to please the boss than anything else. 20,000 per person, 140,000 for 7 people, which is higher than the mission fee given by Chimai. It's a pity that those 5,000 triceratops died in vain. Ji Jioshu plucked the horns of the triceratops and took them away. These horns are still in the camp. They can also be sold for money. No matter how small the mosquito is, it is meat. She doesn't mind it. When Ji Jioshu returned to the clinic tired and unhappy, she saw a strange face mopping the floor as soon as she entered the door. She calmed down and thought about it in her mind to confirm that she didn't know the other person. When the woman saw her enter the room, she stopped her hand movement a little stiffly and typed a line of words on the optical computer. "The therapist is not here. Please come back another day if you want to see a Dr. G. Joshio." Is this her clinic? How come a stranger came and treated her as a guest? She asked. "Who are you?" The woman in front of her was very thin, with a sallow complexion, no flesh on her cheeks, only a piece of skin attached to the bones, and deep eye sockets. Without makeup, she could play a person who was starving to death in the end of the world in a movie. The woman was stunned when she heard her question, and then she reacted and quickly typed "wait" on the optical computer, and went into the machine room to find someone. The optical computer used by the other party was very old. She had only seen it in the second-hand market on the black market, where there were junk from all ages. Tianji was not in the clinic. After she left the clinic, it continued to borrow. Rong Tianjiang's cargo ship to Blue Star, trying to connect the network between Blue Star and the Interstellar, and by the way, send some supplies and infrastructure machines over. Song Xuedong had been alone in Blue Star for so long, and she didn't know what the situation was like. Ji Joshio was a little worried, so she agreed to Tianji's action. She and Tianji were not there, and she originally planned to close the clinic for 3 days, but Yanpei swore that he could do it alone, so she asked him to try to run the store alone. Unexpectedly, he actually kidnapped someone to sweep the floor. Yanpei came out of the mechanical room with a bright smile on his face all the time. "Gio. Good. Sweet lady, you're back." In the black market, you can't call her by her real name, so he learned to call her good lady like others. She has 3 vests, and now the mechanic vest is almost abandoned, leaving only a clinic therapist and a Coliseum player. Yanpei is not used to it, and he is stuck twice in a sentence. Ji Joshio said him and asked, "Who is she?" "She is someone I found at the door. Her name is Nancy." Yanpei carefully looked at Ji Joshio's expression. "Not long after you left, I found her collapsed at the door. She said she was hungry, so I gave her food and water." Ji Joshio listened patiently. "Then what?" Yanpei finished his words in one breath. "She is mute, her parents just died. She was tricked by her uncle to come here to sell her for money. She just escaped from her uncle. She didn't know where this place was. I took her in for 2 days, because I felt sorry for her. She has been working these 2 days, very diligently." He stared at Ji Joshio nervously. This is not his place. Whether to keep people or not is still up to Ji Joshio to decide. Yanpei looked at Ji Joshio eagerly, and Nancy also looked at her hopefully. Both eyes were full of pleading. Ji Joshio said coldly, "The clinic has no extra space for people to stay. I can give her some money to help her get by for a while." She opened a clinic, not a relief station. Moreover, Nancy's origins were unknown. If she had difficulties, she would go to the government. In novels, picking up people casually would bring bad luck. Nancy's eyes were slightly moist, and she quickly typed on the light computer, "Please take me in. I can eat less, do more work, and I can do anything you ask me to do." Ji Joshio, you go to the south. Maybe you can find a job. The north is not suitable for you. 2 lines of tears flowed from Nancy's eyes. Yanpei wanted to persuade her again, but Ji Joshio glanced at her, and he dared not speak. Ji Joshio's eyes with a mask were too scary, and they were completely different from usual. Nancy finally left. She didn't have any luggage, and walked out of the clinic empty-handed. "Do you think I'm cold?" Ji Joshio saw that Yanpei was hesitant to speak and said, "This is the black market. You have been in the clinic for so many days, you can see what the black market is like. Think more before doing good deeds. Everyone knows that the north of Theseus is a black market. Most people will not ask for help in the black market. Nancy's identity must be problematic. She doesn't want to cause trouble." Yanpei whispered back, "She was just tricked by her uncle, and doesn't know where this place is." Ji Joshio glared at him. "Do you believe it?" "I believe it." Yanpei lowered his voice. "I'm going to repair the mecha." Ji Joshio felt that it was necessary to give Yanpei a safety training. His naivety was beyond her imagination. He did it as soon as he said it. She carefully wrote a safety code and asked him to memorize it. Yanpei looked at the 50-page safety code, his fingers trembling slightly. "Memorize everything?" "Yes, I will check it regularly." Ji Joshio nodded. Yanpei took a breath of cold air. At this moment, he understood why those people were afraid of Ji Joshio. A devil, a devil. While Yanpei was scratching his hair at the rules, Ji Joshio was observing Nancy. Nancy did not leave the black market, but kept wandering around the clinic. Ji Joshio kept his word and gave her a sum of money. She probably relied on this money to support herself. 2 days later, Ji Joshio could not see Nancy's figure, and thought she had finally left. On the way back from the Coliseum, Ji Jioshu passed by an alley. A few shadows flashed at the entrance of the alley, and she stopped. This alley was very narrow, and the light could not shine in. The light was dim. Two drunken men carried Nancy into the depths of the alley and threw her on the ground. She closed her eyes, her cheeks flushed abnormally, and her brows were tightly furrowed. The man smiled obscenely and reached out to unbutton her clothes. A huge force came from behind, and he rolled forward twice. "Who?" The man turned his head and shouted. Before he could see who was coming, he was kicked in the face again, and 2 teeth flew out of his mouth with blood foam. His companion was also in a bad situation. He was grabbed by the woman and slammed against the wall. Blood kept pouring out of his mouth and nose. The whole battle lasted less than 2 minutes, and the 2 men were defeated. "Get lost?" The woman's voice was cold and desolate. The 2 rolled round, and the alley became quiet. Ji Jioshu reached out and touched Nancy's cheek. Her face was very hot, as if she had a fever. She kept mumbling in her mouth, and it was hard to hear what she said. Ji Jioshu rubbed his temples and carried the person up with a cold face. Damn kindness, she brought the person back to the clinic. Yin Pei saw her carrying the person and hurried over and said, "What's wrong? Do you need help?" "Nancy?" "Ji Jioshu, go cook a bowl of noodles. I'm hungry." Putting Nancy on the bed in the medical room, she scanned it with an instrument and confirmed that she had pneumonia. She found the medicine and injected it into Nancy's body. Her expression was as cold as a needle tip. After the injection, she threw the needle away and went out to eat noodles. Yin Pei's noodle cooking skills were average, not as good as Tianji. He kept asking her about Nancy. She felt much better after eating. She was patient and didn't use force to shut Yin Pei up. Nancy, who was lying on the bed, smelled the fragrance and woke up from her dream. She stared at the surrounding environment in a daze. The heat burning her internal organs subsided a lot. She slowly got up and walked out the door. She stood at the door and saw the woman whose name she had driven her away sitting at the table eating noodles. The noodles were so delicious that it made her stomach ache. Nancy stood timidly by the door, her fingers on the door frame. Yin Pei called out, "I cooked 2 bowls, come and eat together." He went to get another bowl of noodles and put it on the table. Nancy swallowed her saliva, looked at Ji Jioshu, and stood still. "You don't have to be afraid of her. She's just hard-mouthed but soft-hearted." Yin Pei saw that Nancy was afraid of Ji Jioshu, and hurriedly explained. "Ji Jioshu, what is the 101st safety rule?" Yin Pei was stunned. "You must not disclose your Tianji and my own information to anyone, including but not limited to identity, personality, appearance." "Ji Jioshu, do your job." Yin Pei glanced at Nancy and left sadly. "Eat, he cooked it specially for you." Ji Jioshu picked up the bowl and drank some soup. She didn't look over. There were only 2 people in the front hall at this time, and she knew who she was talking to without specifically pointing out. Nancy sat next to Ji Jioshu, picked up the chopsticks and ate in big mouthfuls. The only sound on the table was the chopsticks hitting the bowl wall. Ji Jioshu finished his last bite, put down his chopsticks, and played with his laptop. Nancy ate very quickly, and he put down his chopsticks almost at the same time as she did. "Ji Jioshu, I just gave you a full body check." The results of the check were very bad. One by one, the numerical values proved that Nancy's body was on the verge of collapse. It was a miracle that she was still alive. The various indicators were either extremely high or ridiculously low. Nancy curled her fingers under the table, lowered her head, and said nothing. Ji Jioshu didn't care about her reaction and continued to talk. "Ji Jioshu, you don't seem to know your body very well. If I hadn't passed by, there would probably be an extra unknown female corpse in the black market today." Nancy reacted a little and typed on the laptop. "Thank you, don't thank me. I'm also very upset. I promise not to cause trouble, but I just can't control my legs." Ji Jioshu frowned, very distressed. Nancy, She couldn't respond to this. "Ji Jioshu, Yin Pei is a fool, he knows nothing." Although Ji Jioshu's topic was very jumpy, Nancy would pick up this sentence. "He is innocent and kind. Ji Jioshu, you want to use the clinic's instruments to check your body, but you don't know how to use them. So you want to stay in the clinic to learn and plan to check secretly, right?" Nancy would not pick up this again. She raised her head, tears in her eyes, and typed quickly, "No, I just want to have a place to go really." Ji Jioshu did not comment. "The data reflected by your body is not like this. Tell the truth, maybe we can still talk. I hate lies." Nancy pursed her lips tightly. The owner of the clinic was unexpectedly difficult to deal with. And it was true that people who could open a clinic safely in the black market could not be simple characters. Not everyone is a fool like Yin Pei. The noodle she had just eaten gave off a soothing warmth in her stomach. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the timidity in her eyes disappeared, revealing a sharp edge. Nancy, let's make a deal. You help me heal my body, Ji Jiuxiao. Oh? Then what can you give me? Nancy, I can kill for you. Her light brown eyes were surprisingly bright. She was still thin and small, and looked like she was dying, but her temperament had changed dramatically. Deep and depressed, like a prey that couldn't take a breath before dying, and was using up its last bit of strength to open its fangs and fight back. Chapter 62. Ji Jiuxiao poured the brewed black tea into a porcelain cup and pushed it in front of Nancy. The reddish-brown tea reflected her haggard face. The aroma of tea wafted and spread in the room, bringing a reassuring sense of relaxation and comfort. Nancy held the cup. The tea was boiling hot, and even the wall of the cup was hot, but her hands were too cold, and she felt the heat after holding it for a long time. She didn't know if Ji Jiuxiao could be trusted, but there was no better choice now, so she decided to take a gamble. Ji Jiuxiao didn't urge her. He held the teacup in one hand and drank slowly, while his other hand slid on the light computer. This indifferent attitude eased Nancy's tension. Nancy typed 6 words on the light computer, saying shockingly, "Do you know Liu Guang?" Ji Jiuxiao glanced at it, and continued to calmly browse the light computer. "I know. She had just killed a group of people from the Liu Guang organization 2 days ago. Was it because the Liu Guang organization was born to conflict with her, and always haunted her?" After typing the first sentence, the rest was much easier to say. Nancy lowered her head and concentrated on typing on the computer. "I am an orphan. I was taken away by the organization to be trained since I was a child. I did dirty work that was shameful. The organization has many departments. I don't know what they do specifically. I am tired of this kind of life and asked to leave. They pretended to agree to me, and then called me back when I was about to be free." Her eyes showed strong hatred, and she had to take a breath before she could continue typing. "I became one of the experimental consumables, lying side by side on the white sheets with those who were caught by me. The medicine was injected into my body. It was very cold, but I survived." She seemed to smile, and the smile seemed to be happy and sad, which was particularly ironic. "The development of Liu Guang was successful, and my body had reached its limit. They decided to squeeze out the last bit of my usefulness. I escaped when they were transferring the experimental consumables. The story is neither long nor short. A few hundred words cover thousands of days, and countless days and nights. Ji Jiuxiao, the snow-melting beast is useful only when it eats living people?" Nancy's pupils dilated, and her hand speed was fast. "Do you know the snow-melting beast?" The other party's understanding of Liu Guang has reached this point. She bit her lower lip. Even if she was mentally prepared, Ji Jiuxiao still surprised her. "Answer my question." Ji Jiuxiao knocked on the table. "Nancy, yes, it can't spit out anything after eating dead things. Other animals are not as pure as humans." She was not sure how much Ji Jiuxiao knew, and she didn't dare to blur the key information as before. Ji Jiuxiao tapped the table with his fingertips. Nancy's words made sense logically. It was because Nancy made a scene and ran away that there were not enough people to feed the snow-melting beast, so the mercenary market had the mission to lure Star that she received. The matter was very clear. Now we had to consider whether to leave the person behind. She was an honest citizen of the Federation. How could she be a hidden killer? "Nancy, I can do a lot of things. They can't get involved in the black market, and won't cause you trouble." She saw Ji Jiuxiao's hesitation, and couldn't help but beg. She needed a place to settle down and recuperate. Her identity was a wanted criminal in the Federation system, so she could only hide in the black market. As for why she chose this place, maybe Yin Pei was too clean and incompatible with the black market. She was used as an experimental subject for 3 years, and experienced all the pain. She was tortured by her body and conscience all the time. Nightmares haunted her. If she had not awakened her self-awareness, and was just a tool, at least she would not feel guilty for those she hurt. Revenge became her only goal. She would spend her whole life in repentance, but before her life was completely ended, she would do everything she could to destroy the Liu Guang organization. "Ji Jiuxiao, your salary will be used to deduct medical expenses first." She was not impulsive. She thought carefully before making the decision. She was like a fish in water in the black market. On the premise of ensuring her own safety, leaving Nancy could be used as one of the evidences to expose the Liu Guang organization. What's more, Lu Ershing and his group were probably already targeted by the Liu Guang organization. If there were too many lies, They would not be afraid of being bitten. If Nancy brought more danger than benefits, it would not be too late to drive her away. Nancy was stunned, and then she breathed a long sigh of relief. She typed 2 words. Thank you. This thank you was more sincere than any previous one. Typing so many words seemed to drain her energy. She leaned back in the chair dejectedly, but there was a little more light in her eyes. All emotions were exhausted, leaving only empty indifference. Her appearance was a little dull at first glance, but she was very attractive. When she sat down with her emotions restrained, she did look a bit like a cold killer. Ji Jioshio called Yunpei, take her to clean up the room. Another person moved in, and she had almost no place to put her sundries. Yunpei was surprised and said, you agreed to let her move in? Great. Come on, I take you to see the room. Ji Jioshio learned more details about the Liuguang organization from Nancy. Their base camp was on Lure Star. Because there were many snow-melting beasts on Lure Star, they tamed the snow-melting beasts and made profits from them. The main food of the snow-melting beast is people. The Liuguang organization has a special department responsible for the rations of the snow-melting beast. It has to feed 20 people once a month. Sometimes there will be some small accidents, such as the escape or death of the captured people, so they have to find new people. Posting various tasks in the mercenary market to trick people into serving as rations is the main means of emergency. As for who is the leader of the Liuguang organization, Nancy does not know. Their class hierarchy is clear, and she can only contact her superiors. There is one more person in the clinic. Ji Jioshio has not arranged a job for Nancy for the time being. Her physical condition is very not optimistic. As a federal wanted criminal, she cannot go to the hospital for treatment. The drugs and instruments in the clinic cannot repair her body too quickly. So Ji Jioshio took Nancy to the largest clinic in the black market. It is said that colleagues are enemies. Ji Jioshio's clinic is good at mental treatment, and there are few repeat customers. It can't steal many customers from large clinics, so they are not too repulsive to her. The big clinic has connections with the hospital in the south of Theseus Star, and the medical resources are much richer than her small clinic. The only downside is that it is expensive, damn expensive. Nancy had a more detailed physical examination and decided on a treatment plan. The first visit cost Ji Jioshio 100,000 yuan, and long-term treatment is required in the future. She said with a heartache, I hope you get more value for money. Nancy typed, I will make money to pay you back, Ji Jioshio. Think about the Liuguang organization again, preferably the personnel. The information is very valuable, and she decided to get some money from the man in the windbreaker. She did not fully trust Nancy, so she asked the therapist Vase to temporarily leave and observe Nancy for a while. It was already dark when she returned to the clinic. Nancy tried hard to think about the omissions. Long-term drug experiments made her memory not very good. The two walked on a quiet street. The prosperous place was on the other side, where there were a lot of people. In comparison, the clinic was as quiet as a cemetery. It was indeed too quiet. Nancy turned her head to look at Ji Jioshio, stretched out her hand to hold the corner of her clothes, and Ji Jioshio put his index finger on his lips and made a hushed gesture. She called Yunpei's phone, but the other party didn't answer for a long time. She took out the gun she carried with her and gave one to Nancy, find a place to hide. At the beginning, Ji Jioshio set the rules that all actions must be under her command and must not disobey orders for any reason, so Nancy stopped obediently and squatted in a corner. The gunshot broke the silence, the chaotic footsteps were mixed with panting, and occasionally 1 or 2 muffled groans were interspersed. The process of fighting was very quiet, and the sound of bullets entering the body seemed noisy. The light and shadows swayed randomly, and Nancy couldn't see where Ji Jioshio was. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. Her mind was in a mess, and she even forgot to be nervous. Countless people died in her hands. As an experimental subject for 3 years, she was tortured to death. Others couldn't resist and died in 1 or 2 months, but she survived and suffered more and more pain every year. She was not afraid of death, but she had just gained freedom and had not breathed well. The revenge she wanted was not yet completed, so she couldn't die. After a fierce conflict, the air fell into silence again. She quietly hid in the dark, aimed at a head, and pulled the trigger. The blood bloomed into a flower in the dark, and the calm was broken again. Someone cursed angrily, and a mecha appeared in the open space. Nancy was a little confused. The destructive power of the mecha was too strong. They actually went to war for her, which really made her a little flattered. She continued to move in the dark, the gun in her hand ruthlessly harvesting lives. Ji Jioshio had already entered the mecha and fought with them. There were too many of them, and she was afraid that Ji Jioshio could not hold on. Her body was so weak that she was out of breath after walking 2 steps, and her heart was beating violently in her chest. She placed her bet on Jijiuxiu, and she must not lose. Jijiuxiu saw Nancy, and did not listen to her, and stayed where she was. She was not satisfied with this, but Nancy did relieve her a little pressure. Are the people of Liuguang organization crazy? They said so many people to hunt down Nancy. If they had done this before, Nancy would still be able to run away? No. They clearly saw Nancy, but did not turn their guns around, but stared at her. It can't be that they thought she and Nancy were good sisters, who were more intimate than gold. So they wanted to kill her first to make Nancy feel sad, right? Various things flashed through her mind one by one, and she immediately realized that Liuguang organization's target was her. As for the reason, she didn't know whether she killed Maki and others in their territory, or she destroyed Liuguang's raw materials, so that they could not ship them normally. So Nancy was implicated by her? The matter was so bizarre that she couldn't help laughing, and she decisively broke one person's neck. Jijiuxiu smashed the cockpit shield of the enemy mecha, and Nancy shot the other's head, and the two cooperated tacitly. The smell of blood became stronger, and Nancy gradually became exhausted. Jijiuxiu asked, "Can you still hold on?" Nancy's face was pale and nodded. The people of the Liuguang organization killed one after another, like cockroaches that can't be beaten. They swarmed over and surrounded them. Jijiuxiu said impatiently, "You are endless, right?" They didn't answer. Nancy tapped the light brain with her fingers, and quickly typed out a line of words. "They are all dumb." Jijiuxiu was stunned, and then realized what Nancy meant. It turned out that Nancy couldn't speak not because she was born, but because of the rules of the Liuguang organization? It's ridiculous. If they become captives, they can still type even if they can't speak, and they can still get information. Becoming mute is meaningless, which only shows that the Liuguang organization is inhumane. They are very close to the clinic, less than 300 meters away. When Jijiuxiu was about to take action again, the door of the clinic opened, and a man carried Yanpei out. Jijiuxiu breathed a sigh of relief. The worst situation did not happen. Yanpei is still alive. The man said, "Stop." "Jijiuxiu, can you speak?" The man was silent, and Nancy explained, "The team will have a leader when they go on a mission, and the leader is not dumb." The bullet pierced Yanpei's right leg, and the muzzle moved up to press against Yanpei's head. The man said indifferently, "I won't say my words a second time." Yanpei shouted, "Don't worry about me. Go!" Another gunshot. This time it was Yanpei's left leg. He gasped in pain, a layer of cold sweat oozed from his forehead, and he couldn't speak at all. Jijiuxiu walked out of the mecha and stood on the ground. The man narrowed his eyes, and looked at the dark corner of the alley. "Nancy, what a coincidence, you are here too. How come you are in such a mess?" Nancy walked into the light, her expression tense, staring at the man coldly. "Man, everyone is here, just solve it all at once, no need to trouble me to run again. Before you die, at least let me know why I died," Jijiuxiu asked. The man fired a shot, and the bullet brushed past Jijiuxiu's side. Jijiuxiu sighed, "You are not allowed to say your last words?" The man said gloomily, "You made us lose a lot of money and a lot of people." Jijiuxiu, "Then I apologize?" "Man, Dao!" He only had time to say one syllable before the bullet shot into his back of the head and pierced through his forehead. The man fell to the ground. Jijiuxiu pulled Nancy away, rolled on the ground and hid in the corner. The sound of shooting continued. The villain died because of his talkativeness. The ancients were not deceiving me. The gunshots gradually subsided. Jijiuxiu looked at the door of the clinic, and a slightly unfamiliar face appeared in his sight. She stood up and walked over, carefully avoiding the blood on the ground. Such a bloody and violent scene is not suitable for a civilized person like me. There were 2 steps in front of the clinic, stained with the blood of the nonsense man. Jiangju reached out to her. She put her hand in his palm, and was pulled over the steps by him. Jijiuxiu squatted down and wanted to carry Yanpei into the medical room, and asked, "Why are you here?" Jiangju wore the mask that Jijiuxiu gave him when he came to the black market, gently pressed her shoulders, took a step forward, carried Yanpei and walked into the clinic. "It hurts." Yanpei couldn't help but howl. Just now, he had been holding back and didn't make a sound, but now that he was safe, he didn't hesitate to cry out in pain. Jijiuxiu took the opportunity to teach him a lesson. "I told you that the black market is dangerous, so I teach you a lesson. Don't pick up people randomly in the future, and run away when you encounter danger." Jiangju put the person on the bed in the medical room, and glanced at Yanpei and Nancy. "You have a lot of extra people here. It's hard to explain." Jijiuxiu untied the bed in the medical room, and pushed Yan Pei into the sterile operating room inside to remove the bullet. I explain it to you later. Jiangju walked out of the medical room, and Nancy outside the door was already cleaning up the mess. The bodies were piled together, and the ones who were not dead were put together. The blood on the ground was washed with medicine, and it was clean after 2 mops. Noticing Jiangju's gaze, Nancy raised her head, and the two looked at each other. The air was so quiet that it was almost sticky. Nancy's face was not covered. She noticed something in the unusual silence. Like an acquaintance, she thought, like an acquaintance who almost died at the hands of her. She lowered her head and typed a line of words on the light brain. Hello, my name is Nancy. She continued to work after typing, with skillful and neat movements. Jiangju retracted his gaze. He didn't know how to introduce himself yet, and his eyes shifted to the group of people who didn't die. Not many people died. Ji Jiuxiu would not kill people unless he had no choice. Jiangju had killed many people, those rebels, brutal star pirates, terrorists. He was already very skilled. Ji Jiuxiu and Nancy moved very quickly, and they finished their work almost at the same time. Ji Jiuxiu looked at the clean entrance of the clinic in surprise and praised, "Well done, I give you a chicken leg tonight." When she didn't need to act deliberately, Nancy's face usually had no expression. At this moment, the corners of her mouth raised, revealing a slightly shy smile. There were a lot of dead and alive people outside the door. Ji Jiuxiu and others soon appeared in the clinic, still wearing windbreakers made of sturdy materials. After the last transaction, Ji Jiuxiu added the contact information of the windbreaker man. When she found an ambush, she immediately notified the other party to come over. She thought it might be a reinforcement, but she didn't expect that the other party would rush to the scene after the fight, so the price had to be raised. Jiangju fixed his eyes on the windbreaker man, watching him drive the aircraft over, negotiate the price with Ji Jiuxiu, and pack the people on the aircraft. Before leaving, the windbreaker man glanced at the people in the clinic and joked, "Your place is getting more and more lively. I'd rather not have this excitement." Ji Jiuxiu was drinking tea. "The man in the windbreaker, you called me here to pick up the trash for you? People are a gift." Ji Jiuxiu put down the teacup. "I have a big news to sell you." The man in the windbreaker sat opposite Ji Jiuxiu and poured himself tea without any hesitation. "What big news requires me to make a special trip? What stage have you investigated now?" Ji Jiuxiu answered without asking. The man in the windbreaker did not play a riddle with her, and said directly, "Luoxing. Ji Jiuxiu, I have a route map of the laboratory here, including the inside and outside, as well as the specific prevention and control lines and the number of personnel." She dropped a heavy bomb. The man in the windbreaker stopped drinking water and rubbed the teacup with his fingertips. "The man in the windbreaker? Is the news reliable?" "It's reliable," Ji Jiuxiu answered. The man in the windbreaker raised his eyes, his gaze passed over the 3 people behind Ji Jiuxiu, and he turned his teacup carelessly, as if he was thinking, or as if he was in a daze. Time passed little by little, and the man in the windbreaker broke the silence. 500,000. Ji Jiuxiu, are you kidding? You are in trouble, otherwise you wouldn't be so anxious. The man in the windbreaker was calm and composed. You have such big news in your hand, and there are so many people outside. Are you being targeted by them? Ji Jiuxiu leaned back with a tisk sound. I am a little anxious. This sentence is equivalent to admitting what the other party said. She is indeed a little annoyed. If the Liuguang organization can come in a wave, the second wave will come. She can't stay here every day to kill people. She wants to get rid of them quickly. Man in the windbreaker, 500,000 is a friendly price. Ji Jiuxiu deal. Bargaining is too troublesome. She needs to get rid of the Liuguang organization as soon as possible. It doesn't matter how much money she gets. Ji Jiuxiu asked Nancy to draw a blueprint for the man in the windbreaker. The other party took away the people of the Liuguang organization in a flying vehicle. It is estimated that they will not meet again for a long time in the future. Seeing Jiangju staring at the direction where the windbreaker man left for a long time, Ji Jiuxiu asked, What's wrong? Jiangju, he is my brother. Ji Jiuxiu said calmly, Oh, then you should bid higher. She was not surprised by the identity of the windbreaker man. It was speculated that he was a member of the Federation in the early stage. In addition, Jiang Xian has been tracking Liuguang, so the answer is really not difficult. Ji Jiuxiu, if your brother knew you were here, he would probably want to break my legs. Jiangju, he may not be able to beat you. I like to hear that. Ji Jiuxiu smiled. I give you chicken legs in the evening. Yan Pei, I am a wounded soldier. I also want to eat chicken legs. Ji Jiuxiu waved his hand. Everyone has a share. Jiangju stayed in the clinic temporarily, occupied the last room, and cleaned up the debris thoroughly, throwing away what should be thrown away. According to Ji Jiuxiao's idea, all this junk should be thrown away, but Tianji firmly believes that they all need to be kept, and they are piled together and left idle day after day. Taking advantage of Tianji's absence, it is a good opportunity to sweep out all the garbage. Life will be peaceful in the next few days, but the food is not satisfactory. Tianji is away, Yanpei is injured, and the food is getting worse day by day. Jiang Xian has not contacted Ji Jiuxiu again, and I don't know how the situation is prepared, but the Liuguang organization has not disturbed her again. Yanpei opened a communication with his parents, and this time he learned to be smart, and did not reveal the relevant pictures of the clinic. All kinds of compliments came out as if they were free. Our boss is a very nice person, beautiful, capable and kind. I have food and shelter here, and the working environment is very good. I bought medicine for you, remember to sign for the express delivery, it didn't cost much, and I can make a lot of money now. They are all seriously ill, and are now lying on the hospital bed, and video chatting with Yanpei. Ji Jiuxiu came to the camera and greeted Yanpei's parents. Hello, uncle and aunt, I am Yanpei's colleague, he is capable at work, and everyone likes him very much. She called Nancy and Jiangju to come and say hello. Nancy put down the safety rules in her hand, and her iceberg face switched to a well-behaved smile in a second. The moment she saw Yanpei's parents clearly, her smile froze, and then she quickly adjusted and waved to them. Compared to Nancy's liveliness, Jiangju was still as cold as ever, but Yanpei's parents didn't care and praised all the colleagues again and again. When the communication was hung up, Nancy's smile disappeared, and she found Ji Jiuxiu with a dead fish face and typed on the optical computer. Yanpei's parents don't have ordinary diseases. They have red spots on their faces, blue whites of their eyes, and gray lines between their nails. These are sequelae caused by long-term exposure to radioactive materials. Ji Jiuxiu. Yanpei said that his parents used to work in a company and were deceived by a black-hearted boss to contact radioactive materials. Later, they became ill and resigned. The boss did not compensate them, but in the end, the company seemed to have closed down. Nancy shook her head. The material I mentioned is one of the raw materials of Liuguang. The organization does not only have a base in secret, but also has companies in the open. They need to launder money. If the base on Lunar Star is wiped out, the company will not be able to continue operating. Unfortunately, the physical damage of Yanpei's parents has already been caused. I wonder if we can find a few people from the Liuguang organization in advance to extort some money as medical expenses for Yanpei's family. Ji Jiuxiu pondered. Nance's hand speed increased. The disappearance of the base will not hurt the foundation of the Liuguang organization. They are supported by a large technology company. We cannot afford to offend such a behemoth at present. She was thinking about revenge for herself, and did not want to drag Ji Jiuxiu into the water. Nancy pursed her lips tightly, and her expression was solemn when she was nervous, which made Ji Jiuxiu want to laugh. Ji Jiuxiu, it's just a company, isn't it? Nance's finger stopped, took a deep look at Ji Jiuxiu, and slowly typed a line of words. What if this company is backed by the Rong family? Ji Jiuxiu's eyes were fixed on the two words Rong family. In connection with the above text, the Rong family that could be treated so seriously by Nancy could only be the Rong family that was rich enough to rival a country, and also the Rong family of Rong Tianjiang. She fell into a long silence, and various thoughts intertwined in her mind. She was sure that Rong Tianjiang didn't know, but she didn't know his family. She asked, "What's the name of that company?" Nancy. Yongfeng Pharmaceuticals. Ji Jiuxiu hadn't figured out what to do yet, but Jiang Xian's message came first. The specific process was not mentioned, but the result was not bad. As for the reason that it was just not bad, it was that they had already started to move. The good news was that they caught them at the beginning, and the bad news was that many big fish escaped. Ji Jiuxiu. Did someone leak the news? Jiang Xian. Yes, we are still investigating. Ji Jiuxiu. Is this 500,000 worth it? Jiang Xian. There is a long way to go, and cooperation is win-win. Under the condition of not knowing Ji Jiuxiu's identity, Jiang Xian, who was doing business with a stranger, was surprisingly easy to get along with. Ji Jiuxiu turned off the optical brain, thought about it, and decided to go to Rong Tianjiang in person. As long as the organization behind her was not eradicated, her small clinic would not be at peace. Nancy is with her. As long as the other party spends some time to investigate, they will know who sold the topographic map of the Lunar Star base. The clinic continued to operate. Yanpei and Nancy stayed at home, and Jiangju followed Ji Jiuxiu to leave. There was a small incident before leaving. Shuang Yuebai learned about what happened in the clinic and immediately sent Shuang Yunfei to check. Shuang Yunfei, it seems that you have caused a lot of trouble. There are still some eyes around. I will clean them up on my own initiative. I will send someone to watch the clinic. If someone comes again, they will not disturb you. No need, I can handle it. Ji Jiushi refused. The people of the Storm organization are watching the clinic. If they find out Nance's identity, it will also be a problem. Shuang Yunfei, there is no need to refuse. You can use the people of the Storm at will. My sister's meaning is also my meaning. Ji Jiuxiao, I don't mean to you. Jiangju interrupted, what do you mean? That's what I mean. Shuang Yunfei handed Ji Jiuxiu a box. The box opened, and there was a golden lighting brooch inside. The gift is too heavy, I am very scared. Ji Jiuxiu smiled, without any sign of fear. Shuang Yunfei, keep it, you can afford it, you helped us solve a big problem. The Federation has now evacuated Theseus. Although they are not afraid of the Federation, if they really fight, both sides will suffer, which is not a good ending. Since he said so, Ji Jiuxia no longer refused, threw the brooch to Yanpei, keep it. Put it in the clinic to protect the house, and some cats and dogs will not dare to mess with her when she is not around. Shuang Yunfei, let's have dinner together tonight. The spaceship will be late. Jiangju reminded. Shuang Yunfei, where are you going? I will drive you in the spaceship. Jiangju, no need. The two men looked at each other. Neither of them was willing to take a step back. Chapter 63. The two suddenly confronted each other inexplicably. Ji Jiuxiu interrupted their conversation, thanked Shuang Yunfei politely, and pulled Jiangju away. The spaceship was Jiangju's private spaceship, which was convenient and fast, without having to squeeze in with others. Because of Shuang Yunfei's appearance, it took some time. When they arrived at the Emperor Star, it was already dark. The spaceship first landed on the Jiang family's private helipad, and then took the aircraft to find Rong Tianjiang. The two families were located in the same area, and the drive took 10 minutes. The Rong family was holding a banquet. Beyond the decorative wall, vague figures could be seen toasting. The aircraft stopped in the corner, and Ji Jiuxiu sent a message to Rong Tianjiang. Rong Tianjiang soon appeared at the gate, wearing a well-cut suit, with broad shoulders, narrow waist and long legs, and his hair was specially groomed. He looked completely different from his temperament at school, and he looked quite decent. Didn't you say you wouldn't come tonight? He saw the two people under the tree at a glance, and his expression was disgusted. You guys are wearing this, and you don't know how to dress up. Come on, hurry in, you will definitely like the dessert tonight. As soon as he opened his mouth, the strange feeling disappeared, and he was still the same unruly person. Ji Jiuxia did not move. It's not easy to go through the main door, you take us through the side door and sneak in. Are you mentally ill? You sneak into my house? Rong Tianjiang's eyes widened and looked at Jiangju. You just accompany her to go crazy? Jiangju, she has her own reasons. Rong Tianjiang was convinced, okay, I will sneak you to the room on the 3rd floor. The white villa has 3 floors in total. The 1st floor is the kitchen and living room, the 2nd floor is the fitness area, and the 3rd floor is an entertainment and leisure room such as a study. The owner's residence is in a building next to it. After Rong Tianjiang sent the person away, he went downstairs to bring the food up, carefully avoiding people along the way, and walked out of his own house with a feeling of being a thief. Rong Tianjiang looked at Ji Jiuxiao, who was eating snacks, and asked, Can you tell me why you came to me now? She must have something to do, if she came all the way to the Emperor Star to find him. How could he be more important than her money? Ji Jiuxiu finished putting in 2 or 3 bites. You go, and do your own thing now. This matter is a long story. Rong Tianjiang's curiosity was aroused, and he wanted to pinch her neck to make her finish her words. The light brain sounded that he had disappeared for too long at the banquet, and the housekeeper was looking for him. He hurriedly gave a few instructions, and went downstairs again. Ji Jiuxiu looked up at Rong Tianjiang's departing back, and handed a small cake to Jiangju. I think he probably doesn't know anything. Jiangju scooped a small cake with a spoon, and the delicate cream melted on the tip of his tongue. Then why did you come to him specifically? Yofeng Pharmaceutical is in Dixing. I have to come here. Ji Jiuxiu quickly finished the dessert on the table. Jiangju's optical brain rang. He looked down and projected the content on it. The chairman of Yongfeng Pharmaceutical is Rong Yu, Rong Tianjiang's father. Rong Yu hardly intervenes in the company's affairs, and the actual manager is the executive officer Guy, who is also the largest shareholder of Yongfeng Pharmaceutical. Guy! Ji Jiuxiu's eyes fell on this name. Jiangju, Rong Tianjiang said that he and Guy had a very ugly quarrel, but it was just their private conflict. As an outstanding talent funded by the Rong family, Guy took over the affairs of Yongfeng Pharmaceutical in high school. According to the information, Yongfeng Pharmaceutical was originally going to be cut due to poor performance, and Guy took the initiative to propose to manage the company. After he took over, the company's performance has been booming, and now the income is almost catching up with the key companies of other industries of the Rong family. Ji Jioshu ate the last piece of cookie. It seems that he is really excellent. He can run the company so well, while taking care of his studies. He is almost catching up with you. Jiang Ju was caught off guard by the praise. The fork in his hand paused, and he ate the cake as if nothing had happened. What do you want to do? Let's talk about it after the banquet. Ji Jioshu patted the cookie crumbs on his hands. There will always be traces of what you have done. Please check the details of Yongfeng Pharmaceutical. Okay. Jiang Ju took out a wet towel and handed it to her to wipe her hands. The two went down to the second floor and found a secluded place to observe the people below. The banquet was large in scale, and there were many people. Everyone was wearing exquisite clothes and smiling. Jiang Ju, the person standing next to Rong Tianjiang, is Rong Yu. The father and son have similar bone structure. Both of them are tough and sharp. Rong Tianjiang's facial features are more like his mother, with round eyes and a thin nose. He is not feminine, but full of youth. As expected, Guy was also at the banquet, following Rong Yu everywhere to socialize, only half a step away from Rong Tianjiang, which was enough to show his position in Rong Yu's heart. The three were talking to another man in a suit. I don't know what Rong Yu said, but Rong Tianjiang's face was not very good. The father and son moved their lips quickly, as if they were arguing. In the end, Rong Tianjiang pursed his lips and turned away. Behind him, Rong Yu sighed and continued to talk to the other party. Guy next to him stepped forward to join the conversation. Rong Yu's expression gradually relaxed. The three talked and laughed. Rong Yu patted Guy's shoulder with a relieved expression. The postures of the two were more like father and son than Rong Tianjiang. Ji Jioshu saw Rong Tianjiang going upstairs and waved at him. Are you in a bad mood? Why did you come down? Rong Tianjiang was still adjusting his expression. A trace of unnaturalness flashed across his face, and he forced a smile. This kind of banquet is really not fun. No wonder you don't want to participate. Are you hungry? I asked the kitchen to make some food and bring it over. Ji Jioshu, Guy has a good relationship with your father. Rong Tianjiang couldn't laugh anymore, and said sarcastically, my father wishes that Guy was his biological son. I will only humiliate him. The flower beds are all shown to outsiders. Others say how Rong Yu dotes on his son. Only those who are in the game know what the truth is, and only his mother is the only one who loves him. Didn't you tell your father about Guy bullying you? Ji Jioshu asked. He said that he didn't think it was a big deal, and asked Guy to apologize to me, but he always thought I was making a fuss. Rong Tianjiang's irritability lingered between his eyebrows. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's go to my room to talk. The air here is really uncomfortable. The three of them avoided the hall, and went to another building through the back door. The entire second floor belonged to the room. Various mechanical materials were scattered on the ground. Rong Tianjiang asked the robot to come and clean up, and sat on the sofa to greet the two. The robot brought the food that had been ordered in advance, and the housekeeper's communication reminders rang one after another, and Rong Tianjiang hung up all of them. He smelled a little alcohol, and drank a lot at the dinner party. At this time, he leaned on the sofa and pinched his head. The food was so delicious that Ji Jioshu, who had just been half full of dessert, was awakened. She naturally picked up the chopsticks to eat. She said casually, Yongfeng Pharmaceutical under your name is suspected of producing the banned drug Liuguang, and sent people to surround and kill me. Let's come and see if we can solve it. It's Yongfeng Pharmaceutical again. I know Guy did a very. Rong Tianjiang paused while rubbing his temple, sat up straight and jumped up from the sofa. What did you say? What illegal drug siege solution? Is this the new movie she is going to shoot? Ji Jioshu told the whole story of the Liuguang incident and ate calmly. Rong Tianjiang closed his eyes and lay back, crossing his hands on his abdomen. Don't tease me with your new script, it's boring. Do you think I would come all the way to Emperor Star just to fool you? Ji Jioshu put a chicken leg into Jiang Ju's bowl. Eat more meat, supplement protein, and enhance immunity. Rong Tianjiang opened one eye and looked at Ji Jioshu. I don't believe it. If it's true, how can you be so calm? Things have developed to this point. Is it useful for me to come to you and cry? Ji Jioshu was full, put down his chopsticks, and played a video. The video showed her and Nancy being surrounded and attacked in front of the clinic. The blood was so real that the cold screen could not hold even 1% of the tension at that time. Ji Jiuxiu turned off the video. Let's talk business. How much do you know about Yongfeng Pharmaceutical? Or how much do you know about your father? Rong Tianjiang froze and could not answer for a while. He could see that she was not joking. But the matter was really absurd. Such an unbelievable plot like a novel could actually be staged in reality. How could his parents be related to Liu Guang? Jiangju, your parents protected you very well. Born in such a family, with countless wealth and supreme status, he still had an innocent heart that had never seen darkness. It was hard to tell whether this sentence was a compliment or criticism. The blood on Rong Tianjiang's face gradually faded, and he said palely, I don't know. They never let me interfere in family affairs, and forced me to go to school and join the army. I only know that Yongfeng Pharmaceutical was handed over to Guy for management 5 years ago. He did a very good job. My father often compared him with me. Whenever he talked about Guy, his father always sighed. He knew what every sigh meant. He was not as good as Guy. It was before, it is now, and it may be in the future. Then here comes the question. Ji Jiuxia's voice was calm and almost ruthless. Does your father know about Liu Guang? Rong Tianjiang stood up. I ask him. Jiangju asked calmly. Will he tell you? Rong Tianjiang stopped. They knew the answer to this question very well. He sat down dejectedly, holding his head with both hands, looking a little uneasy. Then what do you want to do? I don't want to destroy your family. The startup capital of our company comes from your father. I am very grateful. But the federal government is also investigating Liu Guang's affairs. How long can Yongfeng Pharmaceutical hide it? Ji Jiuxiu sighed. She moved closer, put her hand on Rong Tianjiang's back, and patted him twice. Maybe you can talk to your father. I don't mind you exposing me. No matter how effective the conversation between father and son is, Rong Yu's reaction will reflect some information. Rong Tianjiang's voice was dull. What if it's really my dad? Shouldn't you refute me fiercely at this time and assure me that the man behind the scenes can't be your dad? Ji Jiuxiao made a joke. Rong Tianjiang, I don't know. Jiangju, it seems that you are really not familiar with your father. Based on my limited contact with him, I think there is a 90% probability that he doesn't know. Then there's still 10%. Rong Tianjiang muttered. Jiangju, 10% is that you can only know a person by his appearance, but not by his heart. Rong Tianjiang, are you so sure? Jiangju, he's a smart man. Smart people won't seek their own death. The Rong family has accumulated enough wealth for generations, so why take the risk of doing such a dangerous thing? Rong Tianjiang thought about it and calmed down. Why didn't you say it earlier? I didn't expect you to be so. Jiangju paused for a moment and found a suitable word, not smart. Rong Tianjiang turned his head and glared at Ji Jiuxiao. You scared me. Ji Jiuxiu spread his hands. How do I know you won't refute it at all, believe everything you say, and help others count money if you are sold one day? Rong Tianjiang, Rong Tianjiang, you are so annoying. As the night deepened, the guests left one after another. Ji Jiuxiu and Jiangju refused Rong Tianjiang's invitation to stay overnight and left in the crowd. Ji Jiuxiu stayed at Jiangju's house tonight. Jiangju's parents were on business trips on other planets, and Jiang Xian was still busy with Liu Guang's affairs. The huge house was empty. Jiang's housekeeper was a silent woman. Before Jiangju introduced Ji Jiuxiao, she turned a blind eye to his existence. She arranged everything according to the order and drove the aircraft back to the underground garage. Jiangju sent Ji Jiuxiao to the guest room. When he went downstairs, he met the housekeeper who came back and said, She is my friend. I don't want my family to know about what happened today. Jiang's housekeeper bowed slightly. I understand. Jiangju returned to his room. This was the first time he brought a friend home. If his family knew, he could imagine their reaction, which might not be very good. After Ji Jiuxiu finished washing up, she rolled around on the soft big bed. It turned out that staying at Jiangju's house was a very good decision. She felt bad for staying at a hotel outside, and the cheap ones were not as comfortable as Jiangju's house. If she was not afraid of being seen by Rongyu and exposing herself too early, she would have no objection to sleeping at Rong Tianjiang's house. When Ji Jiuxiu fell into a sweet dream, Rong Tianjiang tossed and turned in Rong's house not far away. As soon as he closed his eyes, the words Ji Jiuxiu said were repeated in his ears. He wanted to talk to his father now, but the other party drank a little too much at night and was not very conscious. He opened his eyes abruptly until dawn. He prepared a draft in his mind and waited in the living room early with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Rongyu went downstairs, and was stunned when he saw his son who got up early. "You got up so early today?" An unexpected sentence made Rong Tianjiang's voice stuck. He took a deep breath and said as planned, "I have something to ask you." "What do you want to ask?" Rongyu walked into the kitchen, and the robot brought the food to the table. "Rong Tianjiang, this is not a place to talk. Let's go to the study." "Let's talk here." Rongyu picked up a piece of bread. "What business do you have?" "How can there be no business? All Tianjiang's business is business." Sifu walked into the kitchen and glared at Rongyu. Rongyu faced his wife with a smile on his face. He did not refute her words, but also showed that he did not care about what Rong Tianjiang said. Rong Tianjiang pursed his lips, sat opposite Rongyu, picked up the glass of hot milk on the table and took a sip. The heat passed through the cup to the palm of his hand, and his back leaned against the chair, as if he needed the help of the chair back to sit steadily. "Rong Tianjiang, I already know about Liuguang." Rongyu, who was eating bread, frowned. "What Liuguang?" "Something that Yongfeng Pharmaceutical was researching privately." Rong Tianjiang's expression was serious, his hand still holding the cup, his fingertips slightly white. "Even I know about this. How much do you think the Federation has found out?" He tried to control the anger and panic in his heart, forcing himself to calm down and talk to his father properly, not losing his temper, and making the other party think that he was just making trouble. Rongyu frowned. "What are you talking about?" His words gradually became fierce. "I know you don't like Guy, but you can't question his ability. Which company do you like? Do you want money to invest, or want to take over an existing company? Just say it directly. I'm very busy, and don't have time to guess your thoughts." The light brain rang. He bowed his head to reply, and then hurriedly finished breakfast and stood up to go out. When he saw Rong Tianjiang sitting, he couldn't help but preach. "You should sit properly. Don't always look so careless. Didn't the military academy teach you how to sit? Then let me make it clear. Yongfeng Pharmaceutical is suspected of producing and selling banned drugs, kidnapping and murder, and is now being targeted by the Federation." Rong Tianjiang automatically ignored Rongyu's second sentence and continued to say what he had planned word by word. He looked up at Rongyu. "Someone has come to me, and maybe someone will come to you soon. I don't know if you know about this, so I check with you first." Rong Tianjiang straightened his back, looked up, and looked at Rongyu, his face serious. At this moment, his calm and rational temperament made Sifu beside him a little dazed. Rongyu looked at him in astonishment, not knowing whether to be surprised at his son's strangeness first, or shocked by the content of the other party's words first. Too much information made Rongyu stop, and the wrinkles on his brows were tightly squeezed together. "How can you question me, and Guy, because of a piece of news that you don't know whether it is true or not? Where did you hear the news from?" Rong Tianjiang insisted. "Liuguang really exists. I hope you can give me an answer before asking me a question." Rongyu, "I don't know." "Really?" Rong Tianjiang confirmed. "You actually believe those messy news more than you believe me." Rongyu's tone became stern and his expression was disappointed. "I won't do such a thing, and Guy won't do the same. Who has deceived you again? I have said many times that you should avoid contact with people of questionable character." Sifu interrupted. "Then why don't you believe your son? Instead of arguing here, you might as well do something practical, and check whether Yongfeng Pharmaceutical is innocent." The light brain sounded again. Rongyu looked down, walked out the door quickly with a cold face, and no longer looked at Rong Tianjiang. Rong Tianjiang's face was ugly. After spending a year with Ji Jiuxiao, he could see what kind of person she was. The balance in his heart had long tilted towards Ji Jiuxiao. Perhaps he should have mentioned Jiangju's name just now, and perhaps his father would have believed it more. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, but it was not possible. If Jiangju was involved, with the importance the Jiang family attached to Jiangju, it would probably end in a worse situation. Sifu patted Rong Tianjiang's shoulder. "Come and tell me, what difficulties did my little baby encounter?" Rong Tianjiang repeated Ji Jiuxia's experience, and Sifu fell into deep thought. "Sifu, can I meet your friend?" Rong Tianjiang hesitated. "I ask." Half an hour later, Ji Jiuxiu arrived at the Rong family, accompanied by Jiangju. Sifu fixed her eyes on Jiangju, somewhat surprised. Jiangju nodded to her, and she took the 3 children upstairs to the study. By the time she sat down, her chaotic thoughts had calmed down. "Sifu, Tianjiang told me about Liuguang." "Ji Jiuxiao, so what do you think?" "To be honest, I thought it was a prank at first," Sifu said frankly. But after seeing Jiangju, she realized that this was true. Jiang Ju's existence was too special, and he was enough as evidence. Ji Jiuxia asked, "Do you know your husband or Yongfeng medicine?" Almost all of the Rong family's industries were under Rong Yu's name. Sifu was like a precious flower embellished beside him for appreciation. She had some doubts about the strength of this flower. Sifu smiled, revealing a not very warm smile, even an ambitious smile. She took off her delicate and beautiful skin, revealing the sharp blade inside. She said, "I met Rong Yu when I was 19 years old. At that time, the Rong family was so poor that you can't imagine. They relied on things handed down from their ancestors to maintain their reputation. Everything you see now is because of me." At that time, she had ability but no capital, and Rong Yu had nothing except a little savings. They came together for interests. She borrowed the name of the Rong family and the royal family, and invested all her money desperately, and worked hard until now. All companies are managed by Rong Yu on the surface, but she has always been the actual decision maker. The reason why she doesn't stand in front of people is that she doesn't want to waste time participating in too many meaningless social events. Anyway, she has money in hand and doesn't care about the name. Sifu, most of the children we sponsor will work in the Rong family's companies. Yongfeng Pharmaceutical is one of them. Guy is very good, and we are happy to provide him with this opportunity. I will investigate the things you mentioned in depth. I can assure you that Rong Yu and I are absolutely not aware of this matter. She admires ambitious people, so she has a good impression of Guy. Yongfeng Pharmaceutical was going to be closed down, and she did not intervene too much after handing it over to Guy to run it. Now the company is all Guy's people. Ji Jiuxia asked a question that had nothing to do with Liu Guang. "Excuse me, did you get married for profit?" The reason for asking this question is that Rong Tianjiang's expression next to him collapsed, and looked like he was about to break. Sifu touched Rong Tianjiang's head. "Of course not. If it wasn't for love, I wouldn't have to marry him." The years of sharing joys and sorrows made her and Rong Yu feel a sense of mutual appreciation. Rong Yu himself was not too bad, so they naturally came together. Rong Tianjiang's voice was dry. "I never knew this." Sifu was still gentle. "I didn't let you know before because I wanted you to live in a peaceful and happy environment, but now I find that only saplings that have experienced cruel wind and rain can thrive." Her awakening came from the appearance of Ji Jiuxia and Jiang Ju. Ji Jiuxia's experience made her realize that she couldn't completely lock Rong Tianjiang in a protective shield. He would always be exposed to the other side of society. If she didn't teach him to grow up, the teachings of society would be even more tragic. Just like Jiang Ju, he started to go to the battlefield at the age of 11, and he had been on the line of life and death many times. His special experience made him grow up quickly, and be more mature than his peers. Rong Tianjiang doesn't need to be as outstanding as Jiang Ju, but the Rong family is in a high position. She can protect him for a while, but not for a lifetime. The Rong family is not a place where he can live peacefully for a lifetime. For example, now, the storm is coming. Sifu's eyes swept over Ji Jiuxia and Jiang Ju. "Thank you for telling me these things." She had heard some rumors, and knew that Jiang Xian was investigating something, but she never expected that it would eventually lead to the Rong family. Jiang Ju is a member of the Jiang family. If he told Jiang Xian about this matter first, it would be too late when she realized the problem. Jiang Xian is not a soft-hearted person. Jiang Ju, the base on Lure Star has been taken down, and they will not make any big moves for the time being. Ji Jiuxia, Yongfeng Pharmaceutical can be so big, there must be some means of concealment, and it may not be possible to find out something. The raw material processing process of Liu Guang is harmful to the human body. Many people have already suffered from serious illnesses. You can check in this direction. I make a note. Sifu nodded. This deep conversation lasted for a long time, so long that Rong Yu came back for lunch at noon, and happened to meet the four people. Rong Yu looked at Jiang Ju in surprise, and did not speak for a while. Rong Tianjiang complained, "How did you like my dad in the first place?" In half a day, his three views were shattered and reshaped, and he let go of his obsession with Rong Yu. His father is just an ordinary person, and his mother is extraordinary, so it is normal that his father has no vision. Sifu, he was not bad when he was young, maybe he has enjoyed too much in the past few decades, and forgot the difficulties in the past. Rong Tianjiang, the part of me that is not smart must be inherited from him. Sifu, I sometimes think so too. Rong Yu, ? Chapter 64. Ji Jiuxia received news from Shuang Yuebai, who was also tracking down the source of Liu Guang, and would share the news with her. Yi Mingxi, one of the former Theseus Military Academy board members, who had fled to the black market, was caught by Shuang Yuebai when he was secretly leaving the black market. She had heard about the commotion Jiang Xian had made on Lure Star. She didn't know that the company behind Liuguang was Yongfeng Pharmaceutical, and she forced Yimingshi to tell her about another base where Liuguang was made. All eggs should not be put in the same basket, and the people behind the scenes knew this very well. Lure Star was the place where the raw materials were processed, and the final synthesis of Liuguang was another laboratory located on Paya Star. Yimingshi couldn't tell the more specific location, and he could keep his mouth shut in Shuang Yuebai's hands, so it was likely that he really didn't know. Paya Star was not far from D Star, and its location was in the same direction as Lure Star. The news shared by Jiang Xian in return also confirmed this. However, the exact location of the laboratory is still unclear. Paya is an industrial planet with countless factories producing countless products every day. Once the factory stops working, the loss will be huge, and it will be impossible to quickly complete the investigation. Ji Jiuxiu did not synchronize these messages to Rong Tianjiang. Currently, the only person who knows everything like her is Jiang Ju. At this moment, she was sitting on the big sofa in Jiang Ju's house, brushing up on the information. There were too many things recently, and her progress in mechanical learning had fallen behind a lot. She had to catch up in time. She sat cross-legged, holding a bowl of ice cream in her hand while eating and studying. When she took a bite of the cold ice cream, she squinted her eyes in happiness. Jiang Ju sat opposite her and read a book. The virtual e-book was made to look like a page turning. If it weren't for the fact that the entity couldn't be touched, it would look no different from a paper book. The notification sound of the optical computer broke the silence. Ji Jiuxiu checked the information. Sifu said that she found something. Let's go over and take a look. She finished the remaining ice cream in 2 or 3 bites, and went to Rong's house with Jiang Ju. The 3 members of the Rong family were all there, and their expressions seemed to be carved from the same mold, solemn and depressed. It seems that my information is correct. Ji Jiuxiu knew that the problem with Yongfeng Pharmaceutical was confirmed when he saw their expressions. Rong Yu's face was no longer ugly. The last time Ji Jiuxiu and Jiang Ju came, he vowed that Yongfeng Pharmaceutical would never do anything that it shouldn't do. Now that the results came out, it was undoubtedly a loud slap in his face. Ji Jiuxiu didn't care much about Rong Yu's expression. If Sifu hadn't been firm last time, she would have planned to start Plan 2 to investigate by herself. Rong Yu was not important. Sifu rubbed her brows and smiled self-deprecatingly. We only found some clues, and we can't form a complete chain of evidence for the time being. Guy was preparing for this when he took over the company, much earlier than I thought. Ji Jiuxiu, where is the person behind him? It's not surprising that Guy was caught. He should have been prepared when he found Yongfeng Pharmaceutical, but Guy couldn't do these things alone. There are people behind him. I haven't found it yet. Sifu sighed. I dare not check too carefully, for fear that the other party will find out. Ji Jiuxiu, if you investigate Yongfeng Pharmaceutical, the other party will definitely notice it. Where is Guy? Rong Yu, he ran away. I have sent people to chase him. I don't know whether to say that Guy is sharp or timid, as he was scared away by the slightest movement. Ji Jiuxiu, so what are you going to do? Now Yongfeng medicine still belongs to the Rong family. If the Federation investigates, the Rong family will also be involved. Sifu, spend money to avoid disaster. She paused and looked at Rong Tianjiang. Rong Tianjiang immediately turned on the light brain. A minute later, Ji Jiuxiu's light brain popped up a text message of 10 million in the account. Sifu, this is a thank you. We don't know how to express it, so we are a bit rude. Please forgive us. You are too polite. Ji Jiuxiu almost couldn't hold back the corners of his mouth. What forgiveness? She just likes it too much. Sifu, stay at home tonight. Let Tianjiang chat with you. I have to deal with some things. Sifu and Rong Yu left, leaving 3 people in the study. It is not easy to get rid of such a big mess. It is estimated that it will take a lot of effort. Ji Jiuxiu took a look at the debt. After long-term efforts, a large string of numbers has been shortened a lot, and getting rid of poverty and becoming rich is just around the corner. Now the 3 parties are all investigating the Liuguang organization, and the other party has no time to trouble her. She has done what she should do, and now she will just wait for the final result. Rong Tianjiang looked at Ji Jiuxiu, who was in a relaxed posture, and a light flashed in his mind. You came to me on purpose. It's not mainly for money, right? What else? Ji Jiuxiu's eyes moved away from the light brain screen. Rong Tianjiang, Rong Tianjiang had a heart attack. I thought it was because of the relationship between us. I don't have any feelings for you. Ji Jiuxiu refused to build a relationship. Rong Tianjiang, aren't you worried that if my parents are really involved, you will fall into the trap? No worries. Ji Jiuxiu said bluntly. Even if it has something to do with you, I can pretend to negotiate to make some money first, and then sell the information to the Federation, killing two birds with one stone. Rong Tianjiang, you're really good at selling the same information twice. It's no wonder that Ji Jiuxiu wants to make a profit before taking revenge. He doesn't suffer any loss at all. Ji Jiuxiu said modestly, it's just self-protection. She and Liuguang organization have already made enemies. The other party will not let her go. She will not leave a way out for the other party. She will treat the enemy as cruelly and ruthlessly as the severe winter. The Federation does not know when it will track down. This sense of urgency prompted the Sifu couple to speed up their actions. They first announced their breakup with Guy and took the initiative to expose the problem of Yongfeng medicine. In this situation, it is impossible to conceal the truth. As long as Jiang Xian continues to investigate, he will find out about the Rong family one day. It is better to confess and take the initiative in his hands. The matter was carried out very secretly and was not exposed to the public. Jiang Xian rushed from Lure Star to take over and interviewed Sifu's parents. Guy escaped during the capture. The pursuit of him was carried out on a large scale, but he disappeared without a trace, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Yongfeng Pharmaceuticals declared bankruptcy and closed down quietly amid the astonishment of countless people. Sifu did a good job in the follow-up work and spent money to appease all parties without causing public outcry. The Rong couple was taken away for investigation. Rong Tianjiang found Ji Jiuxiu and said in a heavy tone, someone is smoothing the relationship and suppressing this matter. Yongfeng Pharmaceuticals is no longer a pure Rong family industry. Behind Guy, there are countless connections, like a big network that makes the investigation difficult. Ji Jiuxiu logged into the black market Vest account and asked Jiang Xian about the progress of the investigation as a clinic therapist. Jiang Xian did not give a clear answer and said that he was still investigating. It is unknown when the result will be obtained, and the upper class seems to keep silent. Jiang Ju, the power of the person behind the scenes is greater than we thought. Ji Jiuxiu, it seems that the matter is not over yet. One Yongfeng pharmaceutical fell, and there is a second and a third. If the root cause is not eradicated, Liuguang will never be stopped. Rong Tianjiang went to find out Jiang Xian's opinion, and the answer he got was that the Federation would strengthen supervision and prevent Liuguang from being produced and sold again. Ji Jiuxiu sarcastically said, it's ridiculous to want to turn the page on things without investigating to the end, just a light strengthened supervision. Is this how the so-called Majesty manages the Interstellar? The Interstellar royal family has accumulated a lot of prestige, and expressing dissatisfaction with the royal family in public is an offensive act. The other two people who heard it in the room remained silent. Rong Tianjiang has experienced more things during this period than in the past 20 years. His parents were taken away by the Federation for investigation, and he was forced to grow up. Jiang Ju, the spaceship is ready and can depart at any time. Rong Tianjiang was stunned. What spaceship? Where are you going? Jiang Ju looked at Ji Jiuxiu, and the tense expression on Ji Jiuxiu's face relaxed. You understand me quite well. Rong Tianjiang. No, what are you talking about? Did I miss a word? Can you stop playing dumb? I decided to go to Peo Star, Ji Jiuxiu said. Since the Federation cannot give her a fair result, she can only fight for it on her own. What are you going to Peo Star for? Rong Tianjiang's information has not yet been synchronized with Ji Jiuxiu. Ji Jiuxiu, to blow up the Liuguang organization. Rong Tianjiang opened his mouth wide. Question mark. By the time he followed Ji Jiuxiu to Jiang Ju's house and completed all the information he had missed, the housekeeper of the Jiang family had already driven the spaceship to the apron to wait. Rong Tianjiang couldn't believe it. Are you really going? Jiang Ju, you don't care, and you accompany her to make trouble? Sneaking into the enemy camp alone is not a trivial matter. If you are not careful, you will really lose your life. The opponent is not a classmate or instructor in the military academy drill, but a real desperate criminal. Jiang Ju, I will help her win. I think you have been on the battlefield too much and your brain is damaged. Rong Tianjiang said anxiously. Such an important matter should at least be planned first. Impulse is the devil. Ji Jiuxiu stretched out her hand to close the hatch of the spaceship. You should go back quickly. Contact me if there is anything. Before she finished speaking, Rong Tianjiang rushed into the spaceship, and Ji Jiuxiu staggered back 2 steps after being hit by him. Ji Jiuxiu, what are you doing? Rong Tianjiang, I'm going too. What are you going to do? Ji Jiuxiu was annoyed, and pushed the hatch open. Hurry back. Rong Tianjiang rushed over and closed the hatch, then ran to the console and pressed the start switch. He accidentally used too much force, and the spacecraft was ejected. Rong Tianjiang, anyway, my parents will be home this afternoon, and I have nothing else to do. I go with you. If I encounter danger, I will run away by myself and won't hold you back. He finished his words, but he was too stubborn to leave and insisted on staying in the spacecraft. Ji Jiuxiu was annoyed by him and finally agreed to take him with her. Shuang Yuebai didn't reply to the message. The specific location of the laboratory of the Liuguang organization was still unclear, so she went to explore it first. Rong Tianjiang couldn't stay idle. Now that the Rong family was fine, he relaxed again. He typed frantically in the small group and boasted to Dairula about him, Ji Jiuxiao, and Jiangju leaving for Pi Star. Dairula, your family hasn't been cleared of Liuguang's affairs. How dare you run out to play? As a princess, Dairula is well informed and knows the recent major events in the Rong family. Rong Tianjiang, Liuguang has nothing to do with my family. He told Ji Jiuxiu what he had heard from him. When Ji Jiuxiu had time to look at the light brain, he had already spilled all the beans. Ji Jiuxiu's face turned black, and he punched Rong Tianjiang on the head. Do you have any sense of confidentiality? Is this something you can talk about casually? I only said it in our group, and I won't tell anyone else unless they ask me. Rong Tianjiang covered his head. Dairula sent a map of Pai. Be careful, don't die, Ji Jiuxiu replied. We don't know where the laboratory is yet, so we won't die for now. Fusong. Laboratory? Are you talking about this? Fusong sent a picture. The picture was taken from a corner. In the middle of the picture, a group of people wearing white coats were unloading goods. The goods were boxes of black liquid in bottles. There was a circle at the edge of the box with 3 wavy lines drawn inside, which was the logo of the Liuguang organization. Ji Jiuxiu and the other two met Fusong on Pai, which was the last stop of the documentary about alien plants recorded by Fusong. There is an alien plant watering on the edge of the city. It feeds on metal, has low attack power, and is very destructive to buildings. The location of the Liuguang laboratory, which should have been hidden in the dark and extremely secret, was exposed in an unexpected way, which saved Ji Jiuxiu a lot of effort. She asked curiously, how did you pass by there? She also took a few photos, which was not like Fusong's style. She never liked to do unnecessary things. Fusong, I smell the smell of some kind of strange beast. This kind of strange beast has special glands, which will not be triggered when it dies under normal circumstances. Only when it dies in extreme fear will it emit a smell to remind its kind to stay away. The smell penetrates every part of its body and cannot be dissipated, but most people can't smell it. The factory may use some parts of strange plants or strange beasts, but usually it is done quickly and neatly without torture. The smell of fear is unusual. She originally planned to try to report the factory for problems, but Ji Jiuxiu came. Ji Jiuxiu gave a thumbs up. You are worthy of it. The materials they transported were all processed. Fusong could smell it in this case. It can only be said that Liuguang organization is unlucky. Rong Tianjiang, what is our plan? First confirm whether it is this laboratory. It would be bad if it is accidentally injured. Ji Jiuxiu smiled and showed his white tiger teeth. Then, of course, do it. It is unrealistic to sneak in. They are not familiar with the environment inside. It is better to simply and roughly capture 2 people for interrogation. From the outside, the laboratory looks no different from other factories in the surrounding area. It is hidden in the lab and is not noticeable. For people squatted outside the factory. After a whole day, no one came out. Fuso, when I first found them, they came in and out frequently. Recently, they have been quiet and only go out once every 2 or 3 days. Ji Jiuxiu, I don't know when they will come out. We will guard them in 2 groups. The reason why the people in the laboratory are quiet and dormant is nothing more than that their superiors have been arrested, so they have to keep their tails between their legs for a while. Since there are still people active here, it is foreseeable that the scene of Liuguang will reappear in the future. The 4 people continue to squat in 2 shifts. After another day, a food delivery robot knocked on the factory door, and a man in protective clothing opened the door to sign for the food. Ji Jiuxiu and Jiangju walked forward and pretended to pass by. The man stopped signing and looked at them cautiously. Ji Jiuxiu asked, Hello, where is Factory 75? The man, Go straight and turn right at the next intersection. Ji Jiuxiu bowed slightly to him, Thank you. When the last tail tone fell, she reached out and grabbed the man's arm and pulled him out. Jiangju covered his mouth and controlled his other hand. The two cooperated tacitly. Before the man could make any moves, he was pulled out of the door and tied up. He was screaming and frightened. The surveillance at the door was temporarily blocked. Time was tight. The man disappeared for too long and attracted the attention of others. It was necessary to make a quick decision. Ji Jiuxiu pulled out a dagger and put it against the man's chest. Yulfeng Pharmaceutical has collapsed, and the Federation will not give up the investigation. Do you choose to cooperate honestly and let us give you a way out, or do you resist to the end and spend the rest of your life in prison? She directly skipped whether the factory was the premise of Liuguang Laboratory, and defined the other party, as soon as she opened her mouth. The man trembled. I don't know anything, I'm just a low-level minion who follows orders. You must know that the backer has collapsed. I don't know how your superiors whitewashed the situation, but our presence here is enough to prove that what he said was all lies to deceive you. Maybe he is preparing to escape. Ji Jiuxiu softened his tone and offered conditions. If you answer my questions honestly, I will give you a chance to escape now. How far you can run depends on your ability. Seeing the man nod, she asked, how many streamers are there in stock now? The man, about 30,000. I'm not a warehouse manager, so I don't know the exact number. Ji Jiuxiu got the answer. This factory is indeed the laboratory of the streamer organization. She sent a message to Fusong and Rong Tianjiang, and got the map of the laboratory from the man, knocked him unconscious and threw him on the roadside. No staff in the laboratory deserves sympathy. They know where the streamer comes from, and they use the bloody streamer to gain benefits. Even if they are not the organizers, they are also guilty. Ji Jiuxiu took out two masks, not the miniature masks of interstellar technology, but two ancient evil ghost masks that usually only appear in museums. Jiang Ju's hair is too conspicuous. There are many people with silver hair in the interstellar, but not many with this length. She took a wig and put it on him. The two pushed open the door of the factory and walked in. The scene in the factory was no different from that of an ordinary factory. The huge machines worked in an orderly manner and produced small parts one by one. Ji Jiuxiu logged into the Star Network and started live streaming with a small account. This small account was left to her by Tianji before she went to Blue Star. After anti-tracking encryption, the Star Network administrator could not delete the published content for a while, which was very suitable for the current scenario. At 8 o'clock in the evening, it was the golden time for major live broadcast rooms to compete for traffic. The live broadcast room was hung up. She walked forward while typing the title of the live broadcast room, unveiling the production laboratory of the banned drug Paoxing. Some people wanted to suppress Liuguang's matter, but she wanted to completely tear off this hypocritical appearance. As they walked forward, someone found them and came over to scold them. What are you doing? Ji Jiuxiu raised the palm-sized electromagnetic gun in her hand. When the bullet hit the opponent's head, it released an electric current, which was kept at a level that could stun people but not kill them. She prepared sufficient weapons for this operation, and guaranteed to give the person behind the scenes a big surprise. The sound of the gun was covered by the noisy machine. Ji Jiuxiu took off the opponent's protective suit and handed it to Jiang Ju, and changed into the protective suit of the first man. The raw materials of Liuguang have certain radiation, so you still have to take protective measures before doing anything. Continue to move forward, and soon you will meet another person. The other party saw the masks on the faces of the two people. His face changed, and he immediately took out the instrument from his pocket and pressed it. Jiang Ju's action was faster than him, and he shot him in the wrist with a shot, and the instrument in his hand fell. Ji Jiuxiu's attack followed and hit his forehead. There were not many people on this floor. They walked a long distance forward without meeting the third person. According to the map provided by the man, the two passed through the factory workshop used for camouflage and found the entrance to the underground secret door. You need to scan the iris to enter, and the two go back to carry the previous person over. To prevent being discovered too quickly, they hid the man in a corner, but before they could reach their location, a sharp alarm sounded in the factory. A new man appeared in front of them, and without saying any extra words, he shot at them directly. Ji Jiuxiu and Jiang Ju dodged in two directions separately. The man couldn't aim at two people at the same time. When he aimed at Jiang Ju, Ji Jiuxiu had already run behind him. The man's two arms were dislocated by Ji Jiuxiu's hands, and he couldn't move. He gritted his teeth and stood steadily, staring at the two men fiercely. Ji Jiuxiu kicked him in the knee pit, and he fell to the ground, and was dragged forward by the collar. All the machines stopped, the buzzing sound disappeared, and the gunshots became very clear. Jiang Ju dealt with the other people who surrounded him. His mental power could form a protective shield to block the bullets, but the live broadcast room would record this scene, and he couldn't expose too much. He covered Ji Jioshio all the way. The secret door was opened, and a round object rolled out at the corner. Ji Jioshio took a step back and grabbed Jiangju to hide to the side. There was a rumbling explosion. I don't know which machine was blown up, and thick smoke was gushing out crazily. The smoke alarm was activated, and water was sprayed down quickly. Ji Jioshio and Jiangju ran forward along the secret door. There was an elevator going downstairs in front of them. The elevator was not safe, so they looked for the stairs of the safe passage. The number of people in the live broadcast room just exceeded 100. She took off the camera clip to her chest and pointed it at her face. A demon mask occupied most of the screen. Are you watching? The processed voice was hoarse and low, and the eyes stared straight at the camera through the holes in the mask, and a low laugh sounded. I'm here to find you. She turned the camera around and took as many pictures of the surroundings as possible. These were all evidence of the illegal crimes of the Liuguang organization. Jiangju found the stairs, and the two of them went downstairs quickly. There were 8 floors below. According to the first man, the first and second floors were the employee rest areas, the third and fourth floors were the areas for synthesizing Liuguang, the fifth, sixth, and seventh floors were the drug experiment areas, and the 8th floor was the cold storage for storing Liuguang. Ji Jioshio went down to the first floor and explained the laboratory structure in detail to the audience in the live broadcast room. Now we are in the employee rest area. We can see that there are not many people now. They should all be working. There were only a few people in the rest area. Maybe because this area had been treated for radiation protection, they were not wearing protective clothing. When they saw the 2 people, they hid in fear. The elevator behind them suddenly opened, and it was full of people. They had cold expressions, and pointed their guns at Ji Jioshio and Jiangju. Jiangju pulled Ji Jioshio away, and the bullet grazed her cheek, causing a hole in her protective clothing and a cut in her mask. Ji Jioshio narrowed his eyes. You are really annoying. She took out a heavy gun from the bag behind her. This time it was not a minor shock, but a real life-threatening one. The gun fired a circle, and few people died, but all the lights went out. The moment the lights went out, Jiangju's pupils changed color. At this moment, all the bullets were suspended in the air, and then flew in different directions. No one saw this scene under the cover of darkness. Ji Jioshio dragged Jiangju down to the next floor. She was not here to kill people, so she had no time to play with them. After shooting the first floor, she shot the second floor. There were not many people on this floor, and the structure was the same, so there was nothing to see. On the third floor, pale lights shone on the wall, illuminating rows of test tubes. Some of the medicines being prepared also flashed with tiny lights in a static state. The contents of the test tubes on one wall were bright red like blood. A cold smell came to my face. There was no special smell, but it was unreasonably creepy. Is this the smell of the death of the alien beast that Fusong said? She explained the things in the laboratory. Everyone looked to the left. These black flashing semi-solids are what you get after feeding living people to the snow-melting beast. The red liquid next to it is obtained by killing the alien beast, and it has a strange smell. Against the background of continuous gunfire, her voice was clear and powerful, and the camera was shaking while constantly dodging. Unknowingly, the number of people in the live broadcast room had exceeded 100,000. Chapter 65. Noticing that more and more people were in the live broadcast room, the software administrator received an order to try to block the live broadcast room, but the machine seemed to be out of order, and there was no movement. The programmers were forced to work overtime and fight against the live broadcast room. On the distant blue star, Tianji worked day and night, and finally built the network. As soon as he connected to the interstellar network, he noticed that someone was attacking his trumpet. This trumpet was not an account, but more like a virus. It would be stuck in the underlying code. It would take some effort for programmers to remove it. Tianji logged into the software, and saw Ji Jioshio live broadcasting. The content in the live broadcast room could not be broadcast at a glance. No wonder the trumpet was attacked. Seeing that the live broadcast room was about to be breached, it quickly intercepted it. The occasional jamming bug in the live broadcast room was fixed, and the picture became clearer. Is the network connected? Song Xuedong approached with a lollipop in his mouth. What are you doing? Tianji, someone attacked Yoshi's live broadcast room, and I'm trying to stop it. What is she playing? Song Xuedong curiously turned on the optical brain and tried to connect to the network. After being disconnected for too long, countless messages came flooding in as soon as she opened her optical computer. She filtered out those irrelevant messages and logged into the software to find Ji Jioshio's live broadcast room. Among the countless live broadcast windows, Ji Jioshu's live broadcast room ranked first, and its popularity was broken. As soon as she clicked in, gunshots rang throughout the room. Song Xuedong turned down the volume. It's not unreasonable for her to be banned for such a big deal. If she had known that there would be such a good thing, she would have gone out for a walk. She hadn't relaxed for too long, and she almost forgot the feeling of fighting. There were countless barrages in the live broadcast room, many of which said that the live broadcast room used special effects to fool people. The comments had the same IP address, and it was obvious that they were Machine Water Army. The content of the barrage is very human, and the advantage is that there are many people, and they can also bring a group of brainless people to criticize the live broadcast room together and call on the administrator to close the live broadcast. The audience's reactions are different. Some try to search for relevant information, and some say that it is enjoyable to watch. Ji Jioshu has no time to watch the audience's reactions. The camera is attached to her chest. The perspective of the live broadcast room is first person. With her movements, she shows the things in the laboratory. When the attack comes, she has a strong sense of immersion. Coming to the -5th floor, the content of this floor cannot be sent out if it is in a normal live broadcast room. Ordinary animals are locked up in small rooms, ranging from mice to chimpanzees. They are dying and huddled in the corner. They are very sensitive to the movements of the outside world and tremble when they hear the sound. The -6th floor is for strange beasts. The glass that locks them is thicker. Some of them are restless and bang the door frantically, and some lie on the ground, not knowing whether they are alive or dead. When the video screen entered the -7th floor, the boiling barrage made the live broadcast room freeze for a moment, and the barrage on the entire screen was cleared, presenting all the pictures in full, and the impact was like a fist hitting him head-on. The -7th floor held people, living people. Their eyes were numb, and when they turned their heads, their eyes were empty, alive, but also like dead. Ji Jioshu was not surprised by the experimental subjects on this floor. Nancy had been an experimental subject for 3 years, and was the one who lived the longest. There were many consumables like this, and they would be replenished frequently. Rushing all the way to the -7th floor, no matter how powerful she was, she would inevitably be injured. Previously, for fear of damaging equipment and experimental subjects, the people of the Liuguan organization did not use too large weapons. As more and more things appeared in the live broadcast room, they became more and more impatient and wanted to keep them at all costs. The broken metal pieces tore Ji Jioshu's protective suit into tatters, and her back was covered in blood, but she never relaxed her gun. Jiang Ju's condition was not much better than hers. His clothes were stained with blood, so he simply took off his protective suit, revealing a graffiti t-shirt that he bought at a street stall for 20-star coins to cover up his tracks. The two of them covered each other, and snatched the new protective suits from the researchers and put them on. The last floor was a warehouse. Ji Jioshu and Jiang Ju were about to go down, but were blocked in a room at the corner. The battle stopped for a while, and both sides took a breath. The head of the laboratory gritted his teeth and said, "Who are you?" They smashed things as soon as they entered the door, neither negotiating or raising conditions, nor explaining their hatred and showing off their power. It was simply inexplicable. Ji Jioshu, I am the messenger of justice. The person in charge thought about it in his mind, but still couldn't figure out when he offended such a madman, and how the laboratory was exposed. He winked at the person next to him, and the other party made a 10 gesture. It would take at least 10 minutes for the new professional thugs to arrive. This is a laboratory. Most of the people living inside are unarmed researchers. A group of bodyguards who protect them have been killed. They have someone to protect them behind them, and the laboratory is built secretly. No one thought that a madman would come in one day, and the security force is not strong. Recently, the wind and waves are strong, and they have been dormant. How could they provoke a lunatic? It's really bad luck. He leaned against the shelf to rest for a while. He didn't have to fight the intruders head-on. As long as he insisted on waiting for rescue, he would definitely use the bodies of the two intruders for experiments. The other party couldn't hold on for long, just delay it a little longer. He asked, "How did you find this place?" After waiting for a long time without a reply, he stuck his head out and looked. A bullet flew over. He dodged quickly enough, and the bullet didn't hit his head. He didn't dodge quickly enough, and his left ear fell to the ground with blood. Ji Jioshu, of course it's because of the help of the insider, otherwise how could we know the terrain inside so well? Her voice was a little bit smiling, which was not pleasant to everyone's ears at all. It was like the death god who took the life, causing people's arm hair to tremble. While speaking, she kept moving, holding a heavy gun and firing. All the experimental equipment was broken to the ground, and even the door lock of the room where the experimental subjects were imprisoned was blasted open. The doors of the rooms on the upper 2 floors were also blasted open by her, and the animals inside fled everywhere. Some intelligent animals held grudges and attacked the researchers crazily, sharing some of the pressure for Ji Jiuxiu and Jiangju. The two of them fought their way out of the siege. Jiangju stood behind Ji Jiuxiu, and the camera couldn't capture the place. Countless bullets were blocked by mental power. Ji Jiuxiu learned this move, and the two of them moved forward alternately. Their mental power seemed endless, all the way down to the last floor. The door of the -8th floor was blown open, and the cold air formed a white mist and floated out. Inside was a row of finished streamers. Ji Jiuxiu stood outside the door and threw 6 bombs in succession. Explosions sounded one after another, and the valuable streamers flowed all over the ground. This underground construction project was well done and was not blown up. Ji Jiuxiu raised the camera to face himself, and the evil ghost mask was replaced with a pure white mask. The mouth was painted red, and the smile was exaggerated and weird. Ji Jiuxiu, I will always watch you. As the hoarse voice mixed with electronic sounds fell, the live broadcast room went black and all the images disappeared. At the software headquarters, a programmer jumped up and clapped his hands, finally shut it down. Another person said with a dark face, "Are you sure we cleaned up the virus? Not the other person who shut down the live broadcast room? It's not over yet. Don't think about sleeping tonight, and the people next door don't think about sleeping either." Someone yawned, working overtime to the point of going crazy. The live broadcast room was shut down, the popularity of the live broadcast software declined, and the traffic of other entertainment software surged, so tonight was destined to be sleepless. This incident caused too much trouble on the internet, and it involved sensitive information. All major software were deleting posts, videos, comments, and bullet screens posted by users, but it still couldn't stop everyone from discussing it. Why was the live broadcast room shut down? Can they escape? My friend is an employee of the live broadcast software company. She said the live broadcast room couldn't be shut down. It's terrible. They actually used human bodies for experiments. There are such dark things in this society. I hope the relevant departments will come out to manage it. It's the first time I saw a real fight scene. It's nothing like the movie. I feel so uncomfortable. The live broadcast was shut down just right, which is the most critical high. When the tide was stirring up a storm on the Star Network, the battle between Ji Jiuxiu and Jiangju had not yet ended. No matter how powerful the fighting force was, it could not match the opponent's large number of people. The height in the building was not enough to use mechas, and it was difficult to win with fewer people with manpower alone. The two were temporarily trapped on the -8th floor and engaged in a tug-of-war with a group of researchers. There were 3 staircases and 2 elevators between the floors. They tried to move to the nearest staircase. 10 minutes later, the head of the laboratory looked at his companions who kept falling down and couldn't help cursing. Why haven't those people who only grow muscles but no brains come yet? The person next to him wiped his sweat. The communication is not working. The head of the laboratory cursed coldly. A bunch of rubbish. What should we do now? The man asked. The head gritted his teeth. No matter what the cost, I will not let those 2 people leave the laboratory. They destroyed his years of hard work, and they will never get out alive. The subordinate nodded. Got it. The sprinkler on the ceiling sprayed oil down, and a spark fell on the ground. After touching the oil, it suddenly jumped up, and the spark turned into a flame, and then quickly spread to the entire floor. Subordinate, let's go. The head's eyes were bloodshot. What are you doing? Subordinate, since they broke into the laboratory, we can no longer stay in this base. The most important thing now is to evacuate quickly. Put out the fire. I told you to put out the fire quickly. The head grabbed the collar of his subordinate, almost losing his mind. Subordinates, the fire on the 8th floor will not last long and will soon spread to the upper floor. I have sent people to copy the data. As long as the data is there, there will always be a chance to start over. Didn't you hear me telling you to put out the fire? The person in charge slapped the subordinate fiercely, who allowed you to act privately. The subordinate touched his face and pressed the gun in his hand on the head of the person in charge. After a slight sound, the person in charge fell down with his eyes wide open. In the thick smoke and flames, Ji Jiuxiu happened to catch a glimpse of this scene and met his subordinate's eyes. I didn't expect Guy to escape here. He could escape from the Emperor's Star. The power of the people behind him is not small. Guy ordered people to block all exits and keep Ji Jiuxiu and Jiangju inside. Ji Jiuxiu coughed twice because of the smoke. He is cruel and ruthless. No wonder Rong Tianjian can't fight. Jiangju recalled the route, pulled Ji Jiuxiu, and bent over to walk quickly through the flames. The door of the stairs was blocked and could not be pushed. The thick smoke made people unable to open their eyes. Ji Jiuxiu took 2 steps back, stand aside. She took out a metal bracelet and put it on her hand. After pressing the button, the bracelet automatically stretched and turned into a metal arm to wrap her hand. Her mental power was running, and she concentrated her strength on her right arm and smashed it hard on the door. The metal door shook twice, and she smashed a deep pit. She smashed it again, and the metal door gradually loosened. Jiangju, do you have any more metal arms? Ji Jiuxiu, no, I was thinking about it when I was free, this is the only one. The smoke was too heavy, and the masks of the 2 people had fallen to the ground in the chaos. Jiangju stood behind Ji Jiuxiu, and his mental power formed a shield made of wind, supporting a smoke-free space. On the other side, Fusang and Rong Tianjiang stood at the door of the laboratory, blocking the people who kept approaching. Rong Tianjiang controlled the mecha to resist the attack desperately. Fortunately, he was well prepared. The mecha was the top version. He filled all the places that could be loaded with weapons, and invested a lot of money. It turned out that the effect of investing money was very good. The top weapons and mecha helped him withstand waves of attacks, and prevented anyone from approaching the factory gate. Fuso hid behind the mecha, took out a bag of white powder, and threw it forward. The bullet hit it, and exploded. The powder flew in the direction of the enemy. Many unnamed alien plants came to surround the people who attacked them. The 2 of them struggled to support, and Rong Tianjiang looked at the dense crowd, and his face turned green. Rong Tianjiang, I am really crazy, so I gave up my good life and came with Ji Jiuxiu to seek death. They don't have any new recruits. We be done after this batch. Fusang shot and killed 1 person. Rong Tianjiang howled, it's easy for you to say that. I'm not that beast, Ji Jiuxiu. The alien plants have helped us kill many people. You won't die with me here. Shut up now, Fusang said impatiently. Rong Tianjiang shouted even louder, why should I shut up? They didn't even say a word to me on the line between life and death. Do you still have human rights? If those alien plants eat them all, we will be the next to eat. Fusang ignored him and concentrated on clearing the enemy. The alien plants surrounded them from the outside. If you don't pay attention, you may die in their mouths. Most of the enemies were distracted to deal with the alien plants, so the battle between the 2 was not too difficult. Time passed little by little, and smoke came out of the factory. Rong Tianjiang was surprised and said, it's on fire inside? Fuso frowned. Let's not play with them anymore, let's go down. You call this life and death battle a game? Rong Tianjiang vomited blood. There was no normal person in the whole team except him. He threw an expensive bomb. The nearest mechas were blown up, leaving a vacant area around. The mechas couldn't enter the factory, so he urged Fuso to go in first. You go to help, I guard the door. Fuso, are you sure? Rong Tianjiang, don't ask me, I won't be sure if you ask me again. Fuso, no need to go in, they're out. A group of people hurriedly ran out of the thick smoke. Rong Tianjiang turned around, and saw Guy running in the front. Enemies are particularly jealous when they meet, and he immediately turned the gun and fired at Guy. Guy hurriedly dodged, but his movements were still a little slow. His arm was hit, and blood gushed out immediately. Rong Tianjiang gnashed his teeth and said, my family kindly funded your schooling and carefully trained you, but you actually bit us back. You are such an ungrateful person. Even if he didn't like Guy before, he never asked his parents to stop supporting Guy, but Guy actually wanted them dead. The company registered in the name of the Rong family did illegal things. Once the matter was exposed, the Rong family could not escape responsibility. Looking at his current appearance, it seems that he has already thought about the way out after the Rong family fell. Guy was a little surprised when he saw Rong Tianjiang. The other party was sitting in a beautiful and advanced mecha cockpit, clean and tidy, while he was in a mess. This scene reminded him of the first time he met Rong Tianjiang. The other party was a clean and noble young master, and he was a little orphan who had just finished work. He counterattacked sharply. What kind of careful training? Don't you treat me as a dog of your Rong family. The so-called training is just to make him serve the Rong family in the future. He hates this class gap. From the first time he saw Rong Tianjiang, he hated Rong Tianjiang very much. Rong Tianjiang's voice was louder than his. Then let me ask you, has my family spent less money on you over the years? Is this how you repay us? Even if the Rong family's original intention was to train a group of loyal employees, they never forced any sponsored child to do something they didn't want to do. Even if they didn't want to work in the Rong family's company after graduation, the Rong family would not force them. Is it wrong to sponsor poor children and let them live a good life? Guy couldn't maintain the upper class. The mask of indifference and calmness, his expression was distorted. I never asked you to give me money. Money is their charity. He hates Rong Yu's indifference when he gives money. The wealth he dreams of is not worth mentioning in the eyes of Rong Yu and others. Rong Tianjiang, we have never treated you harshly. My father values you so much and gives you so many resources. He praises you all the time, both openly and secretly. Why do you do this? Even the company was handed over to Guy to run, which is enough to show Rong Yu's trust in Guy. The praise from his father, which he longed for, turned out to be nothing in Guy's eyes. Guy, you don't know anything. No matter how good he is to me, and how much he praises me, what's the use? You are his biological son, and he will only love you alone. In front of him, Rong Yu always talks about Rong Tianjiang. Even if he gets more than other sponsored children, and even becomes the adopted son of the Rong family, he will never be as good as Rong Tianjiang in Rong Yu's eyes. Rong Yu trained him, so that he could better assist Rong Tianjiang in the future. He is just a stepping stone carefully built for Rong Tianjiang, so that Rong Tianjiang can stand more firmly. He admitted that he was jealous of Rong Tianjiang for having such loving parents, a wealthy family, and being born in a high position. He was as dark as a rat in the gutter, and jealousy tortured him day after day, so he pretended to be friends with Rong Tianjiang, and then took the lead in isolating him, striving for Rong Yu's attention, and continuing to suppress Rong Tianjiang. When he saw Rong Tianjiang suffering and falling, he would feel a secret pleasure in his heart. Rong Tianjiang couldn't have what he couldn't get. Under the control of the Rong family, he would never be able to compare with Rong Tianjiang. It would be better to find another way and destroy the Rong family. He was looking forward to seeing what Rong Tianjiang's expression would be when the Rong family was destroyed. Blood flowed down Guy's arm, and the smoke became thicker and thicker, forcing people to almost open their eyes. The amount of water sprayed by the fire protection device was not enough to put out the fire. Fuso, they haven't come up yet. She walked around Guy and others and walked in. Guy ignored her and ran towards the gate with the technicians. Rong Tianjiang blocked the door. Who is behind you? Attacks continued to fall behind him, and he stared at Guy, not letting this group of people leave. The smoke concealed the position of the people. Guy ordered his men to rush out. After hearing what Rong Tianjiang said, he laughed out loud. There is no one else. Everything is organized by me. You can't imagine how good I am. The artillery fire defeated the defense of the mecha, and the pain gradually spread. Rong Tianjiang sarcastically said, You are just a despicable mouse. Without the Rong family, you are nothing. Are the people looking for you because you are good, or because you are the adopted son of the Rong family? He said word by word, You can't compare with me. This is a fact you dare not admit. If you are really as powerful as you say, why do you get pleasure from suppressing me? Shut up. Guy broke his defense and shouted hoarsely. In addition to having good parents, how are you better than me? I can do better than you in your position. Rong Tianjiang's lips moved and spit out a sentence. You are just a piece of trash. What qualifications do you have to compare with me? The light words and contemptuous attitude angered Guy. He entered the mecha and pounced on Rong Tianjiang. The two wrestled outside the factory gate. The other personnel covered their mouths and noses and ran out. Rong Tianjiang raised his hand to activate the weapon on the arm of the mecha, and bullets sprayed like rain, scaring them so much that they dared not leave. Guy punched Rong Tianjiang in the face. I hate this arrogance of yours the most. Even fighting with him was distracting, and he didn't take him seriously at all. His arrogant attitude was really disgusting. The fist attached to the mental power hit Rong Tianjiang's face firmly. Rong Tianjiang fought back hard. Under Ji Jiuxia's devilish coercion, he was no longer the weak second-generation ancestor. The primitive melee without hot weapons can arouse people's fierceness. Rong Tianjiang beat Guy hard countless times in his dreams, and even thought about what moves to use. Today he can finally put it into practice. The two wrestled at the door, blocking the way of other experimenters. The rolling mecha hit the building hard. The building baked by high temperature was a little brittle, and the ceiling inside fell down one after another. On the -8th floor, Ji Jiuxia finally smashed the door of the stairs. The metal arm was deformed and couldn't be retracted. She pulled her hand out and stuffed the metal arm into her bag. The raw materials of the metal arm are very expensive. It can be used after repairing it, but it can't be wasted casually. Flames were sweeping behind them. Jiang Ju hooked Ji Jiuxia's hand, and the two fell to the ground and rolled twice to avoid the explosion behind them. The two ran up, and Ji Jiuxiu received a call from Fuso and quickly answered it. We are fine, don't let them run away. The fire became more and more fierce. Ji Jiuxiu glanced at Jiang Ju next to him. His face was covered with black ash at some point, and his aloof temperament disappeared at this moment. She still had time to joke. We might be buried in the sea of fire. Do you regret coming with me? Jiang Ju, no regrets, it's wonderful. Being with Ji Jiuxiu, he experienced more things than he had in the past 20 years. Fuso returned to the factory on the first floor. The experimenters focused on watching the people fighting outside the door, and did not notice her. She held an electric baton in her hand and shocked people one by one, and then tied them up with ropes. Amid the explosions of countless experimental supplies, Ji Jiuxiu and Jiang Ju finally returned to the ground. Ji Jiuxiu saw the unusually brave Rong Tianjiang at the door, and was surprised. Did he take the wrong medicine? Fuso, let's think about how we can escape first. A new group of people from the Liuguang organization appeared outside the factory. Such a large organization must have a lot of bodyguards. The laboratory was successfully destroyed, and now how to escape safely is a problem. Ji Jiuxiu, it's a bit troublesome. She quickly planned the escape route in her mind, but before she could think it through, a new wave of people appeared in the sky and started fighting with the people from the Liuguang organization. Ji Jiuxiu looked over. Is it an internal conflict or someone taking advantage of the opportunity to add insult to injury? The light brain sounded, and she connected to Darula's communication. In the three-dimensional projection, Darula was comfortably leaning on a swing wrapped with flowers. Ji Jiuxiu showed Darula the surrounding environment. I hope you are not here to chat or show off your beautiful life. Am I that kind of person? Darula rolled her eyes very inelegantly. You guys are making too much noise. If you have nothing to do, just run away. My people will clean up the mess later. Ji Jiuxiu, your people? She looked at the crowd fighting in the sky again. Will there be any problem with your actions? Darula raised her eyebrows. As long as His Majesty and the Empress agree, who dares to say there is a problem? She sat on the swing, the wind blew her long red hair, she was as delicate and beautiful as a doll, and her tone of voice was a bit like a princess. Got it, see you later. Ji Jiuxiu hung up the call. Her eyes fell on Rong Tianjiang. The two people at the door were still fighting. They had been fighting for so long, but there was no result. Their fighting power was evenly matched. Chapter 66. Ji Jiuxiu and the other two dealt with all the experimenters at the gate. Everyone else was busy with their own things, and no one had time to pay attention to them. Guy saw their actions, and wanted to stop them, but couldn't get away. He said hatefully, It's you. Ji Jiuxiu pretended not to see him, and walked forward with a rope, followed by a string of experimenters with bruised faces and tied wrists. Fusong stood by and punched anyone who made a small move, ensuring that the other party would see stars and be unable to think. Jiang Ju looked at Rong Tianjiang and Guy who were fighting and said, I help. Don't go. Ji Jiuxiu stopped him. This is his battle. Fusong glanced at Rong Tianjiang and shouted, Why are you hesitating? Can you do it? If you really can't, let me do it. The ridicule from his companions was a bit heartbreaking. Rong Tianjiang suddenly jumped up and knocked Guy to the ground with a punch, and then shot Guy in the abdomen without martial ethics. The heavy blow of the hot weapon made Guy spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at Rong Tianjiang. You lost. Rong Tianjiang stood in front of Guy and looked down at him. He didn't wait for Guy to respond, and dragged him out of the mecha directly, and hit Guy twice with his real fists, severely injuring him. After Ji Jiuxiu's repeated brainwashing, he knew that the villain died because of talking too much, and before speaking, he must completely destroy the opponent's ability to resist. Rong Tianjiang grabbed Guy's collar and lifted him up. I have always been stronger than you. You hit me just to cover up this fact. Guy, you are so cowardly. Guy's fingers twitched, and his arms were numb and couldn't lift up. If you have the guts, kill me. Let me see how powerful you are. Rong Tianjiang, I won't kill you. I will punish you by law. If you are lucky enough to escape the death penalty, you will spend your whole life in prison. Are you satisfied with this ending? What's wrong with wanting to climb up? Guy's eyes were full of hatred, and his bloody fingers tightly grasped Rong Tianjiang's arm. Rong Tianjiang let go. Save this for the judge. Guy fell down weakly. Rong Tianjiang turned around, and when he saw Ji Jiuxiu, the indifference on his face turned into joy in a second. He ran towards his companions, and the pain in his body could not reduce his joy. I won, ha. A gunshot rang out. Such a subtle sound was not obvious under the noise of other mechas and aircraft. Rong Tianjiang stopped and looked back. Guy looked up at the sky, his eyes were empty, the hand holding the gun drooped weakly, and countless blood gushed from his temple, staining his face red. He couldn't say another word. No one knew what he was thinking before he died. Maybe he would rather die than go to prison, or maybe he thought he was not wrong and refused to admit it. Who knows, dead is dead. Ji Jiuxiu reacted strongly to Guy's death. The man behind the scenes hasn't been found yet. She didn't believe the nonsense that there was no man behind the scenes. The head of the laboratory was killed by Guy, and now Guy is dead too. The remaining minions may not know who the biggest boss is. Jiangju, our original purpose did not include tracking down the man behind the scenes. Ji Jiuxiu, okay, but it feels bad to miss the opportunity right in front of you. Jiangju, it doesn't matter whether Guy is dead or alive. The man behind the scenes will not be exposed easily. The fact that the man behind the scenes could suppress the Liuguang incident and poach Guy from the Rong family is enough to show that the other party is powerful. Even if Guy doesn't die now, he will not survive after being taken away by the army. The people of the Liuguang organization and the people of Darula are still fighting. The Liuguang organization has the advantage in numbers, but the time has been delayed too long, and the police team of Pia Star has arrived. Ji Jiuxiu, let's go. It will be difficult to explain if we are caught. We can call it a day after we finish what we need to do. The filming of Fuso has not been completed yet. She asked for leave from the documentary staff on the grounds of being unwell for the past 2 days. Now she has to go back to continue recording the program. Ji Jiuxiu and the other two returned on the spaceship, all in a mess. Jiangju's long silver hair was touched by the fire, and the edges were burnt. Ji Jiuxiu took a pair of scissors to cut it for him. Ji Jiuxiu touched Jiangju's hair, and he subconsciously dodged to the side. I do it myself. You can't see behind you. Ji Jiuxiu held his head, don't move. The long silver hair passed through his fingers like silk, cold and silky. Ji Jiuxiu finally touched the hair he had coveted for a long time, and tried to control his expression to make himself look like a serious haircut. The burnt edges were trimmed off little by little, and the smooth silver hair did not need extra care, and it had a luxurious atmosphere. Rong Tianjiang was replying to his parents. His optical brain was about to explode during this period. He did not intend to expose this action, and racked his brains to find excuses to fool around. The spacecraft set off in the early morning and arrived at the Emperor's Star in the evening. Rong Tianjiang stayed at Jiangju's house, and claimed that he came to play with Jiangju, and did not answer the phone because he overslept. The Sifu couple had a blind trust in Jiangju. After getting Jiangju's affirmative answer, they stopped asking questions, and let Rong Tianjiang have fun. Rong Tianjiang, Guy is jealous of me, but he is jealous of the wrong person. You are obviously more annoying, right? Generally, jealousy only occurs when the gap in ability is not big. When the gap is too big, it will only produce awe. Ji Jiuxiu popularizes psychological knowledge. Rong Tianjiang, are you talking like a human? Why does it sound like someone is scolding him for being a bad boy? Ji Jiuxiu was so tired that he quickly washed up and laid down on the bed to sleep. He fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. She was awakened by hunger. Adequate sleep brought her full vitality. She lay on the bed and turned on the light computer. Qianji sent a lot of messages. It seems that the network has been connected. The road to connecting Blue Star and Interstellar has taken a big step forward. Qianji was talking about the small account in the live broadcast room. With the unremitting efforts of the programmers, they finally completely removed the small account 2 hours after the live broadcast room was closed. It sent a bunch of messages and a lot of pictures of Blue Star. Ji Jiuxiu looked at the vibrant green in the picture and suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. Is this still the desert like Blue Star? The picture shows a large area of green grass and a lot of small seedlings. The land is cultivated into pieces, and some of the large grass is planted with green vegetables. Ji Jiuxiu and Tianji video called to confirm that this is not a fake picture generated by technology. Song Xuedong is really a good farmer. Why go to the battlefield? Stay on Blue Star and farm for her. Song Xuedong squeezed into the screen. What are you talking about? How is your situation? Are you not injured? Nothing, just a minor injury. Ji Jiuxiu replied. Is your mental strength stable? Song Xuedong, it can't be better. Life here is very comfortable. I feel I am getting better. What happened to you? After listening to Ji Jiuxiu's story, Song Xuedong sighed. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen outside. Since the fire has already started, I can add some firewood to it. Ji Jiuxiu, the person behind the scenes wants to suppress the matter. No one in the Federation can cover the sky with one hand. Song Shuadong waved her hand. I'm going to water the plants. Contact me if you have anything. The video projection flickered. Tianji hung up the call and went to check the network again. Ji Jiuxiu got up from the bed, washed up, and went downstairs to have breakfast. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw an unexpected person on the sofa. Jiang Xian sat alone on the sofa, crossed his legs and observed Jiang Ju. Jiang Ju and Rong Tianjiang sat on the same side, each playing with their own light computers. Everyone seemed relaxed, but the atmosphere was silent. Hearing the noise, the three of them looked up at Ji Jiuxiu at the same time. She raised her hand and said hello, good morning. She walked downstairs casually and looked into the kitchen. It was Zhang's nanny Wang Ma who was making breakfast. She didn't know what was cooking in the pot, and white steam was coming out. She shouted, good morning, Wang Ma, do you need help? Wang Ma smiled and said, you are helping me if you don't make trouble. Ji Jiuxiu touched his nose, returned to the living room, took a cup of hot water, and sat next to Rong Tianjiang. This is the first time I see you bring a friend home. Jiang Xian spoke, speaking to Jiang Ju, but his eyes fell on Ji Jiuxiu. Ji Jiuxiu replied, then he was quite lonely before. Rong Tianjiang, no one wanted to play with him. He never spoke without restraint, and continued to speak along with Ji Jiuxiu's words. Why? Ji Jiuxiu asked. She had noticed this phenomenon a long time ago. Jiang Ju has always been a loner. She had never thought about it deeply before, but now that Rong Tianjiang mentioned it, she was really a little curious. Rong Tianjiang was about to answer when Jiang Xian interrupted him. You are the ones doing the live broadcast, right? The sentence was a statement, not a question. Ji Jiuxiu looked blank. What live broadcast? Jiang Xian, Jiang Ju, tell me. Jiang Ju, what live broadcast? Jiang Xian's eyebrows jumped, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he smiled brightly. You have a secret that you can't tell your family now. The three people opposite were silent and looked up at the sky. The ceiling was really beautiful today. To prevent disputes caused by damage or loss of ingredients, normal food delivery robots will be equipped with recorders. Jiang Xian put a chip on the table. Be more careful next time. Ji Jiuxiu's eyes fell on the chip, thinking of the food delivery robot at the factory gate. A small mistake almost left a big handle. Jiang Xian, how do you know the laboratory is on Paya Star? I go see if Aunt Wan needs help. Ji Jiuxiu stood up and walked to the kitchen. Breakfast is almost ready, I set the table. Jiang Ju left. Rong Tianjiang was the only one left on the sofa. He met Jiang Xian's gaze, bent his waist and prepared to stand up. I go. Sit down. Jiang Xian spoke. Rong Tianjiang was rebellious. You told me to sit down? I won't sit down, you're not my brother. Although he was very arrogant, he was still a little scared. Jiang Xian looked like he was going to eat someone. He walked forward quickly without looking around, worried that Jiang Xian would suddenly attack him. Breakfast was served, and Ji Jiuxiu and the other two tacitly moved away from Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian took a deep breath, stopped asking questions, finished breakfast and left. The driver parked the aircraft at the door. When he got in the car, he sent a message to his friends, talking about his increasingly disobedient brother. A friend sent an amazed expression. That's Jiang Ju. Why do you think he is a good kid who lets you discipline him? Look at other people's comments on Jiang Ju, powerful, cold, arrogant. Not at all like the good little brother that Jiang Xian said. Jiang Xian, he used to be very good, but he was led astray by others' friend. Go to the hospital to check your brain. Jiang Xian, With one less person in the restaurant, the atmosphere instantly improved. Rong Tianjiang turned to Ji Jiuxiu and said, Jiang Xian is too fierce. You can live in my house. My parents like you very much. Fierce? Ji Jiuxiu asked back. She felt it was okay, but she was indeed a little tired of living in Jiang Ju's house, and it would be nice to change places, so she nodded readily. Rong Tianjiang looked at Jiang Ju with a little sympathy in his eyes. How did you manage to live with your brother for a long time? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to stand it for a day. Jiang Ju, is it very uncomfortable? Rong Tianjiang was speechless. Are you too slow? No. Ji Jiuxiu ate the last bite of egg. She really didn't think Jiang Xian was that fierce, perhaps because he couldn't threaten her. No matter how strong he looked, it was only on the surface. As for Jiang Ju, he seemed to be in a lower position in the brothers' relationship, but in fact, it was the brother who was often angry and broke his defense, right? There are many people in the world who are afraid of Jiang Xian, but the two people at the table didn't have any respect for him. The matter of Liuguang Laboratory continued to ferment on the Star Network. Under pressure, the federal government had to start a serious investigation, and the main investigator was still Jiang Xian. Song Xuedong also got involved, saying that her illness had always been related to Liuguang. When she got into trouble, Liuguang hadn't appeared yet. Who knows where she got the fake evidence and handed it in? Although she is recovering from illness now, she is still a member of the Federation's active military service, and the Federation has the responsibility to protect her. Ji Jiuxiu went to the Rong family for dinner. The Sifu couple almost sold out 1/3 of the Rong family's property to get the Rong family out of the Liuguang incident. At first, Ji Jiuxiu still had some doubts. After Paoxing saw Gai's attitude towards Rong Tianjiang, she put aside her doubts about the Sifu couple. After all, Gai seemed to really want Rong Tianjiang to die. He spared no effort when he took action, and his hatred was so clear and vivid. Sifu sighed. At first the Federation wanted to suppress this matter, and we had no choice. We didn't know who the two people who destroyed the laboratory were. They were very brave, and the matter was reopened for investigation. The two brave men were sitting at the Rong family's dining table to eat. Ji Jiuxiu asked calmly, "Have you found anything?" A trace of haze flashed across Sifu's brows. This matter is related to Felix. Felix is the Deputy Minister of Commerce of the Federation. He is a powerful figure, and is also the enemy of the Rong family. Rong Tianjiang's second uncle is from the Ministry of Justice, and the two families have always had different political views. Rong Yu, the investigation will not end so quickly. His Majesty, and the top leaders of the Federation are furious. They will definitely investigate it thoroughly. The big fish has been caught, and other small fish can't escape. I hope the matter can be resolved as soon as possible. Ji Jiuxiu said sincerely. She is still on the assassination list of the Liuguang organization, not to mention that there is a fugitive in her clinic. She thought of Yanpei's parents and said, "I have a friend whose parents were hired by the Liuguang organization to handle radioactive raw materials. They are seriously ill, and are receiving treatment in the hospital. There are many people like them." Sifu promised, "I will find these people and bear their medical expenses." Even if Liuguang had nothing to do with the Rong family, Gai was the adopted son of the Rong family, and they had to take some responsibility, and try to make up for Gai's mistakes. Rong Yu remained silent throughout the whole process, and only spoke at this moment. "We will also bear all the education funds for their children." He was a little depressed because of Gai's matter. He couldn't accept for a while that his proud adopted son colluded with outsiders to deal with his family, and committed a heinous crime. He reflected on whether there was a problem with his education method, and re-examined the way he treated Rong Tianjiang. He suddenly realized that he had not taught his adopted son well over the years, and his own son was also estranged from him. The topic ended here. Sifu thought of another thing and asked Ji Jiuxiu, "How do you know these things?" Some of the content could not even be found out by Jiang Xian. Ji Jiuxiu knew too much, and her behavior was not like what an ordinary child could do. Ji Jiuxiu evaded the question. "It's a secret." Sifu laughed and stopped asking. "I'm glad that Tianjiang has friends like you. Both Ji Jiuxiu and Jiang Ju are better than their peers. Her child finally doesn't have to indulge in the false friendship of luxury, and has real friends." Ji Jiuxiu smiled brightly. "I'm honored to be friends with him. He's stupid and rich, and she wouldn't mind having 100 more friends like him." The Liuguang incident came to an end for the time being, and Ji Jiuxiu no longer participated in the follow-up. The vacation at the military academy ended in a sensational event. The three of them returned to Theseus together. On the spaceship, Rong Tianjiang asked the same question as Sifu. "I'm not as easy to fool as my mom. What are you doing behind our backs?" Ji Jiuxiu pretended to be stupid. "Everything is an accident." Rong Tianjiang, unexpectedly in death contact with the Liuguang organization? Accidentally assassinated? Accidentally found out where the laboratory is? Ji Jiuxiu, the last one is really an accident. Rong Tianjiang, oh, so the first two are not. Ji Jiuxiu, This little fool is not smart when he should be smart, but very sharp when he shouldn't be smart. When she told Rong Tianjiang about the Liuguang organization before, she blurred a lot of information and didn't mention that she opened a clinic in the black market. Sifu knew that she shouldn't ask, but Rong Tianjiang broke the casserole to get to the bottom of it. After all, they are people who have shared life and death together. She even knows the most unbearable secrets in Rong Tianjiang's heart, such as secretly jealous of Guy and crying secretly. It's okay for her to tell him about the clinic. Ji Jiuxiu is going to take Rong Tianjiang to the clinic. Rong Tianjiang is very curious when he hears about the black market. He puts on the most expensive clothes, and makes himself look bright and beautiful. Ji Jiuxiao's face was cold. Do you want to be robbed by wearing such expensive clothes? Do you want to be kidnapped by showing your face directly? Are you looking left and right to tell others that you are a newcomer and are coming to bully you? Rong Tianjiang, When Ji Jiuxiu was sarcastic, the poison in her mouth was no less than Fuso. Ji Jiuxiu returned to the clinic, and Yan Pei and Nancy ran over to greet her. Business has been good recently, and I have made a lot of money. You brought your friends here. Do you want to order takeout from the first restaurant for lunch today? Yan Pei was a chatterbox, and he kept talking. Hello, my name is Yin. Nancy covered Yan Pei's mouth. Yan Pei looked puzzled. Ji Jiuxiao, what is the 21st safety rule? Yan Pei paused. Nancy let go of his mouth. He said, don't reveal your real name. But they are friends. How do you know they are friends, and not the people I plan to trick? Safety awareness must always be kept in mind. Do you want to get shot twice more? Ji Jiuxiu's expression was serious. Fortunately, Nancy was there. If Yan Pei was alone in the clinic, she would really be worried. Yan Pei heard the previous sentence. ? He scratched his head. I'm sorry, I won't make the same mistake again next time. Hello, my name is Shueisher. This is Bubu. Rong Tianjiang, my name is? What should I call? Tianjiang. Ji Jiuxiu added. Rong Tianjiang paused, pointed at Jiangju and said, my name is Tianjiang. What's his name? Jiangju. My name is Xishui. Rong Tianjiang. Why can he be called Xishui? Ji Jiuxiu said impatiently. Then you can call me Dazhuang. Rong Tianjiang. Humph. Different treatment. The two sides had a friendly meeting. Rong Tianjiang was as talkative as Yan Pei, chattering at the dinner table. Ji Jiuxiu rubbed his ears. The clinic was getting noisier. Fortunately, Tianji was not there, otherwise it would be more lively. She approached Nancy and said, the matter has been resolved. Don't worry about it anymore. Nancy looked at Ji Jiuxiu and typed a line of words on the light brain. I saw the live broadcast on Xinguang. Thank you so much. I didn't help much. I'm sorry, she kept saying that she wanted revenge, but she didn't do anything. Ji Jiuxiu was pushing everything forward. Don't thank me. I'm not just doing this for you. They also have a grudge against me. Ji Jiuxiu stared into Nancy's eyes. Let's not talk about this. Tell me what you think. Where do you want to go in the future? Nancy was surprised. Are you going to drive me away? Ji Jiuxiu, you have recovered from your illness during this period. Why do you stay in the clinic? Are you really going to sweep the floor for me? With your ability, you can live well anywhere. You are free. Freedom. These two ordinary words were deafening in Nancy's ears. She had imagined freedom countless times, but when her hope was truly realized, she was in a trance as if she was in a dream. Ji Jiuxiu turned around and picked up some food to eat. Think about it carefully. Don't be in a hurry. You don't need to tell me about your future plans. Just let me know before you leave. Nancy typed a line of words on the optical brain and patted Ji Jiuxiao's arm. Can I stay in the clinic? Ji Jiuxiao, I can't afford to pay you. Nancy, I don't want to be paid. Ji Jiuxiao, are you sure? There's nothing fun here. Meals are sometimes available, sometimes good, sometimes bad, and there's no work for you to do. Nancy, I can support myself by playing in the Coliseum. Please don't chase me away. If you want to stay, stay. Although I don't have extra money, I won't ask you to play in the competition. Ji Jiuxiu put a piece of chicken wing into Jiangju's bowl. She was about to pick up the last piece of chicken wing, and a pair of chopsticks came across, and Rong Tianjiang snatched the chicken wing. Ji Jiuxiu knocked down the chicken wing, and quickly went to pick it up. Rong Tianjiang said ha and fought with her. The two of them went back and forth. Nancy, who was ignored, wanted to confirm again. Ji Jiuxiu agreed so easily that she couldn't believe it. In the end, Ji Jiuxiu grabbed the chicken wings, and put them into Nancy's bowl under Rong Tianjiang's indignant gaze. Rong Tianjiang, that's my chicken wing. Ji Jiuxiao, eat less, it's 10 yuan in total, isn't 5 yuan enough for one person? Rong Tianjiang, why don't you buy 2 more? Ji Jiuxiao, no money. Rong Tianjiang, I give you money. Ji Jiuxiao, okay. This is what I was waiting for. Rong Tianjiang pointed at Nancy and asked, do you love her or me more? Ji Jiuxiao, her? Rong Tianjiang, sad. Ji Jiuxiu said TSK, and passed the salt-baked chicken leg to him. Nancy was adopted by the Liuguang organization as an orphan. She was able to kill without blinking an eye, but she was timid and cautious when facing the love and kindness of others. She had extra ability to help others, so she was not stingy in giving warmth. One more person eating would not eat much of her rice. Jiangju glanced at Ji Jiuxiu and bit off the chicken wing she passed to him. That night, Rong Tianjiang shamelessly stayed in the clinic overnight. Now all the rooms in the clinic were full, and there was really no room for him to sleep. He proposed to squeeze in with Jiangju, but this proposal was rejected by Jiangju. In the end, he and Yan Pei got together. When they took off their masks at night, they found that they were still acquaintances. Rong Tianjiang paid Yan Pei to tutor him at the end of the semester. The result of the two chatterboxes who knew each other getting together was that they stayed up all night. After chatting all night, Rong Tianjiang asked about the black market and was not surprised at all when he learned about Ji Jiuxiu's status in the black market. Since he and Ji Jiuxiu met, he has never underestimated her cruelty. If one day she said she wanted to punch the Star Pirates and kick the Federation, he would not be surprised. The consequence of staying up late was that the two of them had 4 dark circles under their eyes the next day. School started today, and Yan Pei also had to pack up and leave. Nancy asked, "Will it take a long time for you to come back?" Ji Jiuxiu moved the things onto the aircraft. "Yan Pei and I will be back tonight." Yan Pei had a part-time certificate issued by the school, and could enter and leave the school freely. Although she did not have the certificate, she had a pair of hands and legs that could climb over the wall. The 3 of them went to school, and Ji Jiuxiu received a message from Shuang Yuebai. The other party did not mention the bombing of the laboratory, as if Ji Jiuxiu had not asked her where the laboratory was before. She told Ji Jiuxiu a piece of news that surprised him very much, that star core energy appeared. Star core energy can greatly shorten the time for the blue planet to recover, and can make the blue planet revitalize from the inside. The endogenous power is more effective than all external factors. The only bad news is that the price of star core energy is too expensive, and the 11-digit figure is daunting. Her eyes wandered over Jiangju and Rong Tianjiang. Friends are there to be plundered. Chapter 67. Ji Jiuxiu has 3 rich friends, Jiangju, Dai Ruila, and Rong Tianjiang. They borrowed money from here and there, and there was a sum of money that had not been used. They scraped together and took out loans to barely get the star core energy. The funds were the investment fees for the tourism star given by Vase, a middle school master, when she went to the desert planet for professional testing in the first semester. She returned it several times, but Vase kept transferring money, so she had to reluctantly accept it. As a future shareholder of Blue Star, Ji Jiuxiu reported to him the current progress of Blue Star construction, mainly half an acre of vegetables and 2 acres of grass. Vase immediately sent a message, "I haven't heard from you for so long. I thought you were dead, Ji Jiuxiu. Busy building a home, Vase. The construction result is a pile of green grass? Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Ji Jiuxiu has no conscience, so her conscience doesn't hurt. She briefly explained that she had used Vase's money to buy star core energy, and it was too late for him to regret it now. "Vase, what kind of star core energy can you buy with this little money?" He was very generous and transferred another sum of money to Ji Jiuxiu, asking him to build it well. He would go to inspect the results another day. Ji Jiuxiu immediately said that he would build a house for him, carve a plaque with his name on it, and put it on the roof, and surround it with small light bulbs, which would glow at night. Vase was very satisfied, and the 2 sides reached a friendly cooperation. The star core energy was bought by Shuang Yuebai, and the actual price paid was much less than the marked price. Ji Jiuxiu remembered her favor. After a lot of trouble, the star core energy was successfully transported to Blue Star. The prosperous and beautiful life of Blue Star is just around the corner. It is this price that makes the already poor family even worse. There is still a long way to go before we can get rid of poverty and become rich, and we still need to work hard. A new semester brings a new atmosphere. In addition to normal teaching activities, there are more important things to do this semester, that is, the joint drills of the 7 major military academies. The joint drills of the 7 major military academies are held every 5 years. They are related to the rankings among the top military academies. At the same time, the competition will be broadcast live simultaneously, showing the style of the students, while also advertising for each military academy. The first place in the past 5 joint drills was the Imperial Star Military Academy, and Theseus Military Academy was firmly pressed in second. Although the ranking is not low, it is still depressing, so the principal told Ji Jiuxiu that she wanted her to compete for the first place, although she didn't know where the principal got the confidence. Freshmen in the first grade do not participate in the drills. The military academy selects 25 people from the second, third, fourth, and fifth grades to form a team of 100 people to participate in the drills. There are 25 people in a grade, and the number of places allocated to each major is less. According to the configuration of the standard team, the number of places allocated to the single soldier major is more than that of other majors. Ji Jiuxiao, Dai Ruila, and Jiang Ju were included in the participating team without discussion. Rong Tianjiang and Fusong were left in their team. The specific candidates were based on the students' grades last year and their usual performance. Fusong's grades were in the upper middle. Although good, there were many people with better grades than her, so it was not her turn. Rong Tianjiang's situation was similar. After a period of diligence under Ji Jiuxia's urging, his grades barely ranked in the middle. Rong Tianjiang pretended to be relaxed and said, "It just so happens that I don't want to participate. You guys have fun. I eat seafood and drink red wine outside to cheer you up." Compared to his forced smile, Fusong really didn't care whether he could participate or not. "I'm not interested in competitive activities." She doesn't like to move. She likes to find a piece of land to lie down and sleep. She can sleep all day. She calls this behavior feeling the nature. Fusong didn't want to participate, but the school took the initiative to find her and asked her to participate. Why? Fusong didn't understand. Why? Rong Tianjiang didn't understand even more. Wei Hingji is one of the teachers leading the team. She showed her white teeth, "Because you are a special talent." The documentary about alien plants recorded by Fusong was filmed and broadcast at the same time. The first 3 episodes of the broadcast caused a big splash on the internet. No one has ever made such a program before, mainly because alien plants are too dangerous. The usual popular science programs are to explain the 3-dimensional images of alien plants and dryly describe their abilities and weaknesses. Fusong is different. She speaks very little in the program. She uses the actual action of being chased by alien plants for 3 miles to show the characteristics of alien plants. She is not limited to a specific alien plant, but provokes whatever she sees. Each episode is like an adventure, but she can always kill the alien plants at the most critical moment, and then comb her hair in a lazy and charming manner. The contrast between her image and behavior is too great, and she has attracted countless fans on the Star Network. There are a lot of alien plants in the program, and she can easily tell the habits, characteristics, and weaknesses of each alien plant. Her rich knowledge reserves are the reason why the school found her. The joint military school exercises are not only a confrontation between people, but also put the military school students in the wild, so that they have to be vigilant against other military school students, while also being careful of attacks from alien plants and beasts. Fusong resolutely rejected the school's invitation at first, and hesitated when she learned that there would be bonuses for participating students, but finally made up her mind to participate. She needed money, not for herself, but for Ji Jiuxiao's Blue Star. She knew that Ji Jiuxiu had borrowed money everywhere before, and she was empty-handed and couldn't help. There are 5 people in the team, and now only Rong Tianjiang has not participated in the competition. He is sour in his heart that he is about to overflow, but he still looks cool on the surface. "It doesn't matter to me. I will treat you to a big meal when you return triumphantly." Maybe there is a way, Ji Jiuxiao thought. "What way?" Rong Tianjiang asked quickly. Ji Jiuxiao, "Spend money. No matter how rich the military academy is, it is still short of funds." Ji Jiuxiu wrote an email to the organizer of the joint exercise of the military academy and gave them a small suggestion. The organizer is composed of the Federal Ministry of Education and one of the members of the 7 major military academies' board of directors. On an ordinary afternoon, the staff received the email and reported it to the superior immediately after reading it. 2 days later, the organizer issued a new rule that each school can add 1 more quota for this year's competition, regardless of major. The quota will be publicly auctioned to students, and half of the money will be used for charity, and the other half will be returned to each school for funding. In this way, the organizer does not have to spend a penny, and can gain both fame and fortune. This new rule caused heated discussions, and there were many voices of opposition, but none of them could change the organizer's decision. Each school added a quota for students who were rich but not capable, which neither occupied the position of the original students nor had much impact on the overall situation. The additional quota for Theseus Military Academy was undoubtedly taken by Rong Tianjiang. Although the Rong family had paid a heavy price for the Liuguang incident, they still had the money to buy a quota. So far, the 5 members of the team have gathered again. A week before the exercise, the list of all students was finalized, and they all took a spacecraft to Jacob Star to participate in the opening ceremony of the joint exercise of military academies. Jacob Star is a tourist star. The area where humans live accounts for 1/3 of the planet, and the rest is ice, and snow with a temperature of -100 degrees all year round. The 7 major military academies are ranked in order of last year: Imperial Star Military Academy, Theseus Military Academy, Sardinian Military Academy, Winchester Military Academy, Weihai Naval Academy, Beifu Military Academy, and Monset Military Academy. The opening ceremony was held in a stadium used for performances in the center of Jacob's Star. No matter when the historical process goes, the process of the leaders' opening speeches remains unchanged. The organizer hosted the event passionately on the stage, and one leader after another went up and down like an assembly line, making Ji Jiuxiu drowsy. Fu Song leaned on Ji Jiuxiu. I can already smell the fragrance. When will we eat? Wait until they finish talking. Darula sat up straight, maintaining a straight sitting posture no matter where she was. Ji Jiuxiu nudged Fu Song with his elbow. Sit still, the instructor is glaring at you. There were 3 instructors leading the team: Wei Hengji, Shan Shu, and Ren Yanfeng. The former was responsible for combat deployment, Ren Yanfeng was responsible for discipline and supervising students, and Shan Shu had the highest status, so she was in charge of foreign negotiations. Ren Yanfeng's name sounds indifferent and unrestrained, but he is actually a serious middle-aged man who is glaring at Fu Song, who is sitting in an awkward position. The mosquito-like camera passed over the military academy students, and the neat colors and straight backs made the audience in the live broadcast room praise them. The lengthy opening ceremony finally ended, and Ren Yanfeng caught Fu Song and scolded him. So many people are staring at you, you must show the character of a military school student and pay attention to your manners at all times. Teacher, she knows she was wrong. Ji Jiuxiu took Fu Song's arm. Teacher, you have worked hard all the way, you must be hungry, let's go eat. She pulled Fu Song into the crowd, and soon disappeared. Ren Yanfeng blew his beard and glared. What's wrong with these 2 students? They are disorganized and undisciplined. Wei Hengji passed by him, and gave him a suggestion from a veteran: relax your mind, as long as the students don't make big mistakes, it's okay. How can such a saying be said? The rule should be grasped from small things. Ren Yanfeng was dissatisfied. Wei Hengji spread his hands. Whatever you want. If he insisted on going against Ji Jiuxiu, he would be angry to death sooner or later. The dinner was held next door. The organizer booked a restaurant. Half of the restaurant was a spacious space without large tables, only rows of exquisite pastries, and the other half was filled with tables with delicious and sufficient dishes. The organizer was very considerate, and prepared 2 different styles of dinners to meet everyone's needs. Some people were busy socializing, while others were busy eating. No matter how hard Ji Jiuxiu tried, she couldn't eat as much as Fuso. She had to admit that there was a gap in people's stomach capacity. She really couldn't eat anymore. She put down her chopsticks, picked up a glass of juice and drank it slowly, looking at the other 3 people who followed her. Don't you need to go over and chat and say hello to the others? Jiangju, I never participate in such banquets. Darla, they are not worthy. Rong Tianjiang, I don't want to play with them. The 3 answered together, with different answers. People at the banquet didn't come over, but there was no shortage of eyes. Jiangju's hair was too eye-catching, and you didn't need to recognize his face to know who he was. Not to mention Darula, everyone knew what the princess looked like. If the eyes cast over were water drops, their table would have been submerged at this moment. Rong Tianjiang was open-minded and didn't care about the attention of others. Fu Song was still eating, taking a bite of rice and a bite of dishes, and the 2 commented on the dishes on the table one by one. Ji Jiuxiu stood up to get the dessert. Just as her hand touched the small plate of taro cake, a person next to her approached and sneered. The voice was right beside her ear, very clear. It was hard for Ji Jiuxiu not to notice it. She looked over and saw the other person squinting at her, with undisguised contempt in his eyes. The other person was wearing a black combat uniform, and was a student of the Imperial Star Military Academy. She thought for a moment, and turned away. For such a person, ignoring is the best weapon. The other person caught up with her, and said sarcastically, the students of Theseus Military Academy are really getting worse every year. All kinds of messy actors are recruited. Actor was a name for actors in the old human era, and now it has evolved into a derogatory name. Ji Jiuxiu stopped, turned her head, and met the other person's disdainful expression. TSK, what a cheap man. She smiled slightly, showing a slightly provocative smile, and uttered a dirty word, without sound, only lip shape. The man understood and spoke louder. Only lowly people can say such words. The loud voice attracted the attention of other people around. Ji Jiuxiu raised her hand to cover her mouth. Her body slightly arched as if she couldn't bear it, her shoulders buckled, and 2 lines of hot tears fell. How can you slander me like this? What's wrong with me making money through my own efforts? Do poor people deserve to die? Her voice was sharp and high-pitched, and the whole audience was quiet. The man, as one of the center of attention, was completely stiff. Ji Jioxia cried with tears in her eyes, wiped away her tears with her fingertips, and played the role of a weak and helpless poor person. It has been too long since she played a crying scene, and she almost couldn't squeeze out tears. The tears were not enough, and she lowered her head and suppressed her voice and kept sobbing. Her acting skills are getting better and better. Darla sat on a chair, holding a glass of juice in her hand, with half a chair's distance between her back and the back of the chair. Fusong supported her chin with one hand, looked over lazily, and narrowed her eyes slightly. Bullying the poor is not a good person. As a person with an empty pocket, she can empathize with all the poor. Rong Tianjian looked at the two calm people and said in a dilemma, "Don't you need to help? You have to give Ji Jioxia face, and let others know that she is not someone who can be bullied at will. Jiangju, she doesn't need it. If she needs help, she will take the initiative to tell him. Ji Jioxia is not a person who will swallow grievances and suffer losses. Instead of worrying about her, it is better to worry about the boy opposite her. This dispute is not just between the two of them. The other party despises Ji Jioxia to show off to Theseus Military Academy. He is very good at picking people, and picked a soft persimmon. It is common for students from different military academies to have conflicts. As a member of a collective, when a school gets a good ranking, students will also be more confident. It is a tradition of joint military academy exercises to test each other when they first meet. If the person being picked on is weak or flustered, the school will be ridiculed until the end of the exercise, so picking people is a technical job. Ji Jioxia seems to be a good entry point. It is a rare anecdote that she is still active in the film and television industry after becoming a military academy student. Most of the roles she plays are little white flowers or white moonlight, mainly because her appearance is too confusing, thin and fragile. Counting countless classes, probably no one has ever seen such a scene. Ji Jioxia cried when she said she would cry, without any military academy student's martial ethics. She cried and said, "What did I do wrong to make you call me with insulting words? Maybe my existence is a mistake. I shouldn't live in this world. Poor people appearing in front of you will dirty your eyes, right?" The boy opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. Why didn't she play by the rules? Shouldn't she say something harsh to him at this time? The two of them went back and forth, made a bet on the ranking of military academies, and then each of them took the limelight. I know you must come from a happy and affluent family, but there are still many people in the world struggling on the edge of survival. Ji Jioxia covered his chest and continued to kidnap the other party morally. We don't have so many resources. We have to work very hard to get into the military academy. I am grateful that Theseus Military Academy is willing to give me a chance, even if these efforts are nothing in your eyes. There was a lot of condemnation in the eyes of the onlookers, and even the students of the military academy where the boy was studying had contempt in their eyes. People always sympathize with the weak, and using status to belittle a person is too mean. The boy was completely numb and began to stammer yes. Ji Jioxia interrupted him, "My heart is a little uncomfortable. It must be because of you. I know your eyes are defective, and you can't see that I am seriously malnourished. I won't forgive you." Boy, Ji Jioxia, unless you give me 10,000 star coins for mental damages, I can forgive your unreasonableness and humiliation. The boy was dizzy and uncomfortable under the gaze of everyone, and stiffly transferred the money to Ji Jioxia. Rong Tianjiang, who was always paying attention to the development of the situation, was amazed. You can make money from this? If Ji Jioxia doesn't make money, who will? The way to resolve the crisis was too clever. Not only did it lose the face of the Imperial Star Military Academy, but it also secretly praised the Theseus Military Academy, and even made a fortune. It was worthy of Ji Jioxia. The small conflict was over before it even started. The boy disappeared into the crowd in shame. Many people from Theseus Military Academy came to greet Ji Jioxia. She supported the reputation of Theseus Military Academy. She was smart, beautiful, and strong. People in the medical profession knew the professional ranking represented by her name, which was enough for her to be surrounded by the crowd. Ji Jioxia was like a fish in water in the crowd. She communicated properly with every classmate. It was hard to tell that she had just come into contact with human society 2 years ago. Jiangju, long time no see. A boy approached. The man had brown curly hair. The smooth and shiny hair was carefully maintained. His clothes were neat and regular. His slightly frivolous tone did not hide his noble demeanor. There were 4 people standing behind him in a cluster. Their height was excellent. When they came over, the light from the table was blocked a little. Jiangju raised his eyes and called out the person's name, Yusupu. Yusupu raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect you to remember my name. It's an honor. How many people at the table are your friends? The words were full of sarcasm. His eyes swept over the other 3 people at the table, ignoring Fusang directly, and stayed on Rong Tianjiang and Dairula for a moment, but did not say hello. Jiangju, what's the matter? Jiangju's indifference did not dampen Yusup's interest at all. I came to you to reminisce about the past. Are we familiar with each other? Jiangju was really confused. Yusupu did not answer Jiangju's question, and continued to talk on his own. I was a little surprised when I knew you were not at the Imperial Star Military Academy, but it doesn't matter. The joint exercise of the military academies is an opportunity. We can have a good competition. Jiangju opened his mouth and said a line in Ji Jiushu's style, as long as you are happy. Yusup's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly covered it up. Then let's wait and see. He turned and left, his back burning with fighting spirit, and a group of people followed him and left, and the air was much fresher. Ji Jiuxia watched the interaction between the two, ended the communication with others, and returned to his seat, and asked, Does he have a grudge against you? I don't know. Jiangju answered. His impression of Yusup was limited to the fact that his uncle was the Minister of the Interior. His parents worked in different federal government departments, and he had a cousin named Yusuin, who was as famous as his brother. Puff, Rong Tianjiang almost sprayed the juice in his mouth, and coughed repeatedly because of choking, and covered his chest and said, No way, he has hated you for almost 10 years, and you don't even know that there is a grudge between you. What grudge? Jiangju and Ji Jiushu spoke at the same time. Darula, I remember this very clearly. At my 10th birthday party, you asked Yusup who he was in front of him, and Yusup was so angry that he cried and made a scene, and almost ruined my party. Why was he angry? Jiangju searched in his mind, and found this incident that was not worth remembering in the corner of his memory. Rong Tianjiang shrugged. Because you met before the dinner, he remembered you, but you didn't remember him, and he thought it was a humiliation. He is so easy to be humiliated. Fusang complained. I don't understand. Ji Jiushu scratched his head. It seems that she still knows too little about human nature, and still needs to learn more. Darula, this is just one of the reasons. More importantly, he has an excellent cousin, Yusuin. The Yu family has been secretly comparing with the Jiang family. Jiangju is Yusuin's enemy, and naturally Yusup's enemy. Even though Jiangju was weak when he was young, his strong mental strength and excellent grades made him the child of other people's families. In addition, he has been helping the Federation solve some troubles. He has accumulated countless merits, and is gilded in the eyes of other parents. Some of his peers flatter him, some keep their distance from him, and there are people like Yusuin who think they are as good as Jiangju. The funny thing is that Jiangju is completely unaware of these disturbances, and perhaps even if he knows, he would not care. Rong Tianjiang, you act like a big shot, but I didn't expect you were a big brother. What is big shot? Fusang asked. I don't know, I always hear Ji Jiushu say that. Anyway, Yusupu deserves a beating. After staying with Ji Jiushu for a long time, Rong Tianjiang uses all kinds of strange words very fluently. Darula pointed to the person in the middle of the Imperial Star Military Academy and said, The person with long black hair is Yusuin. The crowd blocked the view, and Yusuin was surrounded by people with her back to them, so they couldn't see what she looked like. Yuso, I can't see it. Jiangju took a sip of juice. Don't be curious, you will see it in the arena. When your old enemy's brother came forward to challenge you, you didn't react at all? Ji Jiushu asked. Jiangju, I don't know them, why do I care? Well, this sentence is much more arrogant than all the words of Yusup. The people coming and going are wearing different styles of military school uniforms. All the students gathered together, full of the fresh breath of young people. After the opening ceremony, the military school students need to go through a 3-day adaptation period before the official start of the competition. It is freezing cold outside the city of Jacob Star. Under normal circumstances, humans cannot go out and must wear special compression warm clothes. This kind of clothes contains metal and weighs 50 kilograms. Mechas and other equipment also need to be remodeled to adapt to the severe cold environment. There is a transition zone between the city and the wasteland, and the military academy students have to walk a distance of 50 kilometers. The temperature was acceptable when they first went out, but as they gradually moved away from the city, the temperature became lower and lower. The wind blew on their faces like a knife, and a layer of frost condensed on their exposed hair and eyelashes. Ji Jiushu wore headphones, and played relevant information about Jacob's star, including but not limited to the types and weaknesses of alien plants and beasts, and tips for survival in the wasteland. These materials were collected and summarized by each school and distributed to students in their own schools. During these 3 days, they not only had to adapt their bodies to the environment, but also had to learn all kinds of knowledge so that they could survive longer. The school did not interfere with the adaptation training of the military academy students. How to adapt to the severe cold became the first question that the military academy students needed to think about. Most military academy students chose to enter the wasteland to adapt their bodies to this environment, and some people worked hard on warm items. Everyone showed their magical powers. Rong Tianjiang refused to go out because he was too busy modifying weapons. Ji Jiushu tied him up with a rope and dragged him out of the warm city. She became devilish again, and stayed at the edge of the city with the team for 2 full days, exploring the environment during the day and modifying weapons with Rong Tianjiang at night. When Rong Tianjiang saw Wei Hingji, who went out to find someone to check the situation, he was so excited that he shed tears, and then turned into 2 ice cubes. Rong Tianjiang, Instructor Wei, I want to quit, I won't participate in this competition. He was frozen to death. The joint military school exercise was not suitable for him. He wanted to go home. Wei Hingji showed a smile that frightened Rong Tianjiang. No, you can't quit unless you are seriously ill and can't participate. Rong Tianjiang, then I will play badly during the competition. You can lie still, but think about how students from other schools will treat you. Maybe they will beat you up before eliminating you, and the competition will be broadcast live. Do you want this picture to be seen by everyone? Wei Hingji said indifferently. Rong Tianjiang hesitated and said with a glimmer of hope, will the following competition venues be so cold? No. Wei Hingji answered decisively, the background of the competition venue will not be repeated. Before Rong Tianjiang had time to be happy, he heard Ji Jiushu asked, will it be as hot as 100 degrees? Wei Hingji smiled slightly. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Rong Tianjiang, He shed tears of regret. Wouldn't it be better to stay in a warm and comfortable environment? Why did he spend money to participate in this competition? Chapter 68. The first match of the Joint Military Academy exercise officially began. Students from the 7 military academies were sent to different areas. Everyone walked out of the warm spaceship and fell into the extremely cold snow. There are still plants growing in such a low-temperature place. They are basically snow white. Even the fruits are the same, and they are not very noticeable in the snow. Some animals rely on these plants to survive. There are many species of both animals and plants. There is another set of rules for running freely in the ice and snow. Ji Jiushu stepped on the ground, and the soft snow sank down, covering her ankles. The breath she exhaled formed a white vapor in the air. In the snow, the dark blue Theseus Military Academy combat uniform became conspicuous and beautiful. I can't see anything. Rong Tianjiang tried to open his eyes, and saw a vast expanse of white. He looked at Darula and asked, it is said that the eyes of the old humans are not fully evolved, and they will suffer from snow blindness if they see the white snow scene for a long time. Is this true? Darula was adopted by the royal family as an orphan of the old humans. She is the last surviving old human, and everyone is very curious about this. Darula, my eyes are fine. Ji Jiushu noticed that her tone was a little cold. Every time she mentioned Darula's identity as an old human, her attitude was always a little unnatural. Ji Jiushu, don't think of the old humans as so fragile, okay? They have adjusted their genes through scientific research methods, and the physique of newborns is better than that of interstellar people. Her body is great, and she can beat 2 Rong Tianjiang with 1 punch. Each military academy will initially determine a commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief of Theseus Military Academy is a 5th-year senior named Ai Xiamu, who has excellent grades. She has contacted the 5th Legion while in school, and will report to join the army after the Joint Military Academy exercise is over. Ai Xiamu said, set up camp first, and 10 soldiers will patrol the surrounding area. Her work style is neat, and she directly named and selected soldiers to patrol. Now that everyone is not familiar with each other, tough measures will prevent the team from being too loose. The first game is a flag-grabbing game. Each military school has a flag. Once the flag of the camp is captured, the school will be eliminated. The military school students of the eliminated school can continue to survive and earn personal points by hunting exotic plants and beasts, but they can no longer eliminate students from other military schools and capture the flag. The area where Theseus Military School is located is flat, with no shelter around. The flag is clearly inserted in the open space, and the flag with blue background and gold letters is very conspicuous. Ishimo commanded some mechanics to pour water into ice, and build a simple defensive fortress to at least block some sights, and prevent people from seeing the flag at a glance. The remaining mechanics gathered together to form a protective shield, which is mainly used to block attacks from the sky to prevent a shell from flying from other schools from directly smashing the flag. Students majoring in command gathered together to discuss tactics, soldiers built camps, and therapists were responsible for melting snow into water for mechanics. Everyone worked together, and was very efficient. There were 21 live broadcast rooms for the Joint Military Academy exercise, and one military academy had 3 cameras following. The audience could choose which live broadcast room to watch. This exercise was also an opportunity to become famous, and the military academy students tried their best to show themselves. At present, the temporary commander-in-chief has the most shots. The reason why it is temporary is that in the later period of the military academy students running in, if the commander-in-chief cannot convince the public, he may be replaced. Jioshia took out a fingernail-sized machine from her backpack and turned on the follow-up shooting mode. The small camera hovered from her palm and surrounded her. Military academy students can bring some small equipment or weapons with them. She brought this camera with her. She kept adjusting the camera and greeted, "Welcome to my live broadcast room." Tianji, who was outside the field, noticed that the camera was turned on and immediately logged into the live broadcast room to watch. Jioshia's face appeared in the electronic projection. She stared at the camera for a while, fiddled with it to make sure it was turned on successfully, and then turned around to do her own thing. Tianji logged into Jioshia's Xinguang account and forwarded the link to the live broadcast room. All fans and black fans were alarmed. Xiao loves me so much that she opened an exclusive live broadcast room. There are not many shots of Xiao in the official live broadcast room. I want to see this. She has not forgotten her dream. Her heart is still in the entertainment industry. She has me in her heart and always remembers me. Is it illegal to open a private camera and live broadcast room? No one else opens it, only she opens it. Is she crazy about being in the limelight? 10 minutes after the game started, the number of viewers in Jioshia's live broadcast room rose sharply. The organizers and teachers gathered in a huge conference room. The projection on the table broadcast the images of the wasteland in real time for them. They could see more than ordinary viewers. A referee noticed a live broadcast room that should not have appeared and asked in surprise, "What's going on?" The screen of the organizer's live broadcast room clearly recorded the whole process of Jioshia's live broadcast room appearing. The 3 instructors led by Theseus Military Academy were called over for questioning. Wei Hingji was immune to Jioshia's behavior. No matter what strange things the other party did, she could accept it and calmly answer the organizer's questions. The rules of the competition don't say that students can't open their own live broadcast rooms. The referee was speechless. There was no such rule in the rules, because no one would do that. Check her equipment. If she cannot receive messages from the outside world, it is not a violation. Shan Shu gave a solution. Ren Yefeng stood in the same position as them. Everything in the backpack was checked before entering the competition venue. Since she can bring it in, it means there is no problem. The organizer sent someone to the competition venue to check Jioshia's equipment and confirmed that she did not carry anything to communicate with the outside world. She just turned on an ordinary camera that is sold everywhere on the street. The loophole in the rules must be fixed in the next competition venue. The person in charge had a headache. Wei Hingji had a subtle expression. "I suggest you don't do this." The person in charge? Why? Wei Hingji, cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. The person in charge? Question mark. Wei Hingji did not explain, and looked at the other party with a complex look, shook his head first, and then sighed. The person in charge was frightened by her look and began to think about whether to add this rule. After the episode, the live broadcast room can continue to play. Ren Yefeng was not happy and said to Wei Hingji, "I wanted to discipline her, but I couldn't find her. You advised me not to care too much. Look at the consequences of not caring. What does she want to do? She wants to make money." Wei Hingji rubbed his head. Ren Yefeng, make money? How? Wei Hingji, if I'm not mistaken, she will advertise in the live broadcast room later. With her own fame and the gimmick of the military academy drill, I can't imagine how much money she can make. Ren Yefeng, Ren Yefeng, money is money. She is obsessed with money? How can a soldier be so mercenary? I support your idea. Go talk to her. Wei Hingji didn't want to argue with him, so let the 2 troublemakers fight it out. Jioshio, the troublemaker, accepted the inspection of the organizer in public, which attracted the attention of Ayashamu. Ayashamu approached and asked, "What's going on?" I turned on the camera, and they came to check if I cheated. Jiyoshi pointed to the camera next to her. It seems that her live broadcast room has been successfully opened, otherwise the organizer would not come to check it out. Before Ayashamu opened her mouth, she explained, "Don't worry, I won't violate the rules, nor will I cause trouble for the game. It's just one more camera." Ayashamu nodded. "Just be sensible, don't ruin yourself." Jiyoshi patted his chest and repeatedly assured that he was an honest man. Ayashamu was a commander who liked to act according to rules and procedures, but he was not strong and rigid. Everyone entered the venue in the morning. On the first day, everyone was relatively conservative and did not take the initiative to go out and find trouble. The camp of Theseus Military Academy was successfully built and looked like a big ice house. As soon as the sky darkened, snowflakes began to float down, covering the ground with a thick layer of snow. Everyone gathered with acquaintances to roast fire and eat. The food was provided by the organizer before entering the wilderness, enough for 100 people to eat for 2 days, and they had to find their own food after that. Now there is still free time. Jiyoshi ate while facing the camera and began to advertise a snack. The words she said were written by the client for her to recite. She described 2 sentences and stopped to eat a bite of food, so that the whole process of reciting the lines was not so stiff. When she knew about the joint military school exercise, she began to think about how to make money from it. The stadium was completely closed, so she had no chance to make money from a side job, so she had to find another way. With the name of the joint military school exercise, there are many parties willing to cooperate, covering food, clothing, housing, transportation, etc., all of which are brands with good reputations selected by the company. Before going to bed, she recited the advertisement of the pillow very professionally. "The ground is hard. It's uncomfortable to sleep. I really miss my pillow at home." She lay in the tent. The cold made it harder to resist sleepiness. She got into the sleeping bag and lay down. Her eyes could hardly open, and she was still reciting the lines slowly. "I buy it. Isn't it okay if I buy it? Go to sleep. Don't sleep. Sardin Military Academy is going to launch a sneak attack tonight. Sardin Military Academy ranked 3rd last year, and it's coming on strong this year." They took away half of the soldiers and set off early, heading for Theseus Military Academy. No movement from other military academies. It seems that tonight is a battle between Sardin Military Academy and Theseus Military Academy. Jiyoshi was unconscious and slept very sweetly in her dream. At 1 o'clock in the morning, she was woken up by someone, yawning and crawling out of the sleeping bag. The moment she walked out of the tent, the whistling cold wind drove away all the sleepiness, and she couldn't be more awake. Aishimu assigned people to be on duty, and she was assigned to the time period from 1 to 3 o'clock in the morning. Jiangju and Fuso were also among the duty personnel. The 3 stood together and guarded the position arranged by Aishimu. Jiyoshi pinched Fusong's arm. "Why are you only wearing 1 piece of protective clothing? Aren't you cold? Protective clothing requires 2 pieces, 1 tight and 1 thick. It's not very convenient to move after wearing them, but it keeps you warm." "Fusong, I'm resistant to cold," Jiyoshi enviously said. "What race are you? You have such a good physique." Fusong was silent. Jiyoshi didn't mean to force her to answer. Seeing that she couldn't answer, he didn't care. He raised his hand and rubbed his nose. "It's too cold. My nose is frozen, and I can't smell anything." Jiangju stretched out his hand, and the cold wind passed through his fingers, quickly taking away the temperature. The severe cold has some restrictions on mental power. In this environment, mental power will be consumed faster than usual. "Will anyone come tonight?" Jiyoshi imitated him and grabbed the wind. Jiangju looked into the distance. Here they are. The sky was dark, and there was no light source in the camp. What he saw in front of him was a dark color. Jiyoshi put on thermal imaging glasses and saw blurred blocks of color in the distance. Jiyoshi, not human. The combat uniforms of military academy students can interfere with thermal imaging. The instrument can only see strange beasts, and even strange plants cannot be observed. It is a bit useless to use in the confrontation between military academy students, but it is effective for observing strange beasts in the wilderness. "Jiangju, there are quite a few." Fusong sounded the alarm, and the whistle pierced the darkness. The carefully selected military academy students were well trained and immediately got out of the warm tent to prepare for battle. The light button was turned on, and the light illuminated the approaching beasts in front. They were snow white and round, looking like a big snowball, about 2 meters tall, and their fluffy fur fluttered in the air when they ran. Everyone stood and watched them approach. The first checkpoint was a sharp ice ridge with iron nails hidden inside. The first row of beasts was forced to stop, and the beasts in the back layer were still rushing forward. They were tripped after hitting the fallen beasts and rolled together. Rong Tianjiang. They don't look very smart. No, there are too many of them. Ji Jioxia thought. Ayashamu. The furball beast is a sea-level alien beast with a fixed residence. It usually doesn't go out in large numbers. She named 5 soldiers, and asked them to check on the furball beasts. The others released their mental power to deter the furball beasts, and force them to turn around. The furball beasts are large in size, and small traps can't stop them. If this wave of them breaks through, their newly built camp will probably be razed to the ground. Ji Jioxiao. I go and take a look too. Be careful. Ayashamu nodded. Ji Jioxi was a little surprised. You didn't stop me? She was prepared to be rejected and had thought of the words to persuade the other party, but Ayashamu agreed so easily. Ayashamu. I have read the information of all the students participating in the competition, and I know you a little bit. If you want to go, go. If you have something, hide behind them, and don't get hurt. 5 soldiers used as human shields by Linku. Ji Jioxi set out with the 5 soldiers. One of them didn't like her a little bit. Why are you a medical soldier meddling in this? This is not the way to compete for credit. Healing is not aggressive to mental power. I can't help in the camp. Why don't you come and take a look? Maybe I can find more details. Ji Jioxi explained in a good-tempered manner. Everyone is a teammate on the same front. She can tolerate the other party's temper. It is normal for her to be distrusted when she runs to the front line with her profession. It would be strange if she agreed decisively like Aishamu. The other person's expression softened slightly, but his tone was still hard. Follow closely, and run behind me if you encounter danger. I know you are all very powerful. I feel very relieved to act with you. Aishama must think so too, so he let me follow you. Ji Jioxi nodded and praised them as soon as he opened his mouth. His emotional value was full. The dissatisfaction in the hearts of the 5 people disappeared immediately, and they could hardly suppress their smiles. The 6 people approached the furry beasts. They were particularly excited when they saw people, and they rushed forward with heavy breaths. Everyone scattered and dodged, and the furry beasts moved and chased people. Ji Jioxiao, we can lead them away. Their goal was not the camp, but the people. They probably ran in the direction of the camp, because they saw the people on night duty. The furry beasts were densely packed and large in size. It was unknown how many there were. The 6 people each led a group to run in the opposite direction of the camp. The furry beasts have 2 sharp horns on their heads. This is their weapon. They can knock people through with a push. They were not slow, they had to run fast enough to avoid the attack, but not too fast, or they would scatter and run back to the camp if they couldn't catch up. Ji Jioxia saw a little red on one of the furry beasts, and just when he was about to take a closer look, the furry beast blended into the herd and disappeared. The cold wind was mixed with a very faint smell of blood, the source of which could not be found, but it lingered. She looked for the red furry beast in the herd, and the group of furry beasts she led suddenly became chaotic. In order to attack her, they rushed around and accidentally injured their own kind several times. Countless pairs of feet stepped on the snow layer was too thick, and the splash was still white snow, without any dirt. The dull sound was mixed with fine rustling sounds, and Ji Jioxia's ears caught a different sound. Before his brain could analyze what it was, his body's instinct had already taken action. She rolled forward on the spot, and a small inconspicuous hole appeared where she had been standing. It was a bullet. She analyzed the trajectory of the bullet in her mind, and looked to the west. The snow was calm. The furballs attacked again. She avoided their hooves and sharp horns, stood up, and led the furballs to the direction where the bullets came from. She threw a bomb. Bomb, bomb. The bomb exploded when it hit the ground, and a red powder mist floated out. The snow soon emerged. A piece of snow climbed up from the ground, sneezed repeatedly, and a faint light green appeared in the white. The voice of a soldier who was investigating together came from her earphones. 2 furballs have blood on their bodies, but they are in normal condition and don't look injured. Aishama, did you see the queen of the herd? The furballs belong to a matriarchal society, and the queen leads the race. With such a large number of furballs, it stands to reason that their king should be nearby. The other 5 people answered, no. Ayashama didn't hear Ji Jioxia's answer. She looked in the direction where Ji Jioxia was. The red dust was very obvious there. None of the furballs around him died. They were stamping their feet like crazy and shaking their heads randomly. She asked, Jioxiao, what's going on? Ji Joshio shot at the green dot and answered distractedly. I saw someone from the Sardinian Military Academy. The light green is the color of the combat uniforms of the Sardinian Military Academy. The cadets wore the combat uniforms of the military academy when they entered the wasteland. The probability that the green was from the students of the Sardinian Military Academy was much higher than that of the alien plants and beasts. The bullets flew out continuously from the muzzle, and none of them hit the green. They hit the white first sparsely, making it tattered and revealing more green. The other party found that she was exposed, so she simply stopped pretending and took off her disguise and entered the mecha. She moved quickly, and Ji Joshio was not slow either. When he saw the other party's movement, he turned around and ran to the nearest companion. Wait! She shouted. I'm hiding behind you. Wait, who was still fighting with the fur ball beast, She said to hide behind him, and hid behind him. He really did what he said, and was not polite at all. Before Ji Joshio ran to wait, Jiangju appeared in front of her first. She stopped her running steps, and quickly entered the mecha and took control of the mecha. She turned to face the students of the Sardinian Military Academy, raised her foot, and rushed forward. When she was about to touch the other party, she made a fake move, turned to the left, and aimed the gun at the alien beasts and fired. Killing alien plants and alien beasts can get points, just like eliminating military school students. The points value varies according to the level of the alien plants and alien beasts. There are so many furballs here now, and a random attack can kill many of them. She seemed to see a series of +1 points floating in front of her. After figuring out that the abnormality of the furballs was caused by the secret operation of the students of the Sardin Military Academy, the rest of the things are much simpler. The soldiers of Theseus Military Academy will be dispatched, and the commanders and mechanics will fire to assist, and it will be done. Aishamu. Half of the soldiers will stay in the camp to prevent the enemy from attacking from the rear. Fuso. Someone is coming from behind. The voices of the two people sounded at the same time. Aishamu glanced at Fuso and spoke faster. All healers take up their weapons to guard the general flag, and the soldiers will guard the first line of defense. Chaos rose on both sides. Ji Joshio took away a wave of furballs, and hit the girls of the Sardin Military Academy hard. The other party rubbed his aching arm, looking a little surprised. As a commander, your combat ability is not bad. It's not the combat ability of macro control, but the strength of face-to-face fighting, which is a bit unexpected. If she knew that the person fighting her was a therapist, she would be more surprised, Ji Joshio secretly complained. It's great for a single soldier, but he was still beaten, and he looked down on the commander. Ji Joshio, how did you control the fur ball beast to run here? Girl, you beat me first. Well, the tone is very strong. Ji Joshio decided to satisfy her. 5 minutes later, Ji Joshio covered her aching abdomen, but was accidentally poked by the sharp horn of the fur ball beast. She reflected that she was indeed a little arrogant recently and underestimated the enemy's strength. The girl was more surprised than her. Not bad. You haven't been knocked down by me yet. I feel you are a little familiar. What's your name? Through the transparent cockpit protective cover, you can see the person in the driver's seat, and her eyes fell on Jiangju. Jiangju, my name is Ji Joshio. Ahem. Jiangju's words really caught people off guard. Ji Joshio choked on his own saliva. He was no longer the cold and quiet person he used to be. He secretly learned to tell jokes. The girl looked at Ji Joshio with strange eyes. You are a healer who ran to the front to investigate the situation. You can dodge my bullets sensitively. It's also very good. What's your name? Ji Joshio was silent for a moment. Should she answer Ji Joshio? Or Jiangju? In the end, she didn't say anything but asked back, what's your name? Girl, my name is Fan Jian. Ji Joshio didn't expect her to cooperate so well, and asked, what did you do to the furball beast? Fan Jian launched an attack. We haven't decided the winner yet. I can't answer you. The two hadn't fought for 2 minutes when countless shells hit them. Green smoke floated up, and Ji Joshio immediately retreated. Fan Jian, it hurts. What is this? The green smoke floated away, and Ji Joshio ran farther. This was a poison bomb provided by Fusong, and put into practice by Rong Tianjiang. The poison of the green smoke can act on mental power. The mecha wrapped by mental power will feel unbearable pain when it touches the green smoke. In addition to the short duration, unstable effect, and small number, there are no disadvantages. It is currently in the experimental stage. The two of them work together to create a lot of strange things. The red dust before was concentrated countless times of chili powder, which was powerful. Fan Jian contacted others. The plan failed. Retreat. The camp was surrounded by the Theseus Military Academy, and there was no place to break through. 3 students from the Sardinian Military Academy were eliminated. After receiving the order, they retreated immediately without any hesitation. The people left, but the furballs were still there. Everyone went out to clean them up. Most of them were killed or injured. The rest knew they couldn't win, so they turned around and ran away. In the live broadcast room, commentator A said, this was a failed sneak attack. In fact, the strategy of the Sardinian Military Academy was correct, but unfortunately the people of the Theseus Military Academy were too sharp. Commentator B, the reason why the Sardinian Military Academy failed was that they were discovered too early. Otherwise, when the Theseus Military Academy was dealing with the furballs, their strategy of sneak attacking from the rear would have taken effect. Commentator A, they were lucky. I don't think it was luck. Explanator B denied the other party's statement. It was the healer who played a key role. If she hadn't dodged the shot, things would have gone very differently. At least the strength of Theseus Military Academy would have been weakened a lot tonight. They watched from a god's perspective, and knew how thrilling the shot was. The Sardinian Military Academy students hid in the snow, their disguise was flawless, and G. Gioshio was focused on guiding the fur-ball beast, and didn't notice the potential danger at all. No one thought that G. Gioshio could dodge the shot. She had already started dodging, and using her mental power almost at the same time as the shot was fired. Otherwise her speed would not be faster than the bullet. The live broadcast room was chattering. I didn't see other perspectives just now. Can anyone tell me what happened to the furball? The furball is a social animal that values its cubs. The people from the Sardin Military Academy killed a cub. What does that have to do with Theseus Military Academy? The furball has poor eyesight, and can only see the outline of a person, but can't tell who it is. The Sardin Military Academy students led the furball to the Theseus Military Academy camp. When the furball saw the person, it thought it was the people from Theseus Military Academy who did it. Great. They can actually use the alien beast. TSK, it didn't succeed in the end. Half successful. Guess what will happen with so much fresh blood and corpses piled there? Chapter 69. The people from the Sardin Military Academy left, but the corpse of the furry beast was still there. Before Theseus Military Academy students could clean up the mess, a new crisis followed the fresh blood. The icicles all over the sky sprayed down like rain, and the roots of the alien plants touched the corpse of the furry beast on the ground and sucked blood, and the almost transparent leaves showed a light pink. The crystal clear pink in the snow is very beautiful, but it's disgusting. Darla controlled the expression on her face, trying not to be too distorted by disgust. The people from the Sardin Military Academy left them with a big trouble. The alien plants and beasts would chase after them by smelling the blood. The flag position was fixed, and could only be moved within a kilometer around. They could not change their positions, and could only speed up the cleaning of the furry beasts. After the alien plants appeared, the scattered furry beasts that were not completely dead died directly under the icicles and tree roots. Ishima sent a group of people to kill the furry beasts that were not dead first. The points must be obtained, and the furry beasts must not die in vain. The mechanics set up protection to prevent large areas of ice from hurting people and the camp. A group of soldiers went to clean up the alien plants, and the healers were responsible for dragging the corpse of the fur-ball beast away and throwing it away. Good and bad are interdependent. While enduring the crisis, the points of Theseus Military Academy skyrocketed. The points will be ranked separately. More points also mean that the military academy is strong. The points ranking of the previous Theseus Military Academy was the same as the elimination ranking, both ranking second. Only if you live longer can you get more points. It was not until dawn that the corpses were cleaned up. The number of alien plants and beasts approaching gradually decreased. When fighting, the mental power is highly concentrated, and you don't feel anything. Now stop, cold and tiredness invade, everyone looks tired. G. Gioshio drank a bottle of special nutrient solution. Now that her body is better, she no longer needs to take special nutrient solution frequently, but just in case, she still brought a box. It is expensive for a reason. After drinking a bottle of special nutrient solution, the whole body becomes warm. Ishima arranged shifts for rest. People have limited energy, and the crisis in the wasteland has no fixed time. It is necessary to ensure that 2/3 of the personnel have sufficient energy to resist foreign enemies. In the wasteland, the source of danger is not only students from other military academies. Fusang took out a glass bottle containing brown-green powder and handed it to G. Gioshio. Sprinkle this around the camp. It can cover up the smell of people, and it can last for about 5 days. G. Gioshio called Ishimu, handed Fusang's powder to her, and explained the effect. There was also a boy who came with Aishamu. He was Aishamu's regular teammate before. He was very strong in mecha combat. He had killed many furballs by himself before. The boy didn't quite believe it and said, the latest haste masking agent developed by the Federation only lasts for 2 days. Don't exaggerate the effect just to brag about your ability and harm everyone. He was not very satisfied with the special talents like Fusong who were specially recruited. In his eyes, Fusong was similar to Rong Tianjiang who was hired with money, but the latter was open and the former was worse and more shady. Fusong explained, this is not processed from extracted chemical substances, but the foreign plants are directly ground into powder. The boy didn't believe it even more. What foreign plants? Fusong, it seems that you haven't given it a name yet. I call it hidden grass. There are not many of them. There is only this bottle. Okay, what do you mean we haven't named it? Do you know more than the Federation? The boy said impatiently. Everyone is busy, stop trying to attract attention, okay? Jijoshi was unhappy. Just because you don't have much knowledge and low education doesn't mean others are the same as you. You have nothing to do here, but you have to come here to join in the fun and talk a few words to show that you know a lot. The boy was impatient. I am responsible for the safety of everyone. The effect of the powder is unknown. What if something goes wrong? Aishamu, we should give our companions more trust. The irritable man, I only trust people who are trustworthy. He called all the therapists and repeated Fusong's description of the hidden grass to verify whether this alien plant exists. The therapists present were the top group of Theseus Military Academy, but they all looked embarrassed. One of them said, we are healers who study treatment, not scholars who study exotic plants. You shouldn't ask me such questions. The irritable man, how does she know? The healer was impatient, then ask her, why ask me? They are all born with a temper. Fusong seemed not to feel the irritable man's targeting, and continued, I found it next to the school. Normally, you can't see it. If you want to see it, you can crush the golden needle flowers and mix them in water to spray. It doesn't like this smell, and will move away immediately after smelling it. She paused for a moment and continued, in the last episode of the first season of Exotic Plants, there is content about hidden grass. Today's advertising mission is completed. The explosive man wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Aishamu. I believe in my teammates. Chazike, you take 2 people to spread the powder around the camp. Chazike was still somewhat dissatisfied, but he did not refute Aishamu's arrangement, and took the glass bottle with a sour face. The dispute in the field ended, and everyone did their own things, but the waves outside the field had just begun. The 2 narrators were attracted by the dispute in Theseus Military Academy, and became curious about the so-called hidden grass. Narrator A, I am very interested in alien plants. I think I know more about alien plants than ordinary people, but I have never heard of this hidden grass. Is her statement true or false? Narrator B, I have watched her program. She may know more about alien plants than you. You can find out whether it is true or false by verifying it. The audience on Theseus Star took action immediately and followed Fuso's method. They really found hidden grass around Theseus Military Academy. There was nothing under the camera. Not long after the water mixed with golden needle flowers was sprinkled, a bright red suddenly appeared in the corner, pulling its roots out of the ground. Come out. Netizens were shocked by this scene, and they didn't know what it meant. They just thought Fusong was knowledgeable, and the scholars who studied exotic plants were crazy. I checked all the information, and there is no record related to hidden grass. This is a kind of exotic plant that has never been discovered. It can be invisible under the camera. It's right next to us, but no one has ever found it. Its characteristics can be used on the battlefield. Go and get more for research. How did that girl do it? When she finishes this exercise, remember to bring her to the Research Institute for advice. The exotic plant scholars were in a hurry, and the soldiers were in chaos. All the hidden grass around Theseus Military Academy was pulled up. The 3 cameras following Theseus Military Academy were all aimed at Fusong, and 2/3 of the barrage in the live broadcast room were related to her. I have seen alien plants. It is super good. This year's weapons of Theseus Military Academy are weird. There were red dust and green smoke before. I don't know if they are useful, and whether they can compete for the first place. Sardin Military Academy is now being attacked by Dixing Military Academy. I wonder if they regret sending the main force to attack Theseus Military Academy. The other 4 military academies are also in a melee. The location of Theseus Military Academy is relatively remote. There are few military academies around but many alien plants and beasts in the camp. The powder of the hidden grass was sprinkled to form a brown-red encirclement. Chasky did not believe in the effect of the powder, and patrolled non-stop to prevent the enemy from breaking in. The map was projected in the air, showing the locations of the camps of the 7 military academies. The location distribution was somewhat similar to the Big Dipper. Theseus Military Academy was located at the bottom of the spoon, away from other military academies, and the closest one was Sardin Military Academy. Ayashamu, from our position, it is best to focus on defense. Let's wait for other military schools to finish fighting for a few rounds before we take action. During this period, we can kill some alien plants and beasts to earn some points. Her plan is conservative, and Ji Jioshu suggested, too many people stay in the camp to waste resources. We can send a small group of people to cause trouble for other military schools. Don't force the elimination of other military school students, just cause trouble. Ayashama thought about Ji Jioshu's suggestion, which did not violate the overall plan, and nodded, no problem. The personnel were divided into 3 groups. One group stayed in the camp, one group killed alien plants and beasts to earn points, and one group went to cause trouble for other military schools. The points for eliminating military school students are higher than those for killing alien plants and beasts. It would be better if a few people could be eliminated. The allocation method was based on the principle of voluntary registration. In order to earn more personal points, 4/5 of the people who signed up to go out accounted for 4 out of 5. Aishimo had to make overall arrangements, arrange personnel according to the team standard configuration, and adopt a shift system, rotating between going out and guarding the camp. As a therapist, Ji Jioshu was assigned to guard the camp in the first round. Dairula, Rong Tianjiang and Fusong had no intention of going out at all, and became the nail households who fixed the camp. All 4 members of the team stayed, and Jiangju finally chose to guard the camp. Dairula, aren't you going out to shoot more pictures for your live broadcast room audience? Aren't you worried about the loss of audience? No worries. Ji Jioshu directed the camera to fly in front of Dairula and shoot Dairula's face. Your Highness will help me consolidate my fans, right? Come and say hello to everyone. Dairula wanted to roll her eyes, but in order to maintain her image, she had to hold back in front of the camera, showing a standard smile, gently and dotingly. Stop it, we still have to be on guard. Huh? Rong Tianjiang rubbed the goose bumps on his arms, showing an extremely disgusted expression. Dairula clenched her fists and took a deep breath. I see you are not in a good state. Let Jioshiao give you some mental counseling. I guess everyone wants to see it. Rong Tianjiang was startled. In order to live broadcast Ji Jioshiao, he could do anything. He suddenly hugged his gun and took a step back. I go patrol over there. Dairula, the patrol mission is heavy. I go to the other side to guard. She twisted the camera, turned it around and aimed at Ji Jioshiao, glared at Ji Jioshiao where the camera couldn't see him, bent down, grabbed a handful of snow on the ground, made a snowball and threw it forward, hitting Rong Tianjiang's head accurately. Ah! Rong Tianjiang screamed and fell to the ground in the snow. Dairula clapped her hands, hummed softly, and went on patrol with her gun. It started snowing again, and the wind was so strong that people couldn't open their eyes. The powder given by Fusong was blown away by the wind, and everyone hurriedly covered it with a thin layer of snow. The powder really worked, and no alien plants or beasts approached for a whole day. Ayashama stayed in the camp, communicating with the people who went out through headphones, standing in front to patrol the camp, standing tall like a tree. She was a very calm person, with a calm face, calm emotions, and even a calm smile, and she was like the sea, embracing everyone in the team. Indulging Ji Jioshu, trusting Fusong, and comforting Chazak. People with a quick temper can't do this job. Late at night, the other 2 groups of military academy students did not come back, and the people who stayed in the camp kept watch in batches. The snow was getting heavier, and the temperature was dropping sharply. Rong Tianjiang was awakened by the cold. He got up shivering, and put on his sleeping bag to find Ji Jioshiao, who was on guard. Rong Tianjiang, it's so cold. Ji Jioshiao, if you're cold, just put on more clothes. What's the point of looking for me? I'm already wearing a lot of clothes. Rong Tianjiang felt a little wronged. Looking for Ji Jioshu was completely subconscious. He felt safe when he saw her. Jiangju walked out of the tent. The temperature is a bit wrong. It dropped too fast. Dairula was one of the people on duty. She was a little stiff when she walked over. It's much colder today than before. Fusong opened his eyes when he heard the voice, felt the current temperature, walked out with the warm clothes provided by the organizer, looked at the 4 people gathered together, and handed the clothes to Dairula. Rong Tianjiang was jealous. I'm cold too. Why don't you give it to me? Ji Jioshiao, I look the weakest, shouldn't I get it? She's so cold that she's about to crack. Fusong pointed at Darila's face. Darila's face had fine lines like cracks. She raised her hand to touch her face, and her expression suddenly changed. She hurried back to the tent, and took out a small box of face cream from her bag to apply it on her face. While applying it, she asked everyone, "Do you want it?" Rong Tianjiang raised his hand to touch his face, and said worriedly, "Fortunately you are prepared, give me some." Ji Jiushi was prepared. He took out a down jacket from his bag, and distributed the bright red, green, and purple down jackets to the 4 people. Although down jackets are warm, they take up a little space to carry, and basically no one will carry them. Rong Tianjiang disdainfully said, "It's so ugly." Ji Jiushi, "Then you be cold." "I'd rather be ugly." Rong Tianjiang grabbed the down jacket and put it on. Darula covered her mouth and yawned, "I'm so sleepy." The wind was getting stronger, and the temperature was still dropping. The sleepiness came, and people couldn't help but want to close their eyes and sleep. Ji Jiushi patted Rong Tianjiang's face, "Wake up." Rong Tianjiang woke up. He had closed his eyes unconsciously, and almost fell asleep while standing. The temperature was too low. It was dangerous to sleep in such an environment. Ji Jiushi went to wake up the others. However, no matter how she shouted, the people in the tent did not respond. She opened the tent of one of them. The other person's eyes were closed, and his breathing was steady. It was no different from sleeping, but he couldn't wake up. Darula shouted, "Come here." They all fell down. Ji Jiushi left the tent and followed the sound. She felt a shadow shaking at the edge of the tent. She looked carefully, and there was nothing. She raised her foot to chase after it, and all she saw was snow. She found the location of Darula, and saw a boy on duty lying on the ground, in a similar situation to the people in the tent, and even Aishimo fell not far away. Rong Tianjiang scratched his head. "What's going on?" "Ji Jiushi, move the people into the tent first. It's too cold outside, and they will get frostbite. Check all the tents later to see if there are any awake people." After checking the camp, they confirmed that they were the only ones who were awake. All the tents were dismantled and assembled into a big tent for Rong Tianjiang. Everyone was moved to the same place for supervision to avoid accidents that could not be discovered in time. When Ji Jiuxiao moved people, he felt shaking in front of his eyes, like the flickering of an unstable light bulb, but the light button was not an ordinary light bulb, and the light was very stable. Could it be that the temperature was too low, and he was frozen? She rubbed her eyes, and carried a classmate to the big tent. The big tent included the position of the flag. All 25 people were gathered in one place. They took off their down jackets, and covered them with them. They kept as warm as possible. The situation of the unconscious classmates is unknown, so they should be prevented from freezing to death while sleeping, and the elimination button should be triggered to eliminate them directly. Darla couldn't figure it out. Why are we okay? Ji Jiuxiao thought, what do we have in common? Everyone pondered, but couldn't come up with any results. They had nothing in common at all. Jiangju. It doesn't directly cause damage to the body, which means it is related to mental power. Mental power has even less in common. Rong Tianjiang counted them one by one. You, me, and Dairula are S level, Fuso and Ji Jiuxia are A level, completely different. Fuso, I can ignore it, my mental power is different. Then I can also skip it. Ji Jiuxiu continued, I am not the same as ordinary people, am I? Everyone was silent. Darila, the result seems obvious. There are only 3 people with S mental power left in the camp, and the others have gone out to do their own tasks. This logic makes sense. Jiangju, I look for it. The cold wind blew his hair, and his long silver hair almost blended with the snow scene. As his mental power flowed, his pupils turned silver. Outside the field, Jiang Xian, who was watching the live broadcast, had a gloomy look on his face. I have said many times not to use mental power casually. A small game is not worth the risk. His friend Danny patted his shoulder. When you participated in the joint military school exercise, you fought harder than him. You have to understand young people. What's more, he has been restraining himself. If he goes all out, what will the other military schools have to do with him? Do you think he doesn't want to? That's because he can't. Jiang Xian kicked Danny. The price of allowing him to participate in the joint exercise is to take inhibitors, so that he won't be able to control his excessive use of mental power. Danny sighed. It would be great if there was someone who could give him mental counseling. Jiang Xian was speechless. Since discovering Jiangju's amazing talent and the price of using his talent, the Jiang family has been trying their best to find someone who can give him mental counseling, but they have never found anything. God gave Jiangju a talent different from ordinary people, but also deprived him of the right to use his ability freely. Seeing Jiangju's painful appearance every time he used his mental power excessively, the feeling of powerlessness was too torturous. On the court, the body that had taken the inhibitor had some difficulty using mental power. Jiangju put his hands behind his back to hide his trembling fingers. He closed his eyes and concentrated his mental power to search for abnormalities. Suddenly, a warm hand grabbed his palm, and the cold mental power entered his boiling mental picture. Ji Juxia's hand was warm, but his mental power was as cold as a knife. Jiangju's fingers were cold, but his mental picture was as hot as fire. Jiangju opened his eyes, raised his feet, and rushed forward, entered the mecha, and grabbed forward, but unfortunately he pounced into nothing, and his palm was empty. Ji Jiuxiu caught the shaking afterimage again. This feeling really felt like something was wrong with her eyes. She ran forward without hesitation. I saw it. Fuso was slower than her and followed her. I saw it too. Rong Tianjiang, who stayed where he was, opened his eyes blankly. What did they see? Darula, I don't know. What's going on? They are obviously S-level, but at this moment, they are as slow as two little trash. Is this reasonable? The two of them couldn't see anything. The only thing they saw was two people, and a mecha running around, as if they were chasing something, but there were no footsteps on the snow. They couldn't help it all, and could only stay still, and not drag their feet. Rong Tianjiang took out a handful of melon seeds, and started to crack them, and asked Darula, do you want it? Darula, you are still in the mood to crack melon seeds at this time? I don't know why, but when I see the three of them fighting monsters together, I feel very safe. Rong Tianjiang said honestly. Darula, indeed, give me a handful of melon seeds. Since the camera won't capture her now, she can eat some inelegant melon seeds. Ji Jiuxiu and Fusong each held a net in their hands, throwing it out to try to catch the escaping creature, while Jiangju was responsible for aiming and shooting to injure the other party. If you can't catch up with your legs, you can throw the net much faster. You throw it out and take it back like catching a fish. This net is specially made to defend against attacks from small plants and animals. When Darula and Rong Tianjiang finished cracking the melon seeds in their hands, the prey was caught in the net. Ji Jiuxiu held down something he didn't know what it was, and Rong Tianjiang and Darula, who were watching the fun, surrounded it. The thing that was caught was still struggling. It was in the shape of a long strip half a person's height. There were several thin leaves on the upper part. The whole thing was as thick as Ji Jiuxiu's forearm, and the color was light green. Fusong stretched out her hand and poked it. The touch was slightly hard, and the temperature was very low. It didn't look like an animal. She pulled the leaves, and the amplitude of its struggle became smaller, but the frequency increased, as if it was trembling. Rong Tianjiang, what is this thing? Give it to me. Fusong held it down. Ji Jiuxiu let go. Fusong grabbed it, took out a knife, and poked it, and it trembled even more violently. Under the gaze of 4 pairs of eyes, Fusong put it to his mouth and took a bite. His white teeth landed on the green, leaving a dent. Everyone, It was completely motionless. Rong Tianjiang swallowed his saliva and asked an inappropriate, but very curious question. Is it delicious? Fusong spit it twice and said disdainfully, it's so disgusting. At this time, can you put the food aside first? Darula was powerless to complain. Did you bite it to death? I don't want to eat it. It's not dead. It just fainted from fear. Fusong tied it up with a rope. This is flying bamboo, which generally does not grow in cold areas, and the color is much darker. Now it is so light that it is almost transparent. Perhaps it is a variant unique to Jacob's star. Rong Tianjiang opened his mouth wide. You can't identify all unknown plants with your mouth, right? How else can I identify them? When I was hungry before, I had no food, so I could only taste everything. After eating more, I knew what they looked like. Fusong threw Feizhu aside. Ji Jiuxiu, no wonder it runs so fast. Feizhu, as the name suggests, is a bamboo that runs very fast. She has seen the projection of Feizhu. The normal Feizhu is dark green, and lives in hot and humid areas. There are many plants and animals that rely on mental power to attack. She really didn't doubt that it was Feizhu. Feizhu's mental attack is very strong. It can be seen from the fact that there are only 5 people standing in the camp. If you can resist its attack, you have to catch up with its speed to capture it. After catching Feizhu, the temperature has become much warmer. The previous cold was not really cold, but the mental power suggestion exerted by Feizhu, which made them feel cold and guided them to sleep. Jiangju, Sometimes the organizers throw some disguised non-local plants or animals into the arena, which they call Easter eggs. Vase is an A-level plant, which is not easy to capture. They actually threw it directly into the arena, which is really generous. Rong Tianjiang complained. Don't they think there are not enough plants and animals outside? Jiangju, the rewards for Easter eggs are very generous. Rong Tianjiang shook his head. You have to be alive to get them. If there were no S-level mental power people in the camp, and Ji Jiuxiao, Jiangju and Fusong hadn't taken action, the camp would have been wiped out now. Darla, this is one of the tests. If it is arranged properly, there will be no danger. If the commander-in-chief sends all the main forces, they can only blame themselves for encountering Feiju. The organizer's idea is easy to guess. The competition needs more tricks to be interesting. After all, there are many sponsors for the joint exercise of military academies. How to deal with it now? Just kill it directly. Rong Tianjiang took out a knife, and was eager to try. Ji Jiuxiu stopped him. Wait, it's still useful. After Feiju was controlled, the others were no longer affected by mental power. They woke up one after another, looking at the suddenly appeared big tent, and the teammates sleeping beside them with a blank face. Aishimo reacted the fastest. We were attacked? Ji Jiuxiu told the story, pulled a rope, and the tail of Feiju was thrown in front of Aishimo, and the others came to visit. I really don't know whether to say it's good luck or bad luck. Aishimo looked at Feiju and encountered the organizer's Easter egg on the first day of the competition. Don't kill it? Someone asked. Ji Jiuxiu smiled. Such a good thing, of course, should be shared with other military academies. The live broadcast room was full of barrages. Ha ha ha, no need to share. The organizers have made precise placements, one for each military academy. The loss of the Marine Academy was the heaviest. The commander-in-chief was injured. If he had listened to Rog's advice, he wouldn't be like this now. The Imperial Star Military Academy also reacted quickly. It is worthy of being the first military academy for 2 consecutive years. I found that the freshmen are very fierce. Those who find abnormalities are basically freshmen. Have you ever heard of a saying that geniuses are born in the same class? Yu Suin from the Imperial Star Military Academy, Ji Jiuxiu from Theseus Military Academy, Qi Yunzia from Sardin Military Academy, Luo Linya from Winchester Military Academy, Nana from Beifu Military Academy, and the twin Xingran Xinghe from Menxai Military Academy. Dark Horse Freshman, the organizer of the incident, I think this will be the most exciting class of all military academy joint exercises. Chapter 70. We can't delay the trouble. Aishimo called back the team that went out to hunt exotic plants and animals. They encountered an A-level exotic animal, most of them were injured, and 2 people were eliminated. The 2 sides exchanged tasks. The patients needed to be guarded in the camp. Aishimo only allocated 10 people to Ji Jiuxiu, and asked her to lead the team to the Sardin Military Academy, to cause some trouble. Another group of teams going to other military academies reported back that the Sardin Military Academy was now fighting against the Dixing Military Academy, and the situation on both sides was tense. There was no need for them to stir up trouble among the chaos of all parties. Their task became to find out the news. Jiangju and Dairola chose to go out with Ji Jiuxiao, and even Fusong and Rong Tianjiang decided not to stay in the camp. Dairola said unexpectedly, "Are you going to stay?" One is lazy, and the other is cowardly. The former doesn't like to move, and the latter is very afraid of death. Fusong's reason was simple, I'm going to go out and see if there's anything delicious somewhere else. She had tasted the alien plants that attacked before, and they had no taste, were hard and cold, like chewing ice cubes, and were not delicious at all. After the hidden grass powder was sprinkled around the camp, there was no food anymore. Rong Tianjiang said without hesitation, the camp is not safe. He didn't need to think at all, and followed Ji Jiuxiu without thinking. The camp was safe because she was there, not because the camp itself was safe. Wherever she was, it was a safe place. Everyone's reasons were very sufficient, and Darula couldn't refute them. In this case, she couldn't leave her teammates and act alone. In the end, all 5 members of the team went out. Aishimo said that there were 10 people for Ji Jiuxiao, and now there are 5. 5 new military academy students have come to sign up, including 3 single soldiers, 1 commander, and 1 mechanic. Everyone took the flying bamboo and set off, and the aircraft drove into the vast snowfield. The aircraft had not gone far before it shook violently in the air and staggered down. Ji Jiuxiu tried his best to control it to avoid falling into the snow. Darula, what's the situation? Everyone walked out of the aircraft. Rong Tianjiang opened the engine cover on the side, and another mechanic Bai Yi climbed into the bottom. The 2 checked the problem, and the others scattered around to be on guard. Bai Yi climbed out with a dusty face. There is no problem here. The suspension module is operating normally. Rong Tianjiang. A part of the engine module is aging and damaged, resulting in insufficient kinetic energy for the aircraft to move. He stepped back so that others could see the situation inside. Among the smooth and bright parts, there was a small part in the deepest part that was yellow and rusty, which was very obvious. Didn't the organizer check the aircraft when it provided it? How could there be a problem of aging parts? A classmate said angrily. Ji Jiuxia knocked on the outermost metal frame. This is not like ordinary aging. Whose aircraft parts would be so obviously aged? The other parts are new, but this one is rusted. It is really difficult for the organizer to find such a severely rusted part to replace. Darla, are there any extra parts to replace? The two mechanics shook their heads in unison. No. This part is quite special. It is usually only used on aircraft, and the probability of damage is not high. No one would add extra weight to carry aircraft parts. If they want to carry them, the workload is simply too much. Ji Jiuxiu sighed. It seems that we can only walk. Rong Tianjiang made a bitter face. I should have stayed in the camp. Is it too late to regret now? He should have been influenced by Fei Zhu last night. It would have been good to be eliminated in his sleep. Why did he insist on participating in the joint military school drills and endure the hardships every day? Ji Jiuxiu. Then walk back by yourself. Rong Tianjiang, forget it. Since I came to participate in the competition, I should at least make some contribution to the school. What if he encounters danger on the way back? Elimination is a small matter. He is afraid of being beaten before being eliminated. He can't stand this kind of torture. Ji Jiuxiu took out the instrument to identify the direction. Then let's go. There is nothing more difficult than traveling in the ice and snow. The snow in this area is thick and fluffy. One foot can sink to the knees, making it very difficult to walk. The only thing the organizer did was to be a good person. The warm clothes provided were not cut corners, and the shoes were very warm, so that people's feet would not be frozen and unable to move. After walking about 100 meters, Ji Jiuxiu stopped and said, "This is too slow. By the time they reach the Sardinian Military Academy, they will have finished fighting, right? Rong Tianjiang. What should we do then?" Ji Jiuxiu pulled the rope that tied Fei Zhu. Go back and dismantle the aircraft. Everyone, ? The two doors of the aircraft were dismantled and welded into a hole. It was really hard to make it smooth, and it barely formed an uneven metal sheet. The metal rope connected Fei Zhu and the door. Ji Jiuxiu stepped on the door and called on others to get on the car. Fei Zhu had already woken up and pretended to be dead. Ji Jiuxiu shook the metal rope, but it didn't react at all. Fu Song stepped on the main trunk of Fei Zhu. His pupils were dark green, and Fei Zhu, which was still emitting a rotten breath in the last second, suddenly bounced up, from lying flat to standing upright, with the upper body bent down, and the slender leaves wrapped around the top. Fuso, it's done. Ji Jiuxiu praised. You have a way. Can you teach it to run when the rope is pulled once, and stop when it is pulled twice? Fuso, sure. Fuso took the metal rope and pulled it, and stepped on Fei Zhu again. The rope was pulled up, and the upper part of Fei Zhu was bent, and the leaves rustled. Ji Jiuxiu didn't understand this way of education, but was shocked. After Fuso indicated that the education was completed, Ji Jiuxiu called everyone to the door. 10 people squeezed together, and could barely stand. Ji Jiuxiu, hold on, everyone, and set off. Rong Tianjiang, what are you going to do? Ji Jiuxiu pulled the metal rope hard, and Fei Zhu shot out. A strong wind rushed over, and everyone fell backwards due to inertia. Rong Tianjiang stood behind Jiang Ju. When he turned over, his hand subconsciously looked forward for an object to maintain his body shape, and then he directly hugged Jiang Ju's waist, and his face was covered with Jiang Ju's hair. Can you wrap up your hair? Rong Tianjiang couldn't open his eyes. Jiang Ju's face was dark. Let go. Rong Tianjiang, I won't let go. Stand still. Don't pull me from behind. The people behind were pulling one by one. Bai Yi stood right behind Rong Tianjiang, holding Rong Tianjiang's arm tightly. Pulling from behind, Rong Tianjiang had to hold Jiang Ju tighter. Now Jiang Ju couldn't maintain his body shape anymore. Seeing that a group of people behind him were about to fall, Ji Jiuxiu switched the metal rope to the left arm held by Daryl, reached out and grabbed Jiang Ju's hand, and wrapped it around her arm. Ji Jiuxiu, hold my hand. Rong Tianjiang shouted. Can you slow down? Ji Jiuxiu, Fei Zhu is not a flying machine. It is difficult to control. It is good enough to be able to move. Just make do with it. Fei Zhu is faster than a flying machine, And it is not slow at all when pulling 10 people with loads. Jigyoshio. Ah, I forgot to let it learn to distinguish left from right. Fuso, if you speak directly, it will move. So smart. Jigyoshio tried, to the left. Feiju turned left, and a big drift almost threw people out. Everyone hugged each other tightly, and the 10 people who were not familiar with each other before now have a very close relationship. Fuso's eyes were green, and he stood on the far left with his hands in his pockets, his body motionless. They made rapid progress all the way, and arrived near the Sardin Military Academy an hour later. Feiju collapsed to the ground, and was completely motionless. Jigyoshio picked it up and shook it twice. Get up and work. They were far away, and they could see people moving around the Sardin Military Academy camp. There were also vague shadows in the west, most likely people from the Imperial Star Military Academy. Jigyoshio looked at Jiangju. How many people are there? Jiangju lowered his eyes. My ability is mostly blocked. It is impossible to conduct such a large-scale investigation. It seems that they have filled this loophole. They are quite thoughtful. Jigyoshio did not react much. If Jiangju's ability is not restricted a little, he will be like a cheat. So far, she has not met anyone with such strong mental power as him. Fusang, I go and see. She put on the white cloak, wrapped her whole body, and lay on the ground. The whole person disappeared directly. The falling snow covered all traces. She didn't even move. Fusang's voice came from the headset. There is a smell of blood. Someone in the Sardin Military Academy was injured. I saw Feiju's body. It seems that they were also attacked by Feiju. They were discussing the Imperial Star Military Academy. The people of the Imperial Star are around. They are very vigilant. Jigyoshio patted the flying bamboo a few times. Hurry up and work. The flying bamboo leaf swayed twice. Jigyoshio didn't understand what it meant, threw it on the ground and stepped on it like Fusang. Fusang, it has been releasing its spiritual power, and it takes a while to take effect. It's too sudden, and it's easy to arouse suspicion. I heard them start discussing the weather. She explained a few words for the innocent flying bamboo. Jigyoshio quickly picked up the flying bamboo and patted the footprints on it. A donkey that can attack and pull a cart. A strange plant, you still have to cherish it. Yawn spread among the people on guard, and the camp of the Sardinian Military Academy gradually became quiet. There were originally fragmented conversations, but now it has returned to peace. The other 9 people moved to Fusang's side and looked out from under the cover of snow. Rong Tianjiang looked at the protective shield in the air and asked, can we ask them to close the protective shield, and we can just throw a bomb in? Fusang, the flying bamboo is not a wishing tree. If it is S-level, it might be possible. Don't even think about it now. The Imperial Star Military Academy should be full of elites. Let's exert some influence on them, and attract people here. Let them fight each other, and we will benefit. Jigyoshio moved back. Rong Tianjiang, what do these 2 words mean? Jigyoshio, I usually ask you to read more books from Blue Star, but you don't. It's hard to communicate without culture, do you know? She suddenly stopped and threw the flying bamboo in her hand. The flying bamboo collided with a shell, and an explosion sounded in the air. Jigyoshio stood up and ran very fast, still holding the metal rope in her hand. At the other end of the metal rope, the lush green color of Feiju cracked a little, and it was dragged on the ground by Jigyoshio, stumbling all the way, and half of its leaves fell off. Dense artillery fire attacked her. She diverted the attack, and the others also reacted. Jiangju was only 1 step slower than her. He entered the mecha to block other attacks, caught up with Jigyoshio, and pulled her into the cockpit. 3 soldiers jumped up to help. The remaining 5 people moved carefully, trying not to attract the attention of the Sardinian Military Academy students. While moving, they observed the battle situation not far away, and took out their guns to see if they could help. Jigyoshio's brain and actions were fast enough to pull herself and her teammates out of the edge of elimination. After she entered the cockpit, she took over the controls skillfully and turned her head to look back. There was a boy standing in front of the Sardinian Military Academy camp. He was tall and thin, with slightly long hair. His facial features were not very clear. Overall, he was thinner than the average military academy student. He gave people a strong sense of bookishness, which reminded Jigyoshio of the school's teacher Chiyunja. The other party looked up and met Jigyoshio's eyes. Snow flew. Jigyoshio controlled the mecha to run further away. Feiju's mental power failed to affect everyone. This was expected, but I didn't expect the Sardin Military Academy students to react so quickly. She asked, "Who is the person standing in the front?" She had seen the commander-in-chief of the Sardin Military Academy at the opening ceremony, and he didn't look like this. Darula gave the answer. Chi Yunzia from the Chiyun family is in the same class as us. Most of the people in the family work in the federal government. Their official titles are not high, but there are many of them. I have seen him once, and his mother seems to be in the Ministry of Justice. Rong Tianjiang, Chi Yunjia seems to be Chi Yunzia's cousin. So teacher Chi Yunjia's surname is not Chi, but Chi Yun? Ji Jiuxiu shifted the focus. While the two were talking, the sleeping people in the Sardin Military Academy were awakened, driving mechas to rush out and approach Ji Jiuxiu, and the 3 soldiers in the team fought with them. Rong Tianjiang, give me Feiju, I go and lure the people from the Imperial Star Military Academy. Ji Jiuxiu handed the rope to Rong Tianjiang. Can you do it? You actually questioned me. Rong Tianjiang pulled Feiju angrily. In that case, let Darula go with me. She has many fans. Maybe the people from the Imperial Star Military Academy will take her into consideration and beat people less severely. Darula, ? The exhausted Feiju was forced to continue working. Rong Tianjiang didn't wait for Darula to refuse. He pulled her onto the iron sheet that was smashed by the gate and took another commander with him. Anyway, staying here would not help, and it would be safer to go with more people. When doing such dangerous things, of course, the more people, the better. The iron sheet scraped across the ground, making a swish sound. Feiju's speed was much slower than before. After receiving the order to stop, he immediately collapsed to the ground and did not move. The Imperial Star Academy students who were temporarily camped outside the Sardinian Military Academy camp heard the noise and took out their weapons without any hesitation. The purpose of attracting attention was achieved, but the task of bringing people back to the Sardinian Military Academy camp encountered obstacles. Feiju didn't leave. No matter how Rong Tianjiang stepped on him, it was useless. The Imperial Star Academy students gradually approached, and the commander of the same team fired to cover them, urging them, stop playing, run quickly. Rong Tianjiang was angry. Feiju won't leave. The little broken alien plant actually knew how to look at people and acted well. When Ji Jiuxiu and Fu Song were there, they were honest and obedient in his hands. He entered the mecha and brought Darula into the cockpit. Just as he was about to escape, he saw that the back road was blocked and the Imperial Star Academy students surrounded them. One of them saw Darula in the mecha and said in surprise, Darula, why are you here? Darula, why can't I be here? The other party. The healer should stay in the safe rear. Theseus Military Academy is really useless. You actually need to take risks yourself. What you said makes me feel uncomfortable. Darula had no expression on her face, and gave orders to Rong Tianjiang next to her. Fire, bomb him. The other party spoke with the contemptuous tone of the upper elite. She was used to it. Maybe it was because she hadn't heard it for too long, and it felt particularly annoying when she heard it for the first time. The shell shot out and hit the boy's mecha steadily, but was blocked by the mental power attached to the mecha. The boy turned his eyes to Rong Tianjiang on the side, raised his hand and patted his bomb chest, like dusting, with a light movement. The words were still directed to Darula. When did you fall to the point of hanging out with him? Why don't you transfer to the Imperial Star Military Academy? I will protect you. Darula wanted to say something else, but Rong Tianjiang had already turned around and fled. There were only 3 of them, and none of them were single soldiers who were in the main battle. Staying here would just be a delivery. During the escape, Rong Tianjiang whispered, it seems that your reputation is useless. How are you better than me? Darula sneered. She was a princess without real power, and she was just an adopted daughter. Her peers in the top class did not respect her. As for Rong Tianjiang, he was even more famous for being a waste. His mental power was S-level, but he was useless. Except for those lower-level people who flattered him to eat, drink and have fun, his peers who really pursued him thought they could not lower their standards and exclude him. The positions of the two were similar to Jiangju. They were a little special, and were considered outliers among children of the same class. Rong Tianjiang turned to look at the commander who came with him, only to see that he was immersed in the battle, and was struggling to resist. Rong Tianjiang, No, so many enemies here are single soldiers. Why is the commander so excited? Are all the commanders sick? He adjusted the channel of the headset and roared. If you don't run, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting to die? The commander's ears were shocked, and he reacted, turned around to find Rong Tianjiang's back and chased him. However, it was just a little time delay that the people of the Imperial Star Military Academy surrounded them again. A fist fell on the head of the mecha driven by Rong Tianjiang. The collision of mental power caused the pain to be transmitted to his face in real time. His cheeks were visibly red and swollen, and he cursed vaguely, "Don't hit people in the face." The two mechas could not withstand the many attacks, and Rong Tianjiang was a little desperate. Will they be eliminated like this? Although he often said that he hoped to be eliminated quickly, when this moment really came, he was still a little unwilling. Darula slapped Rong Tianjiang on the head, and Rong Tianjiang covered his head. What a gentle princess. She was so strong that her face would be swollen if it wasn't swollen. Focus. Don't think about messy things. When I count down and shout to run, run towards the direction of Sardinia Military Academy together, react quickly. Darula's voice was synchronized to the commanding classmate next to her through the headset. Two people, ah? Darula didn't explain. She opened her mouth and sang an unknown folk tune, and her mental power was released with the sound, like a hot and dry desert ushering in a heavy rainstorm. Rong Tianjiang immediately felt no pain, and the commanding classmate next to him whispered huh. With one sound, even the Imperial Star Academy students slowed down. 3, 2. Darula began to count down 1, run. Rong Tianjiang seemed to be full of energy. All the pain was eliminated. He raised his legs and ran wildly in the direction he came from, and the speed of his commanding classmate was comparable to his, and the two ran desperately. The singing continued, and after running a relatively safe distance, Darula stopped, and the Imperial Star Academy students behind recovered and chased immediately. Why don't you sing longer? Rong Tianjiang was about to take a break when he saw the pursuers behind him. Won't I be tired? Darula scolded him. If they don't chase us, how can we lead them to the Sardinian Military Academy? I almost forgot our purpose. Rong Tianjiang ran as fast as he could, thinking of the scene just now. I didn't know you had this ability. Can you let them choose to quit? Darula wanted to roll her eyes again. If I could do this, there would be no need to compete in this joint military school exercise. Her ability is similar to Feiju's, but much weaker. She can only add buffs to teammates and debuffs to enemies, and can't control people's behavior. Ji Jioshu was also running around the camp of Sardin Military Academy, but the Sardin Military Academy students were more cautious and kept guarding the camp. As long as they ran away, they would not chase. When the two parties met, Ji Jioshu saw the two mechas running, and he didn't react for a while that they were his own people. Rong Tianjiang shouted here in the headset, so noisy that Ji Jioshu blocked him. Seeing Rong Tianjiang rushing over with the iron sheet pulled by Feiju, Ji Jioshu asked, "Where is Feiju?" Darula faced Rong Tianjiang. Jioshu asked you about Feiju. Why didn't she ask me directly? Rong Tianjiang took out Feiju and threw it to Ji Jioshu. Darula, maybe you were blocked because you were too noisy. Rong Tianjiang, ? Rong Tianjiang, how do you know? Darula, because I did the same. Rong Tianjiang, Ji Jioshu got Feiju and was shocked by its dying appearance. What happened to it? Too tired. A little bit don't want to live. Fuso sat in the co-pilot of the mecha of Mechanic Bay and observed Feiju's condition and answered. Ji Jioshu, then kill it, you can get a lot of points. As soon as the voice fell, the Feiju in his hand suddenly stood up and flew forward. Ji Jioshu returned the control of the mecha to Jiangju, jumped off the mecha and stepped on the iron sheet, letting Feiju pull her to run. Feiju is faster than the mecha. When it moves alone, there is only a residual image. In a half-dead state, it is more than enough to pull Ji Jioshu alone. Ji Jioshu, attack the Sardin Military Academy with all your strength and find a chance to run. They are sandwiched between the Sardin Military Academy and the Imperial Star Military Academy. There are few people, so running is the best strategy. The Imperial Star Military Academy students approached and drew away a lot of the Sardin Military Academy's firepower. Ji Jioshu stepped on the iron sheet and ran around in the hail of bullets. She moved fast and the target was small, so there were not many attacks on her. She received Darula and Rong Tianjiang, and then commanded her classmates, Fuso, Bei, and her companions to put away the mecha and fall into the iron sheet car. As the mecha in the middle area disappeared, the messy snowfield became more empty. The last single soldier was trapped and could not get out for the time being. Ji Jioshu controlled Feiju to approach the single soldier, pulled a rope with one hand, took out the weapon with the other hand, carried it on his shoulder and fired. The strong wind rolled up her hair and slapped it randomly on her forehead. She looked calm, her wrists steady, and her eyes locked on a Sardinian military school student. The shells fell, blasting a dent in the ground. The opponent was too late to retract his feet, and he stepped into the dent when he landed and stumbled. Ji Jioshu pulled the rope, Feiju added strength, and flew across the snow like lightning, leaving a long mark without end. The single soldier student put away the mecha and jumped from midair, just in time to be caught by the iron sheet car. The 10 people disappeared quickly at the edge of the snow. Jiangju had the experience of the last time, and this time he stood beside Ji Jiuxiao, a little further away from Rong Tianjiang. Rong Tianjiang hugged Bei tightly, and a large amount of wind poured into his stomach when he opened his mouth. After escaping the war zone at the speed of light, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Feiju's speed gradually slowed down, and he collapsed to the ground again. Rong Tianjiang kicked Feiju with his toes. Dead? Fusong. Not dead, just exhausted. After being damaged by an explosion and dragging people around, Feiju can hold on until now, which shows that he has strong willpower. It was icy and snowy, with snow and ice underfoot, and there was no place for it to take root and rest. Ji Jiuxia took out a reagent that was half the size of the normal nutrient solution from his backpack and poured it on Feiju. Darila, what is this? Ji Jiuxiu, plant nutrient solution. You carry this kind of thing with you. Fusong looked at him strangely. Ji Jiuxiu, this is specially bought for Xiao Xiao. I put 2 in my bag and forgot to take them out, so I just needed them. Xiao Xiao followed her all the way from Blue Star to Interstellar, and was one of the family members. It always had 2 small leaves that didn't grow up, so she bought a lot of plant nutrient solution to feed it. The price of the nutrient in her hand is not cheap. The seller claims that it is effective for the growth and damage recovery of all plants, but the grass has not changed after being watered for so long. I don't know if it will work on the flying bamboo. After taking a nutrient, the effect is immediate. The flying bamboo shakes its leaves, and the scars on the surface are much lighter. Fusong, I thought you would exchange it for points. Ji Jiuxiao, after all, we have experienced life and death together, so we have some feelings. The organizer sent such a rare and useful exotic plant in, and it would be a waste to exchange it directly for points. Of course, we should make the best use of it. Fusong took a look at the flying bamboo and said lightly, the roots of the flying bamboo are very developed. A flying bamboo can occupy tens of millions of acres of land in a year and reproduce countless offspring. It absorbs nutrients from the land without restraint. Once it has the opportunity to take root, it will be very difficult to remove it. Why are you suddenly starting to popularize science? Ji Jiuxiu was a little confused. Fuso, if it's still alive after the game, what are you going to do with it? Ji Jiuxiu tugged at Feiju's leaves. Let's see how it performs. Feiju pretended to be dead. Where are we going now? Rong Tianjiang interrupted. Jiangju took out the locator, which had the location of the locator itself and the directions of all military academies marked on it. Jiangju, we are not far from Beifu Military Academy. Ji Jiuxiu finished communicating with Aishimu and led his companions forward. Since we are here, let's try to find an ally. In fighting, the goal is to make more friends and fewer enemies.